Chapter 1, Chapter 1 Ding. Inside the Hokage building, Ryan sat in the Hokage seat, his head pounding. He glanced over the piles of documents in front of him, his attention caught by reports concerning the Mist, Rock, and Cloud Shinobi each preparing for their next move. The Third Ninja War was fast approaching. Since being transmigrated into the world of Naruto and acquiring a range of abilities, Ryan had spent countless hours practicing ninjutsu, refining chakra, and learning from his sensei Tsunade. He had even saved Uzumaki Kushina from certain doom. Over time, he had carefully positioned himself to become Hokage, all in preparation for the war he knew was coming. Despite having reached the pinnacle of cage level strength, Ryan knew it wasn't enough. The powerful foes emerging in the later stages of the Naruto series being capable of destroying the entire ninja world far surpassed his current abilities. Even with his cage level strength, he was unsure whether he could end the upcoming war. Ryan had achieved his level of power without resorting to shortcuts, making him a standout among transmigrators. Just as he pondered how to confront the looming conflict, a sudden ding interrupted his thoughts. Ding. First Hokage Senju Hashirama has joined the group chat. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama has joined the group chat. Fifth Hokage Tsunade has joined the group chat. A series of strange mechanical noises echoed in Ryan's mind. Still nursing his headache, his eyes widened as a brilliant rainbow light flashed before him. The long-awaited cheat had finally arrived. In an instant, Ryan found himself standing in the middle of a vast white space. Before him loomed a massive round table, resembling the legendary Knights of the Round Table. Welcome to the Konoha Hokage chat group, a notification echoed in the room. This chat group was unlike anything Ryan had ever imagined. It was a place where members could exchange information, intelligence, and supplies. It existed to provide cross-world assistance to its members. As the group's leader, Ryan was granted the ability to invite others, call meetings, and remove members as needed. The message continued, explaining that the group needed at least 5 members to unlock the world leaderboard feature, and 10 members to activate the conquest mode, allowing them to invade other worlds. Intrigued, Ryan processed the information. He'd read about similar chat groups in fanfiction, typically restricted to one world. But this one had the potential to conquer other worlds. While it wasn't exactly like the stories he'd encountered, it was still impressive and unexpected tool for the challenges ahead. Ryan quickly realized that the members of this chat group were unlike those he had encountered in other stories. Instead of random characters from other animes, only the Hokages of Konoha were gathered here. In the future, they could potentially join forces to visit other worlds, a unique opportunity for anyone who is stranded in another world. The only regret Ryan had was that the cheat had arrived too late. He had already become Hokage on his own, without its assistance. As he observed the virtual screen in front of him, Ryan glanced over the current list of members. Group members. 4th Hokage Ryan, group admin. 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, group member. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, group member. 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade, group member. Surprisingly, 3 of the Hokages pulled into the group were from the Senju clan. Ryan couldn't help but smirk at the thought of replacing Tsunade with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would be interesting to see how Hashirama and Tobirama would react when they learned that their beloved apprentices had wiped out the Senju clan. Given Tobirama's fiery temper, he imagined the man would be absolutely livid. Ryan's attention shifted to the invitation button, which remained inactive, its dull gray color indicating that he couldn't pull any more members into the group for the time being. It seemed he would have to wait for the next meeting before the world leaderboard function could be activated. Grasping the nature of the cheat, Ryan pressed the button to initiate a meeting. The chat group beeped in response, and a gate of shimmering light instantly appeared in the empty space before him. In the Senju residence within Konoha village, the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, lay weakly on his bed. His wife, Uzumaki Miko, tended to him with gentle care, while his brother, Senju Tobirama, stood at the side, visiting. Ahem, Hashirama coughed, his voice fragile but filled with concern. What's been happening in the village lately? Tobirama glanced at his older brother, his gaze laced with worry as he saw the toll Hashirama's health had taken. Don't worry about the village, big brother. Your health is what matters most now. Other villages are likely watching your condition as well. If your health worsens, the ninja world might descend into chaos again. Hashirama's gaze shifted to his frail body, and a sense of helplessness settled over him. His battle with Madara had left its scars, and his health had only declined steadily since. Time was running out. Hashirama sighed heavily. I've always tried to make peace. But if I'm gone, everything we built might just crumble. This world, it was always on the edge of destruction. His hand weakly clenched the sheets. I wish I could do more, but I feel like I'm running out of time. Tobirama's expression darkened, his usual sharp demeanor softening. You've done more than anyone could ever ask, brother. But this world, it has always been fragile. I just hope the next generation can carry it forward. He clenched his fists, not for the first time questioning the fate of the village they'd worked so hard to build. I won't let it fall apart easily, not while I'm still here. Miko placed a soothing hand on Hashirama's shoulder. Don't worry too much, dear. You've created something that will last. The people of Konoha won't let your dream be in vain. Tobirama snorted, his tone more practical. The dream, hey? It's always been more of a battle than a dream, big brother. Still, I'll see to it that we're prepared for whatever comes next. No matter how many times we have to rebuild it. Hashirama gave a small, tired smile at his brother's stubbornness. Always so serious, Tobirama. You're the one who will keep this place standing after I'm gone. Before Tobirama could respond, a sudden, unexpected voice echoed in Hashirama's mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, has called for a round-table meeting. Please attend on time. Startled, Hashirama's eyes widened, and he searched the room in confusion, looking for the source of the strange voice. There was nothing visible, nothing that seemed out of place. Miko, ever calm, looked at him with concern. What is it, dear? You look so confused. Tobirama, frowning, turned his gaze from Hashirama to the room. What's going on? Did you hear that, Miko? No, I didn't hear anything, she said, puzzled. Tobirama's eyes narrowed suspiciously. That doesn't sit right with me. There are no chakra fluctuations, and there's no genjutsu. So what in the world is this voice? Hashirama's mind raced, and he focused on the thin screen that had appeared before him, displaying the words Hokage chat group. His curiosity piqued, and he decided to investigate further. In the final moments of his life, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, Hashirama gathered every ounce of strength he had left. Count me in, he muttered, his voice resolute despite his weakening state. The moment the words left his lips, a surge of vibrant, colorful light enveloped him. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, he was whisked away, and transported to the location of the meeting leaving behind the world he knew. Mito and Tobirama stood in stunned silence. Mito's hand went to her mouth, her eyes wide. Hashirama. Tobirama grunted, a rare expression of frustration crossing his face. I swear, big brother never listens. But there was a strange glint of concern in his eyes as he stared at the space where his brother had just been. Chapter 2 War End, chat begins. In the another universe. It's almost over. This war will come to an end after the official alliance with Hokage in a month's time, said the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama inside the Hokage building, as he looked at the good news in his hand. He let out a sigh of relief. This news was signaling the end of the first shinobi war after many years. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in the room also expressed their joy upon hearing the 2nd Hokage's words. Really? This is good news, exclaimed one of them. Yeah, it's finally over, added another. Ever since the death of the first Hokage, other countries had been eyeing Konoha and launched sudden attacks after Senju Hashirama's passing. Previously, they had restrained themselves due to Hashirama's presence, but without him, they took the opportunity to wage war against Konoha. Cloud Shinobi Village and the Country of Thunder were the first to attack, and under the leadership of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, Konoha's elite shinobi stood against the entire shinobi world on the battlefield while also preserving their village's heritage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Denzo, and Uchiha Kagami had also grown rapidly during this time. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Denzo raised a concern. Teacher, although we are going to form an alliance with Hokage, the alliance is taking place in the Land of Thunder. We should exercise caution. Hearing Denzo's words, Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement. However, being the fastest shinobi in the ninja world, he believed he could handle any emergency that might arise. Haha, don't worry, he reassured them. Every ninja village has depleted its resources over the past few years. The supplies in each village are not enough to sustain continued fighting. Denzo fell silent after hearing his response. Just as Senju Tobirama was about to speak further, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in Tobirama's mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. Group owner Ryan has called for a roundtable meeting. Please attend on time. Senju Tobirama was instantly alerted by the sudden beep. Despite the war having ended, he remained cautious, knowing that many shinobi from other villages had been sent to assassinate him, the Hokage. What's the matter, teacher? Asked Sarutobi, concerned. Are there any enemies? What's the situation? Added another. Seeing Senjo Tobirama suddenly become wary, Sarutobi and the others exchanged glances. They scanned the Hokage's office, reassured by the presence of Ambu ninjas everywhere. After finding no signs of any intruder, Senjo Tobirama was taken aback. The reminder echoed in his mind once again, indicating that it was not a genjutsu and that there were no chakra fluctuations. Realizing that he needed to investigate further, Tobirama resolved to enter the chat group space and find out what was happening. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he felt confident that there would be no problem. Count me in, he declared, choosing to participate in joining the chat group. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage building, Tsunade faced Naruto's inquiry about letting someone go. After a moment of silence, she responded, yes. Naruto questioned her decision, asking why she allowed Jiraiya to venture into a dangerous place alone. He emphasized that Tsunade should be well aware of Jiraiya's character, referring to him as pervy sage. In response, Kakashi intervened and tried to explain to Naruto, you don't understand the fifth Hokage's feelings. Naruto fell silent for a moment upon hearing Kakashi's words. Then he turned and left the room. Before leaving, he looked at Tsunade and made a remark, if pervy sage was the fifth Hokage, he would never let you go to such a dangerous place alone. With that, Naruto left the Hokage building, leaving everyone in the office in a state of silence. Tsunade remained alone in her office, dropping her facade and revealing her true emotions. In her empty office, Tsunade immersed herself in her thoughts until a mechanical reminder abruptly echoed in her mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. Group owner Ryan has called for a roundtable meeting. Please attend on time. Surprised by the sudden voice in her head, Tsunade glanced around, noticing no movement or chakra fluctuations. This confirmed that the voice had indeed originated in her mind. Konoha Hokage chat group. Tsunade pondered deeply, contemplating the current state of the ninja world, which was on the brink of crisis. Based on the information she had received from Jiraiya, Pain's next target would be the remaining tailed beasts, leaving her feeling helpless. With these thoughts in mind, Tsunade decided not to hesitate any longer. Count me in, she exclaimed, choosing to participate. Instantly, a burst of colorful light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in the chat group space. Meanwhile, Ryan, sitting at the top of the round table, observed the colorful light curtain that appeared after the summoning announcement. Three figures emerged one after another from the curtain. The first was a man with long hair wearing a casual kimono. Hey, what a magical place, exclaimed the man. It feels like my injuries are no longer worsening. The man turned out to be Senju Hashirama, who grew increasingly curious as he observed his surroundings and sensed the changes in his body. At that moment, Senju Hashirama noticed Ryan and, without waiting for him to ask, another figure emerged from behind. The newcomer wore a suit of weather-beaten blue battle armor, radiating an aura of sharpness. Tobirama, eager to find out what was happening in this chat group, was taken aback when he saw the resurrected Senju Hashirama before him. Hey, brother. Tobirama exclaimed, shocked by the sight of his deceased brother standing before him, fully alive and not a result of the impure world reincarnation. Hey, Tobirama. Hashirama responded with surprise. I didn't expect you to be here too. I thought I was the only one who heard it. Before the two could fully communicate, a voice came from behind them, exclaiming, Grandpa? And the second Grandpa. Chapter 3, Two Gamblers Meet. Tsunade originally came here to find a way to protect Konoha through the Konoha Hokage chat group. It was like hoping that all will be well, but she decided to participate anyway. As soon as Tsunade entered, she was taken aback to find the deceased elder Grandpa and second Grandpa standing in front of her. In disbelief, Tsunade exclaimed, Grandpa. And second Grandpa. Hearing Tsunade's voice, Hashirama and Tobirama, the two grandpas, turned to look behind them. Seeing Tsunade walking out of the light curtain, they couldn't help but be surprised. Tobirama recognized Tsunade instantly, while Hashirama carefully studied her. Especially when Hashirama noticed the jacket with the word gambling written on it, it triggered memories of someone addicted to gambling. Instantly, a figure addicted to gambling appeared in Hashirama's mind. Hey, are you Tsuna? Hashirama exclaimed, shocking Tsunade. Meanwhile, Tobirama looked at the Hokage hat on Tsunade's head once again, his face pensive. Just as the three of them were shocked by their unexpected reunion, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Ahem, now that we're all here, the three Hokages should take their seats first. This is the Konoha Hokage chat group, we are all family. Please have a seat and let's chat. Ryan, the fourth Hokage, spoke, smiling and motioning for them to sit. Confused, Tobirama asked, who are you? Ryan quickly turned around, revealing the fourth Hokage's royal robe. I am the fourth Hokage, Ryan. Seeing the Hokage robe on Ryan's body, Tobirama nodded in recognition, while Hashirama remained puzzled. But those doubts could be addressed later. Just as the two were about to sit down, Tsunade, suspicious of Ryan, stared at him intently from the side. No, the fourth Hokage was Namikaze Minato. Tsunade questioned. In response, Ryan smiled indifferently. The world we live in is separate. The Konoha Hokage chat group pulls us, who have become Hokage in these separate worlds, into this chat group. As for me, in the original world, the history is the same as what you know of the fifth Hokage. But the world I live in is like a parallel world. In this world, I successfully overthrew the third Hokage's rule and became Hokage ahead of time instead of Namikaze Minato. Ryan explained. Among the three Hokages, Tobirama was the quickest to accept the explanation, especially after seeing Hashirama alive. Tobirama understood the concept of parallel worlds. After all, he studied and developed time-space ninjutsu and even forbidden jutsu to bring back people from the pure world. But Hashirama in front of him was alive, not reanimated. So that's it. Since you are the fourth Hokage, Ryan, what about you, Tsunade? Tobirama inquired. Tsunade realized the situation and responded, fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage. Tobirama repeated. Tsunade had become the fifth Hokage. Tobirama fell into deep thought, understanding that something significant must have happened to Konoha during this period. Finally catching up with the information, a worried Hashirama asked, is Konoha village all right now? He couldn't imagine the state of Konoha village with Tsunade as Hokage. Thinking about Tsunade's gambling addiction and the jacket with gambling written on it, Hashirama's heart sank. He feared that Konoha had fallen victim to Tsunade's gambling tendencies. Facing Hashirama's question, Tsunade pondered for a moment and replied, everything is fine. This response brought some relief to Hashirama. As long as Tsunade didn't place bets on Konoha itself, he felt somewhat reassured. With the three Hokage seated, the meeting officially began. Tobirama turned to Ryan and asked, fourth Hokage, as the group leader, can you tell us what this chat group does? What benefits does it bring? Ryan pondered for a moment before answering, at this stage, the chat group's functions have not been fully unlocked. We only hold meetings every 3 months. Currently, you can only exchange information here, there is no way to do anything else apart from chatting. However, when the number of people in the chat group reaches 5, the world ranking function will be activated. The chat group will rank our respective worlds, and rewards will be given according to the rankings. As for the specific benefits, I don't know yet. The three Senjo showed thoughtful expressions upon hearing Ryan's explanation. They now had a preliminary understanding of the chat group's purpose. The exact rankings and rewards would only be known when the fifth person joined. While they were contemplating, Ryan shared another significant piece of news. When the number of people in the chat group reaches 5, the chat group will also unlock another function, cross-world mutual aid. If any of your worlds face a major crisis that cannot be resolved, you can ask for help in the chat group. All the Hokages will work together to solve it. The faces of the other three Hokages instantly showed shock upon hearing this news. They hadn't expected the chat group to have such an ability. Tsunade, in particular, displayed immense joy on her face. She had been concerned about how to deal with Pain's invasion, but now she realized that if her grandpa could come to help, there was no need to worry. This function alone brought great satisfaction to the three Hokage. Tsunade, filled with relief, asked Ryan anxiously, fourth Hokage, when can we add the fifth person? It's a matter of Konoha's safety. Hashirama and Tobirama looked at Ryan curiously, wondering what crisis Konoha had faced in Tsunade's world that had her so anxious. As caring grandfathers, they were ready to lend a hand when the function was activated. Well, we'll have to wait until the next meeting, Ryan replied, addressing Tsunade's concern. Support me on Patreon/Mariani. I am in a tight situation. Chapter 4, the Senjo Conspiracy. In 3 months. Upon hearing the info, Tsunade nodded slightly, realizing that she would have to wait for 3 months and hope that Pain wouldn't pose a threat during that time. Jiraiya had just sent back information indicating that Pain wouldn't attempt to capture the Ninetales in such a short period, so there was still time. As the weight of the situation sank in, Hashirama looked at Tsunade with curiosity. He remarked, Suna, I never expected you to become the 5th Hokage. Haha. How is the Senjo clan doing? Tsunade, still lost in thoughts about how to survive the next 3 months, froze when she heard her grandpa's question. Sadness filled her face, indicating that something terrible had occurred in the future regarding the Senjo family. Observing Tsunade's reaction, Hashirama, despite his jovial personality, understood that something dire had befallen the Senjo clan. Although Hashirama often displayed a lighthearted demeanor, he was not oblivious to the darkness of the ninja world. As Tsunade remained silent, Hashirama sensed that the Senjo clan might have met a tragic fate. Glancing at Ryan, he couldn't help but question, 4th Hokage, is my Senjo clan all right? Tobirama, standing beside Hashirama, also looked at Ryan with anticipation. He couldn't fathom how the mighty Senjo clan, which had been integrated into Konoha under his leadership, could have been wiped out. The clan's survival had been ensured through the establishment of a single main lineage that resided in the clan's territory and countless others who were integrated into Konoha. Ryan, feeling the weight of their expectations, let out a sigh and nodded. Senjo clan is no more, he told them about the current state or lack of the Senjo clan to them, causing Tobirama to freeze in place. As the peak period of the second Hokage's reign coincided with that of the Senjo clan, Tobirama couldn't comprehend how the once mighty clan could meet its demise. It's really exterminated. Tobirama asked in disbelief, hoping for a different answer. He couldn't fathom how the large Senjo clan had been completely eradicated. Curious about the details, Tobirama inquired further, what exactly happened? He had planned for the Senjo clan's integration into Konoha and believed that their extermination was impossible. Ryan took a moment to collect his thoughts before responding. In the 17th year of Konoha, the first Ninja World War broke out, and you perished in that conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your disciple, succeeded as Hokage and became the 3rd Hokage. Another disciple, Shimura Denzo, became the Hokage's assistant and established a separate enbu called the Root, a group of hidden Konoha shinobi operating in the shadows. It was through the actions of these two individuals that the Senjo clan met its end. The news hit Tobirama like a thunderbolt. As he stood frozen, his initial shock transformed into an icy fury. Hashirama, too, wore a dark expression upon hearing the revelation. For the two elderly Hokages, the death of their grandson, Noiki, on the battlefield was not an issue they would contest. However, the revelation that Noiki had been manipulated and brutally killed by their own students sent them into a deeper rage. Their anger welled up, generating an intimidating war within the chat space. Damn it! How dare they? Hashirama's voice resonated with fury. Observing their furious reactions, Ryan produced the evidence he had gathered from his own world. Anticipating the possibility of encountering other Hokages, he had prepared beforehand, collecting evidence of the actions committed by the 3rd Hokage and Denzo against the Senjo and Uzumaki clans. Obtaining such evidence had not been an easy task. Presenting the evidence, Ryan solidified Tsunade's belief in his words, causing her to strike the table in front of her in anger. After the end of the Second Ninja World War, Tsunade noticed discrepancies and conducted her own investigation, but the truth she discovered was too overwhelming for her to confront her teacher. Consequently, she chose to escape Konoha rather than face the harsh reality of the Senjo clan's demise. Nevertheless, the evidence before her now reignited her rage. Hashirama and Tobirama, witnessing Tsunade's reaction, acknowledged the validity of Ryan's claims. The evidence solidified their understanding of the truth. Ryan further explained, those two Hokage and Hokage assistant duo were really capable of anything. As long as anyone came close to power they will be eliminated. Even if it's the Senjo clan it will not be spared. Not only did they wipe out the Senjo clan, but they also eradicated the Uchiha clan. Hashirama, listening intently, frowned even more. Although Tobirama held a negative view of the Uchiha clan, Hashirama had never intended to exterminate them at all. Tobirama's apprehension stemmed from his fear of another Madara emerging. Therefore, he sought to guide and control the Uchiha's power. In fact, he had nurtured individuals like Uchiha Kagami, who was willing to transcend the constraints of the clan and dedicate themselves to the village. To their surprise, Ryan smiled and pointed to his position, stating, because I was chosen as the group leader of the chat group, I have access to information beyond my time as the 4th Hokage. So, I know not only the past but also the events that occurred after the 5th Hokage. Support me on Patreon/Mariani. I am kind of in a tight situation. Chapter 5 Tobirama's proud disciples. Tsunade didn't say anything more after hearing that. First Hokage Hashirama and second Hokage Tobirama on the side also recovered from the shock. But at this moment, second Hokage's face was full of bitterness. Who would have thought that the person chosen by himself would massacre the Senjo family in the future? I picked such disciples. I can still understand them touching the Uchiha clan. After all, the evil power of Sharingan. It is understandable to be wary of such forces. Following my teachings. After these two came to power, they even dared to wipe out the Senjo clan. I'm afraid that slowing down will alert both. When we go back, we must not let these two goods appear on the Ninja World stage. Just kill both of them. Thinking of this, second Hokage Tobirama couldn't help but smile. Yes, all of this has not yet happened in my own world. It's enough to kill these two good bastards. Only then did second Hokage Tobirama react. It turns out that this is the real purpose of the chat group. You can completely change history. Tobirama, who opened new world for the other two Hokage, stayed silent for a while and expressed his thoughts. Hearing the thoughts of the second Hokage, Hashirama and Tsunade on the side couldn't help but look at each other. The two of them were even more shocked at this moment. Even Ryan called it wonderful intuition. It can only be said that it is worthy of the second Hokage. I haven't brought it up yet. The second Hokage has figured it out by himself. Looking at the second Hokage with a sudden change in his style, Ryan also hurriedly interrupted. Ahem, before that, I need to understand one thing. That is, what time period are you all in at the moment? When they heard that, second Hokage Tobirama was still a little excited about changing the destiny of the Senjo family. Couldn't help but put away the smile on his face. Then he opened his mouth and said, in the 17th year of Konoha, the first Ninja War is about to end. I'm going to sign an alliance contract with Hokage in 1 month. At that time, this Ninja War will come to an end. Speaking of which, second Hokage Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one wants war. Now that the war is coming to an end, the second Hokage has indeed relaxed a lot. Just after the second Hokage finished speaking, first Hokage Hashirama on the side also patted second Hokage on the shoulder with satisfaction. But Ryan and Tsunade on the side had weird faces now. Seeing this, second Hokage, who was still a little relaxed, couldn't help but tense up. Then he cautiously asked the two of them, could something bad happen? Seeing this, Hashirama looked at the two weirdly. Seeing this, Ryan had no choice but to say, how should I put it? 1 month later, during the alliance meeting, Cloud Shinobi Village's Goldenhorn and Silverhorn led the troops to rebel and then killed second Hokage, and destroyed the alliance contract. In order to cover the retreat of Konoha's new Hokage, you stayed behind to hold the fort. You died in this battle. After you died, the first Ninja World War was over. I died on the eve of the end of the Ninja War. If Tobirama didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did in future, he might still accept it. But now, I died after saving these swindlers. This is not something the second Hokage can accept. No wonder the Senjo clan will be destroyed. It was because he was about to die. This caused Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo to become lawless after returning. No, I must not let this happen. For a while, second Hokage sat on the seat with inexplicable lights flashing in his eyes, and not a single person knew what he was thinking about. Seeing this, Hashirama quickly said, I've been in Konoha for 10 years now. Nothing should happen, right? Hashirama is also quite curious about what is about to happen to him. I also want to hear what's going to happen next to me. Facing Hashirama's curious baby gaze, Ryan couldn't help and said, nothing happened, but you will be gone in 2 years. But although it is known that you died in the 12th year of Konoha, no one knows exactly why you died. Knowing that I have 2 years to live, Hashirama didn't have any regrets. Instead, he smiled cheerfully. Is there still 2 years left? Haha. But I can still last for 2 years, which is not bad. Currently, Hashirama has nothing to hide. He spoke about his body, after fighting Uchiha Madara. My body seems to have reached its limit for some reason. The injury continued to worsen. The body also began to weaken day by day. At this time, the reactions of Ryan and the three of them were quite similar. Because there is a lot of speculation about this matter. But most of the guesses are related to the battle in the Valley of the End. Now, the answer is the same. With the first Hokage and second Hokage, all is said and done. Everyone's eyes fell on Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade also quickly adjusted his emotions and said, it's the 63rd year of Konoha, and Jiraiya just died in battle. There is an organization called Akatsuki that is capturing tailed beasts, and now we are only short of Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails and Konoha's 9 tails. It won't be long before that guy named Pain will attack Konoha. Soon, Tsunade introduced the current situation in Konoha. After hearing Tsunade's words, the first and second Hokages understood why Tsunade was so eager at the beginning. I didn't expect that there would be such a crazy organization dedicated to collecting tailed beasts in the ninja world in future. But now that they all are gathered in this Hokage chat group, there is nothing else to not believe. Don't worry, Tsunade. Since there will be a Hokage chat group, that means everything can be changed. That's right, fourth Hokage. Just when Tsunade was worried, first Hokage smiled and patted Tsunade on the head. Then he smiled and looked at Ryan. Facing the eyes of the first Hokage, Ryan also must admire, as expected of first Hokage. Seemingly careless but wise and empathetic. My heart is like a mirror. Now the role of the chat group is directly named. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and said, of course. Since we can be pulled in by the Hokage chat group, everyone should unite and help each other. Tsunade's problem can be resolved after the next meeting in 3 months. When the fifth group member joins, just turn on the mutual assistance function. But the most important thing right now is you, second Hokage. As Ryan said, all eyes again fell on second Hokage Tobirama. Support me on P*3/Mariani to read 33 chapters ahead. Chapter 6 Tobirama killing people without lifting a finger. Because the chat meeting is held every 3 months. For those of you who are about to encounter a major crisis in the next 3 months, this is the most important thing to remember. As Ryan said, Hashirama and Tsunade, on the side, also nodded in unison. The second Hokage had a life and death crisis after returning home. If Tobirama could change his own history, that means the possibilities through the chat group are endless for everyone. But at this time, Hashirama noticed a point. He looked towards Ryan with doubt in his eyes. Fourth Hokage, if Tobirama still hasn't changed his destiny after returning. So, what is going to happen? Faced with this problem, he decided to act. Tobirama and Tsunade were also filled with curiosity. Their two worlds have recently undergone a change. Ryan pondered for a moment and then said, if you can't change your destiny, let's take the second Hokage as an example. It should be the same as the historical records. He died during the first ninja war. In the chat group, a Hokage world would be lost. Speaking of which, Hashirama and the others understood. In the chat groups, if you want to open more functions, you will need to pull in more Hokage worlds. If Tobirama dies during the first ninja war after returning, then 2 more new Hokage must be added to the chat group to enable new functions. Remembering this, all 4 couldn't help looking at each other. The most important function of the chat group should be to add more worlds to chat. But, do we have 10 Hokage? About this question, I don't know. Hashirama and the others suddenly widened their curious eyes. Even Tsunade is not an exception. It's already the 5th Hokage. Could it be that Konoha will be passed down to the 10th Hokage later? In front of everyone's eyes, Ryan shook his head very calmly. No, as far as I am aware. At most, it has only reached the 7th Hokage. But in the middle, there will be some episodes. Hokage 5.5. His wish was fulfilled and he was killed even sooner after that. Speaking of which, Ryan's eyes instantly locked onto second Hokage Tobirama. So, if second Hokage goes back, it will still die in the first Ninja World War. And if chat rooms cannot add a new Hokage world, the function of the chat group may never be able to open the next function. Hashirama and Tsunade heard this. Immediately, he looked at Tobirama with a worried expression on his face. This may be related to the subsequent function opening of the chat group. Hashirama, it's so interesting to have such a magical place. Make sure that all the features are enabled. As for Tsunade, it's because Konoha in her own world is about to die. Use the follow-up functions available in the chat group. If there are 5 members. Tobirama, be careful on your way back. Yes, second grandpa, please take your own life as the top priority. Faced with the worry of his family, Tobirama naturally understood what was more important. As the first Hokage of people with the spirit of exploration in the history of Konohagaku for all kinds of forbidden ninjutsu, the second Hokage being Orochimaru, Tobirama is more aware of the importance of chat group than anyone else. The function of the connecting parallel worlds. Originally, after hearing his follow-up history, knowing that I had died just to kill those idiot disciples. If I don't bring these idiotic disciples with me when I go back, with the Flying Thunder God technique, who can stop him? But now, Tobirama changed his mind in an instant. Don't worry, everyone. I will not risk my life this time. Everyone nodded at hearing the words. What second Hokage said next unexpectedly caused everyone's faces to change drastically. Everyone, I plan to abdicate when I go back. Let Sarutobi hears and become the third Hokage. Without waiting for Tobirama to finish, Tsunade quickly interjected. Really? Second grandpa, you're confused. How can you make him a Hokage? However, Hashirama held out his hand to stop Tsunade who was about to say something. Although I don't know what Tobirama wants to do. He must have plans. Then he signaled Tobirama to continue. Seeing this, second Hokage also said, don't worry, because the alliance ceremony in a month's time requires the shadows of both parties to be present. Since I'm not going to be there, I need someone to sign for me. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jimura Denzo go when the time comes. He will be the shadow of Konoha so he must go, and the alliance ceremony can also be signed. As for whether you can come back alive, it depends on the situation. Speaking of this, Tobirama stopped as well. Tsunade on the side fell silent for an instant. She looked at his grandfather in shock. Even Ryan was quite surprised. It is worth mentioning that he was the Iron Fist kind of Hokage. The second Hokage in memory was the person who made Konoha develop rapidly, including Enbu, Ninja School, Konoha Guard, etc. Look now. I still underestimated the second Hokage. If he hadn't died during the first Ninja War, I'm afraid Konoha is even scarier than before. After hearing about this plan, I was very impressed. Ryan couldn't help but nod in agreement. Great choice. Even Hashirama, who was the eldest brother, also agrees now. He really wanted his younger brother to live. Seeing that everyone agrees with his plan, Tobirama was also relieved. Anyway, in history, the Hokage always dies. The dead third Hokage will also die. By the way, this plan will also get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jimura Denzo together. He not only changed his own history, but he also helped solve these two idiots. Alright, now that the second Hokage problem has been resolved, do you have any additional comments or thoughts to share? Otherwise, this meeting will come to an end, and we'll wait for the next one in 3 months. At that time, the World Leaderboard function and cross-border mutual assistance function will be activated. Ryan said, yes. Hashirama and the others suddenly looked at each other. He then shook his head. You already know what you need to know. There are still 2 years left for Hashirama. At that time, there should be a way to treat his body in the chat group. And Tobirama is planning to start his own plan immediately after returning. After all, his time is the most precious. As for Tsunade was looking forward to the 2 functions that will open after the second meeting. Seeing that the 3 of them are fine, Ryan decided to end the meeting himself. As the colorful glow instantly enveloped everyone. After Ryan slowly opened his eyes, he then found himself back in his office. Support me on P*3/Mariani. Chapter 7 Senju when they went home. As he looked at the familiar layout in front of me, Hashirama quickly sat up from the bed. Am I back? She asked. At that moment, Hashirama noticed that Mito and Tobirama were also present. What's up, brother? What's going on? Hashirama inquired. Startled, Hashirama looked up at the sky. Mito was already used to his nervous nature. Tobirama, standing beside them, felt a little bewildered. What do you mean by coming back? Didn't I just return? He wondered. And as soon as I came back, I went to see big brother Hashirama. Faced with Tobirama's doubts, Hashirama hastily waved his hand to indicate he had nothing more to say. However, what Hashirama didn't expect was that, after chatting with him for so long, it turned out that it had only been a blink of an eye. It was amazing. As I looked at the slightly immature Tobirama in front of me, I couldn't help but think about the second Hokage Tobirama whom I had seen in the chat group. They were the same person, yet the Tobirama in front of me still had a few years left before he grew up. However, when I thought about the last plan of second Hokage Tobirama, I couldn't help but stare at Tobirama in front of me intently. I did not expect this kid to come up with such a plan, as if he didn't care about his disciples at all. After a moment of reflection, Hashirama suddenly laughed. That fits Tobirama's character perfectly. What he should do is not hold back at all, just like in the battle between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan long ago. Senju Hashirama, who was the patriarch, played with Uchiha Madara. However, his younger brother tried his best to kill Madara and Izuna back then. If you don't kill the other party, he will never give up. Looking at my older brother in front of me, I smirked for a while before talking to myself. Tobirama couldn't help but look at Mito beside him. At this moment, Hashirama felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the two. He hastily asked Tobirama, how many disciples have you taken in recently? What? Yes, big brother. Tobirama replied. When Hashirama mentioned this topic, Tobirama suddenly became alert. You know too, brother. I have now accepted 3 disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denzo, and Uchiha Kagami. Especially Kagami, even though he belongs to the Uchiha clan, he has a heart for Konoha. He's a good kid. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Hashirama almost couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I know that you have accepted disciples. I also know that your 2 unfortunate disciples wiped out both the Senjo clan and the Uchiha clan. In this regard, Hashirama is also straightforward. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo return. Pay attention to these 2 families as well. Faced with Hashirama's orders, Tobirama, although he didn't understand how the 2 families had offended his eldest brother, did not hesitate to obey his words. Moreover, they were just 2 newly recruited disciples. Kick them out as soon as possible. They dared to offend big brother. It seems that these 2 families need to be properly monitored. Soon, Tobirama left the clan house with Hashirama's orders. The 2 small families of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were soon suppressed by Tobirama. Neither of the families had any idea what happened, except that they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo being kicked out by Tobirama as students. The patriarchs of the 2 families instantly became angry. 2 little brats, one of them exclaimed. What did you guys do? You made Tobirama-sama so angry. It's done, it's finished, we're through. What? Am I back? As I schemed over everything familiar in front of me, second Hokage Tobirama's eyes also widened. I didn't expect this chat group to be so amazing. But when I saw a few people in the office, especially the 2 standing in the front, second Hokage Tobirama's face darkened instantly. Hiruzen, why is the teacher suddenly so angry? He asked. Why do I feel a little flustered? Looking at the black-faced second Hokage Tobirama, Denzo couldn't help but feel guilty. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also confused. Why is the teacher suddenly so angry? Hiruzen whispered to Denzo beside him. While the 2 were communicating in hushed tones, Tobirama's expression instantly returned to his usual calm. He looked at both of them calmly. Next, I will announce the orders, Tobirama said. As Tobirama's voice faded, everyone present immediately became somber. However, the words of second Hokage Tobirama changed the expressions on everyone's faces. Sarutobi Hiruzen has taken over the position of Konoha's 3rd Hokage, he declared. Denzo will assist him as the Hokage's assistant. After the words were spoken, Denzo reacted the most violently. Instantly, he turned to second Hokage Tobirama in confusion and exclaimed, What? Why is this decision so sudden, teacher? In response, second Hokage did not provide any explanation. He simply looked at Denzo quietly, as if he could see right through him. The latter quickly realized the situation and hurriedly backed down. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quite surprised. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he immediately stepped forward and bowed down, saying, Thank you, teacher. I will not disappoint the teacher's trust. As I looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared to be a loyal and happy individual, the second Hokage Tobirama wanted to laugh. If you don't know your future goals, I can easily be fooled by the seemingly loyal guy. Now, however, well, get ready. In a month, you and Denzo will lead the team to the alliance ceremony. I also officially announce you as the 3rd Hokage to the entire ninja world. Listening to the orders of the second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly agreed. For a moment, he seemed to be in high spirits. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who couldn't hide the smile on his face, Denzo stood in the room, his face filled with jealousy. Damn you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why are you the Hokage? I'm not bad either. Teacher. You are not fair. Why did you choose Hiruzen suddenly? For a while, my stomach felt dissatisfied. But now the deal was done, so there was no point in saying more. I could only watch helplessly as Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the position of 3rd Hokage. In Tsunade's world is the 5th Hokage. Within the Hokage building, I looked at everything familiar in front of me. If it weren't for the vividness of everything that had just happened, I would have thought it was a dream. Wow, that's fantastic. I exclaimed. Just wait until the second meeting starts in 3 months, then, the current predicament can be resolved. Tsunade, who had found a solution, suddenly felt better. However, when I saw the information that Jiraiya had sacrificed his life for on the table, my emotions plummeted. Oh, if it had come earlier. Perhaps Jiraiya would still be alive. Support me on P*Trian/Mariani. Chapter 8, Chapter 8. The end of the meeting. Acquired items, none. The next Hokage meeting will commence in 3 months. Prior to the commencement of the meeting, group owners may immediately invite a Konoha Hokage to join the group chat. The bigger the number of people in the chat group, the longer the duration of the meeting. Looking at the settlement page of the chat room, Ryan was not surprised at all. Ryan's main concern is being able to invite another Konoha Hokage to join their group in 3 months' time. At that time, there will be 5 Hokage in the group. Can unlock other features. After 3 months, you will be able to unlock the World Leaderboard feature. Looking at the World Leaderboard function that has not been unlocked. At this moment, the more Ryan looked at the message from the system item obtained, none, the more dazzling his heart felt. Presumably, the World Leaderboard function should benefit all group members. At that time, he must find a way to be in the front row. Considering this, Ryan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 4th Hokage-sama. Just as Ryan was falling into deep thought, a handsome figure appeared at the door of the office instantly. Ryan, who had heard the voice, quickly put aside his thoughts. Please come in. Soon, the figure outside the door opened the door and walked in. Looking at the person, Ryan also smiled on his face. The person who came was Minato Namikaze, who was supposed to become the 4th Hokage. But now, he is Ryan's deputy. For Minato, the perfect tool man. Ryan naturally accepted it without any hesitation. Ryan has been taking advantage of opportunities presented by Minato ever since he was a child, including rescuing Kushina who had been captured by the Cloud Shinobi at that time. Fortunately, Minato had successfully apprenticed under Jiraiya. The strength is no different than the original. Hokage-sama, the evidence of the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family search for resources over the years have all been sorted out. Oh. Ryan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. This is the kind of thing that is too important because it will change the future of many families in Konoha. After I successfully squeezed out the 3rd Hokage from his position as the 3rd Hokage, then I continued to collect the black materials of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the blackmail materials of Shimura Denzo. Just by using these things, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have continued to sit in the Hokage's position. Now new blackmail material was collected by Minato. It was enough to kill these 2 people. It's time to close the deal. Let's go, Minato. Let's go and take a look what has the strongest Hokage in history has been doing over last 40 years. Soon, the 2 rushed towards the clans of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. As for whether Namikaze Minato will show mercy to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ryan is not worried at all. Since Ryan had sent Namikaze Minato to collect these blackmail materials bit by bit. Originally, Minato Namikaze was supported by Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato is much easier to control than Ryan. As a result, Ryan broke the news by surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell instantly. Because the impact was too great. Namikaze Minato, being close to the 3rd Hokage, naturally has no way of becoming the 4th Hokage. So, Ryan successfully took the position of the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato was sent by Ryan to gather black information on the collusion between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo. With an in-depth investigation, Minato Namikaze is also getting more and more frightened. At the same time, he admires Ryan more and more. If it were him, he couldn't do that at all. It is very likely that he will be controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a puppet to sit in the seat of the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato, who was following Ryan, was filled with many thoughts now. After all, he is a smart civilian ninja now he can clearly see the darkness of Konoha. But he has made up his mind. He firmly supports Ryan in securing the Hokage's position. Soon, the 2 arrived at the clanlands of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. Coincidentally, these 2 clans had almost killed off the Senjo clan. Only Uzumaki Mito, the wife of 1st Hokage, is now old and dying. Then these 2 groups took the former Senjo clan's land for themselves. The huge clanland of the Senjo clan was divided equally between these 2 people for their own clans. The 2 families got together and planned to reap as much as benefits on Konoha's grave. At this moment, the gates of both families were densely packed with people. He can't stand in the street anymore. One by one, they stood upon the wall. But everyone glared angrily at the gates of the 2 families in front of them. And the gates of both families, there was also a large crowd gathered. But these people's faces were full of pride. He did not pay attention to the people in front of him at all. Looking at the two, Ryan and Minato who had rushed over quickly. The faces of the ninjas surrounding the two big families suddenly showed joy. Fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage is here. Excellent. These people, look at how arrogant they are. For a moment, the scene instantly boiled over. You know, after traveling to this world, Ryan has no shortage of management personnel. Civilian ninjas protect their comrades and show kindness towards civilians. So, the approval rate of Ryan is very high. With the arrival of the two, their presence was felt immediately. Soon, a silver figure quickly came towards Ryan. The fourth Hokage. Seeing the person coming, Ryan couldn't help but nod. Sure, you can handle it. The latter stood behind Ryan without saying a word after hearing this. The person who had come was Kakashi's father, Hitoki Sakumo, also known as Konoha's White Fang. During his planning, Ryan saved the White Fang member from Konoha senior management, who had been nearly killed by the Konoha duo. Fortunately, the evidence of the spreading of the rumors and the statement of the companion who was rescued by Hitoki Sakumo was found in time. He had only succeeded in stopping White Fang from committing suicide in despair. Now he has become an unwavering sharp blade behind Ryan. As for the position of Hokage, at this time, Hitoki Sakumo had already lost his mind. Politics is not something that a pure individual like him cannot comprehend. Ryan arrived at the door of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Watching Ryan come to their door, the Sarutobi and Shimura groups also panicked now. What should they do? What can be done to prevent the fourth Hokage from coming? Go and inform the patriarch. Now we can only let the patriarch come. For a while, the clansmen gathered at the doorway panicked. But the few people in the lead forced others to calm down. Seeing approaching Ryan, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Fourth Hokage Master, what's happening today? If Hokage-sama needs anything, just give us an order. Is there really any need to mobilize so many shinobi to surround them? Support me on P*Mariani. Chapter 9. At this point, the few individuals leading both clans seemed to care less. After all, in their perspective, this was the territory of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan where the third Hokage resided, along with the family of the former Hokage's assistant, Denzo. Even if you are the fourth Hokage, you can't simply ignore social norms and barge in like this. As he looked at the few people blocking his way, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. I don't understand. Observing you all today, it's surprisingly pitiful. Just as Ryan finished speaking. No. Elder. Several dazzling slashes flashed by. The few individuals in front hadn't clearly seen what had happened. Accompanied by several heads soaring into the sky and exclamations from those around them, it was only at this moment that people noticed Hitoki Sakumo, who had been standing behind Ryan, slowly sheathing his sword. Confronting the crowd, the White Fang gazed around coldly. Who dares to disrespect the fourth Hokage? This is the end. After uttering those words, he stepped back behind Ryan. This instantly stunned everyone present. No one dared to step forward to stop him. Ahem. Fourth Hokage, you went a little too far. Just when the people from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were frozen in fear at the entrance, they knew it wasn't right to stop the fourth Hokage, but they were hesitant to let him in. The two figures slowly emerged from the clan grounds. Before the pair even arrived, their voices reached the crowd. The people of the two clans instantly calmed down. The individuals who approached were Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who had been ousted by Ryan, and Shimura Denzo, who had been dismissed even earlier. Just after the two appeared, Ryan's eyes narrowed slightly. He fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing an unsatisfied expression. Why? Still reluctant to let go of the Hokage position? Is this Hokage Imperial robe refusing to be taken off? Ryan saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had arrived before the assembly. At this moment, he still had the Hokage Imperial robe on. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem bothered at all. With a mischievous smile, he chuckled, ha ha, as people age, they tend to cling to the past. I was wearing it at home and reminiscing about the times with Denzo. It's not that I heard of your arrival, fourth Hokage, and I didn't have time to change, so I came over as is. However, before that, fourth Hokage, shouldn't you provide this old man with an explanation? With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured towards the several headless bodies on the ground. He directed a resentful gaze toward Ryan. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished he could tear Ryan into pieces. He berated himself for not having seen through this man's ambition from the beginning. Quietly gathering evidence against him, combined with Tsunade's support, led to his direct impeachment from the Hokage position. Thinking of Tsunade made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more furious. She had even sided with an outsider to deal with her own teacher. Ryan, today you must face the consequences. Finally seizing the opportunity and eliminating a few clan members had a price, but it was worth it. Denzo, standing at the side, naturally jumped in impatiently when he witnessed this. The foundation of my own efforts is the hard work I've put in. To replace Sarutobi one day and become Hokage myself. In the end, everything turned out to be a mere charade. His position was declared dismissed after Ryan assumed power. The ANDU route was completely disbanded, and its members were integrated into the ANDU and mission teams. Hitoki Sakumo was appointed in charge of this transition. You are being overly presumptuous, fourth Hokage. You hold the position of Hokage. How dare you let your subordinates attack fellow villagers? There must be severe consequences. Looking at the two senior figures who were still shouting before him, Ryan had no inclination to engage in conversation. He directly nodded to Namikaze Minato beside him. Observing this, the latter gestured to the ANDU operatives nearby. Announce it. Understood. Soon, several individuals swiftly performed hand seals. Crimson barriers instantly manifested on all sides. The four red yang formation enclosed both Hiruzen and Denzo, along with their clan members. All that was left was to eliminate them within this barrier, and everything would align with the plan. It's thanks to this ninjutsu that Ryan had the assurance to neutralize these two problematic figures without harming Konoha's future. As they watched the four red yang formation emerge suddenly, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo underwent rapid transformations. It was as if they had been transported back to the moment of their public judgment. This is bad. He must be stopped. Although they were uncertain about what damning evidence Ryan had amassed this time, Hiruzen didn't need to ponder deeply. The sheer determination Ryan displayed indicated that this evidence might be potent enough to shatter their already fragile reputations. Before either of them could react, Minato and Sakumo stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, one on the left and one on the right. Confronted by these two individuals, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to halt his actions. At this juncture, the entire population of Konoha also noticed the conspicuous emergence of the four red yang formation. Within the Hokage clan. Patriarch, what should we do? No rush. Let's observe for now. Presently, the entire Hokage clan remained within the confines of their compound, obediently watching the events unfold. Across the village in the Uchiha clan. Humph. The third Hokage still harbors hopes of recruiting the Uchiha clan. What a foolish aspiration. It seems that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans are about to become history this time. Gazing at the four red yang formation manifesting in the sky, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with satisfaction. It's fortunate that I resisted. Otherwise, we'd be left to settle scores with the fourth Hokage later. The Uchiha clan might not have survived his retribution. And the other prominent families of Konoha. The Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka, and other clans. All of them stayed within their family compounds, observing the unfolding events. Soon, the appearance of the four red yang formation in the sky underwent a change. Ryan's figure materialized gradually upon the luminous curtain formed by the formation. It's the fourth Hokage's projection. Ah, Lord fourth Hokage. What's happening now? Regardless of the circumstances, we will always support the fourth Hokage. Fourth Hokage-sama is incredibly dashing. With Ryan's appearance, the entire population of Konoha erupted with enthusiasm. Aside from a few enamored young women captivated by Ryan's appearance, most individuals were driven by curiosity. What was unfolding now? All citizens of Konoha. Today, an announcement will be made. For all these years, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all the damning evidence of collusion in various criminal activities committed by Hokage's assistant Shimura Denzo. To read up to chapter 111, please go to patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. My God. Real or fake? Did the third Hokage and Denzo being Hokage assistant did something bad behind the people of Konoha? It's just unbelievable. Ryan's words on the light curtain sent shockwaves through Konoha. The entire village erupted in chaos in mere moments, with most of the residents being civilians. Among the notable families, the Nara clan, known for their political acumen, was quick to pick up on the situation. While they didn't fully grasp the extent of third Hokage and Denzo's actions, they managed to piece together some clues. On the other hand, prominent clans like the Haiga and Uchiha seemed to rejoice at the revelation. It must be acknowledged that they had long suffered under the rule of the third Hokage, and now, with these revelations, they felt a sense of vindication. They refrained from actively attacking the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, as doing so might tarnish their image. However, it was only natural for them to take pleasure in the downfall of their adversaries. Meanwhile, in a Konoha tavern, a graceful figure sat by the window, pouring herself some sake. She gazed at Ryan's image displayed on the light curtain in the sky. The time has come, my boy. Sitting at the tavern was none other than Ryan's mentor, Tsunade Senju. As if struck by another thought, she glanced in the direction of the Sarutobi clan. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips, followed by another sip of sake. Tsunade murmured, Tsunade, is your intention to skip the teacher summons and invite me here? A cold and calculated voice interrupted her solitude. As Tsunade continued sipping her drink, a figure emanating an icy aura approached the tavern. With pale skin and a demeanor resembling a patient snake, the newcomer was Orochimaru, the snake Sunin, a genius of the same generation as Tsunade, the slug Sunin. Observing Orochimaru's approach, Tsunade remained silent. Instead, she fetched a bottle of sake from the side and placed it in front of him. Come, have a drink. I'm here just to enjoy the spectacle. Orochimaru stared at the offered sake, then turned his gaze to Tsunade. There was a rare sense of relief and ease in her demeanor, a sight he hadn't witnessed in a long time. Without further words, he reached for the drink and took a sip. As Orochimaru's gaze fixated on the distant light curtain, recent events flashed through his mind. A few days ago, Ryan had launched a campaign of public opinion within the village, revealing fragments of incriminating evidence against the third Hokage and Denzo. In the blink of an eye, the third Hokage was dethroned from his position, leaving everyone dumbfounded by the speed and precision of the coup. Ryan had taken up the mantle of Hokage with unprecedented rapidity, catching even Orochimaru off guard. But what baffled Orochimaru most was the fact that Ryan had chosen not to target him. At the time, Orochimaru had been conducting human experiments on Konoha villagers, in collaboration with Denzo. He had assumed he would meet the same fate as the third Hokage. To his astonishment, Ryan had spared him. Ryan had visited Orochimaru personally, putting aside the human experiments for the moment. Ryan pledged to continue funding Orochimaru's experiments but stipulated that the subjects must not be from Konoha. This twist left Orochimaru puzzled, unable to fully comprehend Ryan's motives. Still, Orochimaru was allowed to continue his experiments in Konoha, a compromise that pleased him greatly. As he considered Ryan's recent actions, a rare smile curled Orochimaru's lips. He was eager to relish the unfolding drama orchestrated by Ryan. Soon, all the evidence compiled by Namikaze Minato was unveiled on the light curtain. This evidence included plans by third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and his assistant, Shimura Denzo, to undermine the Senju clan. Ninjas from the Senju clan, regardless of their rank, were systematically sent on perilous missions, often resulting in their deaths. Even the Senju members integrated into Konoha were subjected to covered human experimentation. The true extent of their crimes was shocking. The horrifying revelation that the third Hokage and Denzo had even murdered Noiki, the young head of the Senju clan, in order to obtain the coveted wood style of the first Hokage, left the entire Konoha in stunned silence. No one had suspected such heinous acts from the seemingly benevolent third Hokage. Even the ninja families, who owed their teachings in the founding of Konoha to Hashirama and Tobirama, were taken aback by this dark truth. The weight of their actions hit hard, leaving only a handful of survivors in the Senju clan, Tsunade and Uzumaki Miko. These two were beyond ruthless. A chilling feeling swept through everyone in Konoha, and before they could fully process this revelation, the evidence on the light curtain continued to play. Plans of manipulation and collusion between the two families were laid bare, along with the revelation that Denzo had been secretly abducting talented individuals from various clans. Damn Denzo. No wonder our clan's geniuses disappeared overnight. These two monsters. Outrage erupted from the onlookers, especially among the major clans. The disappearances of promising talents over the years now made sense, and the families were on the verge of chaos, only held in check by the patriarch's influence. The evidence also exposed how the two had been relentlessly collecting resources, from ninja assets to civilian wealth. The supplies sent by the daimyo for the village's benefit were siphoned off by the scheming duo for their own gain. As a result, the Sarutobi and Shimura families, once small and inconspicuous, had rapidly grown into powerful forces rivaling even the Hyuga clan. Moreover, they weren't just cultivating ninjas, they fattened their ranks with ordinary citizens, indulging them in a life of comfort. This revelation ignited the anger of both the major clans and the civilians alike. Damn third Hokage. Calling him the third Hokage is an insult. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't deserve that title. Absolutely right. And that old man, Denzo. Both of them are despicable. Unforgivable. Konoha erupted into turmoil. The intelligent and perceptive citizens vented their rage, unleashing years of pent-up frustration at the two who had held them in check. The skies echoed with vehement condemnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo, whose facades had crumbled, were now exposed to the full force of public fury. Caught in the relentless wave of anger, the faces of the two culprits turned ashen. It's over. It's all over. They could only watch helplessly as the consequences of their actions unfurled before them. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani to read up to chapter 111. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Damn it. Sarutobi exclaimed in frustration. How did you manage to leave behind so much evidence? He questioned, looking at Denzo with a side glance at his longtime friend. You're nothing but a fool, Sarutobi Hiruzen, muttered Denzo under his breath, unable to contain his disdain. At that moment, his desire to strangle Denzo to death intensified. What are you doing? He asked sharply, his patience wearing thin. You do it, and you do it, he said, frustrated with the lack of responsibility shown by others. Why are there so many loose ends left behind? He wondered aloud, his frustration growing. Regardless, it was also a reflection of the shortcomings of the MBU system. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to be working. As Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded him, Denzo couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. At that moment, he wanted to cry without tears. You were a good companion, he said, his voice filled with bitterness, when we discussed how to deceive others. And now that it's all exposed, you're trying to shift the blame onto me. What's the use of talking so much now? He exclaimed, feeling the urgency of the situation. We need to find a solution quickly. For Denzo, it seemed like Sarutobi Hiruzen always blamed him when the schemes were exposed. Time was running out, and there was no point in explaining anymore. The blame had already been placed on him, and he had no choice but to bear it. But the most important thing now was to find a way to resolve the current situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around with an ugly expression as he heard the words, realizing that none of the other ninja families who had previously supported him were present, not even the Inoshikacho clans. As he observed Enbu, who surrounded and outnumbered them, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for a good solution. Relying on the two clans to break through was unrealistic, as the quality of their ninjas was far inferior to that of Enbu. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as powerful as the Hokage portrayed in the original book, and the combined strength of the two clans was not as impressive as expected. In the Fourth Ninja World War, the Sarutobi clan alone gathered 3,000 ninjas, which was far from the glory they currently possessed. Ryan. You traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed angrily. Do you really want to kill them all? I am the third Hokage, he reminded, his voice filled with authority. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt helpless and desperate, realizing that they had no feasible options left. He now had to point the finger at Ryan. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who resorted to desperate measures, Ryan shrugged and raised his hand slowly. Is that what you want? He asked mockingly. You think too highly of yourself, third Hokage. Listen carefully, Ryan continued, his tone dripping with sarcasm. This is the voice of the people. The current situation can only indicate one thing, you are truly unfit to be Hokage. As Ryan spoke, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the streets. The air was filled with high-pitched slogans. Overthrow the third Hokage. Execute Shimura Denzo. The slogans echoed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's and others' ears as the villagers gathered, fueled by the incriminating evidence they had read. The third Hokage's once amiable image had been shattered, replaced by the perception of collusion with a villain. As Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the slogans around him, Shimura Denzo's face grew even gloomier. The fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was being targeted was something he found hard to accept. He wondered why he was the one facing execution while being blamed for everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed Denzo's emotions and quickly patted his shoulder, his eyes filled with concern. In that moment, he felt a sense of panic. They couldn't afford for Denzo to have second thoughts now. Fortunately, Denzo understood that it was not the time for hesitation. Despite his reluctance, he knew they had to present a united front. Hiruzen, let's do it. Denzo urged. The only option now is to eliminate Ryan and regain our positions as Hokage. We must frame him for our crimes. As Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the increasingly clear slogans, his face contorted with an internal struggle. However, when his eyes fell upon Ryan wearing the Hokage imperial robe, his desire for power and position overcame any doubts. Denzo, let's proceed, he declared. When the time comes, I will make you Hokage. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued a direct order to the Sarutobi clan. Denso, on the other hand, couldn't contain his excitement upon hearing these words. Move quickly. Shimmer clan, follow my lead, he commanded. The fourth Hokage has lost his integrity. Let's frame the former Hokage. As the slogans reverberated in the air, the two clans that were supposed to be held accountable suddenly became the so-called righteous party. At that moment, the ninjas of the two clans appeared united and powerful, charging towards the surrounded Enbu. However, this righteous facade was merely an illusion. Ryan had nothing to say, and with a wave of his hand, the waiting Enbu members sprang into action. Today Sarutobi and Shimmer clans were far from the powerful forces they would become in the future. They paled in comparison to the might of Enbu. The Enbu swiftly launched an attack, overpowering the ninjas of the two clans. A ninja skilled in water style quickly unleashed a devastating water dragon jutsu, while another group utilized lightning style techniques. The ninjas of the two clans were no match for the Enbu, and the battle quickly turned into a rout. Panic screams filled the air as the ninjas desperately tried to escape. Damn it! Don't run away. It'll only hasten your demise. Ryan shouted, witnessing his own forces being effortlessly cut down. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimmer Denso grew increasingly anxious as they witnessed their people being mercilessly slaughtered. However, with Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakamo keeping a close eye on them, they knew they had to act swiftly. What will you do next, Denso? Ryan asked, his voice laced with both sarcasm and curiosity. Support me on Patreon.com/Mariani and have up to 10 chapters extra. Chapter 12. Crack. The sound of shackles opening filled the air. At that moment, Denso revealed his hidden arm under his clothes. Observing Denso releasing the restraints, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Denso. Capture the thief first, capture the king first. Once we take down Ryan, everything will be easier to handle. Humph. You don't need to remind me. Denso responded with a cold snort. In their current situation, there was only one way to defeat Ryan. Upon hearing Hiruzen's plan, Denso scoffed and immediately set his sights on Minato and Sakamo. I'll handle them both. You go deal with Ryan. Satisfied with Denso's commitment, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. Indeed, in critical moments, Denso had always proven to be his most reliable support. Without wasting any time, Denso took the lead and confronted Minato and Sakamo. Using the shadow clone technique, he created multiple clones that attacked the two Minatos simultaneously. Boom. Puffs of smoke filled the air as Denso's clones executed various wind-style ninjutsu in perfect coordination with the main body. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged directly at Ryan. Brat. The position of Hokage is not something a child like you can handle, he taunted. Watched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his figure disappeared in a few blurs, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fourth Hokage project. No need. You two focus on Denso. His right arm holds a surprise, Ryan advised Minato and Sakamo. As Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to attack Ryan, Minato and Sakamo attempted to intervene, but Ryan stopped them in their tracks. Unfazed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence, Ryan stood his ground, his expression unchanged. Ryan's arrogance brought a sneer to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Humph. Arrogant brat. I'll show you the strength of the strongest Hokage in Konoha. With his chakra concentrated in his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed the fire-style, fire dragon bomb. A torrent of scorching flames erupted from his mouth, turning everything in its path into scorched earth. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands swiftly formed seals once again, knowing that this level of attack wouldn't harm a cage-level opponent. Determined, Sarutobi Hiruzen activated the ninja art, Earth Dragon Fire Ryu. A ferocious earth dragon rose from the ground, accompanied by a surge of earth currents that rushed toward Ryan. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a stream of fire, merging it with the earth flow. The two elements blended together, resembling flowing magma. But the assault didn't end there. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his hand seals, completing the technique, ninja art, lightning water dragon bomb. A majestic water dragon materialized in an instant, crackling with lightning. With a triumphant tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered at Ryan, convinced that he had witnessed his opponent's defeat. However, to his astonishment, Ryan suddenly moved. Ryan swiftly clasped his palms together, creating countless inscriptions that appeared on his open hands. Old man, do you really think I haven't mastered this? With the flying thunder god technique, I'm not afraid of the first and second Hokage crawling out of hell to find you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale for a moment upon hearing Ryan's words. He became green with envy, jealousy, and hatred. In that instant, he wished to tear Ryan's body into 1,000 pieces. As Sarutobi Hiruzen glared coldly at Ryan, awaiting his next move, everyone's attention was drawn to a loud noise in the sky. The compound ninjutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen had unleashed moments ago collided with Ryan's attack. Explosions of scorching flames and flashing water dragons clashed in midair, creating billows of vapor. The sky above Konoha grew darker as dense clouds formed from the water vapor. Amidst the spectacle, Ryan's voice echoed across the battlefield. All Enbu, withdraw from the clan lands of the Sarutobi and Shimmer clans. Support me on Patreon.com/Mariani to read chapters in advance. Chapter 13. Upon hearing Ryan's order, the Enbu members who were still fighting or those who hadn't acted yet were mere witnesses to the unfolding events, and everyone swiftly began to evacuate. Countless figures hurriedly left the territories of the Sarutobi and Shimmer clans. Did they retreat? Great. We survived. Whoa. The terrified clansmen, who had resigned themselves to death, now embraced each other in tears of joy, feeling the relief and happiness brought by being alive. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denso couldn't fully rejoice. Having been hit by Namikaze Minato's thunder god mark, they felt slight discomfort. Hiruzen. What are you waiting for? Finish him off quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Denso, struggling to endure, glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained motionless. The anger in Denso's eyes nearly overwhelmed him. Upon hearing Denso's cry, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally noticed Denso's current state. At that moment, he saw Denso's long robe torn into shreds, and his right arm bandage completely unraveled, revealing the arm engraved with the first Hokage's face. The number of Sharingan on his arm had diminished, with only a few compared to the future where there would be many. Observing Denso's arm, Namikaze Minato and Hotaki Sakamo no longer held back. They swiftly moved to strike Denso's vital points. This inflicted considerable pain upon Denso, who would have been able to defend himself against numerous attacks. In an instant, he was overwhelmed and stumbled around like a lost dog. The 3 Sharingan secretly obtained on his arm were rendered useless, only serving as a lingering reminder. Denso's anger was justified. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't afford to delay any longer. He feared that procrastination would lead to further consequences. Thus, he chose to eliminate Denso first. Pretending to be innocent in this shinobi world. Massacring clans will expedite your demise. Die, you brat. As the Enbu members had nearly completed their withdrawal, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't concern himself with other matters. Although he sensed something was amiss, he recognized that the die was cast and had to be rolled. Ryan had to be eliminated for the survival of the two clans. With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly initiated his sealing technique. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen resuming his actions, Ryan no longer wished to waste time. Whoosh. The flying thunder god jutsu activated in an instant, accompanied by a burst of white light. Ryan, who had been far away, appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen within moments. So fast. You didn't throw the special kunai. How did you arrive here? Seeing Ryan instantly materialize before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen involuntarily narrowed his eyes. The hands that were previously forming seals unconsciously halted. Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered the flying thunder god technique well. While it didn't deter him from researching it, he envisioned that one of his clan members might possess extraordinary talent, compelling him to study it diligently. However, he knew that the activation of the flying thunder god required a special formula. How could Ryan suddenly appear before him without a trace? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this, his gaze caught sight of a distinct white symbol on the ground. When recognizing the symbol, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't be more familiar with it. It was the distinctive mark of the flying thunder god technique. But what he didn't expect was that Ryan had left it in this location. When had he done so? Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face displaying a mix of emotions, Ryan couldn't help but smile confidently. Don't bother looking. The hidden marks I've left throughout Konoha over the years are enough to cover every corner. Your two clans are my primary concern. Without giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to react, Ryan swiftly turned his palms upward, conjuring a spinning chakra ball. Raise Nan. Boom. An explosive sound resonated as a large cloud of smoke billowed forth. Ryan frowned in response. He was certain that he had struck Sarutobi Hiruzen with the raise Nan, but it clearly wasn't the old Hokage's body. As the smoke dissipated, a battered figure emerged before everyone's eyes. Cough. Hiruzen, what happened? I apologize, Ape Demon. I unexpectedly brought you out. Seeing the severely injured Ape Demon, Sarutobi hears and felt a pang of guilt. Yet, it wasn't the summoning technique that had been activated, it was Ryan himself who suffered the consequences. Forced to summon the Ape Demon, Sarutobi hears and had no other choice. However, observing the miserable state of the Ape Demon, it was clear that continuing the fight was futile. With a puff of smoke, the Ape Demon suddenly reverted to its summoning state and fled back. You responded quite well. But what do you plan to do next? Ryan hadn't expected to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen with that blow. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the sky, which had turned completely dark. Stars glimmered amidst the thunderous clouds. Realizing that everything was nearly prepared, Ryan extended his arm and pointed to the sky. Squeak. A bolt of lightning shot forth from Ryan's hand, disappearing into the clouds in an instant. Once the lightning vanished, the entire sky seemed to come alive. Rumble. A deafening roar echoed throughout the sky, capturing everyone's attention. The thunder in the heavens grew more intense. Wow, what kind of ninjutsu is this? It's terrifying. This is only the prelude, and it's already so powerful. If this is how it is when activated, then this ninjutsu is even more frightening. It seems to be the lightning style developed by the 4th Hokage's project. What an extraordinary talent. To develop such a fearsome lightning style ninjutsu. The major clans observing the battle were astonished, contemplating the connection between this grand battle and the 4th Hokage. Watch this move. I'll use this ninjutsu to send you to meet the Shinigami itself. Lightning style, Kirin. As the words left his mouth, Ryan promptly combined the shape transformation of lightning style with the nature transformation of ninjutsu, activating his technique. In an instant, a thunderous Kirin materialized in the sky, its entire body composed of lightning. With crimson eyes fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen below, the creature emanated a menacing aura. Ryan no longer hesitated. Guided by Chidori, the lightning Kirin descended rapidly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn it. I must dodge. Sarutobi Hiruzen succumbed to complete panic. Drawing upon his years of combat experience, he understood that failure to evade this attack would result in his demise. As he witnessed the Kirin hurtling from the heavens, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt trapped, ensnared in the beast's aerial domain. This technique was inevitable. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the dazzling lightning struck instantaneously. Read up to 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 14, Chapter 14. The sky above Konoha echoed with the sounds of countless chirping birds, creating a dazzling display into daylight. Wow. It's so mesmerizing, exclaimed one observer. Exactly what I'd expect from the 4th Hokage, added another. This ninjutsu is incredibly terrifying. Oh my god, I can't keep my eyes open. The onlookers, one by one, closed their eyes as if fearing an explosion from the overwhelming spectacle. As the thunderous noise subsided, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. I looked around, surveying the aftermath. The once thriving Sarutobi and Shimura clans where had their presence gone? Not a trace of either tribe remained. Only scorched earth stretched out in front of them. The clan lands, houses, and clan members had all been reduced to ashes by the devastating blow. Damn it. Hiruzen. Denzo cried out, gazing at the vanished family. Denzo, who was still recovering from his beating, now appeared even more tearful and pitiful. His furious gaze locked onto Ryan. Hiruzen can't be dead. Tell me, where is he? Denzo's eyes were bloodshot as he relentlessly interrogated Ryan. Observing Denzo's desperate demeanor, Ryan couldn't help but think that Sarutobi Hiruzen must have been like a loved one to him. Or something more. He. Although their relationship was not entirely clear when faced with Denzo's inquiries, Ryan generously pointed to the open space in front of him. He's all around us. Upon hearing this response, Denzo seemed to lose all strength, surrendering entirely. He weakly slumped to the ground, realizing deep down that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no chance of survival after the devastating ninjutsu. Even if I had 10 more Sharingans, it wouldn't be enough. Now that Hiruzen was gone and the family had vanished, Denzo had nothing left to fight for. He sat in a daze on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. Witnessing this, Ryan refrained from saying much. After exchanging a glance with Sakamo, Ryan gave a subtle signal. In an instant, Sakamo swiftly swung his knife, dispatching the man known as the Shadow of Konoha Denzo. With Denzo dead, Ryan let out a long sigh of relief. Having eliminated the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the internal crisis within Konoha had been resolved. Minato, send someone to clean up, Ryan instructed. Resume construction here as soon as possible. Having dealt with the affairs of the two clans, Ryan returned to the Hokage building, organizing the remaining work. At that moment, Ryan felt a greater sense of ease. Not long after Ryan's return, Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had been drinking in the tavern, arrived directly. Observing the two, Ryan didn't need to say a word before his head was pushed between Tsunade's ample bosom. MMPH. I can't breathe, master. Ryan muffledly protested. As Ryan struggled, Tsunade's face reddened. But considering the vengeance against the Senjo clan that her obedient apprentice had fulfilled, Tsunade had little concern. She continued to hold Ryan's head tightly, refusing to let go. Witnessing this, Ryan ceased his struggle, surrendering to the embrace of the soft bosom. Enjoying the sensation, he heard Tsunade's enthusiastic voice. Ryan, you were absolutely amazing just now. What are you doing? Just as Ryan was about to lose himself in the moment, a fiery red figure barged into the office. The person's hair seemed to flicker like flames. Recognizing the voice, Ryan hastily extracted himself from Tsunade's embrace. Seeing that Kushina was on the verge of going berserk, Ryan quickly spoke up. Haha, Kushina, master was just showing gratitude. It was quite exhilarating. Listening to Ryan's explanation, Tsunade eyed the two suspiciously. However, considering what had transpired with the Senjo clan, Tsunade's excitement seemed understandable. Furthermore, Tsunade Heim was still a relative of her own. Uzumaki Kushina had no choice but to relent. Observing this, Tsunade now wore a mischievous smile. After exchanging greetings with Kushina, Tsunade turned and left. But as Tsunade walked past Kushina, Ryan caught sight of Tsunade had a smirk on her face. Witnessing the scene, Ryan couldn't help but tremble slightly. Orochimaru, who stood nearby, also had a smirk on his face. Yet, with Tsunade's departure, Orochimaru decided not to taunt Ryan and left the office as well. As for the matters that remained in Konoha, they could be discussed another time. Soon, Ryan, with his silver tongue, managed to coax Kushina. Observing the well-behaved Kushina before him, Ryan let out a long sigh of relief. Kushina had narrowly avoided turning into a Shira. Women get jealous too easily, especially from other women. As for Tsunade, being a time traveler, would he ever let go of such an opportunity? The legendary 106. Jiraiya might be dead but his words live in every weeb's heart. That's how without any shame Ryan became Tsunade's student and gradually won her heart. One named Dan, who had gotten too close to Tsunade, had been dealt with by Ryan beforehand. However, now it was necessary to consolidate the power of the entire Konoha. Otherwise, in 3 months' time, during the next gathering of chat group, the world leaderboard function would be enabled. Failing to be at the forefront would be embarrassing for a time traveler. The following day, Minato, send someone to summon Uchiha Fugaku, Ryan instructed. Have him come to the Hokage building. Understood. Minato promptly relayed Ryan's message to the Uchiha family. In the current patriarch's residence, an envoy had arrived to deliver the news to Uchiha Fugaku. The 4th Hokage, do you wish to see me? I understand, Uchiha Fugaku replied. I'll head there immediately. Receiving Uchiha Fugaku's response, the envoy nodded and swiftly left the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Fugaku furrowed his brow, deep in thought about the reason behind the summons. Observing this, Mikoto, who had just come out, couldn't help but ask, Fugaku, why did the Hokage summon you? Any idea? Fugaku shook his head helplessly. If only I knew the reason, he said. I suppose it's best not to dwell on it anymore. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, regardless of the events to come, Fugaku had to meet with the Hokage first. The future of the Uchiha clan hinges on today's negotiation. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani. I am in a really tight situation. Chapter 15, Chapter 15. Here is the bonus chapter promised yesterday. Master Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku was here, a voice reported outside the door. Let him in, Ryan replied calmly. Upon hearing the sound, Uchiha Fugaku, who was filled with worry, realized that there was no anger in Ryan's voice. It brought a sense of relief, and he calmed down a bit. Fugaku carefully opened the door and entered the office. Observing Ryan seated in the office, the man who had assumed the position of Hokage with lightning speed, Uchiha Fugaku dared not harbor any ill intentions. He spoke seriously. Master Hokage, is there anything the Uchiha clan can do for you? Rest assured, the Uchiha clan has always been an integral part of Konoha village. We will work hard to cooperate, Fugaku declared, demonstrating his loyalty. Ryan looked up and down at Fugaku, taking note of his behavior. He sighed helplessly, realizing the proud nature of the Uchiha clan. The clan members only yearned for someone from their own ranks to become Hokage and change the current situation in Konoha and within the clan. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were repeatedly chosen, and the Uchiha clan suffered. Ryan understood this predicament. The Uchiha patriarch need not be so reserved. As a member of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, I will treat everyone equally, Ryan assured Fugaku, acknowledging the clan's struggles. Though surprised by Ryan's words, Fugaku remained cautious. After all, the influence of the old coin, the third Hokage, still lingered, and Fugaku wondered if Ryan could truly be trusted. The presence of Danzo and the negative sentiment from the villagers towards the Uchiha clan weighed heavily on his mind. Ryan recognized the futility of mere words in changing the situation. The Uchiha clan's status quo had to be fundamentally altered. He posed a question to Fugaku, inquiring about the current state of the Uchiha clan and its potential for change. Now that the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen is over, if you have any ideas, speak up, Ryan stated directly, urging Fugaku to share his thoughts. Fugaku's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He pondered Ryan's trustworthiness while considering the precarious state of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of silence, Fugaku cautiously replied, Master Hokage, our Uchiha clan is doing well. If you require our assistance, we are willing to contribute. Ryan's gaze deepened as he listened to Fugaku's response. Fugaku's heart raced in anticipation, and the office fell into a tense silence. Ryan finally spoke, instructing Fugaku to return and continue maintaining the status quo if that was their choice. Ryan waved his hand, signaling the presence of several envu to escort Fugaku out. Witnessing the situation, Fugaku realized that he could no longer stay in Konoha if the Uchiha clan persisted with the status quo. The proud Uchiha had been pushed to the outskirts of the village. Fugaku hastily changed his stance, acknowledging his mistake and seeking guidance from Ryan. A smile curled on Ryan's lips as he watched Fugaku's reaction. The Uchiha clan could finally settle down, but there was more work to be done. Ryan explained that the clan should relocate their land back to its previous location, away from the center of Konoha. He emphasized the need for change and offered a plan to gradually improve the Uchiha clan's reputation within Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku felt a surge of ecstasy. As the patriarch, he may have fallen short, but as a father, he had succeeded. The prospect of his son being accepted as a disciple by the Hokage, with a chance to become a future Hokage, overwhelmed him. Fugaku immediately pledged his loyalty and willingness to serve Ryan with unwavering devotion. Ryan assured Fugaku that no formalities were necessary and provided further instructions. He discussed the integration of Uchiha clan members into the Konoha Guard, dividing them into two teams, one to handle internal disputes within Konoha, and the other to maintain the true essence of the Uchiha clan. Ryan believed that through these measures, the Uchiha clan's reputation could gradually change for the better. Fugaku, filled with gratitude and admiration, pledged to make the necessary arrangements. He left the office, eager to implement the new policies. Ryan, feeling a sense of relief, knew that resolving the Uchiha clan's issues would strengthen Konoha further. With renewed confidence, he left the Hokage building, heading towards the Senjo clan's compound. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani. I am in a tight situation. Chapter 16. Hurry up. Uchiha Fugaku called out, his voice filled with urgency. Hurry up. I'm going back to the old clan land. Get rid of any unnecessary items, he instructed, his tone commanding. We're out of ink, someone exclaimed, realizing the shortage. This is the permission of the fourth Hokage. We can finally return to our ancestral land, another voice exclaimed, filled with excitement. The Uchiha clan was bustling with activity that day. Every member of the clan was happily packing their belongings. Ever since Uchiha Fugaku returned from the Hokage building, a clan meeting was called immediately. This time, the meeting wasn't about debating rebellion but about receiving direct orders from the patriarch. Fugaku announced several orders issued by Ryan, including the news that they could move back to their original location. Upon hearing this, several elders in the clan instantly stopped objecting and began to cooperate more actively. They understood the benefits of joining the Konoha Guard, despite their initial reservations. The elders realized that it could significantly change Konoha's perception of the Uchiha clan. While the Uchiha clan was preparing to relocate, a small group of discontented individuals gathered together. Scarlet Sharingan observed their gathering with cold indifference. Each member expressed their dissatisfaction, unaware that their every word was being recorded by a figure nearby. Uchiha Fugaku noticed this group and frowned at their behavior. Fugaku's good mood was instantly shattered. He snorted in disdain and reaffirmed his determination to protect the progress the Uchiha clan had made. He quickly went to the person responsible for task assignments within the clan and issued an order. Patriarch, the clan member acknowledged. Inform Uchiha Inuyaro and the others, Fugaku commanded. There has been an attack on our clan's border mines in the Land of Fire. Let them handle it. The clan member who received the task didn't think much of it. They assumed it was just another mission to protect the Uchiha clan's industry. They quickly relayed the order to Uchiha Rice Fire and the others, who promptly prepared their supplies and set off. As the proud Uchiha clan, they couldn't tolerate anyone who dared to threaten their interests. Little did they know that once they left, they would never return. The Uchiha clan's mighty relocation caught the attention of other families in Konoha village. Discussions began among the prominent families, questioning how the Uchiha clan managed to regain their previous land. Speculation about Hokage-sama's intentions filled the conversations. Among these families was the Hyga clan, a major Konoha clan. Hyga Hisashi suggested meeting with the fourth Hokage as soon as possible, noting the recent actions against the Shimura and Sarutobi families. He believed that the fourth Hokage possessed a firm grasp of power, surpassing even the third Hokage. Hisashi emphasized the need to establish goodwill in advance. Hyga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyga clan, frowned as he considered Hisashi's analysis. The Hyga clan had always maintained neutrality and refrained from favoring any side, regardless of who held the Hokage position. They offered assistance and supplies when necessary but never took a partisan stance. However, the current situation made Hayashi hesitate. Observing Hayashi's struggle, his younger brother Hisashi became anxious. He recognized that with a powerful Hokage like Ryan, there might be a chance to change the unjust system of the branch house within the Hyga clan. Hisashi couldn't help but feel hopeful. In fact, the Hyga clan had always boasted about their wealth compared to the Uchiha clan. However, their position within Konoha society was still quite precarious. When the Uchiha clan wore clothes bearing their family crest, the commoners of Konoha feared them. On the other hand, the Hyga clan's eldest lady could be bullied by ordinary children. This stark difference revealed the disparity between the two clans. Due to the Uchiha clan's actions, other families in Konoha village began making their own moves. The Inoshikacho clans, as a Hokage family, arrived at the Hokage office together, pledging their loyalty to Ryan. This gesture prompted other prominent and lesser-known families to follow suit, expressing their allegiance to the Hokage. Ryan openly addressed the Hyga brothers, Hayashi and Hisashi, when they approached him. Without any pretense, he asked, "Do you want to change the ridiculous system of the branch house and clan within the Hyga clan?" The words struck a chord with both brothers, leaving them bewildered yet intrigued. Hayashi, burdened with the responsibility of the patriarch, had long been dissatisfied with the system. Hisashi, on the other hand, felt a surge of excitement, believing that Ryan shared their desire for change. "Master Hokage, please enlighten us," Hayashi said, bowing before Ryan. Ryan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze to White Fang, who stood nearby. "Today, White Fang will accompany you to the Hyga clan and help you resolve the issue of the branch house system once and for all," he declared with determination. The mention of the caged bird seal evoked a playful expression from Ryan. He commented, "It's like cutting off an arm, it's absurd." He believed that the branch house was a burden, and the Hyga clan would have revolted long ago if not for the caged bird seal's control. Ryan left the choice in Hayashi's hands, stating, "It's up to you how to choose." With that, he returned to his paperwork, leaving Hayashi deep in thought. After some time, Hayashi looked at the caged bird seal on Hisashi's forehead. A decision was made at that moment. "I understand, Hokage-sama. Master White Fang, please accompany me to the Hyga clan's land," he declared. Ryan's satisfied smile confirmed that Hayashi had made the right choice. White Fang followed the two Hyga brothers as they set off for the Hyga clan. "Master Hokage, Fugaku-sama requests an audience," a messenger announced, interrupting the proceedings. "P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, please provide more feedback. Support me patreon.com/Mariani. I am in a tight situation." Chapter 17. "Please come in," Uchiha Fugaku called from outside the house, as he heard the sound. He cautiously opened the door to the Hokage's office and found Ryan sitting at the desk. Uchiha Fugaku approached Ryan and pulled two small figures towards him. "Hokage-sama, these are Shisui and Itaki," he said, introducing the two children to Ryan. After speaking, he brought the two little guys in front of Ryan. Shisui and Itaki appeared like two young kids at that moment. Remembering their performances in the original book, Ryan believed that with a little guidance, the two of them would become excellent swordsmen. From today onwards, I will be your teacher. I will train you rigorously. It's too late to regret now, Ryan declared, staring into the eyes of the two children. Shisui and Itaka seemed extremely excited upon hearing Ryan's words. They couldn't believe it at first when Fugaku told them that Hokage-sama wanted to accept them as his disciples. However, upon arriving at the Hokage building, their disbelief turned into astonishment. And now, hearing that Ryan wanted to take them as disciples, their excitement couldn't be contained. We would love to be your disciples. Nice to meet you, teacher, they exclaimed. Fugaku was delighted to see their enthusiasm. With this, the Uchiha clan became firmly connected to the Hokage. Ryan smiled, satisfied with the two excited young boys. He then turned to Uchiha Fugaku beside him and said, "Then, I will be the one to teach them. Let them follow me every day from now on." Fugaku wholeheartedly agreed to Ryan's proposal. He couldn't wait to have the two children by Ryan's side. With the purpose of bringing Fugaku here accomplished, Ryan didn't expect that his method of using force and persuasion on Uchiha would be so effective. But this was only the first step in inviting guests. By involving Fugaku, the most influential voice in the Uchiha clan, Ryan aimed to gain more favor. If he couldn't win over Ryan, Fugaku's fate would naturally be the same as the other elders of Uchiha beheaded. The position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan attracted many contenders, and without Fugaku, someone else would take the role. In that case, Ryan would continue his operations and achieve even better results. He would ensure complete loyalty and acceptance from the Uchiha clan. While thinking about these plans, Ryan couldn't help but touch his chin in satisfaction as he held the ninjutsu scroll given to him by Fugaku. Let the bullets fly and don't deceive me. This must be announced, he thought. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itaka were still in a state of ecstasy. As two kids who had always loved Konoha, becoming disciples of the Hokage was a dream come true. Ryan laughed and said to them, "All right, enough playing around. We won't practice today. I will take you to study." With that, he left the Hokage building accompanied by the two excited youngsters. The Uchiha clan had now become a force under Ryan's control. On the other side, within the Hyuga clan, a heated argument was taking place. Several elders of the clan were shouting at Hyuga Hayashi, accusing him of violating the clan's ancestral customs and stating that he was unfit to be the patriarch. The scene was intense, with headless corpses lying nearby. Witnessing this, the members of the branch house, who had caged birds on their heads, gathered and discussed the situation among themselves. They wondered why the patriarch had directly involved outsiders such as White Fang. They believed that this incident would change the history of their branch house. They saw Hayashi's actions as a way to save the Hyuga clan. In response to the elders' questioning, Hayashi had made up his mind. For the sake of his brother and the future of the Hyuga clan, he decided that the outdated clan system had to be abolished. He pointed out that although the Hyuga clan had been around since the establishment of Konoha, they were not truly qualified to compete with the Uchiha clan. Hayashi criticized the laziness and lack of contribution from some members of the clan and expressed his support for the branch house members who worked hard to develop the family. These words ignited the branch house members, who felt that being demoted to the branch house simply because they were born a few seconds later was unfair. They believed that if the main house members were wise, powerful, and dedicated to the family's growth, the branch house would have no complaints. Seeing the branch house members becoming more spirited, the timid members of the clan who had been intimidated by White Fang's actions began to find courage. They stood behind the clan elders, afraid to speak out. This scene shocked the remaining clan elders, who started to question what they had been protecting all these years. In the midst of the silence, a childish voice suddenly broke the tension. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice and realized that the visitor was none other than the Master Hokage himself. Instantly, they all saluted their revered leader. Support me on p*trian.com/Mariani. Chapter 18. And the one who had just spoken was Ryan's new disciple, Uchiha Itaki. Ryan's gaze swept across the remaining clan elders and members. "Itaki, Shisui, remember this," he said firmly. "Whether it's a family or a village, we must evolve. The wheel of time never stops turning, and if we fall behind, we will be left behind. Look at the current situation of the Hyuga clan. Their outdated clan system has not been changed, and as a result, they are trapped, endlessly exploiting the branch house." As Ryan spoke, his eyes focused on the clan members with prominent status and privileges. The seriousness of the Hyuga clan's problems was evident. Eventually, the breaking point will come, Ryan continued. The entire Hyuga clan will crumble and cease to exist. Upon hearing these words, Shisui and Itaki wore thoughtful expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi approached Ryan, aware that time was running out for the Hyuga clan. "Clan elders, do you wish to continue?" Ryan asked the disheartened elders, who were still trying to comprehend the situation caused by the new Hokage. The clan elders glanced at each other, resigned to their fate, and nodded. "We will follow the patriarch's arrangements," they declared. "From this day forward, the main family and branch house will no longer exist. We shall become the Hyuga family," the elders proclaimed. With the elders' resignation, their aged bodies appeared even wearier. Depression loomed over them. However, nobody paid attention to their old age at that moment. As the news of the decision spread, the branch house members erupted in joyous celebration. They cheered, expressing their relief and freedom from the oppressive system. Messages were quickly sent to inform the entire Hyuga clan, and tears of joy streamed down the faces of countless branch house members. In contrast, the main family members wore mournful expressions. They understood that without the distinction of the branch house, they would need to take on missions and face the battlefield without personal protection. They would have to rely solely on themselves. Hyuga Hayashi refused to spare any kindness to these indulgent family members, ordering some clansmen to send them away. With the matter settled, Ryan prepared to leave with his two pensive apprentices. However, before departing, he turned back and spoke to Hayashi, reminding him of a crucial task. "After you return, I will send the sealing team to assist in releasing the caged bird seal," Ryan instructed. "Make sure to coordinate with the clan elders." With his instructions given, Ryan left the Hyuga clan alongside Shisui. Hayashi readily agreed to the assistance of the Konoha sealing class, realizing that relying solely on a few clan elders to release the seal might take an indefinite amount of time. He also feared that the elders might change their minds over time. After respectfully bidding farewell to Ryan, Hayashi turned his gaze to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki, who stood beside the new Hokage. In his eyes, a bright light flickered. "No, I can't let the Uchiha clan take all the advantages." Hayashi thought to himself. "My Hyuga clan must follow Hokage-sama's lead." With this determination, Hayashi immediately sought out his younger brother, Hisashi. He asked him if there was a suitable candidate within the clan. Hisashi, understanding Hayashi's intentions upon seeing Shisui and Itaki, quickly caught on. "Brother, do you want me to find a talented individual?" Hisashi inquired. "Yes, that's right." Hayashi confirmed. Hisashi's mind raced, formulating a plan to find a talented member within the clan who could become Ryan's disciple. Once accomplished, their Hyuga family would be firmly bound to the Hokage lineage. "Brother, give me some time," Hisashi requested. "All right, but be careful. They must possess the talent and a respectable appearance," Hayashi cautioned. With their roles established, Hayashi then turned his attention to the caged bird seal. Several clan elders began the process of removing the seal from the branch house members. Meanwhile, Ryan and his apprentices made their way back to the Hokage building. With the Uchiha and Hyuga clans now firmly under his command, Ryan couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence for the upcoming second assembly. With the two major clans of Konoha aligned with him, and other influential families such as the Inoshikacho already on his side, civilian ninjas were sure to follow suit. Additionally, with powerful individuals like Minato, Hitaki, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kushina, who was soon to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the village's top combat strength was formidable. Ryan felt that his position was on par with the world of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. The first and second Hokage's worlds remained uncertain, but it was likely that his own position surpassed theirs. As for the other Hokage world that had not yet joined the chat group, it probably couldn't compare to his own. With these thoughts in mind, Ryan promptly contacted Minato. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 19. In the Senjo clan land. "Brother, why is this happening?" Tobirama questioned, his brows furrowing in confusion. Why are the Sarutobi and Shimura clans suddenly being driven out of Konoha? He couldn't comprehend the sudden change in their status. Didn't I already send those two brats back to their respective families? Hashirama looked equally puzzled. Senjo Tobirama had initially agreed without hesitation when Hashirama instructed him to remove both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo from Konoha. However, now Hashirama wanted to banish the two families altogether, which left Tobirama bewildered. He couldn't fathom why his elder brother was treating these two families so harshly. "If you don't give me a reason, I won't agree this time." Tobirama asserted firmly, sitting down directly in front of Hashirama, making it clear that he wouldn't leave without an explanation. Seeing his younger brother's determination, Hashirama sighed in resignation. Lately, Hashirama had been preoccupied with the discussions within the group. He was anticipating the upcoming second meeting and wondered what kind of leaderboard mode would be introduced. In Hashirama's view, Konoha was currently the strongest among the 5 major countries, and he intended to secure the top rank in his world. However, during his contemplation, Hashirama had a troubling realization. He believed that the Sarutobi and Chimera families, these two clans, could potentially bring great harm to Konoha in the future. They might even attempt to eradicate the Senju and Uchiha clans, putting both his and Madara's families in jeopardy. According to Hashirama's deductions, these two families must be spy clans sent by rival villages. After residing in Konoha for an extended period, they aimed to dismantle the village from within through covert operations. Yet, lacking concrete evidence, Hashirama had to resort to a less direct approach, expelling the two families from Konoha. Seeing Tobirama's refusal to yield, Hashirama had no choice but to address the issue while keeping the group chat matter hidden. When I was studying the mystical arts, I encountered the Sage of Six Paths and witnessed the future of Konoha. All the important events were revealed to me, Hashirama explained. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Tobirama briefly froze, but upon observing his elder brother's expression, he realized that Hashirama appeared sincere. As a younger brother, I can instantly detect if my elder brother is deceiving me, Tobirama noted, coming to trust Hashirama's claims. Brother, are the mystical arts truly so incredible? Tobirama asked, genuinely curious about this form of magic. Hashirama nodded solemnly. Yes, they are. Observing Tobirama's acceptance, Hashirama felt relieved. With Tobirama handling the situation, he was confident that things would be resolved appropriately. The hidden threat within Konoha was on the verge of being eliminated, allowing his world to take the lead. Hashirama's spirits lifted as he contemplated how this global leaderboard would benefit him, hoping for favorable outcomes. On the other side, while Hashirama's spirits soared, the Sarutobi and Chimera clans faced impending doom. In their relatively small families, it would be easy for Senju Tobirama to carry out their annihilation. Soon, a powerful enchantment enclosed the two clans, and countless figures infiltrated the barrier. The two future prominent families vanished as if they had never existed in this world before. In the world of the second Hokage, a month had swiftly passed. At the gates of Konoha village, the second Hokage stood among a gathering of numerous ninjas. One particular group stood out due to their distinct attire, as if they were preparing for a lengthy journey. Hiruzen, I appreciate your efforts thus far, the second Hokage, Tobirama, acknowledged. When you return, Konoha village will rely on you. This team consisted of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were about to depart for the land of thunder to form an alliance with the Cloud Shinobi village. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't contain his excitement. They were merely going to sign the alliance contract and then return to Konoha. Despite being the future third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen still felt a sense of humility at present. With sincerity, he promptly responded, rest assured, sensei. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's serious demeanor, the second Hokage's face bore an inexplicable smile, which he quickly concealed. However, he maintained the facade. After patting Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder, Tobirama removed the Hokage hat from his head and presented it solemnly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not disgrace Konoha, third Hokage. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes filled with determination as he gazed at the Hokage symbol in his hands. At that moment, he found himself entranced. This is how I fulfill my dream of becoming Hokage. Meanwhile, Shimura Denzo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets with jealousy, especially when he beheld the Hokage hat now in Sarutobi Hiruzen's possession. He struggled to hide his envy, as it was a symbol of the Hokage position that eluded him. He could only watch as Sarutobi Hiruzen donned the hat upon his head, feeling even more energized. Fear not, sensei. We will show the Cloud Shinobi village the true spirit of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, and the second Hokage smiled and nodded in response. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team departed, the second Hokage swiftly returned to the Hokage's office, where several ninjas from the Senju clan had already gathered. Patriarch, everything is prepared. Hashirama, the first Hokage, had passed away many years ago, and Tobirama had assumed the position of Patriarch. In response to the Patriarch's orders, all members of the Senju clan obeyed without question. Upon hearing this, the second Hokage, Tobirama, also nodded. Let us proceed tonight. We must act swiftly. Execute. Nightfall arrived, and under the leadership of the second Hokage, Tobirama, a ninja from the Senju clan approached the Sarutobi clan. Observing the Sarutobi clan's jubilation over Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming Hokage, the second Hokage's expression remained unchanged. He appeared as though he was observing a group of lifeless individuals. Commence the operation. Support me on /Mariani to read UPTO Chapter 134. Chapter 20, Chapter 20. The moment the order was received, all the ninjas of the Senju clan immediately launched an attack on the Sarutobi clan, who were in the midst of their celebration. Kill. Countless figures descended upon the Sarutobi clan in an instant. As the uninvited guests suddenly appeared before them, the Sarutobi clan was caught off guard, momentarily frozen in place. This was Konoha, the strongest ninja village in the world. So the Sarutobi clan never even considered the possibility of an enemy attack. After all, who would dare assassinate a family that was under the protection of the Hokage? Who are you? You weren't invited to the celebration, were you? Do you have a special mission? The second Hokage is still in the village. Amid their confusion and curiosity, the intruders brandished their ninja swords, glistening with a cold light. Slash. Slash. In an instant, multiple lives were lost, and the members of the Sarutobi clan members were left breathless, their expressions frozen in shock. The ground was stained with countless drops of blood. Damn it. It's the enemy. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. What is the Uchiha clan doing? How did so enemy dare to infiltrate Konoha? Go and inform the second Hokage. Faced with this sudden onslaught of enemies, panic spread like wildfire among the Sarutobi clan. Their faces turned pale, and their expressions filled with fear. However, due to the ongoing celebration, many of them were inebriated, which slowed their reactions even further. Moreover, they were facing the most elite ninjas of the Senju clan. After several rounds of battle, not a single member of the Sarutobi clan was left alive. The entire Sarutobi clan had been wiped out. And at that moment, just outside the Sarutobi clan, several Senju ninjas maintaining the barrier nodded to the second Hokage beside them. The second Hokage, awaiting the outcome, also nodded in response, though his expression remained unchanged. The iron-willed second Hokage would show no mercy to the culprits responsible for wiping out the Senju clan in the future. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, the second Hokage led his forces back to the Shimura clan. What awaited them there was the same fate that befell the Sarutobi clan. Meanwhile, on the way to the Cloud Shinobi village, everyone, move faster. After signing the alliance agreement as soon as possible, we'll return to the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen led the team, pushing them forward relentlessly. They didn't stop for a moment. To avoid exhaustion, they took ration pills to maintain their energy. Their goal was to reach the signing ceremony location as quickly as possible. There was nothing amiss within the Sarutobi clan. However, the ninjas from the Denzo and Shimura clans were reluctant. Hiruzen. This rush pace won't lead us anywhere. Take a break. Let's rest for a while, it won't hurt. The team is exhausted. Upon hearing Denzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had envisioned returning to the village and officially becoming the Hokage, frowned. He glanced at Denzo with dissatisfaction, as his beautiful aspirations were interrupted. Have you forgotten what our teacher told us? We must hurry to demonstrate Konoha's sincerity. If we are late to peace talks in front of second Hokage, what kind of impression will that leave? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's explanation, Denzo didn't listen to a word. As a longtime companion, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew all too well what Denzo was thinking. It might sound reasonable now, but deep down Denzo knew Hiruzen wanted to return to Konoha quickly and sit on the Hokage's throne. And the more Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed, the more displeased Denzo became. Why should you be the Hokage? I, Denzo, am just as capable. Then take your Sarutobi clan and go ahead. As a member of the Shimura clan, I need to rest. With that, he disregarded Sarutobi Hiruzen and stopped in his tracks. The ninjas of the Shimura clan also halted, following Denzo's lead. This caused Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had recently become the third Hokage, to lose face instantly. As he looked at the Sarutobi clan members behind him, watching his every move, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt anger welling up inside him. Denzo, what are you trying to do? I am the leader of this team, and I am the third Hokage, entrusted by our teacher. If you are dissatisfied, wait until the mission is completed, and then you can report back to our teacher. But for now, as the third Hokage, I order you to keep moving. At that moment, he glared at Denzo even more fiercely. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't afford to consider the close friendship they once shared. He was now the one sitting on the Hokage's throne, and Denzo had no choice but to obey. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly assert himself, using his status as the Hokage to suppress him, Denzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with unwillingness in his eyes. But after a while, it was Denzo who finally bowed his head first. This is military tactics. If you can't take orders from your superior, you do not belong in the military. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the team to continue, maintaining a blank expression. As for Denzo, despite his reluctance, he had no other option but to comply. Soon, the team resumed their rapid pace under Sarutobi Hiruzen's lead, and they arrived at the alliance ceremony site ahead of schedule. However, to their surprise, the place was eerily deserted. The preparations for the alliance ceremony were in place, but there was no one there. Seeing the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Denzo, by his side, quickly became vigilant. Hiruzen, something is amiss. I know. Their experiences from following the second Hokage into battle had taught them to be cautious. There was something wrong here. Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered the team to be on high alert. But before they could react, several figures swiftly surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team. TCH, I thought the second Hokage would be here. Brother, this kid is wearing the Hokage hat. He must be the new Hokage, right? Approaching them were the Cloud Shinobi brothers, Goldenhorn and Silverhorn. They were accompanied by their elite troops. Observing the arrival of the Goldenhorn and Silverhorn brothers, Sarutobi Hiruzen's instincts told him that trouble was brewing. These two lunatics were capable of anything. Though it was an alliance ceremony, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say, I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. We are here for the alliance ceremony. What is the meaning of this, Cloud Shinobi village? Where is the second Hokage? In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiries, the two brothers exchanged glances and sneered. Their faces were filled with mockery. Alliance? Are you joking? Who would want to ally with you, Konoha? As for the second Hokage, we brothers will send you to meet him soon enough. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, the surrounding Cloud Shinobi ruthlessly launched an attack on his team. The Goldenhorn and Silverhorn brothers headed straight for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo, and thus, the battle erupted instantaneously. Support me on Patreon.com/Mariani to read up to Chapter 111. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. A few days had passed since Sarutobi Hiruzen led the team to Cloud Shinobi village to form an alliance, but no news had come back. Even the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had disappeared overnight. These events caused panic to instantly spread throughout Konoha village. The prominent families were discussing it, and everyone was guessing what had happened. In Konoha village, Tobirama had been able to discreetly resolve the problems of the two families without anyone noticing. So, the enemy must have quietly dealt with the Sarutobi and Shimura families. Could it be possible that their families were eliminated? This thought caused a moment of panic among all the families. Soon, news arrived from Cloud Shinobi village. The Gold and Silver brothers had led a coup with their elite troops, killing the second Hokage and then targeting Konoha village's allies. In the final battle, the Konoha alliance team had been wiped out. The younger brother, Silverhorn, had died in battle, while the older brother, Goldenhorn, was seriously injured and disappeared. The other villages in Shinobi learned of these events, and this time Konoha had even sent the newly selected third Hokage. Haha, Konoha has suffered significant losses. The young Hokage is missing. Konoha is in pain this time. Suzuzu, I really want to see Senjo Tobirama's expression. For a while, the entire ninja world eagerly awaited Konoha's downfall. But at this time, Senjo Tobirama, the second Hokage, remained unconcerned. He had played a significant role in bringing about these events. Tobirama continued to oversee Konoha with the support of everyone. Spread the news that Konoha village has not chosen the third Hokage. It's all fake news. Soon, Senjo Tobirama's orders spread to all countries in the ninja world, sparking discussions in various ninja villages. For a while, the senior officials of each village couldn't comprehend Tobirama's intentions. However, they all realized that this time Tobirama had refrained from participating. Otherwise, it would have been Tobirama who perished. Perhaps they could take advantage of this situation and gain something from Konoha. But for now, Senjo Tobirama, the number one shinobi in the ninja world, remained alive and well. They couldn't afford to make fun of themselves either. Inside the Hokage office in Konoha village. Second Hokage, will the Hokage rock for the third Hokage continue to be carved? The person in charge of the engineering department stood carefully in front of the second Hokage. Hearing this question, Tobirama, who was still processing documents, couldn't help but raise his head. He looked at the person in charge in front of him. Seeing Tobirama's grave expression, the person quickly realized their mistake. Sorry, second Hokage, I was confused. The third Hokage has not been selected yet. Seeing the person in charge's reaction, Tobirama waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. After dealing with the files at hand, Tobirama couldn't help but look back at Konoha. His own destiny had been completely changed. It was now time to think about the upcoming second meeting when the world ranking would be announced. He wondered where his world would rank. With these thoughts in mind, a bright light flashed into Tobirama's eyes. He wasn't sure what was going on in his mind. In the fifth Hokage Tsunade's world, the whole of Konoha was waiting under her command. All the teams that had gone on missions had been recalled. Have all the teams have been recalled? Yes, Master Tsunade. Hearing Shizen's answer, Tsunade felt relieved. Konoha was now facing a formidable enemy, pain, and even Tsunade was concerned. Although Jiraiya had sent back information, the enemy could strike at any moment. Tsunade wasn't sure if they could hold out until the second meeting was called. However, Naruto had been sent to Mount Maiboku to learn senjutsu, and all the other Konoha shinobi had been recalled. Tsunade believed they should be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. She could only pray that the meeting would be held soon. As for the world ranking function, Tsunade didn't have the mood to think about it. Jiraiya's high combat power had been lost, so she doubted her world would rank highly. It was better not to dwell on it and focus on cross-border mutual assistance instead. In Ryan's Hokage world, Minato finally received a reply from Jiraiya. Master Hokage, Mr. Jiraiya has sent a message. Upon receiving the reply, Minato came to Ryan and handed him the information from Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Minato, tell Ryan that I have found the Akatsuki organization here. Surprisingly, the leader of the Akatsuki organization is really one of the 3 children I taught after the Second Shinobi War. I explained your plans and goals to Yahiko, and they showed great interest. I approached the 3 of them, and now they have agreed to bring the Akatsuki organization back to Konoha with me. Minato, when you receive this message, we are already on our way back to Konoha. We'll reach Konoha soon. Reading the content of the information, Ryan couldn't help but feel happy. This was excellent news. With the Akatsuki organization under their control, they could further strengthen Konoha. Ryan believed that his world would rank highly in the upcoming world ranking function, possibly even reaching the top spot. The only potential rival he considered was the world of the first Hokage. However, Ryan believed his own world would surpass it. They would have to wait for the world ranking function to be activated to know for sure. As time went by, Ryan was in his office contemplating how to continue strengthening Konoha when the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. The chat group meeting has been initiated. Would you like to start the second meeting? It's time, Ryan said, a smile forming on his face. 3 months had passed quickly, but now that the remake was over, Ryan didn't hesitate. Initiate. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani. To read UPTO Chapter 111. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Ding. The Hokage meeting is about to commence. Would you like to invite newcomers? Ryan wasted no time in making his decision. Invite. Ding. Invitation successful. Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage of Konoha, joined the group chat. A system beep caught Ryan off guard for a moment. Minato. Glancing at the system prompts, Ryan was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Namikaze Minato, who had been reporting to him just a moment ago. It seemed like Minato had been pulled into the Hokage chat group at an opportune time, which struck Ryan as quite coincidental. However, according to the system prompt, this Minato was the 4th Hokage from the original book timeline, the one he was familiar with. Although Minato held the title of Hokage, the elderly 3rd Hokage still held the real power behind the scenes. I wonder which period this 4th Hokage is from. If it's just before the Nine Tails Rebellion, things might get interesting. While Ryan pondered over this, a burst of colorful light suddenly illuminated his surroundings, engulfing him and transporting his consciousness into the space of the Hokage chat group. Inside the Hokage building, within Konoha village, Namikaze Minato, adorned in a handsome Hokage royal robe, sat amidst piles of files and reports. His flowing blonde hair was slightly disheveled. He stared wearily at the stack of documents before him. Seriously, why are there so many? Third Hokage, do we really have to process this many files? Ever since becoming Hokage, Namikaze Minato found himself inundated with an endless stream of paperwork. Each day was filled to the brim with files, and the workload only seemed to increase. Today, the files had accumulated into a towering mountain, leaving Minato feeling overwhelmed. Observing Minato's frustration, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the retired third Hokage who still retained more authority than the current Hokage, approached with a cheerful smile, his pipe in hand. Haha, you see, even this old man couldn't escape it. The seat of Hokage isn't an easy one to occupy. Minato couldn't muster a response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's comment. He could only persevere and continue working diligently. Each document was reviewed and approved promptly, which garnered a nod of approval from Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seemed like the decision to step down and pass the torch to the fourth Hokage was the right one, as it allowed him to retain power without the burden of tedious paperwork. This newfound freedom also offered him ample time to indulge in using the crystal ball for spying purposes. Teacher and student are the same. Can do anything for research. Just as Minato was begrudgingly engrossed in his paperwork, a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, has initiated a Hokage meeting. Please join now. Minato, momentarily perplexed, halted his work and surveyed the office, searching for the source of the voice. Other than himself and the third Hokage, no one else occupied the room. Master third Hokage, did you hear something just now? If Minato heard correctly, it appeared to be related to a Konoha Hokage chat group, an opportunity to communicate with other Hokage. However, the third Hokage seemed equally clueless. I didn't hear anything. Where is this sound coming from? Minato, puzzled by the situation, hesitated for a moment before deciding to voice his thoughts. But I definitely heard it. Minato regained his composure, suppressing the words he was about to utter. There was no doubt in his mind that he had heard the voice. Ding. Group owner Ryan has initiated a Hokage meeting. Please join now. That's it. That's the voice. Minato exclaimed, disregarding his confusion. He had no desire to spend another second in his overwhelming office, surrounded by endless documents. Count me in. I want to see. As Minato uttered those words, a radiant rainbow enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a pristine white space. At the head of a round table sat Ryan, wearing the familiar imperial robe. Seeing Ryan in the attire he wore, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but be taken aback. After a moment's pause, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Are you also the fourth Hokage?" Ryan, faced with Minato's question, raised his hands and replied, "Indeed, I am." Minato's calm demeanor and lack of surprise puzzled Ryan. "I see, so you already know about parallel universes and time travel. Please take a seat, not everyone has arrived yet." Ryan's words elicited the iconic smile from Minato. He settled into a seat at the round table, intending to inquire further about the chat group. Before Minato could utter a word, three more figures materialized in the chat space. Clad in Hokage robes, they all exuded an air of authority. As Namikaze Minato's gaze fell upon the figure in the middle, his eyes widened in astonishment. The first Hokage. Support me on Patreon.com/Mariani to read UPTO Chapter 111 in advance. Chapter 23. First Hokage. And the second Hokage too. Is that Master Tsunade next to them? Minato stood frozen in place, his curiosity about the chat group momentarily forgotten as he took in the sight before him. Everything suddenly made sense. He was in the Konoha Hokage chat group, a place where all the Hokage, including potential future ones like Tsunade, could gather. Wait, did I get pulled into this? What era of Hokage are you? He looks as young as the fourth Hokage. The three new members of the chat group, the first and second Hokage, noticed Minato's presence and inquired about his identity. The group had indeed brought in another Hokage for their second meeting, unlocking the leaderboard and cross-border mutual assistance functions. While the first and second Hokage showed keen interest in Minato, Tsunade, standing beside them, recognized him immediately. "Grandpa, that's Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage I know." Tsunade explained Minato's identity, and he proudly displayed his fourth Hokage status by wearing the imperial robe. This caught the attention of the first and second Hokage, who turned to Ryan, the group leader, expecting an introduction. "Boy Ryan, tell us about this fourth Hokage." Ryan, being the fourth Hokage himself and well-versed in Konoha's history, began to explain. As everyone took their seats, Minato's curiosity grew. He had not expected to learn about his own future. "Minato, what year is it on your side?" Ryan asked, wanting to establish the timeline. After a moment's thought, Minato replied, "It's the 48th year of Konoha." Upon hearing Minato's answer, Ryan and Tsunade's expressions changed instantly. The first and second Hokage beside them also grasped the situation. "Wait, does that mean this kid died this year? The war is over. How did this kid die?" Ryan proceeded to reveal the chain of events leading to the chaos caused by the Nine Tails. He explained how Masked Man, in collusion with Shimura Denzo, sought to take control of the Nine Tails by targeting the fourth Hokage's child. Ultimately, Minato defeated the Masked Man but sacrificed his life and that of his wife, Kushina, in the process. The loss of the fourth Hokage and his wife left Konoha in a vulnerable state, but the third Hokage stepped up to lead the village once again. The first and second Hokage were shocked by the revelations. What in the world? The Nine Tails can take lives. As the first Hokage expressed his disbelief, the other members of the group, including Ryan, felt exasperated. Some people might not know, but to defeat Hashirama, Madara had to transplant Hashirama cells and use Rin. He was so OP that his cells were cheat codes comparable to Baiju. In the current chat group, even Ryan was not as powerful as Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. The second Hokage realized the full extent of the situation, especially regarding Shimura Denzo's involvement. "What about you, Suna? When did you become Hokage?" Understanding the second Hokage's question, Tsunade reluctantly responded, "The third Hokage will pass away in over 10 years." Upon hearing this, the second Hokage's frustration grew. He began suspecting that Denzo might have planned the whole incident together with the Masked Man again. "So, I'm going to die this year." Minato, now aware of his own future, stood frozen in place. He had not expected to die just after the birth of his child. The weight of his responsibilities as Hokage, the lack of time for his wife, and the orphaning of his newborn child overwhelmed him. Minato's once sunny disposition turned icy. Observing Minato's despair, Ryan understood his current state. Thanks to his earlier interventions, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo had been eliminated. Otherwise, Minato would not have fared well. At that moment, Ryan thought of Naruto. "Minato, don't you want to know what happened to your son?" Startled by Ryan's words, Minato realized the significance and pleaded, "Group leader, please tell me." Ryan proceeded to explain that Naruto, before Minato's death, sealed the Nine Tails within himself. However, the third Hokage ordered that Naruto's identity as the fourth Hokage's son be concealed. Instead, the village learned of Naruto's connection to the Nine Tails, leading to mistreatment from an early age. The nanny who cared for Naruto would mix boiling water with his milk, disregarding the temperature before pouring it unceremoniously. Some even wanted to kill Naruto outright. But the third Hokage wouldn't allow the Jinchuriki to die, so he took immediate action. As Ryan recounted Naruto's tragic experiences, Namikaze Minato's face turned dark and his rage intensified. The second Hokage, too, felt a deep sense of shame, regretting his decision to pass on the Hokage title to such an individual. Afterwards, none of the fourth Hokage's legacy was passed down to Naruto. Instead, he was placed in the orphan resettlement house. He received a meager allowance, drank expired milk, and often went hungry. When he ventured outside, the villagers pointed fingers at him and called him a demon fox. No one wanted to play with him. The only joy he experienced was during the third Hokage's monthly visits to the orphanage. As Ryan finished speaking, a wave of terrifying aura emanated from Namikaze Minato. He no longer resembled the cheerful person known as the Little Sunday. Instead, he stood up with a grim determination, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Seeing Minato's state, Tsunade fell silent. Ryan's account of Naruto's past experiences resonated with her, leading her to reflect on how Naruto managed to grow into the person he was. She couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, knowing that Minato's fury might prevent him from succumbing to darkness and becoming the greatest menace in the ninja world. Understanding Minato's overwhelming anger as a father, Ryan made an effort to calm him. "Minato, please take a seat. These events belong to the future, and now you know what lies ahead. Will you allow them to happen again?" Read up to 113 chapters have been uploaded on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 24. Namikaze Minato sat down but started making plans in his heart. When he returns from the chat group, he decided to start preparing countermeasures. Especially the two old guys, third Hokage and Denzo. I knew I had to come up with swift and deadly countermeasures on my own. As I looked at Namikaze Minato, who was lost in thought, I also realized that everyone else also understood that this kid suddenly knew about such a big surprise in his future. We were all thinking about countermeasures for him in our hearts. However, at that moment, Tsunade hastily turned her gaze towards Ryan. Group leader, there are already 5 people in the chat group, Tsunade said, her biggest concern evident in her voice. Are the other functions unlocked? This was a pressing matter for Tsunade. The first Hokage and second Hokage beside her wore expressions of eagerness. Yes, Tsunade. First, there is world ranking, Ryan replied, his excitement evident. I've been waiting. Even the second Hokage seemed moved by the situation. He too wanted to know how he would fare in the rankings of the several Hokage worlds. The world leaderboard. Minato, who was still pondering countermeasures, suddenly perked up upon hearing the chatter. He realized that the key question lay in understanding the significance of this ranking list. It couldn't be as simple as it seemed, considering the first Hokage and second Hokage were equally eager about it. Observing their reactions, Ryan wasn't one to hesitate. So, everyone, let's start now, he declared, prompting everyone to sit up attentively. With eager eyes fixed on Ryan, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of us in an instant. Do you want to start this world ranking? The curtain asked. Let's start. Ryan's voice rang out, and the light curtain before us began to change. The world leaderboard commenced its ranking. The participation ranking consisted of the world of first Hokage Hashirama, the world of second Hokage Tobirama, the world of fourth Hokage Ryan, the world of fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the world of fifth Hokage Tsunade. However, there was a note of caution. The preciousness of the leaderboard rewards is related to the world power participating in the ranking. If you want to get better rewards, please increase the power of your respective world as much as possible. Upon seeing this text on the light curtain, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Sure enough, there are rewards, someone exclaimed. The fact that the rewards were influenced by all the participating worlds only added to the excitement. It seems the chat group has a bigger purpose than just bringing us together, Tobirama remarked. It's about building a grand Hokage alliance. After Ryan analyzed the situation, he continued, I just don't know whose world will take the top spot. The tension in the room escalated as Ryan spoke. Everyone's expressions became serious as they stared fixedly at the light curtain. I established Konoha. Senjo Hashirama thought to himself. I should be able to claim the first place this time. Yes, if you didn't donate the tail beasts and had your way from Madara-chan. Defeating you would be difficult even if Naruto comes. Meanwhile, the second Hokage, Senjo Tobirama, seemed confident, considering how rapidly Konoha had developed under his leadership. This time it should be me in the first place, he believed. Minato, on the other hand, had his eyes on the first and second Hokage. The first place should be a contest between the first Hokage and the second Hokage, he deduced. As the leader of the fourth Hokage, Ryan's situation shouldn't be too different from his own. However, the opportunities for the first Hokage and second Hokage seemed a bit more promising. As the text on the light curtain continued to change, the moment of unveiling the first place approached. And then, it was revealed, first place, the world of fourth Hokage Ryan. The words instantly caught everyone's attention. Hey, it's not me, someone exclaimed, followed by praise for Ryan's achievement. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama, as the founder of Konoha, was generous in his admiration for the excellent Hokage of the future. I didn't expect you to take first place, second Hokage Tobirama said, surprised. He had prepared in advance but fell short of his expectations. Chuckling, Ryan responded, it's a fluke. Thanks to my constant efforts to increase Konoha's power, it's finally paying off. The next revelation was the ability to showcase national power, a function that even Ryan hadn't anticipated. This function allowed all the developmental aspects of Konoha to be displayed synchronously. Naturally, Ryan readily agreed to exhibit Konoha's progress. The future prize pool was closely tied to the national strength of all the participating Hokage, so the stronger the worlds became, the better the benefits they would receive. Exhibit. Ryan commended, and the text on the light curtain changed once more. The first Hokage and others sat upright, rejuvenated with enthusiasm. The display of national power was about to begin. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Ryan's figure appeared on the light curtain. So amazing, someone exclaimed. Not bad at all. Let me see how Brat Ryan achieved first place, Hashirama said, eager to inspect the results. Tobirama scrutinized every frame and picture on the light curtain, hoping to unravel the secret behind Ryan's success and how he surpassed him. Tsunade, on the other hand, watched the excitement unfold, her focus drawn to another function that had been activated. Minato, the fourth Hokage, was the only one wearing an extremely serious expression. He knew that Ryan and he were near contemporaries, and there must be something he could learn from this experience. With that knowledge, he would face the third Hokage and Denzo back in his own world with newfound confidence. As the pictures on the light curtain slowly unfolded, the story continued to unfold. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani to read 25 to 30 chapters ahead. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. You were born in Konoha village. Your parents were civilian ninjas. At the age of 2, your parents went out on a mission and sacrificed themselves for Konoha, leaving you a pension and a few ninjutsu. When you were 3 years old, you realized the dangers of the world and began practicing, successfully extracting chakra. At the age of 5, you passed the entrance examination for the ninja school and met Namikaze Minato, who was also a civilian ninja. At the age of 6, you displayed extraordinary talent and applied for early graduation, becoming the top student. As you looked at the light curtain, Ryan continued to grow, little by little, showcasing the display of national power. The curtain showed the lives of the Hokage selected from each world, with the ability to fast forward and replay the events in front of everyone. Not bad. This talent is exceptional. Even in the Sengoku era, only a few can compare to you. Based on Ryan's childhood experiences, Hashirama gave a serious thumbs up, realizing that ninjas during the Sengoku period were trained from a very young age, unlike Ryan's time of peace. Despite that, Ryan managed to emerge as a commoner ninja, earning Hashirama's admiration. The second Hokage, Tobirama, nodded in agreement. Minato, observing the friendship between Ryan and himself in that world, felt relieved. At the age of 7, you had already graduated from the ninja school and spent a year practicing day and night. You took the initiative to learn medical ninjutsu and managed to attract Tsunade's attention, eventually becoming her apprentice. Under Tsunade's guidance, your strength improved rapidly. Tsunade, initially indifferent, was now surprisingly moved. She hadn't expected the Ryan in front of her to be her apprentice. As she carefully looked over the picture, Tsunade looked at Ryan with a touch of tenderness. Although they were not in the same world, since Ryan had revered her as a teacher in that world, he was her disciple. The first and second Hokage were also taken aback by this revelation. As the group leader, they and Ryan had an unexpected connection. This brought them closer together. At the age of 8, due to your extraordinary soul and chakra control, you began studying the nature transformation of the 5 chakra attributes. With Tsunade's help, you successfully mastered all 5 types of chakra nature and developed powerful ninjutsu like Rasengan, Chidori, and Rigiri, making you stronger than some shonen. At the age of 9, during the ongoing Second Ninja World War, you accompanied your master Tsunade to the battlefield. Witnessing the cruelty of war, you became determined to work hard to end it. With your incredible strength, you fought and defeated many enemies on the battlefield, although you sometimes felt a bit timid. When the Second Ninja World War ended at the age of 14, your outstanding performance on the battlefield earned you a great reputation. You gained support from the major ninjas and became popular among the civilian ninjas. At this point, you already knew the true colors of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo, and the Senjo clan was merely surviving in the name. To achieve your dream, you decided to take the position of Hokage. Secretly collecting evidence of the third Hokage and Denzo's wrongdoings over the years, including the murder of the Uchiha clan members, especially Uchiha Kagami, and the desecration of the first Hokage's remains, you plan to expose them. Minato, when you return, you should collect evidence too. With your Flying Thunder God technique, it will be easy to find evidence against them. Ryan suggested to Minato, also adding, as Hokage, sometimes you have to abandon your innocent thoughts. On this matter, the second Hokage did a good job. Agreeing with Ryan's suggestion, the second Hokage nodded with a relieved expression, looking at Minato intently. As Hokage, you must have a ruthless attitude, he emphasized. Minato, having understood the lesson from Ryan's experiences, solemnly nodded. He knew what he had to do, thinking about the future treatment of his children. After returning, he would be merciless towards the 2 old figures, third Hokage and Denzo. At the age of 15, in the village rumors were spreading about the news of Hitachi Sakumo's failed mission, and even his rescued teammates accused Konoha's White Fang of betrayal. Realizing it was his time to act, you secretly apprehended the teammate who accused Sakumo and used genjutsu to force him to reveal the truth. Sakumo, who was on the verge of suicide, changed his mind upon learning the truth. Disillusioned with politics, he chose to support you. With Sakamo's addition, you gained more confidence and started instructing your subordinates, who had developed over the years, to spread rumors about the third Hokage and Denzo. As the rumors fermented, you knew that change was imminent. With Tsunade's assistance, you gathered the heads of the major ninja families and presented them with the collected evidence, explaining your intentions. With the support of a group of ninjas, you successfully overthrew the rule of the third Hokage and took the position of Hokage. As Ryan's story unfolded, everyone marveled at his experiences. Even the second Hokage couldn't help but admire Ryan's methods, acknowledging their speed and ruthlessness. Ryan's approach directly struck at the heart of Konoha, which was originally formed by the major families. Tsunade, representing the Senjo clan, summoned the heads of the major clans, who, armed with the evidence, didn't want to suffer the same fate as the Senjo clan. They also desired to remove the two old dogs, third Hokage and Denzo, from power. Everything seemed to flow naturally. The final blow was struck in unison with the major families to overthrow the rule of the third Hokage and Denzo. Ryan's status as a commoner ninja and his extensive support base played significant roles. Minato, now convinced, understood why Ryan could become Hokage in that world. Perhaps Ryan didn't even see Minato as an opponent. Chapter 26. In the same year, after successfully assuming the position of Hokage, you began vigorously promoting your trusted allies and many civilian ninjas were given important roles. As a close friend, Namikaze Minato was directly appointed by your side. However, upon taking charge of Konoha, you discovered that a significant portion of the village's resources had been consumed by the two influential figures, the third Hokage and Denzo, who were supporting their specific clans. Realizing that to truly control Konoha, you needed to address these two clans completely, a growing sense of anger fueled your determination. The more I observe, the angrier I become. These two individuals have engaged in all sorts of misconduct. The resources have been monopolized by just two people. No wonder these two small clans managed to grow so rapidly. As everyone looked at the contents displayed on the screen, Hashirama and the others were filled with indignation. For a village like Konoha to flourish, its development should be prioritized, rather than focusing solely on the well-being of specific individuals. Reflecting on the last gathering where the individuals they arranged were eliminated, they resolved to confront and rectify the situation upon their return. When you return, make sure to gather evidence against them too, Minato. With your Flying Thunder God technique, it will be easy to uncover their wrongdoings. Supporting Ryan's plan, the second Hokage nodded earnestly, looking at Minato with determination. He understood the necessity for a Hokage to be resolute. Minato, comprehending the lesson from Ryan's experiences, solemnly nodded. He knew what had to be done, contemplating the future treatment of his children. Upon his return, he would relentlessly expose the misdeeds of the third Hokage and Denzo. At the age of 16, you became the leader of the Konoha Hokage chat group. To rapidly bolster Konoha's strength within 3 months, you expedited your plan. After the conclusion of the initial meeting, you began strategizing. The more substantial evidence against the third Hokage and Denzo was quickly compiled, potent enough to deliver a decisive blow. You swiftly led the Enbu to surround the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. After exposing their crimes to the entire village, you executed the members of both clans. With the elimination of these two clans, you faced the loss of Konoha's combat power and sought to restore it by targeting other families. If all the clans in Konoha can be united, the village's strength will not diminish but rather increase. Brad Ryan, don't you have concerns about the Uchiha clan? That level of extreme power must be vigilantly monitored at all times. Examining the contents on the light curtain, the first and second Hokage grasped Ryan's intentions. Given the Uchiha clan's contribution in founding Konoha with the first Hokage in their possession of the Sharingan's extraordinary power, the second Hokage had always remained cautious towards them. Although no issues had arisen, there existed a certain level of distrust between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Additionally, dissenting voices within the clan further exacerbated the situation. This distortion of the second Hokage's initial intent by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo had driven them to oppress the Uchiha clan relentlessly. After all, the Senjo clan had already been wiped out by these two individuals. Upon realizing that Ryan's target was the Uchiha clan, the first and second Hokage were genuinely astonished. The second Hokage's wariness stemmed from the notion that the Uchiha clan might still harbor disobedience towards Konoha's Hokage. Ryan chose not to elaborate on this matter, focusing instead on the unfolding events depicted on the light curtain. After eliminating the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, you summoned the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. During your interaction, you effectively utilized your political acumen, beheads the dogs to warn the monkeys and then promised them glory. With this combination of tactics, Uchiha Fugaku stood no chance against you. In an instant, the entire Uchiha clan was grateful to you and pledged their loyalty to your cause. Observing the screen, the first Hokage and others were momentarily frozen in place. Disbelief was etched on their faces. The proud and formidable Uchiha clan had willingly surrendered. Some individuals also noticed key details the method Ryan employed to deal with the Uchiha clan. Kill the dogs to warn the monkeys. What does that mean? In response to their bewildered expressions, Ryan began explaining, actually, this method is quite straightforward. First, glory refers to enticing someone influential within the opposing clan with rewards or promises. Second, behead is a continuation of the first step. If bribery fails, then eliminate a group of individuals. Their elimination instills fear in others and helps achieve the desired outcome. Third, after applying pressure, offer additional incentives to the surviving members. This way, their loyalty can be secured. After Ryan's explanation, everyone observed the scenes displayed on the light curtain, which corroborated his words. After returning the Uchiha clan's territory to them, the entire Uchiha clan rallied behind you. Moreover, you took Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi as your apprentices. Since then, the Uchiha clan has remained staunchly loyal to you. This. Is it truly that simple? This approach subdued the proud Uchiha clan. Witnessing Ryan's actions on the screen, Hashirama and the others were astounded. No one had anticipated that the Uchiha clan could be handled in such a manner. No wonder you secured the top position. Tobirama couldn't help but praise, captivated by the events unfolding. Yet, the light curtain continued to shift, revealing a brand new scene. What is this? The Hyga clan. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani to read 30 chapters in advance. Chapter 27. After resolving the Uchiha clan issue, you believe it's necessary to bring all the clans under your control. Using powerful means to swiftly address and dismantle the outdated main family and branch house system of the Hyga family. So far, many other ninja families have pledged their allegiance to you, and the entire village of Konoha is now fully unified. The Konoha Sunin have remained in the village, and Konoha's White Fang continues to serve. As everyone gazed at the content displayed on the screen, they finally realized the significant correlation between national power and high-end combat capabilities. Behind the screen, Hashirama and the others shifted uneasily. The people in the image had to be located and trained once more. It was a talented and strong individual that enhanced one's own influence on the world stage. As the first and second Hokages contemplated how to identify such talents, Minato and Tsunade felt a bit embarrassed. In their world, these individuals were deceived by the third Hokage and Denzo suffered severe consequences. There was no need to seek them out. Those influential figures who could be summoned by name were no longer around. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha. Orochimaru was deceived by Denzo after Noita's death. He realized how fragile life can be, and become afraid of death, so started human experiments to find a way to eternal life. Who provided him with these experimental subjects? Denzo Shimura. Shisui Uchiha joined Enbu en route to become the bridge for Konoha Uchiha when I was taken and committed suicide. Itachi also had similar thoughts by joining Enbu but was brainwashed to become a double agent. In the end, he loved Sasuke more than the Uchiha clan and killed them all, and became an S-rank missing nin. So what could these two Hokage accomplish? They could only watch as the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Ryan increased the national strength of their respective worlds. The world national strength of fourth Hokage Ryan is now on display. The screen revealed. The final comprehensive score of national strength stood at 562 points out of 1000 points. Is the upper limit 1000 points? Ryan asked, observing his current national power score of 562 points. He was pleasantly surprised, but he also acknowledged that there was still a long way to go before reaching 1000 points. However, what puzzled Ryan was the criteria by which national power was rated. Can you explain the standards used to score national power? In response to Ryan's question, the chat group's light curtain soon fluctuated, providing an explanation that appeared before everyone. A comprehensive evaluation of national strength is based on the overall might of Konoha within its world. Typically, the overall strength of the ninja villages in the 5 major countries hovers around 200 points. If a score reaches 400, it signifies that you possess the strength to confront 2 ninja villages simultaneously. Upon receiving this explanation from the chat group, everyone instantly comprehended the meaning. In other words, Konoha in Ryan's world was now capable of confronting 2 ninja villages at the same time, and could even contend with a 3rd village if necessary. With Ryan's national power score revealed, another line of text appeared on the light curtain. Selection completed. Second place, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's world. It seems my guess was correct. Tobirama remarked, a smile forming on his face upon seeing his own world successfully securing second place. Although he hadn't attained first place, surpassing his elder brother and claiming the second spot was still quite satisfying. You bet that Tobirama was really smug here. I'm sorry, brother, Tobirama said, looking at Ryan with a tinge of resentment. Hashirama, who had high hopes, now wore a disappointed expression on his face. Would you like to display your national power? The chat group inquired. Absolutely. Tobirama responded without hesitation. This is the Konoha I have diligently developed. As the second Hokage, Tobirama had only just begun witnessing the flourishing of Konoha under his leadership, and the rapid transformations were even visible to the naked eye. It was something to be proud of. Tobirama understood that as the Hokage, he must set an example, not just for Ryan, but also for Namikaze Minato, who needed to strive harder. In the 12th year of Konoha, after the elder brother Senjo Hashirama's passing, you assumed the role of elder brother and became the second Hokage of Konoha village. Under your leadership, Konoha began to thrive, entering a phase of rapid development. In the 13th year, you realized the fundamental structure of the village and initiated its development, leading to the establishment of Embu, the ninja school, and the Konoha security department. By Konoha's 14th year, due to Senjo Hashirama's death, the village was already on the verge of conflict, with the other nations preparing to take action. You recognized that the ninja world would descend into chaos once again. In your view, the ninja school became the top priority for Konoha, and you carefully selected a group of loyal ninjas to serve as teachers. Despite your heavy responsibilities, you made occasional visits to the school, recognizing that these children represented the future of Konoha. It turns out that all of this was established by the second Hokage, Minato, and Tsunade remarked, expressing their admiration for the series of policies implemented after Tobirama assumed power. They realized that the establishment of Embu had greatly bolstered the authority of the Hokage, as it handled matters where the Hokage's direct involvement was not possible. Furthermore, the ninja school had become the foundation of Konoha, gradually integrating each ninja clan into the larger Konoha family. It provided an opportunity for civilian ninjas to excel, cultivating many talented individuals. As Minato and Tsunade praised these achievements, Hashirama, who was familiar with Tobirama's political acumen, didn't react much. As the Hokage himself, Hashirama knew that many of the responsibilities were delegated to Tobirama. Observing the success of Tobirama's world, Hashirama nodded with relief, acknowledging his younger brother's capable governance. In Konoha's 14th year, the peace agreement established during the reign of the first Hokage quickly crumbled into uselessness, and the countries began targeting Konoha. The first ninja war had erupted. After 15 years, you realized that without resorting to drastic measures, the war would continue endlessly. Thus, you unleashed various forbidden techniques you had developed, including reanimation jutsu. Today's bonus chapter has been uploaded. Keep sending power stones if you want them daily. Advanced 33 chapters have been uploaded on patreon.com/mariani. Please check IT out to support me. Chapter 28, Chapter 28. Looking at the decision made by Tobirama displayed on the screen, Hashirama suddenly frowned. He questioned why Tobirama's ninjutsu was referred to as forbidden techniques. When Tobirama told his elder brother about his new ninjutsu research, in Hashirama's view, these techniques were deemed dangerous, especially the ones involving manipulating the souls of the dead. Tobirama. Hashirama called out, and Tobirama could already guess what his elder brother wanted to say. However, this time, Tobirama was not willing to listen, firmly believing that their actions at the time were justified. Brother, there's no need to explain, Tobirama responded. The situation at that time demanded tough measures. The war would not have ended easily without them. War means death and such losses were unacceptable for the young Konoha. Even the Ryan duo on the side nodded in agreement. During the first Great Ninja War, Konoha faced attacks from all sides, becoming the primary target for all the other ninja villages. They all desired a piece of Konoha's land. Tobirama realized that if he had relied solely on conventional means, Konoha would have been dragged into a quagmire. As for Ryan, he couldn't help but think about the future. Without Tobirama's forbidden techniques, where would the story of the Hokage ninja be? At least Tobirama's techniques provided material for 300 more episodes. Witnessing this, Hashirama remained silent and continued reading, curious to see how Tobirama's methods would unfold. In the 16th year of Konoha, the war reached its peak, with the entire land of fire surrounded by enemies. Tobirama realized that they couldn't continue dragging it on, as it would only lead to Konoha's downfall. So he took charge and led elite troops in a counterattack. With the aid of forbidden techniques, victory became inevitable. Using his full firepower, Tobirama rallied Konoha and employed the Flying Thunder God technique on the battlefield. Since the second Tsuchikage and second Mizukage had perished in the war, Tobirama seized the opportunity and swiftly sent troops to attack their respective countries. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama's presence was felt simultaneously on both battlefields. They successfully defeated the land of earth and the land of water, prompting the two countries to sign a peace agreement. After securing victory in those battles, Tobirama's attention turned to the land of wind. With the title of the fastest ninja in the world, Tobirama's arrival on the battlefield boosted Konoha's momentum, resulting in a quick defeat of the land of wind and the signing of a peace agreement. Now, only the land of lightning remained as the final opponent. With the other battlefields resolved, Konoha breathed a sigh of relief prepared for a prolonged war against the land of lightning. As Hashirama observed the events unfolding in the images, he found himself frozen in place. He never expected the situation to turn out this way after his death. This ninja world war was equivalent to all four countries attacking the land of fire simultaneously. His mind raced, contemplating what to do next. In the 17th year of Konoha, as the battle between Konoha and the Cloud Shinobi neared its end, Tobirama and the second Hokage discussed and prepared to sign an alliance agreement to end the war. However, just 1 month before the signing, Tobirama entered the Hokage chat group and changed his fate. Tobirama entrusted the signing of the agreement to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jimura Denzo. After their departure, they immediately led the Senjo clan to annihilate the entire Sarutobi and Jimura clans in one fell swoop. As everyone watched Tobirama's exhibition of pure ruthlessness, they were left dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events. It was particularly surprising for Minato, who had recently become a Hokage and realized that Night had altered his destiny through the Hokage chat group. This led Minato to believe that he would have the chance to go back. This is a pure ninja. Just like how Blackbeard is a pure pirate. Extremely ruthless, no need to talk shit about peace. If you don't have power and money at your disposal, no need to lecture the entire world about how they should live their own lives. Despite the shocking means employed by Tobirama, he showed no mercy, even towards his own disciples. He sent them out to die without hesitation. Ryan and others were taken aback by Tobirama's swift actions. At this moment, Tobirama felt a bit disturbed. Suddenly, he uttered, letting them die on the battlefield is too easy for those two. His words left the others feeling ashamed. It was evident that Tobirama had been ruthless throughout his life. The second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's world display of national power is complete, the announcement proclaimed. 452 points. Tobirama couldn't help but frown upon seeing his score. In his view, under his management, Konoha had been rapidly growing. He hadn't expected such a significant difference of 110 points. According to the rules of the Hokage chat group, this gap equated to half the strength of one of the 5 great ninja villages. Tobirama felt disappointed for a while but secretly resolved to strive for the top spot next time. He had also taken note of Ryan's operations and the young heroes who would appear in Konoha in the future. Upon returning, he planned to take them under his command. Falling behind once didn't mean he would fall behind again. With hard work, he believed he could reach the first position. Meanwhile, Hashirama focused on the light curtain in front of him, anticipating the announcement of the third place selection. Tsunade and Minato also showed interest, hoping it would be their world. As the light curtain continuously changed, a line of characters finally appeared. The third place selection. Third place, first Hokage's world. Wow ha ha ha. It's me. Hashirama exclaimed, feeling delighted by his victory in this gamble-like selection. Tsunade became even more annoyed, while Minato simply went with the flow since he had just entered the chat group and hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. As Hashirama's excitement subsided, a question arose in his mind. While Tsunade and Minato still seemed lost, Hashirama stared at the two suspiciously. This. Minato and Tsuna. What happened to Konoha under both of you? How did it end up worse than when I first established it? Join patreon.com/mariani to read 33 chapters in advance. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. Facing the doubts of the first Hokage, Tsunade and Minato felt utterly helpless. With Konoha now in their hands, it was already riddled with problems. Minato's world seemed somewhat stable, as the Uchiha clan had not been wiped out. Despite the sun and falling apart, they were still alive. Minato himself possessed great combat power, making Konoha relatively strong. However, Tsunade's world was quite different. Only a few powerful individuals remained in Konoha, and their numbers were dwindling. The village lacked notable strong ninjas. Unknown to Tsunade, her world was on the brink of chaos, with impending threats from within and outside the village. Hidden within the village were formidable assets like Mikai, Rock Lee, Naruto, and Sasuke. In terms of strength, her era was even scarier than any in Konoha's past. However, at present, both Konohas were facing uncertain futures. Not a single person considered Guy strong when he said he was stronger than Kakashi in the Chunin exams. But he was the only person except Hashirama who came close to killing Madara Uchiha. Always remember Madara wasn't killed or defeated by Naruto or Sasuke but betrayed by Black Zetsu. Hashirama, observing the two, understood the challenges Konoha would face in the future. He made up his mind that, as long as the Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Denzo came to the chat group, he would request their immediate elimination. These two were simply too deceitful, manipulating the world's strongest ninja village. Even then they wasted its potential for personal gains. But at the moment, Hashirama struggled to find the right words. He turned his gaze towards the light curtain. The screen displayed the events of the first year of Konoha when he shook hands with Uchiha Madara and Seo founded the village. Tobirama had always desired Hashirama to become Hokage when Konoha was first established. With a stronger perception than Hashirama, Tobirama began communicating and discussing Hokage-related matters with him, realizing the imminent arrival of Uchiha Madara. The stronger their hate, stronger their visual power. Such a person can't become the Hokage. This is canon. Under Tobirama's deliberate actions, Uchiha Madara overheard their conversation and believed that Tobirama would never bring peace between their clans. Madara subsequently left Konoha. In the second year of Konoha, Hashirama officially became Hokage, and the village began to thrive under his rule. As Hashirama glanced at the screen's content, he couldn't help but feel startled by what he saw. It was as if he hadn't noticed before, but now everything became clear. Hashirama looked at Tobirama with a resentful expression. I had a feeling back then. Madara was truly there. Facing the eyes of the first generation, the second generation appeared embarrassed. His plan had been exposed, and the situation was awkward. However, Hashirama knew that the Tobirama before him was not from his own world, but that didn't stop him from voicing his complaints. Despite reaching this point and after the battle with Matter and Madara's death, they still couldn't lead Konoha to prosperity together. SUS. In the third year of Konoha, after witnessing Konoha's success, other countries began intentionally learning from it. Villages such as the Cloud, Mist, Sand, and Rock Shinobi villages were officially established. With the 5 strongest ninja villages in the 5 major countries leading the way, the ninja world officially entered the era of the 5 great ninja villages from the Sengoku era where shinobi clans would fight each other. After 4 years in Konoha, for the prosperity of the ninja world, Hashirama believed that by distributing the tailed beasts to other villages, the fear of hegemony would subside. Tobirama couldn't change his mind, but he suggested that the tailed beasts shouldn't be given away so easily. They should be acquired through monetary means. 5 years ago in Konoha, all 5 major ninja villages obtained their own tailed beasts, thanks to Hashirama's donations. And under his leadership, the 5 major countries signed a peace agreement. Observing the experiences of the first generation, Tobirama felt a strong urge to hit his head in regret. He realized he should have been more resolute and kept all the tailed beasts. Where would the war be now? They could simply throw a tailed beast at anyone who dared to challenge them. Even Minato, despite being new to politics, thought that the first generation's idealism had gone too far. Believing that averaging everyone's strength would prevent wars was naive. The root cause of everything, ultimately, was Hashirama's reputation as the god of the ninja world. Strength was the foundation. Without it, the ninja world wouldn't have waited for the death of Senjo Hashirama, which triggered the first ninja world war. Comparatively, the land of fire, where Konoha was located, boasted beautiful mountains, clear waters, and abundant resources. In contrast, other countries had their drawbacks. The land of earth, Iwagakur, had inconvenient transportation and was filled with mountains. The land of wind, Tsunagakur, was an endless desert ravaged by wind and sand. The land of water, Kirigakur, was surrounded by the sea, with sparse and scattered land, leaving most resources underwater. The land of lightning, Kumagakur, was located at high altitudes amidst mountains, exposed to wind and sun. After a long time, this imbalance in resources would naturally cause other countries to set their sights on the land of fire. They envied its abundant supplies. Hashirama fully grasped this reality. Why did the 5 major countries sign the peace agreement? Was it truly for peace? No, it was because they feared him, the god of the ninja world. If they desired Konoha, they had to fight him. In the entire ninja world at that time, no one could match his power. Reflecting on the experiences of the first generation, Hashirama's eyes filled with nostalgia as he observed the earth-shattering battle that resulted in the death of his best friend, Uchiha Madara. The others watched the scene in front of them with shock, and even Ryan couldn't help but be impressed by the incredible strength displayed. This level of power transcended cage level and reached the realm of super cage level. This immense strength reminded Ryan of the urgency he felt. After all, the monsters in the world of the shinobi hadn't yet made an appearance. In the later stages, super cage level individuals could only serve as assistants. Only those with 6 paths level combat power had a chance to participate in the final battle. I can only hope that the rewards are given after this ranking will be useful, Ryan thought to himself as the next chapter awaited. Today's bonus chapter has been uploaded. Keep sending power stones if you want them daily. Advanced 33 chapters have been uploaded on patreon.com/Mariani. Please check IT out to support me. Chapter 30, Pitiful Minato. The world of the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. The evaluation of national power is now complete. National strength evaluation, 410 points. Soon, the national strength evaluation scores of the first Hokage were displayed in front of everyone. When they saw the score reach as high as 410 points, silence fell over the group. Ryan, in particular, was taken aback. In the world of the first Hokage, Konoha had only been just established and was far from perfect. The foundation of Konoha had been perfected by the second Hokage, but the first Hokage received a rating of 410 points from the chat group. Even the first Hokage himself was surprised. Ahahaha. Is it really that high? He couldn't believe that his own world had achieved such a high score. It was clear that in the world of the first Hokage, his importance to Konoha was immense. Without him, Konoha in this world would likely score around 200 points at best. On the other hand, the surprising revelation was about the world of the second Hokage, Tobirama. After the first Hokage's death, he managed to score 452 points for Konoha's development. It was a testament to the second Hokage's immense power. Not bad. Hashirama couldn't help but think about securing the number 1 position. Tobirama shared the same ambition and they exchanged a determined look. In an instant, a fierce flame of rivalry sparked in their eyes. Humph. Even if you're the older brother, I won't back down. Ah, Tobirama, don't forget, in my world, there's also you. At that moment, the second Hokage, Tobirama, froze on the spot. He had been directly defeated by the first Hokage. Hashirama chuckled triumphantly as he looked at the silenced Tobirama. A big brother who has 2 identical brothers to bully and spoil. What a life. Tough love rocks. Meanwhile, Ryan, the leader of the group, was currently worried. He had been relying on his foresight to continuously enhance Konoha's strength. But now, with the addition of the first Hokage and second Hokage, 2 formidable individuals were fiercely competing with him. This made Ryan a little tense. Although he didn't know what rewards the chat group would offer, he knew that being ranked first was a must. As the group leader, not achieving the top spot would be unacceptable. The light curtain in front of everyone continued to change. The 4th place selection. 4th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade's world. Hey, it's my world after all. Tsunade was also surprised to see that her world had claimed 4th place. She had expected to rank lower. However, as the 4th place was announced, everyone's attention immediately shifted to Namikaze Minato. It became evident that only the world of Namikaze Minato remained at the bottom. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for this kid. Tobirama and Hashirama, in particular, stood by his side, patting Minato's shoulder. You've been through a lot, kid. Feeling the sympathetic gazes directed at him, Namikaze Minato felt a sense of shame. As Hokage, he was truly powerless in his own village. As the episode progressed, everyone's focus returned to the light curtain. Especially the first and second Hokages were eager to see how Tsunade would manage Konoha. Hashirama couldn't help but think about his granddaughter's future. I must carefully observe her future. Konoha 64, the joint Chunin exam held by Konoha village has concluded. The 3rd Hokage was killed by the traitor Orochimaru. The village recommended you as the 5th Hokage, looking at Konoha, which is full of holes, giving you a headache for a while. In the same year, you began directing the Konoha reconstruction work, but Uchiha Sasuke, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, defected, so you had to order Shikamaru and others to form a temporary team to pursue him. Due to Orochimaru's interference, the mission failed. In the 65th year of Konoha, under your leadership, Konoha village started regaining its vitality, and everything was progressing well. Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, followed Jiraiya to train. In the 68th year of Konoha, Jiraiya, who had been helping Naruto train, returned with terrible news. A mysterious organization known as Akatsuki in the ninja world was capturing tailed beasts. They're capturing tailed beasts. It seems this organization is planning something extremely dangerous. As they looked at the description of the Akatsuki organization on the screen, everyone in the presence of the first Hokage exchanged serious glances. Hashirama used one wooden hand of the 1,000-armed cannon to subdue 9 tails and then defeated Madara. His cells were literally cheat codes for Obito, and Orochimaru and Madara was only able to defeat them after biting his flesh in the Valley of the End and having a Hashirama face on his chest. So to defeat Hashirama you have to eat Hashirama. Their expressions turned grave. Tsunade remembered mentioning that Konoha was now facing the threat of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. That's what you were worried about, Tsuna. What a dangerous group. Upon hearing the first Hokage's words, Tsunade also nodded with great seriousness. However, with the existence of the chat group and the unlocking of the cross-border mutual assistance function, Tsunade felt reassured. She no longer had to worry. That same year, the Akatsuki organization began its formal operations. Tsunegaku sent a distress call. Kazekage was captured by the Akatsuki organization. Realizing the severity of the situation, you hurriedly sent Kakashi and Might Guy squads to provide support. The mission ended with the Akatsuki capturing one tail, and Cho sacrificing herself to save Gar's life. Before you let your guard down, news of the death of Sarutobi Asuma arrived. To find out the Akatsuki organization's true purpose and gather accurate information, you had to send Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, to investigate in Land of Rain. Soon after, news of Jiraiya's death came back to Konoha with a toad summon. As the information about Tsunade's world appeared on the light curtain, a heavy silence fell over the group. It was no wonder Tsunade had been so anxious earlier. Her comrades had died in battle, and even one of the Sunin, Jiraiya, had fallen. Konoha, already full of holes, had been hit hard once again. Noticing Tsunade's despondency, Hashirama hurriedly approached her and gently touched her head. Don't worry, little Tsuna. This time, Konoha won't encounter any problems. Ryan nodded solemnly upon hearing Hashirama's words. That's right, Ryan. The cross-border mutual assistance function has been unlocked. If necessary, all of us will lend a helping hand. Hearing this, Tsunade quickly adjusted her state of mind and felt completely relieved. But there was another unspoken sentence that Ryan didn't say. Throughout the history of Hokage, there was no challenge that the Hokage of Konoha couldn't overcome. Join my Patreon.com/Mariani to read 35 chapters ahead. Chapter 31, Chapter 31 Schemes of Third Hokage. When Konoha was at a critical juncture, you received an invitation from the Hokage chat group and met all members of the Hokage chat group. Understanding that this was an opportunity for Konoha, you summoned all the ninjas who were on missions to return to Konoha after the chat group meeting ended. You mobilized the entire Konoha for its defense against the upcoming Pain attack. After the chat group session concluded, and dealt with Pain, Tsunade's efforts were apparent. In addition to sending Naruto to learn Sage Mode and hide on Mount Maiboku, all the ninjas were transferred back to Konoha. By bringing all the ninjas back, Konoha had enough strength and resolve to solve any crisis in Konoha. The world shall know Pain. The Evening Elephant. Likely, that Might Guy won't even need to use the Night Guy. Pain will be finished already. When Nagato Uzumaki attacked Konoha, you summoned all members of chat group to make him flee from Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki used his talk no jutsu on Nagato to revive all members who died in the Pain invasion. Soon, the depiction of Tsunade's world on the light curtain gradually came to an end. World of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. The display of national power is complete. National strength evaluation, 385 points. She still managed to get 385 points. Tsunade was also quite satisfied. After all, it was the post-3rd Hokage era. Moreover, several powerful ninjas died because of him and Denzo. To be ranked 4th is already acceptable. Haha, that's a good mentality, Tsuna. Hashirama smiled in relief upon hearing his granddaughter's words. However, as the power of Tsunade's world was displayed, Namikaze Minato, the only one remaining, seemed a bit awkward. The 4 gazes of Hokages immediately fell on Namikaze Minato. This Minato. Cheer up, solve the 3rd Hokage problem as soon as you go back, and then develop Konoha. Don't be too sad. The optimistic 1st Hokage also encouraged Minato and patted him on the shoulder. Minato wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew he was the last one, but that was because, in his world, the 3rd Hokage was still in power. Soon, the light curtain started to change. 5th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's world. As the last ranked world appeared directly, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel exasperated. Hurry up and show your national power. As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, there was another change in the light curtain in front of everyone. In the 46th year of Konoha, the 3rd Ninja War entered a feverish stage. As a new generation leader, you were sent to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. On the battlefield, you gained fame in the ninja world with your amazing speed and earned the title of Yellow Flash. At the same time, you repelled the strongest team, in the Cloud Shinobi village, and ended the war with Cloud Shinobi village. The war ended, and you returned to Konoha with a super high reputation. At this time, the 3rd Hokage approached you, hoping that you would lead the team, so you established your new team consisting of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. In the 47th year of Konoha, Konoha senior management ordered your team to destroy the Uegaku supply main route, the Konoha Bridge, and you led the way. In this battle, your disciple Obito died. In the same year, the war ended, and the 3rd Hokage voluntarily resigned from the position of Hokage, allowing you to succeed as the 4th Hokage of Konoha village. Everyone became immediately interested upon reaching this point, as they knew they would witness Sarutobi Hiruzen's manipulations. They would also see how the unfortunate Namikaze Minato was controlled by the old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After becoming Hokage, the 3rd Hokage mentioned that you were too young and might not be able to grasp many things in the village. Therefore, he proposed to assist you in the office for a while. Although you were unwilling in your heart, it was not easy to refuse, so you reluctantly agreed. The next day, you saw another desk next to your office, and the 3rd Hokage was still dressed as the Hokage, sitting leisurely by the side. And soon, you discovered that Konoha's politics were beyond your imagination. As the Hokage's Enbu, you only have one direct line team of your own, while the other Enbu still follow the 3rd Hokage's orders. In addition to the Enbu, there are also Denzo's root members who completely disregard your authority. At that moment, you realized that as Hokage, you had very limited power. The entire Konoha was still under the control of the 3rd Hokage. On the screen, you saw Namikaze Minato being manipulated like a marionette by the 3rd Hokage. Despite handling all the paperwork, when it came to giving orders, the 3rd Hokage often disregarded Minato's authority and issued orders himself. It appeared that Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage, was managing the entirety of Konoha, while in reality, it was still the 3rd Hokage who held all the power. As everyone observed the scenes on the light curtain, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but clench his fists. It was truly embarrassing for him to be the Hokage. Even Ryan and others beside him frowned as they watched everything unfold in the painting. Tobirama, the 2nd Hokage, wanted to rush in and knock the 3rd Hokage's head off. The 4th Hokage, remember to call me when you're ready to take action. I'll take care of this traitor myself. While dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen in his world, Tobirama didn't get the satisfaction to kill him with his own hands. Now, looking at the domineering Sarutobi Hiruzen in the picture, Tobirama's anger flared up once again. Minato readily agreed upon hearing Tobirama's words. After all, the 3rd Hokage was still Jiraiya's teacher, and it wasn't easy for Minato as his disciple to directly attack him. Considering this, Minato couldn't help but admire Ryan as the group leader. He took action without hesitation. As Hokage, you didn't have much authority. Realizing that changes needed to be made, you focused on the Uchiha clan, attempting to improve their situation and integrate them fully into the village. However, your action sparked fear in both the 3rd Hokage and Denzo. As the last picture appeared on the light curtain, the Hokages understood why in future Minato had died. Tobirama, the 2nd Hokage, looked helplessly at the somewhat naive Namikaze Minato. You are just like my big brother, naively foolish. Join my Patreon.com/Mariani to read 33 chapters ahead. Chapter 32, Chapter 32. Upon hearing Tobirama's words, Namikaze Minato was momentarily confused. Even Hashirama on the side scratched his head in doubt. They couldn't understand why Minato's affairs were still being discussed. Observing their expressions, 2nd Hokage Tobirama let out a helpless sigh. The situation was quite disheartening. Then his gaze fell upon Ryan. Group leader, please explain it to the two of them. According to second Hokage Tobirama, Ryan was the one he admired the most among the current Hokage in the group. Ryan's intelligence and skills made him shine brightly. Ryan, who had been observing the play, nodded in agreement upon hearing Tobirama's request. Under the puzzled gazes of Hashirama and Minato, he began speaking. Minato, have you ever wondered why you've been targeted repeatedly? Upon hearing Ryan's words, Minato pondered for a moment and then shook his head. As someone who lacked authority, he believed he had no say in the matter. The truth is, you lack rights, Ryan explained. Your attempts to establish contact with the Uchiha clan and Mikoto, even foster friendships with their Hokage's wife, who happens to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, have made you a target. As a strategic asset of the village, how could the third Hokage and Denzo tolerate the Uchiha clan's involvement with the Nine-Tails? Furthermore, Ryan pointed out that Minato's lack of authority as Hokage was a critical factor in his predicament. Upon realizing the implications, Minato's expression changed instantly. Ryan's words had struck a chord, and he finally understood. Do you understand now? Ryan asked. Minato's face displayed anger and frustration. But isn't the Uchiha clan a part of the village? While Minato innocently expressed his thoughts, Ryan didn't deny that the Uchiha clan should indeed be treated as a part of the village. However, in your world, the third Hokage is in power, Ryan clarified. The third Hokage and Denzo, being old men, intend to eradicate the Uchiha clan. And you, naively wanting to change the Uchiha clan, have become an obstacle to their plans. If Uchiha supports you, then the entire Uchiha police force will also support you. With Jinhoku as a wife and son and like Jiraiya as a teacher. And lastly, you are a civilian orphan who has risen to the seat of Hokage. Your authority will be above the likes of the elder group within Konoha. Ryan didn't need to elaborate any further. At that moment, Minato understood that everything had happened because he had attempted to alter the Uchiha clan's status quo. Now do you think you can change the status quo of the Uchiha clan? And will the likes of Hiruzen and Denzo will let it happen? Ryan asked. Minato fell silent. He realized that his previous self had been too naive. Regret was etched on his face. Observing Minato's expression, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. The fact that Minato had recognized his mistake meant that there was still hope for him. Remember, Minato, Ryan said firmly. After this meeting is over, go back and deal with the third Hokage and Denzo as soon as possible. Claim your rights. Having a sword without using it is completely different from having no sword at all. Ryan's words struck a chord not only with Minato but also with the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Tsunade. The statement resonated deeply within them, hitting their souls directly. The second Hokage stared at Ryan with fiery eyes, as if he had found a kindred spirit. I see, he exclaimed. At that moment, Namikaze Minato felt as though a whole new world had opened up to him. Numerous plans flooded his mind, and he eagerly awaited the end of the chat group meeting to set them in motion. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato world. The display of national power was complete. National strength evaluation, 333 points. With the unveiling of Minato's world rating on the light curtain, everyone was astonished. Although Minato was merely a puppet Hokage, being rated at 333 points was already remarkable. With Minato's world rating revealed, the national power of the five worlds had been fully showcased. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light curtain, filled with anticipation for the rewards that awaited them. The top 5 Hokage world ranking concluded. Highest national strength evaluation, 562 points. Prize pool level, first level world prize pool. The rewards are being calculated. Everyone's hearts raced with excitement. Several individuals were particularly eager to see the rewards this time, and among them, Ryan, who had claimed first place. I wonder what awaits us in the first level world prize pool, Ryan pondered. I hope it's something that can further strengthen me. He yearned for rewards that would enhance his strength. Otherwise, as the later stages of his Hokage journey approached, he feared his peak cage level strength would be insufficient. Soon, the words on the light curtain changed again, capturing Ryan's and others' attention. Reward settlement completed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan world. Optional rewards, choose 3 out of 5. Join patreon.com/Mariani to read 33 chapters ahead. Chapter 33. Reward settlement completed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan world. Optional rewards, choose 3 out of 5. Reward 1, Sage Body. Reward 2, Rinnegan. Reward 3, Perfect Sage Mode Method. Reward 4, a can of senzu beans, which can instantly restore all injuries and physical strength. Reward 5, Sharingan with a perfect sync. Yes. As the chat group revealed the rewards, the 5 people sitting there widened their eyes in an instant. Everyone gasped in awe, who would have expected such generous rewards from the chat group. Just the first 2 options alone are enough to bring chaos to the ninja world. Sage Body, the legendary body of the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, final evolution to the strongest eyes in the world of shinobi. Such rewards, even Hashirama couldn't help but feel envious. Tobirama, standing beside him, had his eyes turning red with envy. He was consumed with jealousy, shedding tears of envy. One could mistake him for a member of the Uchiha clan with those red eyes. Is this the reward for first place? This is too much. Rinnegan mythical eyes of Sage Paths. Tsunade and Minato also displayed envy in their eyes. If they were to receive the rewards for first place, even the third Hokage or Pain wouldn't stand a chance against them. They could easily overpower them. Initially, they had speculated that the chat group might bring them some benefits. But who could have anticipated such incredible rewards? Ryan, the first place winner, was shining his teeth brightly. Just like the green beast of Konoha. The corners of his mouth curled up with excitement. If it weren't for the madness of the jealous first and second Hokage, Ryan might have burst into laughter. The 5 rewards offered by the chat group were undoubtedly extraordinary. Among them, the weakest was probably the senzu beans, but with senju beans, one's life was practically secured. And here they were presented with an entire can of senzu beans. However, Ryan wouldn't choose them. The first choice was obvious, Sage Body. Possessing a Sage Body meant having immense vitality and chakra. Although it was somewhat related to the bodies of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, only 4 individuals in the Hokage formula book possessed a genuine Sage Body, the Sage of Six Paths Madara, 6 Paths Obito, and 6 Paths Naruto. Everyone else had a watered-down version of it. The strongest being Hashirama's. And he could heal anyone on the battlefield without weaving a single hand sign. Therefore, the Sage Body was an absolute must. As for the second choice, Rinnegan couldn't be overlooked. Sage Body coupled with Rinnegan. In due time, he could become another Sage of the Six Paths. With these 2 abilities, he had the potential to participate in the 4th Ninja World War. The remaining 2 rewards are a perfect Sage Mode method and a perfectly fitting Sharingan. Comparing the 2, Ryan was more inclined towards the perfect Sage Mode method. Since the chat group mentioned it as a perfect level Sage Mode method, it should mean abandoning the side effects of Sage Mode, providing a method to practice Sage arts without any drawbacks and activating it instantly. As for the Sharingan, he will already have the Rinnegan. Whether to choose it or not was inconsequential. Moreover, the perfect fit Sharingan mentioned here hadn't yet reached the main Jikyu stage, so it held little significance for him. With these thoughts in mind, Ryan made his decision. I choose Rinnegan, Sage Body, and perfect Sage Mode technique. As Ryan conveyed his choices to the light curtain before him, success was met with his selection. Congratulations on acquiring Sage Body, Rinnegan, and perfect Sage Mode method. The rewards will be distributed uniformly after the meeting. Observing the text displayed on the light curtain, Ryan's smile grew wider. As expected of a cheater, he received such remarkable rewards on his first attempt. Now, upon returning, his strength would likely skyrocket to the super cage level easily. Once he became familiar with and mastered the Sage arts, he might even surpass the 6 Paths level. This journey to the chat group had truly yielded fruitful gains. With these rewards, there shouldn't be any surprises next time. He contemplated inwardly. Ryan's confidence soared. With these 3 rewards, his strength experienced an immediate surge. It was difficult to fathom how other worlds would ever catch up. With the selection of Ryan as the first place winner completed, Tobirama, who had been enviously yearning for his rewards, now stared expectantly at the light curtain before him. The rewards for first place are so astounding. The second place shouldn't be too far behind. Considering this, second Hokage Tobirama's hope soared, as he fervently prayed in his heart. Soon, the light curtain began to change. Second place, second Hokage Senju Tobirama world. Optional reward, choose 2 out of 3. Reward 1, perfect Sage Mode method. Reward 2, a can of senzu beans. Reward 3, a perfectly fitting Sharingan. Gazing at the text appearing on the light curtain, Tobirama hadn't anticipated such excellent rewards for second place. All of them were selected from the first place options. However, the only unfortunate aspect for the second Hokage was the absence of Sage Body and Rinnegan. Those 2 rewards filled him with envy. It was a pity they weren't available in the second place selection. Nevertheless, the second Hokage understood. Although slightly inferior to first place, these rewards held considerable interest for Tobirama. Choose quickly, Tobirama, hurry up. Just as Tobirama contemplated which two to select, Hashirama beside him impatiently urged him on. Hashirama, who initially hadn't paid much attention, now became intrigued by the abundant rewards provided by the chat group. It was akin to gambling, aware of the numerous valuable possibilities. But Hashirama was impatient. At this moment, he was eager to discover what rewards awaited the third place winner. Tobirama didn't hesitate upon hearing the words and immediately addressed the chat group. I choose the perfect sage mode method in Sharingan. Among the three options, Tobirama swiftly made his decision after weighing the pros and cons. Although a jar of senjo beans was precious, in Tobirama's world, his brother had already passed away, rendering them useless. Thus, he chose the other two. Success in this selection. Congratulations on obtaining the perfect sage mode method, Sharingan. The rewards will be distributed uniformly after the meeting. Support me on patreon.com/mariani to read 33 chapters in advance. Chapter 34, Rewards in Conclusion. Upon seeing Ryan and Tobirama receiving their rewards, Hashirama was unable to contain his excitement and eagerly turned his attention to the light curtain. However, his childlike behavior amused everyone, and they couldn't help but laugh. Tobirama, in high spirits, couldn't help but helplessly cover his face. He called out to his brother, but Hashirama waved him off, indicating he should remain silent. Hashirama's eyes remained fixated on the light curtain, eagerly awaiting his rewards. A gambler will always remain a gambler. They don't gamble to earn money but to feel the excitement and fear of the game. Suddenly, the text on the light curtain changed, catching Hashirama's attention. His eyes lit up with anticipation as he read the announcement. Third place, World of the First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Optional rewards, choose one of two. Reward 1, Perfect Sage Mode Method. Reward 2, a can of senzu beans. There is no Sharingan. Upon seeing the rewards, Hashirama's face fell instantly. He looked at the light curtain in disbelief, wondering why he could only choose one reward and why there was no mention of Madara's Sharingan. This revelation left everyone speechless for a moment, realizing that Hashirama seemed to be risking his life with his choices. They had assumed Hashirama would choose the fairy beans, considering the condition of his health. However, Hashirama surprised them all by fixating on the perfectly synced Sharingan, a choice that seemed reckless and dangerous. It was clear that Hashirama didn't care about his safety. Disappointed with the absence of the Sharingan and left with only the choices of the Sage Arts method or the senzu beans, he reluctantly settled on the senzu beans. Because he already had a proper sage mode which was very compatible with his wood style. With a desolate expression and a depressing pose, Hashirama sat in his seat, seemingly lost in his thoughts and drawing circles in the corner. Despite the prospect of the senzu beans restoring his body, he remained discontented. The selection was successful, and Hashirama received a can of senzu beans as his reward. The rewards would be distributed uniformly after the meeting concluded. In this universe the bond between brothers is supreme. Hashirama and Tobirama, Madara and Izuna, Homura and Hagoromo, Indra and Ashura and their reincarnations. Sometimes this brotherly bond goes beyond it. Denzo and Hiruzen, Kakashi and Guy, Reikage and B. A similar can be seen in Toriko the so-called bromance. With the announcement of the third place winner, the light curtain in the chat group changed once again. It was time to reward the last two worlds. Everyone eagerly watched as the light curtain transformed. Fourth place, the world of the fifth Hokage Tsunade receives a guaranteed reward. Reward, Perfect Sage Mode Method. Fifth place, the world of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato receives a guaranteed bonus. Reward, Perfect Sage Mode Method. Both Tsunade and Minato received the same reward, Perfect Sage Mode Method. Although not among the top three, they were satisfied with their rewards. Tsunade, especially, appreciated the guaranteed bonus, and Minato was grateful for a more detailed Sage Mode Method compared to what he had in his world. With all the rewards distributed, the Hokage were elated. It was time to wrap up the meeting. Alright, everyone, the rewards have been received. If there's nothing else, we can conclude this meeting. See you next time, Ryan declared. The first and second Hokage were eager to return and explore their rewards. Seeing their eagerness, Ryan nodded in agreement. However, Tsunade, who had just realized something, interrupted their departure. Wait, group leader. We saw the function of the world leaderboard. What about the other function? Tsunade asked. This question sparked everyone's curiosity, and all eyes turned to Ryan for an answer. Ryan promptly displayed the information about the cross-border mutual assistance function on the light curtain. The cross-border mutual assistance function will be unlocked after each meeting during the cooling-off period. Each Hokage world can seek assistance from other worlds. Hokage who come to support can only stay in the requesting world for one day, the message explained. Tsunade felt relieved, her worries put to rest. Konoha now had the means to seek help from their predecessors in times of crisis. The potential confusion among invaders would be an added advantage, as even the residents of Konoha would be perplexed by the appearance of past Hokage. With a sense of relief, Tsunade and the others were satisfied. Ryan concluded the second Hokage meeting, bidding everyone farewell. Until next time, everyone. With a single thought, Ryan ended the meeting, and the Hokage saw colorful rays of light enveloping them. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves back in their respective worlds. Simultaneously, the rewards they obtained from the world leaderboard were instantly distributed to each Hokage. As they held their rewards, everyone felt a sense of joy. However, a strong determination to compete for the top three positions emerged within them. The reward gap between the top three had motivated them all. And so, the second Hokage chat group meeting came to an official close. Support me on p***trian.com/mariani to read 33 chapters in advance. Chapter 35, World of the First Hokage, Senjo Clanland, Konoha. As Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, he took in the familiar surroundings before him, snapping back to reality. I didn't expect the world rankings to bring such a big surprise. It was unexpected, Hashirama exclaimed, reminiscing about everything that happened in the Hokage chat group. Just then, the familiar system prompt resounded in his mind, grabbing Hashirama's attention once again. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Please pay attention and receive them, the prompt announced. Hearing the voice, Hashirama's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's here, he exclaimed, hastily choosing to accept the rewards. He knew that this was something that could heal his body. If his body could recover, he would pass on Konoha to Tobirama and focus on strengthening the village's power. The thought of securing the top position in the next meeting filled Hashirama with determination. The first place reward was something even Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, would envy. It was the first reward offered on the world leaderboard, with the promise of even better rewards in the future. Strong nations could even obtain rewards from the second and third tier worlds. Plus if he got the Sharingan, what face will Madara and Tobirama make? Haha. With a burst of colorful light, an unremarkable jar appeared in front of Hashirama. It was about the size of a human head. Curiosity piqued, Hashirama eagerly opened the lid. Inside the jar, he found a plethora of jelly beans. As he picked one up, he couldn't help but wonder how such small beans could have such miraculous effects. However, since it was a reward from the chat group, he trusted that they were genuine. Without hesitation, Hashirama threw one of the beans into his mouth, savoring the moment. The sense of bean instantly unleashed a surge of tremendous vitality throughout Hashirama's body. What a terrifying life force. Hashirama exclaimed, wide-eyed and stunned by the sudden surge of vitality. In an instant, the sense of bean healed the hidden illnesses, injuries, and physical deficits that plagued Hashirama. His body was restored to its full strength, and he could feel a powerful aura emanating from within him. The sudden and overwhelming aura alerted the ninjas patrolling the Senjo clan, who quickly gathered upon sensing the terrifying presence. Enemy attack! Who dares to attack our Senjo clan? It seems to be the Patriarch's mansion. Quick, notify Tobirama-sama immediately, the ninjas exclaimed, prepared to defend their clan. Before they could take action, Senjo Tobirama appeared in a flash of blue light, using the flying thunder god technique to reach Hashirama's side. Damn it, that place is Big Brother's room. Follow up as soon as possible. Don't let any enemies escape. Tobirama commanded his forces solely on protecting his brother. Witnessing the alarming aura in Hashirama's courtyard, Tobirama was initially taken aback. However, his worries vanished as he realized that the source of the aura was his elder brother, Hashirama. Brother. Tobirama burst into the room, relieved to see Hashirama fully restored. His guess had been correct, his elder brother's body had indeed recovered. Startled by Tobirama's sudden entrance, Hashirama belatedly realized that his exuberance had caused quite a commotion. Haha, your health has recovered. I knew you'd be fine, brother, haha. Tobirama exclaimed with joy, genuinely happy about Hashirama's recovery. While Tobirama celebrated the restoration of Hashirama's body, the latter began contemplating the future events in the chat group. Though his memories were hazy, Hashirama vaguely recalled that the First Ninja World War had erupted after his death, with other major countries launching an invasion of Konoha. With this in mind, a brilliant idea struck Hashirama. Tobirama, don't tell anyone about my recovery today. I have a plan. Perplexed by his elder brother's newfound strategizing abilities, Tobirama couldn't help but feel surprised. When did Hashirama become so adept at coming up with plans? Nevertheless, Tobirama patiently listened as Hashirama excitedly described his ideas. Tobirama, after you leave my room today, officially take over as the second Hokage and announce my death. No. Tobirama promptly refused, unwilling to go along with the plan. However, this time, there was no room for Tobirama to refuse. Hashirama was determined to enhance Konoha's power, and now that he was in good health, he wanted to prepare for the next Hokage chat meeting and secure a position in the top 3. Recently, the neighboring countries on the Land of Fire's border have become active upon hearing news of my serious injury. Tobirama, you should understand. I've recovered now, and we can seize this opportunity to teach those ninja villages the true meaning of peace. Hashirama explained, emphasizing the importance of their actions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tobirama reluctantly agreed, aligning himself with Hashirama's intentions. After a few more words of instruction, Tobirama swiftly left Hashirama's room to make the necessary preparations for the upcoming war. Left alone, Hashirama noticed the can filled with senjo beans still on the table. He carefully stored it close to his body using a scroll. Meanwhile, with Tobirama's departure, Miko, with tears streaming down her face, hurriedly arrived in Hashirama's yard. She was in for a surprise. Hehe. You do know there is a reason why Uzumaki married in the Senjo family. Look at Minato, what do you think was the reason for him being whipped? Nine-tail chakra, Uzumaki stamina, and adamant chains. Kukiku. Simultaneously, Tobirama's appointment as the second Hokage was swiftly announced. This turn of events alerted the entire Konoha community, indicating that something significant had occurred. The information quickly spread back to various villages through their respective spies, conveying a single message. Confirmed, Senjo Hashirama's time is limited. Support me on patreon.com/mariani to read 33 chapters in advance. Chapter 36, Chapter 36 Reaction from all sides. Land of Earth, Iwagakur. Is the news accurate? Asked the second Hokage. Are you certain that Senjo Hashirama is dead? He inquired, studying the information in his hand. The memory of Senjo Hashirama's formidable strength from the past lingered in his mind, leaving him momentarily lost in thought. Senjo Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, possessed a tremendous power that towered over everyone else, making him the unshakable overlord of the Fire Nation. The other 4 nations could only occupy their small territories, afraid to challenge his authority. But not long ago, news spread of an unprecedented clash between Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, resulting in Hashirama's severe injuries. Since then, his healing has been taken care of in Konoha secretly, with most matters being handled by the new Hokage, Senjo Tobirama. These events have sparked various reactions among the previously peaceful nations, including Iwagakur, where the second Hokage held his own thoughts. Now, with news circulating that Senjo Hashirama's death is imminent, the second Hokage believes it is crucial to start preparations. If the news is false, they can wait for the right opportunity. But if it is true, it presents the perfect chance to invade the Fire Nation. Continue investigating, he commanded. Send more operatives there. We must ensure the news is confirmed as soon as possible. With his orders given, numerous rock shinobi spies were dispatched to infiltrate the Land of Fire and monitor Konoha's activities. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, Tsunagaku had long grown weary of their domestic environment. Upon learning of the possible death of Senjo Hashirama, Tsunagaku could no longer afford to be patient. The second Hokage immediately ordered the village to prepare supplies. Humph. Whether the news is true or false doesn't matter, he declared. Prepare in advance. The god of the ninja world, Senjo Hashirama has fought with Uchiha Madara. The news of him being seriously injured is already confirmed. So his death is imminent. This time, we'll mobilize in advance to the borders of the Land of Fire and observe Konoha's reaction. Confidently, the second Hokage gazed at the executives of Tsunagaku in front of him, emphasizing that if Konoha fails to respond, it would mean Senjo Hashirama's demise in the Land of Fire would become theirs. The top executives of Tsunagaku supported the second Hakage's decision wholeheartedly, as they yearned to escape their desert surroundings and embrace the beauty of the neighboring fire country. Witnessing the unanimous support, the second Hokage wasted no time and dispatched a ninja team to attack the Land of Fire's border while Tsunagaku began preparing for war. Similarly, inside Cloud Shinobi Village, located in the Kingdom of Thunder, the second Hokage dismissed the news of Senjo Hashirama's imminent demise as inconsequential. For him, once the news had spread, he considered Senjo Hashirama dead, and without hesitation, he initiated war mobilization. Humph. The god of the ninja world is about to meet his end. Without Senjo Hashirama, how can Konoha retain its prosperous land? March, the second Hokage declared. For the second Hokage, whether Senjo Hashirama was alive or dead no longer mattered. The moment news arrived, he treated it as fact. In Kirigakure, the Land of Water, the Kogai clan head and the second Mizukage remained indifferent to the news reported by his disciples. As someone who was on the same level as the second Hokage Gengetsu Hosoki, the Kogai clan head truly hated Iwagakure. For him, Konoha was a secondary concern. Very well, I am aware of the news regarding Konoha. Now, tell me about Iwagakure's movements. That person should be making moves by now, right? Kogai clan head asked Mizukage. The one reporting was the future third Mizukage, listening to the questioning of Kogai and Gengetsu Hosoki, nodded in response. That's correct, teacher. As soon as Iwagakure received the news, they sent a large number of spies to the Land of Fire to gather information. They aim to confirm the accuracy of the message. Once confirmed, Iwagakure will take action. Upon hearing this, Kogai and Hoshiki, filled with eagerness, expressed their interest. All right, I understand the situation in Konoha. You will handle it. Find out the details. If the news is true, Kirigakure will claim its share, the Kogai patriarch declared before leaving the office. Observing the departure of the Kogai clan head and his student, the second Mizukage couldn't help but feel helpless. It was the nature of the Kogai clan to act this way, and he couldn't change it. Recognizing the state of Konoha and the actions of other ninja villages, the future third Mizukage hurriedly went and summoned Kirigakure's top management at the order of Mizukage. They all agreed that this was an opportunity they couldn't miss. All 4 major powers had joined forces, and without Senjo Hashirama, Konoha would struggle to withstand their onslaught. Witnessing this, the future third Mizukage decisively decided to gather troops and prepare for battle. News of the actions of 4 shinobi villages quickly reached Konoha. Brother, things have not gone as expected. The entire ninja world is on the move, and Tsunagaku and Cloud Shinobi Village have already initiated border skirmishes, said Tobirama's informant, handing him the information. Receiving the information, Tobirama employed the Flying Thunder God technique to discreetly reach Hashirama's room. As Hashirama and Tobirama reviewed the reports, they exchanged a knowing look, their agreement unspoken. Let's release the news. Then, we can begin our moves, Tobirama suggested, a smirk playing on his face. He nodded and swiftly departed. Soon, news of Senjo Hashirama's confirmed death spread throughout the entire ninja world. The 4 great ninja villages rejoiced, mobilizing their troops toward the Land of Fire. Not only the 4 great ninja villages but also smaller ninja villages in the surrounding countries near the Land of Fire had their ambitions. Konoha will be busy dealing with the 4 great ninja villages. They won't have time for us. This is our chance, exclaimed some ambitious small ninja villages, prompting them to launch attacks on Konoha. Konoha found itself besieged from all sides, pushed against the wall by their adversaries. An urgent battle report was swiftly delivered to Konoha village. Examining the reports on the table, Tobirama remained unfazed, devoid of any nervousness. The other ninja patriarchs present in the office, however, were growing increasingly anxious. The enemy forces were closing in on Konoha, yet the second Hokage seemed untroubled. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Tobirama paused for a moment before calmly stating, "What's the hurry? I certainly intend to fight, but I won't lead the charge." Upon hearing Tobirama's words, the patriarchs exchanged puzzled glances. The current strongest person in Konoha was Senjo Tobirama, the newly appointed second Hokage. So, if it wasn't him, did that mean the clan patriarchs would take charge? Just then, a figure pushed open the office door and entered. Haha, all this commotion began because of me, so naturally, I will take the lead. Join me on patreon.com/mariani to read 33 chapters in advance. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. It began because of me. So of course, I will step in, a voice echoed through the room. In an instant, everyone turned their heads, their faces filled with astonishment. The sight before them left them frozen in place. First Hokage, someone uttered, disbelief evident in their voice. Indeed, it was Senju Hashirama who stood before them. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After all, Senju Hashirama was believed to be dead. The second Hokage himself announced it a few days ago. How could such a mistake have been made? But seeing Hashirama alive and well, they quickly dismissed their doubts and instead showed joy and relief. Haha, I always knew the Shode wasn't dead, one patriarch exclaimed. That kind of injury means nothing to the Shode, another patriarch chimed in. Exactly. The Shode is the god of the ninja world. How could he die? Added another. Hashirama, hearing the compliments from the patriarchs, responded cheerfully. He slowly approached Obara's side, paying little attention to their praises. He knew not to take their words to heart, for he was well aware of the hidden agendas that might lie behind their flattery. Apart from the families directly attached to the Senju clan, other families had recently joined Konoha. While it was good to have their support and contributions, Hashirama understood that their loyalty might not run deep at the moment. As Hashirama stood in the office, observing the patriarch's reactions, he felt a sense of relief. With him present, Konoha had nothing to fear from the invading ninja villages. His reputation as the god of the ninja world would surely deter any ambitions of conquest. With the patriarchs now enthusiastic about the cause, they began pledging their support. Great, with the Shode here to lead the way, we are all willing to do our part for Konoha, one patriarch declared. Indeed. My clan has 300 ninjas ready to fight for Konoha, another pledged. And count my clan in two. We have 400 ninjas who are willing to fight, added another. This ignited a frenzy among the patriarchs, each scrambling to offer their ninjas for the war effort. Observing the scene, Hashirama couldn't help but be pleased with their eagerness. Meanwhile, Tobirama quickly stood up and took charge of organizing the mobilization efforts for the war. He ensured that the necessary materials and teams were properly arranged. Soon, Konoha's army assembled swiftly, comprising not only the ninjas cultivated by Konoha but also reinforcements from the major clans. As for the other families, their willingness or lack thereof to contribute was of little concern. They couldn't wait to send all their ninjas to fight for Konoha, seeing this as a great opportunity to gain prestige. While the war brought its own challenges and dangers, it also presented numerous opportunities for those willing to seize them. With Hashirama's presence and leadership, Konoha's army swiftly advanced towards the battlefield, facing off against the invading forces from the four major ninja villages. The initial offensive by the other ninja villages, which had taken advantage of the border skirmishes, was effectively hindered by Konoha's united front. Humph. So now you send your army to stop us. It's too late, one enemy ninja sneered. Continue the attack. Crush them, another urged. Having entered the land of fire, the enemy forces were determined not to withdraw. They desired the fertile land of the fire country, which they believed would be divided among the victorious parties if Konoha fell. The prospect of claiming such territory drove their aggression. As the battle raged on, the enemy ninjas, especially those from Tsunagakuer, became increasingly desperate. The prospect of leaving behind the harsh desert conditions and escaping the daily grind of sand became their greatest motivation. Kill them. Kill these Konoha ninjas, they cried out. This land of the fire country belongs to us now. No more need to endure wind and sand. Attack. With these rallying cries, the second Kazekage personally led a group of sand shinobi in a ferocious assault against the Konoha ninjas. Catching them off guard, the recently arrived Konoha shinobi struggled to hold their ground, their lack of experience evident. To the enemy, it seemed that Konoha's ninjas were nothing more than easy targets. The second Kazekage reveled in his confidence. Ha ha ha. Konoha is nothing but a nuisance. Destroy them, he exclaimed. In no time, the sand shinobi broke through Konoha's defense line, advancing further into the territory of the fire country. Meanwhile, within Konoha village, Hashirama waited patiently in the Hokage's office, avoiding the risk of information leaks. The plan was for him to join the main force when necessary. To ensure a swift response, each team sent to the front lines carried the second Hokage's special Flying Thunder God Kunai. If they encountered a formidable enemy, they could activate the Kunai, transporting the second Hokage and Hashirama directly to the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God technique. Soon, the second Hokage in the office received the signal. Brother, it's time for us to go, he informed Hashirama. Okay, let's move, Hashirama replied. Both of them donned their battle armor, emanating a formidable aura. The massive pillars that had once adorned the natural landscape were now prepared to unleash their might. With a touch of his hand on Hashirama's shoulder, the second Hokage activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. Kill. Hashirama shouted. Come on. Ha 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 ha. Face us, Konoha. This time, we'll completely shatter you, tree huggers. As Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama appeared on the battlefield in an instant, their commanding presence drew the attention of everyone present. The opposing forces, including the second Kazekage, were left awestruck. Senju. Hashirama, the second Kazekage stammered, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, the second Kazekage exclaimed, completely stunned by the two individuals who appeared before him. His astonished eyes seemed devoid of all meaning, and the sand shinobi on the side also froze in their tracks. They stared in horror at the sight of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, standing together on the battlefield. The once tumultuous battlefield came to an abrupt halt at that moment, as if time itself had stopped. Only the wind blowing across the field broke the silence. Whispers of doubt filled the air among the sand shinobi. Could it be the god of the ninja world? Is it possible that they are imposters? Didn't everyone say Senju Hashirama was dead? Although suspicions arose regarding the sudden appearance of the two Hashirama brothers on the battlefield, no one dared to make a move. Uncertain whether it was true or false, they hesitated to provoke the man known as the god of the ninja world. They understood that engaging in combat with him would lead to a dead end. The voices of doubt reached the ears of the second Kazekage, who became slightly uncertain. However, he refused to entertain such thoughts. He firmly believed that the conditions in the land of wind, with its harsh environment and scarce resources, were the primary reason for sand shinobi's hardships. If their circumstances were similar to those of Konoha, the temptation to invade and conquer would be irresistible. Suppressing his doubts, the second Kazekage declared, we must crush their audacity and starve their timid souls. The fact that the four major ninja villages united against Konoha can only mean that the news of Senju Hashirama's death is true. Senju Hashirama, the illustrious god of the ninja world, cannot deceive us by feigning his death. Convinced of his belief, the second Kazekage shaman made up his mind. He saw the appearance of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama on the battlefield as a ploy orchestrated by the second Hokage to intimidate them into retreating. Thinking this way, the second Kazekage's eyes brightened as he scoffed and shouted, Humph. You won't fool me, cunning Senju Tobirama. Die. The second Kazekage's confident words attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he released a puppet from the scroll he carried, quickly performing hand seals. To be safe, the second Kazekage sealed his hands, controlling the countless mounds of sand around him. Just as he prepared to launch an attack, Senju Hashirama, who had been growing increasingly impatient, finally made his move. Observing the long and complex seals used by the second Kazekage, Hashirama's curiosity was piqued. Such intricate seals. It must be a powerful ninjutsu. Well, then I'll unleash my most formidable technique. In an instant, Hashirama's demeanor turned serious, and a streak of green paint appeared on his face. He activated Sage Mode, embracing the power of nature. Witnessing this, Tobirama frowned, concerned about the potential side effects on his elder brother of this unknown technique. To avoid any interference, Tobirama swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return their team to Konoha, leaving Hashirama alone on the battlefield. Confused by Tobirama's disappearance, the second Kazekage, who was prepared to fight him, found himself at a loss. He had an inkling of doubt within, questioning whether Hashirama was truly present. He kept reassuring himself, convinced that Senju Hashirama was dead and this was merely an impostor. In response to the second Kazekage's thoughts, several manipulated puppets were sent by his command to attack Hashirama. But just as the second Kazekage controlled the puppets, Hashirama, standing on the battlefield, clapped his hands together. Perplexed, the second Kazekage laughed out loud, thinking that the fate before him was on the brink of defeat. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as Hashirama's terrifying chakra erupted, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. In an instant, a colossal statue of a Valkaitesvar with countless arms rose into the air. Witnessing this astonishing sight, the second Kazekage was momentarily frozen in place. The contrast between the manipulated puppets and the towering statue of Guanyin left him dumbfounded. This cannot be a trick. It is real. Senju Hashirama is not dead. It was at this moment he knew he. At that moment, the second Kazekage felt as though his soul had been sucked away. Helplessly gazing at the enormous Guanyin statue before him, he realized that an ordinary cage-level ninja like himself had no chance against such power. Even the Sand Shinobi, who had been doubtful just moments ago, now stood dumbfounded and terrified. Before they could react, the countless arms of the colossal Avalokitesvara statue clenched into fists and descended upon the Sand Shinobi, raining devastation upon them. Avalokitesvara is a bodhisattva who contains the compassion of all Buddhas and is the principal attendant of Amitabha Buddha on the right. Avalokitesvara is also Kisukura Harris Bankai Benihime. The battlefield echoed with cries of despair and panic as the fists struck the ground with tremendous force. The overwhelming power of true several thousand hands jutsu instantly overwhelmed the Sand Shinobi, crushing them on the spot. This was the same jutsu that defeated Madara and Nine Tails. So, amidst the chaos, the second Hokage, known as Shaman, lay dying on the battlefield. His body twisted and deformed under the weight of the blows, with only a single breath clinging to life. Helplessly, he looked upon the figure standing atop the colossal Guanyin statue, filled with frustration and regret. Senjo Hashirama, you are a master of deception. To possess such strength and still pretend to be dead. With a heart full of unspoken words, he took his final breath, consumed by anger. Support me on Patreon.com/Mariani for 35 advanced chapters. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. The Sand Shinobi battlefield was in chaos the moment Senjo Hashirama appeared. Hashirama's true several thousand hands brought down the entire Sand Shinobi force, disabling them instantly. 9 out of 10 ninjas who invaded Konoha died under the might of true several thousand hands. Even the second Hokage was killed on the spot. Only a few Sand Shinobi managed to escape, while the rest knelt and surrendered. They pondered how to fight against such a formidable opponent. Shaman the second Hokage, their leader, had fallen in battle. How could they confront the god of the ninja world? Surrendering seemed like the better choice to survive. Some suggested finding a leader among them, and others agreed. Those who survived fell to their knees, seeking forgiveness from Senjo Hashirama. Hashirama wasted no time and captured all the ninjas from Tsunegakure on the battlefield. It was time to exchange resources with Tsunegakure since these ninjas were valuable assets. The major ninja villages were still in their early stages, and every ninja was a valuable resource. All right. Hashirama exclaimed. Tobirama, let's move to the next battlefield. After resolving the situation in Tsunegakure, Hashirama approached Tobirama. With Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, they could swiftly travel between battlefields. Tobirama eagerly agreed, and in an instant, both disappeared from the Sand Shinobi battlefield. On this battlefield of the Cloud Shinobi village, the second Rikage led a large number of elite Cloud Shinobi into the Land of Fire. According to the second Rikage, Senjo Hashirama was dead, and they had to seize this opportunity. These were valuable resources in the Land of Fire which were needed for the development of their own village. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, relying on the Sage of Six Paths ninja tools and their own Nine Tails chakra, wreaked havoc among the Konoha Shinobi. The recently arrived Konoha Shinobi had never encountered such madness before. Haha, brother, these Konoha Shinobi are no match for us, one of the brothers exclaimed. Let's go all out and kill them all. Under the leadership of the Golden and Silver brothers, the Cloud Shinobi army became unstoppable. The Konoha forces were defeated, and their defensive line kept shrinking. Just as the Golden and Silver brothers were dominating the battlefield, a sudden blue light appeared. As the light faded, it revealed first Hokage Senjo Hashirama and second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, who had arrived from the Sand Shinobi battlefield. What? Second Rikage exclaimed. Senjo Hashirama. He's not dead. Looking at the two figures that suddenly appeared, second Rikage widened his eyes in disbelief. Having witnessed the terrifying strength of Senjo Hashirama, he couldn't stay calm. Hurry up. Order the troops to retreat. Second Rikage shouted urgently. Everyone, retreat. At that moment, second Rikage couldn't care about anything else. Although the Cloud Shinobi were reckless, they were not foolish. Facing Senjo Hashirama, known as the god of the ninja world, they realized they couldn't continue their invasion. Second Rikage's order quickly reached the front line troops. However, the Golden and Silver brothers didn't take his orders seriously. Forget about these two lunatics. Second Rikage said. The entire army retreats. Otherwise, everyone will stay and be buried with these two lunatics. Following second Rikage's order, all the Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield began to retreat. Only the elite troops under the Golden and Silver's command remained. Unfazed by the retreat, the two brothers, wearing Nine Tails chakra coats, were in a frenzy. Their eyes locked onto Senjo Hashirama. Roar. They roared like beasts and charged towards Senjo Hashirama. However, Senjo Hashirama didn't even need to activate Sage Mode this time. He simply clapped his hands and summoned a giant wooden golem. The wooden golem was even more formidable than the Nine Tails. In an instant, the Nine Tails turned Golden Horn brothers and Silver Horn brothers paled in comparison. The two brothers, who were previously in a state of madness, were now dumbfounded. Senjo Hashirama controlled the wooden golem and grabbed the two brothers, crushing them mercilessly. Their bones broke with a resounding crack, and before they could scream, they turned into blood mist. The real Nine Tails was captured using one wooden hand. So, hey, is this real? One of the soldiers exclaimed. Is this truly the god of the ninja world? Are we fighting against a god? Unable to comprehend the sight of the Golden and Silver brothers turning into a blood mist, the once determined elite troops froze in place. Seizing the opportunity, Hashirama ordered the Konoha forces to arrest these soldiers. After dealing with the Cloud Shinobi village, Hashirama planned to rush to other battlefields. However, before he could depart, shocking news reached him. Both Uegakure and Kirigakure had received the news from the Cloud Shinobi village. They realized that Senjo Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, had deceived them by faking his death. Now tell me who can send the news as fast as this in the Shinobi world? On whose command? If Hashirama or Madara was a woman, perhaps we won't have 700 episodes plus series. The villages were in turmoil, and their armies swiftly withdrew to their respective territories. Fearing Hashirama's retribution, they meticulously cleaned the battlefields before departing. The most absurd part was that a conflict had erupted between the second Hokage and the second Hokage, resulting in both of their deaths. Instead of reaping any benefits, they lost their allies. Thus, the First Ninja World War hastily concluded, solidifying Senjo Hashirama's reputation as the strongest ninja. The other four countries were forced to compensate Konoha with significant resources, demanded by second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. Although the four great powers were bitter, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and provide the resources. The schemes of shinobi are even deeper than the abyss. A certain samurai remarked. They even deceived us by faking Hashirama's death. Look underneath the underneath. Read 35 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 40, Chapter 40 Assimilation. On the other side of the world, in the office of the second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, as he opened his eyes for the first time, he heard a voice from the chat group in his head. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Please click to check and claim. Tobirama heard the voice and suddenly felt his eyes itching. Suppressing the discomfort, he soon found it subsiding. To his surprise, he realized that his vision had become clearer. He hurriedly looked at the mirror beside him and discovered that his eyes had transformed into Sharingan. However, since Tobirama's eyes were originally red, the change was not very obvious. I never noticed his eye color is red. Nevertheless, Tobirama felt like he had entered a whole new world. He began studying his own eyes by gazing directly into them. During the Sengoku period, while the Senjo clan and the Uchiha clan conflicted, Tobirama had already conducted research on Sharingan. He even examined the eyes of deceased Uchiha clan members for his studies. But now, possessing a perfectly fitting Sharingan, Tobirama felt even more amazed. He believed that a true understanding of its mysteries could only be attained through personal experience. The practice was the only path to truth, and Tobirama was convinced of this. As for another perfect practice method for age arts, Tobirama didn't have time to attend to it at the moment. Nothing was as important as studying the Sharingan. Typical Tobirama. In the world of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Minato. What's going on? Are you exhausted? Sarutobi hears and called out to Minato, who seemed dazed and unresponsive after being called multiple times. Concerned, Hiruzen looked at Minato's weary face and suggested that he take the day off to rest. At that moment, Minato, who had just returned from the chat group and was still reeling from the shock, snapped back to reality. Realizing the situation, he nodded hurriedly. Now that Minato knew the truth, he felt a sense of disgust whenever he looked at the aging face of the third Hokage before him. He feared that staring too long might make him explode. I am tired, Hokage-sama. I have to take a little bit of rest at home. With a quick nod, Minato left the office. Hiruzen, aware of Minato's value as an exceptional tool, didn't want to exhaust him and advised him to take better care of himself. After Minato departed, he headed straight home to check the system that rewarded him with a training method for sage arts. The content inside made Minato even more excited. Although he had already practiced sage arts, he wasn't proficient in it yet. But now, with this method in his possession, he only needed to practice a little to master sage arts perfectly. Very good. Minato thought to himself. Once he successfully mastered sage arts, his strength would be sufficient to face the challenges ahead. In the world of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Tsunade looked at her familiar office and let out a long sigh of relief. She had returned. In her mind, she now possessed an additional article on the training method for perfect sage mode. As Tsunade observed the sage art practice method, she couldn't help but remember her grandfather, Senjo Hashirama, performing sage jutsus. If she could learn sage arts herself, it would greatly enhance her strength. With the looming threat of a strong enemy about to attack Konoha, Tsunade felt the urgency to become stronger. Being Hokage meant protecting Konoha, and what concerned her the most was the help button in her mind. With a simple thought and a press of a button, the Hokages from other worlds would receive a message asking for their assistance. This function gave Tsunade newfound confidence in facing the impending crisis. Now, her priority was to completely study and master sage art as quickly as possible. However, to practice sage mode, she needed to go to the wetbone forest. Using the summoning technique, Tsunade vanished from her office in an instant, leaving a shadow clone behind to notify her if any issues arose. In the main world, Ryan, the group leader, slowly opened his eyes. This Hokage meeting is over. Items obtained. Rinnegan, sage body, perfect sage mode method. The next Hokage meeting would take place in half a year. Before the meeting, the group owner had the opportunity to invite 2 Konoha Hokages to join the group chat. Note: as the number of people in the group increases, the meeting time will increase accordingly. In half a year, Ryan noted as he read the system prompt. He realized that time would pass quickly. Since arriving in the world of Hokage, Ryan had continuously improved his strength. However, apart from his talent in ninjutsu, he lacked bloodline or heritage. His strength had reached the peak of Hokage's level, and he was unable to advance further. Ryan had never considered transplanting Sharingan or Hashirama cells like Denzo, as he wanted to become something neither human nor ghost, just a monster. Moreover, the current technology was not as advanced as during the time of the 7th Hokage, Naruto, making such procedures very risky. Therefore, Ryan refrained from taking such actions. Thinking about the impending crisis in the ninja world, Ryan felt a sense of urgency. But now, everything had changed. The rewards he received from the Hokage meeting brought him tremendous surprise. Obtaining Rinnegan, sage body, and a perfect sage mode method would be enough for Ryan to successfully break through the barrier of Kage and Super Kage levels and reach the 6th path level in a short time. He couldn't contain his excitement and quickly withdrew the rewards. As he confirmed the extraction, a colorful, mysterious light curtain enveloped Ryan. A surge of vitality and chakra emanated from his body, and his eyes exuded a faint purple light. With the Rinnegan, one of the world's 3 foremost dojutsu, and the incredible physical attributes granted by sage body, Ryan had entered the ranks of Super Kage level. Possessing sage body and Rinnegan meant he now had 7 chakra natures. Once he mastered the various abilities of Rinnegan and unlocked the power of sage arts by combining the 7 chakra natures, Ryan believed he would reach the level of Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon, the 6th path level of combat. Support me on Patreon to read 35 chapters in advance. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. The improvement in strength is so obvious, Ryan thought to himself, feeling the changes in his current strength. His excitement grew as he realized the power he now possessed, sage body, Rinnegan. But his focus was set on achieving the perfect level of the sage mode method. Having assimilated sage body and Rinnegan, it was only natural for Ryan to learn sage art. After all, when the Otsutsuki family and Obito and Madara duo attacked chakra-based jutsu proved to be useless against them, except for senjutsu. Because they can absorb chakra, even Raised Nen was useless in front of reanimated Madara. Only natural chakra, the energy of the earth's own nature, could effectively combat the Otsutsuki clan. Relying on senjutsu, Naruto was able to fight them. Another way is taijutsu. Nobody can forget Night Guy. Ryan's attention was captivated by the method of perfect sage mode. Reading the description of the perfect level sage art practice method, his newly acquired Rinnegan stared in awe. This perfect level sage art is truly worthy of its name. After all, only those who have at least Kage level chakra dare to practice this. Otherwise, they will be turned into stone. The description revealed that the perfect sage art practice method allowed practitioners to avoid the negative effects of absorbing excessive natural energy. Upon successfully mastering it, the body would naturally store the absorbed natural energy from the outside world, with no upper limit. Ryan was ecstatic upon realizing the significance of this. The perfect level sage practice method was akin to the chakra extraction technique, allowing the storage of natural energy to be stored within the body, surpassing the power of the chakra itself. With dedicated practice, the amount of natural energy one could store would increase over time. Overwhelmed, Ryan took a deep breath as he witnessed this incredible revelation. Among the rewards given by the chat group, the perfect level of the sage mode method stood out as the most significant. He had initially believed that possessing Rinnegan and sage body would make him strong enough, but the perfect sage mode method surpassed them both. Given enough time to practice, he realized the limitless possibilities that lay before him. Borrowing power of the world is a concept where you help the world and it lends you a bit of its power. But powerful people can bypass this condition. Now the problem of strength is solved, Ryan finally had a sigh of relief. It seems we must find a way to further improve the national strength of our world. Previously limited to the peak of Kage level due to the absence of cheats, his strength had now changed thanks to the emergence of the Hokage chat group. With the next Hokage meeting still half a year away, Ryan knew he had to seize this opportunity. Securing first place every time was crucial to obtaining the best rewards and solidifying his position in the first world. His extensive knowledge of the Naruto world's history made him aware of the potential danger if the world of 7th Hokage Naruto were to be pulled in next, with the Konoha of the future 7th Hokage era. Merely entering the group could cost him his #1 position. Therefore, constant improvement of the national strength of his own world was essential. As Ryan looked out the window, he noticed the sky gradually darkening. Realizing he could only discuss his new ideas for the improvement of Konoha tomorrow, he packed up his things and left the Hokage building. On the street, several ninjas who had just returned greeted Ryan warmly. He smiled in response, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of practicing sage art. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself walking toward Konoha's commercial street. Under Ryan's management, Konoha had not only experienced rapid improvements in strength but also witnessed economic development. Ryan's policies offered strong support to merchants, allowing all small stall hawkers with good quality products to apply for a store. 5% of their turnover went toward paying the shop's rent. These policies aimed to change the status quo of small stalls and hawkers, leading to the planning of a bustling commercial street. Moreover, the population of Konoha was steadily increasing, attracting numerous merchants seeking opportunities. This resulted in the commercial street flourishing even further. Watching the lively scene with a smile on his face, Ryan felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the commercial street he had built, representing the Konoha he managed. Hashirama defeated Madara. Tobirama established ninja school, Enbu, Chunin exams, and so many forbidden jutsu. Minato used his life to seal 9 tails. What did Hiruzen do? As he savored the moment, a playful voice caught his attention. It was Tsunade, who approached him in a slightly intoxicated state. Ryan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. However, Tsunade insisted on dragging him into a tavern on the commercial street. They continued to drink and exchange glasses, and as the night wore on, Tsunade became increasingly drunk. Blushing, she looked at Ryan with obsession and gratitude. In her intoxicated state, she expressed her thanks for his contributions to Konoha and the positive changes he had brought. Tsunade's voice grew softer and quieter until she eventually fell asleep with a contented smile on her face. Ryan chuckled and shook his head, knowing he couldn't leave her in this state. After settling the bill, he carried Tsunade back to the Senjo clan's residence. Just as he was about to leave, Tsunade suddenly woke up and provocatively grabbed his arm. Unable to resist her playful advances, Ryan gave in and jumped toward Tsunade, surrendering to the moment. Join my patreon.com/Mariani to read 35 chapters in advance. Chapter 42, Chapter 42 Uchiha I choose you. The sun had just risen over the Senjo land. Don't go to the office today, Tsunade said in a charming manner, looking at Ryan as he got up and dressed. Take a day off, okay. Ryan, who had been both loved and loving, silently pondered in his heart. Suppressing the flame in his heart after donning the Hokage's robes, he stated firmly, I am the Hokage. I must lead by example. Is it acceptable for the Hokage to skip office? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing Ryan's response. She assumed a provocative pose, wanting to play around. Ryan intended to go to the office. However, upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily captivated, forgetting about his duties. Aren't you supposed to go to the office? Stop causing trouble. As the Hokage, you need to set an example. Go, she said, urging him. Blushing with embarrassment, Ryan listened to Tsunade's playful remarks. He no longer cared about being serious and responsible. How dare you mock me? Watch how I handle you, you little troublemaker, he exclaimed, jumping up once again. After their playful encounter, Ryan realized it was already afternoon. Tsunade, who was exhausted and unwilling to lift a finger, didn't want to move. Observing the situation, Ryan quickly settled Tsunade in the Hokage's office. As he entered the office, he noticed Minato's resentful expression. The stack of documents he had accumulated had all been processed and set aside by Minato. As the Hokage, Ryan had only just arrived at the office. Seeing this, he laughed and hurriedly attended to the remaining tasks. Sorry. I encountered a lost elderly woman on the road, and after escorting her home, I came across a black cat blocking my way. It's been quite a headache, he explained. Hearing Ryan's explanation, Minato rolled his eyes in annoyance. Please don't learn from Kakashi. And the next time the Hokage tells a lie it should at least be believable, he remarked. Embarrassed, Ryan couldn't help but touch his head. The incident passed, and it was time to discuss business. To further strengthen Konoha's power, they needed to take action promptly. Time was running out, with only half a year remaining. Minato, inform the heads of the major clans to come to the Hokage building for a meeting. Ryan instructed, his expression serious. Understanding that significant plans were about to be discussed, Minato promptly left the office using his Flying Thunder God technique. On the other hand, Hatake Sakumo quickly approached Ryan's side. Sakumo, Ambu's recent tasks will involve monitoring the movements of the other 4 countries. Report any developments immediately, Ryan instructed. Sakumo nodded in acknowledgement and left to fulfill his assigned task. Konoha was now operating swiftly, like a well-oiled machine. Soon, the heads of the major clans received Ryan's order. Each patriarch received the notice and wasted no time in preparing and rushing to the Hokage building. The Hyga and Uchiha clans were the first to arrive, represented by Hyga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku. You've come quickly, Ryan commented. Not as fast as Chief Hyga, Uchiha Fugaku replied, teasingly. Today, due to Ryan's influence, the family's status had changed, firmly placing them on the Hokage side. Just like the Konoha clans, competition was bound to arise, as progress often stemmed from healthy rivalry. However, the Hyga brothers couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The Uchiha clan had already produced 2 genius who became disciples of the Hokage, placing them ahead in their advancement. It was a significant stride for the Hyga clan to catch up. Niji and Hinata on the way. Date bail. As the heads of the 2 major clans arrived first, the others followed in the footsteps of the Hokage. The Inoshikacho trio, as staunch supporters of the Hokage, would always heed his orders. The remaining large and small clans, such as the Bearmei, Inuzuka, and Kurama, swiftly made their way to the Hokage building. I wonder what Hokage-sama has to tell us, one patriarch pondered. Who knows? Let's just follow the footsteps of Master Hokage, another responded. Indeed, let's follow Hokage-sama's instructions, a third patriarch agreed. Soon, the patriarchs arrived at the Hokage's office with a mix of curiosity and doubt. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. As they entered, they greeted Ryan respectfully, and he nodded in response to each of them. After everyone had gathered, Ryan nodded to Minato, indicating that he should proceed. Minato promptly retrieved the world map, and as the patriarchs laid their eyes upon it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The unveiling of the map signaled that something significant was about to happen. As expected, Ryan's next words shocked all the families present. Everyone, regarding the smaller neighboring countries. I wonder if any of you have any opinions. Ryan asked. Upon hearing his words, a range of expressions appeared on their faces. Some of the more warlike families, such as the Uchiha, seemed particularly eager. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes burned with excitement. However, most families were reluctant to engage in warfare, and they held no particular grievances against these smaller nations. Ryan noticed the hesitation and lack of response, but he remained unperturbed. These small countries have become obstacles for Konoha. In times of major wars, they become buffers for the major powers to fight each other. But have you considered the first and second ninja wars? What were these small countries doing? They turned their backs on Konoha and attacked us during our most vulnerable moments. When Konoha survived, they all pledged their loyalty to us for self-preservation. I can't fathom why Sarutobi hears and allowed these turncoats to continue jumping back and forth. Upon hearing Ryan's words, some smaller families that had joined Konoha later glanced at each other, unsure how to react. Only a few families had been part of Konoha since its establishment, like the Uchiha clan. As they listened, Uchiha Fugaku and others exchanged knowing glances, anticipating Ryan's next move. Ryan scanned the room before continuing. These small countries are merely opportunists. In the 2 ninja wars, they switched sides and attacked Konoha at critical moments. It's time to put an end to their fickleness. Uchiha clan, I want you to lead the way. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani to read UPTO Chapter 78. Chapter 43 Domination. Uchiha Fugaku, being the first to show his loyalty, received a nod from Ryan. Observing this, the Hyga brothers, Hayashi and Hyga, also expressed their eagerness. Humph. The Hyga clan also wishes to lead the way. Hayashi declared, asserting their desire to take charge. The other clan leaders, who had been hesitant, took note of the 2 strongest families in Konoha stepping up. They understood that they couldn't afford to lag behind. Voices filled the room as each clan shouted their willingness to participate. Ryan, seeing the enthusiasm, smiled and calmed the clamor of the leaders. All right then. Next, let's consider which small countries we should target first. All eyes turned to the map laid out before them, their attention fixed on the discussion to follow. But before Ryan could speak, the representative of Konoha's think tank stood up and raised a question. Hokage-sama, attacking these small countries may not pose a problem, but we need a valid reason to do so. Without proper justification, the daimyo might not approve of launching a war. Other daimyos may also intervene and obstruct our plans. As this question was raised, Ryan slapped his head in frustration. Despite traveling through time, he had never taken the concept of a daimyo seriously. He didn't see the point of reporting to a weak individual with no real power. Before crossing over, Ryan had always been puzzled as to why every ninja in the world of Hokage listened to the daimyo's words, despite their lack of strength. Today, reminded by the Nara clan head, he realized the existence of the daimyo. Ah, I completely forgot. I've been so preoccupied, I forgot about the daimyo. But for now, we don't need to pay him much attention. We'll give him some face and acknowledge his position. But if he challenges us, we won't hesitate to crush him. Upon hearing Ryan's words, all the clan leaders present were left shocked. No one expected him to speak so audaciously, even causing the Nara clan head to fall silent. Observing their reactions, Ryan remained unfazed. To him, the daimyo was merely an insignificant figure with no real power. He couldn't understand why the shadow villages of each nation had to heed their every word, effectively becoming their subordinates. Quickly brushing off the matter of the daimyo, Ryan turned his attention back to the main issue at hand. Mere titles and names were inconsequential to him. What truly mattered was strengthening the overall power of the nation. Everyone, we have 3 targets at the moment. First, the land of whirlpools. Ryan pointed to the isolated island on the map, once the home of the Uzumaki clan, now destroyed and abandoned. This used to be the land of whirlpools, but it has since been destroyed. Therefore, this will be our first target. By occupying it, we can expand the Fire Nation's territory and establish a stronghold to keep an eye on Kirigakuer. Ryan's gaze swept across the room, awaiting the response of the clan leaders. After a moment's contemplation, they expressed no objections. The idea of having a vantage point over Kirigakuer appealed to them. With the consensus reached, the clans quickly allocated their ninjas for the mission. The Hyga and Uchiha clans each contributed 100 ninjas, while the remaining families assembled a force of 300 ninjas. Together, a total of 500 ninjas would set out to occupy the land of whirlpools. In addition to the military force, companions would be hired from the land of fire to aid in rebuilding the land of whirlpools into a strategic outpost against Kirigakuer. With the arrangements settled, Ryan continued, our second goal is the land of grass. He pointed to the land of grass, which bordered the land of earth and the land of fire. Confusion appeared on the faces of the clan leaders, as they couldn't immediately discern the significance of this target. If the land of whirlpool serves as a bridgehead against Kirigakuer, then defeating the land of grass means we will face the rock shinobi. It will inevitably lead to a battle between the 2 villages, one leader expressed, voicing their concern. Ryan anticipated their hesitation and quickly reassured them, don't worry. In the current state of the ninja world, harboring these rebellious nations only brings trouble. And if Oniki of the Uegaku dares to make a move, I, as the 4th Hokage, will show him the true extent of my power. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan members reside in Kyuzaigakure. With the destruction of the land of whirlpools, Mito-sama doesn't want her people to be displaced. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation and invoking the name of Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the 1st Hokage, the clan leaders ceased their objections. Without further delay, the clans swiftly assigned their ninjas for the mission. A force of 1,000 ninjas, comprising major families and civilian ninjas of Konoha, would set off for the land of grass. Minato, a trusted aide, was entrusted with leading this endeavor. With the battle plan established, Ryan's attention shifted to the last target, the land of rain. Home to the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. This country had sparked the Second Ninja World War, but its power had since dwindled, leaving only an aged leader devoid of ambition. Ryan selected the land of rain for its strategic value and the desirability of incorporating Rain Shinobi village. Its geographic location made it highly coveted by Konoha. And for the land of rain, I will personally lead the team. The Inoshikacho clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Hyuga clan will each send a contingent of their ninjas. This time, we will swiftly capture the land of rain. As Ryan spoke, the clan leaders readily agreed. He had not only prepared the necessary forces but also planned to bring the Konoha Sennin along. They were awaiting the return of Jiraiya and his apprentices before launching their assault on the land of rain. With the plan set, the clan leaders departed to prepare their respective plans. As they left, Ryan's gaze returned to the map before him. Ryan had his considerations when dealing with these small countries. Attacking other major ninja villages, one of the 5 great nations, would immediately arouse suspicion and likely lead to the 3 remaining countries uniting against Konoha. As formidable as his strength had become, Ryan knew he couldn't face the entire ninja world alone. There was still a long journey ahead for him, step by step. For now, he awaited Jiraiya's return to proceed with the next phase of their plan. Read UPTO Chapter 78 on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. How did old Madara use bathroom in his old age? Land of Fire, outside Konoha village. Is this the land of fire? Asked one of the travelers. It looks much better than the land of rain, remarked another. Yes, the weather and the environment here are amazing, added a third person. Jiraiya had returned from the land of rain and was now escorting Yahiko, Nagato, and others back to Konoha. As they traveled, they admired the scenic beauty of the land of fire, and even Yahiko and his companions felt a longing for this land. The stark contrast to the kingdom of rain made them realize why other countries in the ninja world desired to wage war on the land of fire. The environment was truly superior. However, Nagato seemed unusually quiet within the group. His eyes silently observed everything in front of him. Having lost both his parents to Konoha shinobi, Nagato's decision to accompany Jiraiya to Konoha was not without its emotional conflicts. What truly interested Nagato were Ryan's words, relayed by Jiraiya. As they neared Konoha, his anticipation grew. Meanwhile, at the mountain's graveyard, deep within an underground space, a voice echoed, Madara. The situation has changed. Jiraiya took Nagato to Konoha. White Setsu, the messenger, reported the news, prompting a terrifying aura to erupt in the space. Madara, though aged, still emitted a formidable presence that made even White Setsu tremble. Anxiously, Madara questioned why they hadn't stopped Jiraiya, but it was too late now. Frustrated with the plan going awry, Madara had intended for Nagato to remain in the land of rain, where he could keep a close eye on him using White Setsu and Black Setsu. However, Jiraiya's unexpected intervention disrupted their carefully laid out scheme. To make matters worse, Madara's last battles against Hashirama had failed. He was too injured and old. He couldn't afford any accidental exposure that would jeopardize his plans. Realizing the situation couldn't be reversed, Madara reluctantly accepted the turn of events and turned his attention to other matters. He inquired if White Setsu had made progress on another investigation. White Setsu confirmed that the Uchiha clan members sent to the battlefield were all unstable individuals due to the actions of the 4th Hokage, Ryan. Madara, consumed by his own ambitions, cared little about the Uchiha clan's fate. His primary concern was finding suitable candidates for his plan. He understood that his old body had limited time left, and a successor needed to be indoctrinated quickly to continue his mission. Madara instructed White Setsu to expedite the search for potential seedlings among the Uchiha clan, as time was running out. As White Setsu left to carry out the mission, Madara settled back in front of the Gedo statue, renewing his life force. With determination in his eyes, he muttered, 4th Hokage Ryan. No one can stop my plan. Outside Konoha village, Jiraiya and his team finally arrived at their destination. Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the village entrance. Ah, finally, the mission is complete, he said, addressing his apprentice, Yahiko. Boy, I really need a vacation this time. Yahiko and the others behind him stared wide-eyed at the bustling Konoha village. Wow. Yahiko exclaimed. Is this Konoha village? It's so prosperous. No wonder it's known as the #1 ninja village in the world. The lively streets, towering buildings, and the Hokage monument visible in the distance left a deep impression on Yahiko and his companions. The village guards at the gate recognized Jiraiya and warmly welcomed him back. Jiraiya reciprocated their greetings with equal enthusiasm. All right, let's go meet the 4th Hokage, Jiraiya announced. From now on, you all will be staying in Konoha. Take the time to explore and learn. With that, Jiraiya led Yahiko and the others into the village. Along the way, he noticed a change in the perception of the Konoha guards. People were no longer fearful of the Uchiha clan, instead, they appeared happy. Jiraiya even spotted civilian ninjas among the ranks. This sight moved him deeply. Jiraiya had initially been hesitant about Ryan's plan when he learned of it from Tsunade. He had considered stopping his teacher, who had retired as the Hokage. However, after seeing the evidence Minato had gathered, Jiraiya fell into contemplative silence. Ultimately, he chose to trust Ryan and departed on the mission, feeling a sense of relief upon witnessing the prosperous and harmonious Konoha village. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel sorry for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the previous Hokage, as he walked alongside Yahiko and the others. Yet, he also believed that his decision was the right one. He now understood that everything Ryan had done was truly for the sake of Konoha. Jiraiya felt a renewed sense of conviction in supporting Ryan's plan. Upon reaching the Hokage building, Jiraiya prepared himself to meet the 4th Hokage. Yahiko and the others, initially excited and curious, suddenly became nervous. Jiraiya reassured them, don't worry, the 4th Hokage is a good person. Read up to Chapter 79 on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. Hey, brat, you must give me a vacation this time. Jiraiya exclaimed. I haven't had a break to collect materials for my novel for a long time. Ryan was engrossed in his work, not having seen anyone yet. However, he could already hear Jiraiya's loud complaints echoing through the office. Ryan put down the pen in his hand, wearing a helpless expression. Minato, standing beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Despite Jiraiya's constant complaints, Ryan deeply appreciated him. Having been both Jiraiya's apprentice and friend, their relationship was a unique blend of teacher-student and companionship. Soon, Jiraiya opened the office door and led Yahiko and the others inside. You are a Sennin. You should be an example of hard work for others, Ryan greeted them, and vacation might take a while. Hearing Ryan's words, Jiraiya wanted to say something more but Minato shook his head seriously. Jiraiya immediately stood aside helpless and deflated as if he had lost his spirit. At that moment, Ryan's gaze fell upon Yahiko and the others standing behind Jiraiya. Now that Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato had established the Akatsuki organization, there were only a few members left. They had followed Jiraiya to Konoha, and it was easy to see why Yahiko and Konan had come. They were both passionate youths and devoted followers. As for Nagato, Ryan activated his eyes, then slowly raised his head and looked directly at Nagato. Ryan, your eyes. Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. What's this situation? Upon seeing Ryan's eyes, Jiraiya and Minato's eyes widened instantly. Especially Jiraiya, who hurriedly approached Ryan and examined his eyes closely. How is this possible? Jiraiya asked in disbelief. TWP pair of such mysterious eyes appearing at the same time. After confirming that Ryan indeed possessed the Rinnegan, Jiraiya was left stunned. The Rinnegan was only briefly mentioned in historical records, and Jiraiya had always believed it to be a mere legend until he encountered Nagato. And now, unexpectedly, Ryan, with whom he had spent so much time, also possessed the Rinnegan. Even Minato was filled with doubts. Despite having been with Ryan since childhood, he had never seen him possess the Rinnegan. Facing the skeptical gazes of Jiraiya and Minato, Ryan smiled and explained, I don't know why, but a few days ago, I suddenly acquired these eyes. My chakra has also improved significantly. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel envious upon hearing this, but they didn't question it further. Meanwhile, Yahiko and the others were filled with curiosity. Look, Hokage-sama's eyes are the same as Nagato's. Yes. They are truly identical. Observing Ryan's Rinnegan, Nagato was also surprised. While he felt a sense of joy, Nagato pondered for a moment before turning to Ryan and asking, Master Hokage, I want to know what you asked Jiraiya to convey. How can we achieve true peace? Ryan was prepared to answer Nagato's question. After all, in Ryan's eyes, the ninja world was merely a battleground between various villages. With his knowledge spanning thousands of years of Chinese history, he understood that there was only one path to achieving true peace. Do you know why the ninja world keeps fighting? Ryan asked rhetorically. Nagato thought for a moment and replied, for benefits. Resources. Ryan shook his head at this response and slowly began to explain, capturing everyone's attention. That's because the entire ninja world consists of too many large and small nations. With so many divided countries, conflicts over resources and territory naturally arise, leading to wars. But what if? Ryan paused for effect. It starts with me. It starts with this Hokage. If we can unify all nations, will there still be war? As Ryan spoke, everyone in the office started to imagine the possibilities, their eyes filled with unprecedented hope. Even Jiraiya couldn't contain his excitement. The idea of unifying the ninja world gave them a newfound sense of purpose and vision. However, just as everyone was getting carried away with their imaginations, Nagato interjected, pouring cold water on their enthusiasm. But if Konoha starts a war, won't many people still die? He questioned. Ryan smiled and shook his head in response. You're only seeing the potential casualties of war if it starts, but have you considered what will happen if we continue as we are? In 10 or 20 years, there will inevitably be another ninja war. Will fewer people die then? No. But if Konoha unifies the ninja world, there will be no more wars in the future. If anyone has to take on the role of a villain, let it be me. Ryan's words caused Nagato to fall into deep thought. The confusion in his Rinnegan eyes slowly faded away, and a new understanding began to emerge. Witnessing this, Ryan knew that his point had resonated. Just as Ryan was about to invite Yahiko and the others to join Konoha, Jiraiya approached him with an excited expression. Brat. Jiraiya exclaimed, so, you are the son of prophecy. You are the one destined to save the ninja world. Looking at the overly excited Jiraiya, Ryan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that Nagato wasn't the only one prone to getting carried away with grand ideas. Setting Jiraiya aside for a moment, Minato, who had received his task from Ryan the previous day, now had complete faith in him. After contemplating the matter, all his doubts had vanished. Ryan's vision was surprisingly far-reaching, and to achieve his ideals, Minato was determined to give his all. Observing his enthusiastic master and apprentice, Ryan couldn't contain his amusement. However, he also knew that even in a unified ninja world, there might still be challenges. Enemies could evolve from internal conflicts, such as disparities in wealth leading to wars between the rich and poor, or cultural differences escalating into clashes between different societies. And with the looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan, a unified world might face external adversaries as well. Ryan realized that there was no need to worry about the changes a unified world might bring. Instead, the focus should be on preparing for potential threats and ensuring unity against common enemies. Turning his attention back to Yahiko and the others, Ryan asked, so, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, are you willing to join Konoha for the sake of peace in the ninja world? Read up to chapter 81 on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 46, The Sound of Conquest. Facing Ryan's invitation, Yahiko and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. Then, Yahiko nodded heavily and said, we Akatsuki would like to follow Hokage-sama. For peace of shinobi world. Under Ryan's arrangement, the Akatsuki organization led by the Yahiko was fully integrated into Konoha. In addition to Yahiko's group of 3, the other members of the Akatsuki organization that were trained by Yahiko and his comrades also joined Konoha. Ryan made sure they received a proper education at the ninja school. At the same time, Nagato, who was also part of the Uzumaki clan, was taken by Ryan to meet Uzumaki Mito and Kushina. Both of them were thrilled to see Nagato, as they were surprised to discover another living member of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato, recognizing the shared heritage, was also friendly towards them. Witnessing this interaction, Ryan felt a surge of emotions. Ryan realized that after defeating the Grass Village, they might be able to find more Uzumaki clan members. He recalled that Karin, who appeared later in the original manga, was in the Grass Village. Therefore, it was likely that Karin's parents were also there, indicating the presence of other Uzumaki clans in Kusanagi village. After attending to Nagato and the others, and with Jiraiya's return to Konoha, it was time to start planning. The next morning, the heads of the major clans gathered in the Hokage office once again. This time, it wasn't just the clan leaders, but also the son, Hatake Sakumo, and Minato. Once everyone was present, Ryan asked, is everything ready? The reply came in unison, everything is ready Hokage-sama. Satisfied with the response, Ryan wasted no time and began giving orders. Hatake Sakumo, you will lead the troops to take over the land of Ozugakuer. And keep an eye on Kirigakure's movements. Sakumo acknowledged the order with a clear. Ryan then turned his attention to Minato. Namikaze Minato, you will command the troops fighting against the land of grass. Narashikaku, Akamichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inochi will accompany you as assistants. Once again, the response was a resounding clear. With the assistance of these 3 individuals, dealing with ordinary cage-level opponents wouldn't be an issue. With Minato at the cage level, the mission to deal with the country of grass should proceed smoothly. Ryan reminded Minato, by the way, Minato, remember to bring back the Uzumaki clan members from the land of grass. Minato nodded solemnly in response to the request. With the rest of the ring country under Ryan's leadership, the preparations were complete. The 3 divisions quickly assembled at the village entrance. The sight of the gathered shinobi raised questions among the civilians. What's happening? Why are all the ninjas gathered? I'm not sure, but it seems like the ninja world is in turmoil again. Not again. We've worked so hard for peace. TCH, don't worry. With the 4th Hokage leading us, Konoha is sure to win. As the civilians discussed the situation, more and more of them expressed unwavering support for Ryan as the 4th Hokage. Their steadfast faith in him continued to grow, and it echoed in slogans that filled the air. Without further delay, Ryan ordered the army to move out, and the 3 divisions marched towards the land of whirlpools, the land of grass, and the land of rain respectively. Shortly after Konoha's forces set off, Iwagakuer, Tsunegakuer, and Kirigakuer received information from Konoha. Upon seeing the information, the 3 villages were thrown into panic. What does Konoha want to achieve? Are they trying to drag us into another ninja world war? The movements of Konoha's forces mentioned in the information caused anxiety for the 3rd Hokage, Oniki. Oniki became increasingly worried because 2 of the armies were heading towards the Earth country. Quick! Assemble the troops. I want to see what this 4th Hokage is planning. Oniki's urgency was evident as he recognized the escalating tensions in the ninja world. In Tsunegakuer, the situation became complicated as the 3rd Kazekage went missing. The villagers panicked, questioning what to do in response to Konoha's troop movement. Ebizo, unsure of how to proceed, looked to Joe for guidance. However, Joe advised against panicking. Don't panic. Do you think Konoha is foolish? Or do you think the new 4th Hokage is a fool? What can Konoha gain from attacking Tsunegakuer? Sand and wind are swirling around and no water. Ebizo realized the lack of value Konoha would find in attacking them. Relieved, he agreed with Chiyo's assessment. Regardless, let's be cautious and avoid any misunderstandings with Konoha. With the 3rd Kazekage missing, we must maintain the morale of our troops. Rally the troops. Ebizo acknowledged the need for vigilance, even though he believed Konoha wouldn't target them. Tsunegakuer's forces swiftly assembled. Meanwhile, inside Kirigakuer, the 3rd Mizukage, carrying on the will of the 2nd Mizukage, Gengetsu Hoshiki, had been diligently strengthening the village. However, due to its geographical limitations, Kirigakuer couldn't match Konoha's resources or favorable environment. As the 3rd Mizukage reviewed the information, a hint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. He found it interesting that Konoha seemed to be positioning itself as an enemy to all 3 major ninja villages simultaneously. He sought the counsel of the elders, who reassured him that the 4th Hokage likely had a plan in motion. The 3rd Mizukage smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the answer. He ordered his subordinates to monitor Konoha's troops and ascertain their intentions. Simultaneously, the Mizukage instructed the army to prepare for any eventuality. It seemed that the ninja world was about to become tumultuous once again. Support my patreon.com/Mariani to read 37 chapters in advance. Chapter 47, Rain Go Away. The 3 armies from Konoha swiftly arrived at their assigned battlefields. Among them was the land of whirlpools, which had already been devastated. Presently, the land of whirlpools was nothing but a scene of ruin, with scattered remnants everywhere. Ninja activities were non-existent, and even the inhabitants had fled, leaving the entire island deserted. Observing this, Hatake Sakumo felt a twinge of pity. He didn't even unsheath his short sword, recognizing the futility of violence in this desolate place. After conducting a thorough investigation, Hatake Sakumo promptly ordered 500 ninjas to establish defenses. Scouts from the Hokage clan was dispatched to Kirigakuer for reconnaissance, guarding against any surprise attacks while fortifications were being built in the land of whirlpools. Once everything was settled, Hatake Sakumo instructed his men to gather the remaining craftsmen on the other side. Next, I entrust the fortifications in Uzugakuer to all of you, Hatake Sakumo respectfully announced. Witnessing Sakumo's courteous demeanor, the group of craftsmen vehemently shook their heads. Before them stood the Hokage Sakamo, renowned as Konoha's White Fang, and they dared not show any presumption. Master White Fang, you jest. We do this all for the sake of Konoha. For Konoha. A resounding cry echoed through the air as the entire land of Whirlpool set ablaze with fervor. The craftsmen brimmed with determination, ready to transform the dilapidated Uzumaki kingdom into an impregnable barrier for Konoha. On another front, Minato led a large army into the territory of the Land of Grass. Upon entering, Minato noticed that they encountered no resistance whatsoever. Even the people of the Land of Grass seemed unperturbed, as they silently watched Konoha's army pass by. Perplexed by the scene, Minato couldn't immediately grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Narashikaka wore a helpless expression, explaining, they have suffered greatly from previous wars, leaving them numb and apathetic. This is the tragedy of small countries. They perpetually serve as buffers in battlefields for conflicts between major powers. The civilians bear the brunt of it all. As Narashikaka spoke these words, a somber silence fell upon the group, including Namikaze Minato. Observing the numbness of the Grass Country civilians, Minato quickly ordered his troops not to harm them and to continue advancing at full speed. The civilians of the Land of Grass didn't display the slightest intention to resist. There was no need to inflict harm upon them. They were but a group of people who had suffered due to the ravages of war. As long as they eliminated the forces of Kusanagi village, the entire Land of Grass would be within their grasp. Advance swiftly. Push forward to Kusanagi village with all our might. As Minato's troops marched onward, within Kusanagi village, Haru Kusamura casually glanced at the information in his hands before discarding it nonchalantly. Kusakage, shouldn't we take action? These Konoha shinobi have already entered the Land of Grass. Are we going to allow them to recklessly rampage through our kingdom? Upon hearing these doubts, the Grass Shadows forward furrowed in frustration. You imbeciles want to die, but don't drag us down with you. What level do you think our Grass Ninja village is at? What can we possibly do to stop these Konoha shinobi? Think before you speak. With each scolding, Haru Kusamura's annoyance grew as he looked at the foolish individuals in front of him. He even pondered how he could take care of Konoha without raising suspicions. Ignorance bred fearlessness. At this moment, Haru Kusamura simply desired to live a few more years. After all, in conflicts between major nations, small countries like Kusanagi village were often chosen as the battlegrounds. They had grown accustomed to it. These small countries and ninja villages couldn't afford to provoke the major powers engaged in their wars. Feeling relieved after venting his anger, Haru Kusamura motioned for his subordinates to leave. Little did he expect that this time, Konoha's target was not Uegaku but the Land of Grass. Soon, the massive army led by Namikaze Minato arrived on the outskirts of Kusanagi village. As he gazed upon the village, Minato couldn't help but compare it to Konoha, a stark contrast. In order to fulfill Ryan's wish and achieve true peace in the ninja world, they had to follow Ryan's plan step by step. At this moment, Namikaze Minato no longer hesitated. He issued a direct attack order. Instantly, 1,000 ninjas launched an assault on Kusanagi village. Kill. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Water style. Shadow binding. Expansion jutsu. Mind destruction technique. Ninjas from prominent families swiftly employed their ancestral techniques. Face to face, Kusanaga's defenders were overwhelmed within the village. Countless cries of battle filled Kusanagi village without end. Kusakage. This time Konoha's target is us. We can't withstand this. Konoha's strength is overwhelming. Kusakage-sama, we must retreat. Upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, Haru Kusamura froze in place. Who would have anticipated that Konoha, renowned for pursuing peace, would choose to attack small countries like theirs? Panic instantly swept over Haru Kusamura's face. He did not want to die. Go. Go. Let's find the daimyo. Before the Grass Shadow could make their escape, several Konoha shinobi appeared before Kusakage. Leading the group was Namikaze Minato himself. Oh. Where do you think you're going? On the other hand, in the Land of Rain, Ryan's massive force made its way into the territory without any resistance. There were no obstacles along the way. Soon, they reached the outskirts of Rain Shinobi village, where Ryan was surprised to find it defenseless. It seemed that Hanzo thought Konoha's target was not Rain Shinobi village. The two Rain Shinobi guarding the gate were bored playing cards. Can you even blame them? Who would come to take over land with constant rain? Yes, there is a bunch of sparkling twilight vampires that come to my mind. Perhaps only Edward can be hated on the same level as Sakura, Lord of Rings HP Narnia. When they turned around, they were met with the sight of Ryan leading the Konoha army. The imposing force surrounded Rain Shinobi village entirely. When did they arrive? Go and inform Master Hanzo. This time Konoha's target is us. As the Konoha army appeared before their eyes, the alarm bells rang throughout Rain Shinobi village. A Mekage named Hanzo of Salamander hurriedly donned his equipment and rushed to the village gate. Facing the mighty Konoha army, all the Rain Shinobi took a deep breath. Soon, upon receiving the news, Hanzo arrived at the gate. Rain Shinobi village, previously in chaos, immediately calmed down upon his arrival. Their pillar of strength had come. Fourth Hokage, what are you doing here? Read up to 37 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 48. Even Hanzo had not anticipated it. Konoha was preparing to attack the Land of Rain. Originally, Hanzo believed that the two great nations were just engaged in the usual conflict along their border. But when Konoha's army appeared outside the Rain Shinobi village, Hanzo of the Salamander was taken aback. He quickly rushed to the front line to confront the fourth Hokage, Ryan. As Hanzo looked at the young fourth Hokage standing before him, he found himself momentarily undecided. Fourth Hokage, he said, his voice deep and uncertain. What is the meaning of Konoha's actions? Are you intending to start a war with a Mekage? In response to Hanzo's words, Ryan wore a playful smile on his face and replied, indeed, that is precisely what we are going to do. Hearing Ryan's answer, Hanzo's eyes were instantly filled with a dangerous light. His gaze shifted towards the three individuals standing beside Ryan Jiraiya and the other two Sannin. As he looked at the three individuals who were once bestowed with the title of Konoha Sannin, Hanzo's face contorted with ridicule. So, that old guy, Saratobi Hiruzen, did not pass on the mantle of Hokage to any of you three, he scoffed. It is true that as you age, you become senile. It seems that Konoha truly has no one left, having chosen such an unknown young man as the Hokage. Before Jiraiya could respond to Hanzo's words, they heard Ryan taunting the demigod of the shinobi world. Did you forget you are also an old man, Hanzo? Instead, they stared coldly at the former ninja demigod before them. Hanzo, awaiting a reply from the three, found himself instead facing another taunt from Ryan. Does this so-called demigod of the ninja world now need to rely on sentimentality as he grows older? Ryan jeered. Hanzo, no longer interested in prolonging the conversation, fixed a cold stare at Ryan. As he looked at Ryan standing in front of him, Hanzo's wariness grew. How could someone as young as Ryan become the fourth Hokage and hold Konoha in such high regard? And that was when there were individuals like three Sunnins, Tsukimo Hotaki, and Minato. It was clear that Ryan was no ordinary individual. However, as Ryan continued to mock Hanzo, referring to him as a demigod, Hanzo couldn't help but grow angry. The fourth Hokage is indeed young, he retorted. But there are countless examples in the ninja world of those who perished young. As soon as Hanzo's voice fell, countless shook and rushed towards Ryan in an instant. Simultaneously, Hanzo swiftly formed hand seals. Fully aware that Konoha had come prepared for this battle, Hanzo knew there was no avoiding it, he had to act first. What a clumsy approach. Ryan calmly muttered in response. You are already half a year too late. In an instant, an invisible repulsive force, Shinra Tensei, swept across the battlefield. Hanzo's salamander, which was summoned by Hanzo earlier, was directly struck and vanished. Realizing the dire situation, Hanzo quickly used the body replacement technique to evade, leaving the spot just in time. Boom. As Hanzo evaded, the place where he had stood was blasted apart by the repulsive force, creating a large hole. Observing the scene, Hanzo's pupils contracted. What ability is this? He wondered. There are no seals. Gravity ninjutsu. No, a bloodline. Filled with doubts, Hanzo gazed at Ryan in shock. However, before Hanzo could utter a word, he suddenly felt a terrifying suction pulling at his body. What? He exclaimed. At that moment, Ryan raised his hands, pointing directly at himself. Universal pull. Having almost mastered the basic abilities of the Rinnegan, Ryan sought to test his powers against Hanzo. The fundamental abilities of attraction and repulsion rendered Hanzo utterly helpless. As Hanzo's were pulled by the universal pull, Ryan unleashed Shinra Tensei once more. The two forces acted upon Hanzo instantaneously. Puff. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Hanzo's mouth, and he felt the impact of the attack. With just one blow, Hanzo realized that his internal organs had been damaged. Panic welled up within him. How could he fight against such an enemy? More than half of his methods had been rendered useless. The life or death situation left Hanzo with no choice but to quickly employ the summoning technique again. Boom. A massive cloud of smoke emerged, revealing a colossal salamander on the battlefield. With each breath, the salamander unleashed countless toxic gases, spreading across the field. The range shinobi, prepared for this situation, quickly donned gas masks. Be careful. Jiraiya cautioned Ryan with a vigilant expression. Hanzo is known as a demigod largely due to the salamander and its poisonous abilities. As the salamander appeared, Ryan stood before the army, ready to act. Just as Hanzo anticipated, a kunai was swiftly thrown to intercept the venomous spray. You certainly know how to cause trouble, Ryan remarked. Read UPTO 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 49, Chapter 49 Hanzo being so peaceful. You really know how to cause trouble for others, Hanzo, Ryan called out. As Ryan's voice echoed, a flickering light surrounded him, and he swiftly moved to the front of the poisonous gas sprayed by the salamander. Standing there, facing the toxic mist, Ryan's presence seemed unaffected. Hanzo, observing Ryan's bold stance in front of the salamander's poisonous mist, couldn't help but wear a sarcastic expression on his masked face. He couldn't comprehend how Ryan dared to stand in the face of such danger. Humph, fourth Hokage, I can't decide whether to call you ignorant or arrogant. Hanzo scoffed. To dare stand in front of the salamander's poisonous mist. Then I will reluctantly accept your stupid life. With a proud expression, Hanzo looked at Ryan, as if envisioning his demise from the toxic fumes. However, Ryan seemed unfazed by the imminent danger. It was as if he didn't even see the poisonous mist approaching him. In fact, using his sage body and Rinnegan, Ryan could directly discern the poisonous mist gushing out. His mastery over his abilities had grown. Utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, Ryan extended his hands, and an invisible energy formed a barrier, resembling an invisible black hole. It began voraciously absorbing the poisonous mist before his eyes. Ryan had just used his Rinnegan abilities to experiment further. He employed the ability of Predapath, swiftly capturing all the poisonous mist in his grasp. The onlookers, who had hoped to witness Ryan succumb to the poison, were left dumbfounded. Instead of dying, the toxic mist was effortlessly absorbed by Ryan. Not bad, Ryan commented, his understanding of his own strength deepening after experiencing the power of the Rinnegan. However, he knew that the Rinnegan possessed even more formidable abilities. As Hanzo watched in astonishment, Ryan unleashed his full power in an instant, utilizing the complete potential of the Rinnegan. The combination of universal pull and Shinra Tensei left Hanzo helpless, struggling to defend himself. Amid Hanzo's struggle, Ryan felt his Rinnegan becoming more proficient. He sensed an impending breakthrough as if something within him was on the verge of unlocking. Witnessing Hanzo's plight, Ryan intensified his efforts. He pressed Hanzo to the ground, using his abilities to subdue him relentlessly. Is this the so-called demigod? The Konoha ninjas exclaimed in disbelief. Why does Hanzo seem so weak? Weak? Hanzo is weak? No, it's because the fourth Hokage is incredibly strong, others exclaimed. The demigods of the past were now completely overpowered by Ryan, who had become an unstoppable force. The battle had turned into a one-sided beatdown, leaving the Konoha ninjas jubilant. Among them, Jiraiya was particularly wide-eyed, witnessing the astonishing display of Rinnegan's abilities. Even Orochimaru, who was once obsessed with acquiring powerful eyes, now watched with curiosity rather than envy. In contrast, the atmosphere in the land of Range Shinobi village was somber. The Range Shinobi stood frozen, their beliefs shattered before their eyes. They gazed blankly, their souls seemingly lost. Frustrating. Hanzo roared in anger. This is beyond deception. As Ryan unleashed another Shinra Tensei, an icy determination flashed in his eyes. He had more Rinnegan abilities at his disposal, and it was time to use them. Ryan muttered, realizing the ability he had acquired. So, this is the power. With newfound abilities, Ryan now had a suitable subject to test them on Hanzo. Hanzo, who had felt a momentary relief, suddenly tensed up as he observed Ryan's actions with suspicion. But upon closer inspection, he found nothing unusual and felt no chakra fluctuations. Hanzo, filled with suffocation, grabbed his chain sickle and charged at Ryan once again. But before he could approach, a resounding boom echoed through the air, and Hanzo was sent flying backwards. Blood sprayed from Hanzo's mouth, and he looked around in horror. What? Invisible people? It can't be, he exclaimed. There were no chakra fluctuations at all. Although he had felt a back kick, there was nothing in front of him. Ryan stood in the distance, seemingly unrelated to the attack. At that moment, Hanzo's faith in life was shaken. If it were a special bloodline that allowed invisibility, there would still be chakra fluctuations. Confusion filled his mind. Unbeknownst to Hanzo, Ryan had activated a new Rinnegan ability, the Limbo. It was a special technique, one that even Ryan hadn't expected to possess from the Rinnegan granted by the system. It seemed that more Rinnegan abilities would awaken in the future. The user can create shadowy, intangible clones known as Limbo clones. These clones are undetectable to normal individuals and can attack simultaneously from different dimensions. This was used by Madara to deal with Naruto and Sasuke. However, there was no need to waste time in the land of rain any longer. The fight needed to end. Observing Hanzo, who remained on high alert, Ryan made no further hesitation. Taking control of the Limbo avatar, he approached Hanzo. Unaware of the impending doom, Hanzo didn't even realize that his death was near. The Will Tomb clone stood next to him. Without hesitation, the power of the Rinnegan surged within Ryan. He activated the human path, soul extraction. With a sudden pull, Hanzo's soul was violently ripped from his body. His vigilance disappeared in an instant, and he fell lifelessly to the ground, not even having the chance to scream. Ryan muttered, discovering the power of the Rinnegan to extract souls. He knew that Hanzo's corpse, potentially possessing the strength of a cage-level peak, could be used to create a six-path puppet. But before proceeding with that, Ryan addressed the Range Shinobi. Hanzo is dead. Surrender or face the same fate. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Are Redhead really so hot? With Hanzo's death, the ninjas of Range Shinobi village also lost the will to resist and surrendered without putting up a fight. Only a few diehards followers remained, lacking enthusiasm. As a result, before launching an attack, Sunin executed one of them on the spot, serving as a warning. The Konoha army, led by Ryan, took over the entire Range Shinobi village, capturing all the ninjas and bringing them back to Konoha for brainwashing. This was necessary to prevent them from becoming an unstable factor for Konoha. Can't have civil war during the world conquest, can we? Once Ryan had organized everything and started working on creating the six-path avatar of Hanzo's body, he realized that he was inexperienced in this process and needed to conduct extensive research. Animal paths should also be researched. Sunin, receiving the order, executed it without question. With the cooperation of Haiga Hayashi and Uchiha Fugaku, the two patriarchs, defensive measures were quickly established, and the Haiga clan's ninjas were deployed for surveillance. As the Kingdom of Rain was successfully conquered by Ryan, the Kingdom of Vortex began constructing frontline barriers vigorously. The only remaining country, the country of grass, was on the verge of being subdued. Namikaze Minato, observing the pitiful state of the Whirlpool people in front of him, displayed a deeply unpleasant expression. The Whirlpool clansmen had bite marks all over their bodies, and not a single adult male remained. Only a few children managed to escape the persecution by the grass ninja village, while the older ones were used for experimentation and healing purposes. The high-level leaders of Kusanagi village, who had guided Minato and his team, were now frightened. They never expected Konoha to attack their small country. With most of their ninjas slaughtered, the senior officials of Grass Ninja Village humbly begged for mercy, seeking survival. Minato's normally cheerful demeanor suddenly changed as he looked at the Inoshika trio standing beside him. After exchanging glances, they seemed to reach a decision. Ino means pig or boar, Shika is for deer and Cho is for butterfly. Following their decision, the Konoha shinobi behind them brought in a group of Kusanagi village executives, all with broken limbs, squirming on the ground like maggots. Minato declared that these executives were now in their hands and would not be taken back to Konoha for processing. He assured them that their fellow clan members would not wait for their return. Upon hearing Minato's words, a group of Konoha shinobi dropped a set of kunai. Meanwhile, Minato allowed the Uzumaki clan members imprisoned in the dungeon to shine. In the eyes of the desperate Uzumaki, a ray of hope emerged. The older Uzumaki individuals eagerly grabbed the kunai, fixing their gaze on the struggling grass ninja executives on the ground. Amidst the chaos, screams echoed through the dungeon as the Uzumaki clan took their revenge. Minato quickly ordered his men to intervene and bring out all the Uzumaki clan members. As soon as the last Uzumaki person came out, a young girl from the clan threw herself into Minato's arms, tightly gripping his clothes. Despite his struggle, Minato was unable to pry her away and ended up being dragged along. The Inoshika trio couldn't help but smile mischievously while observing the scene, though the girl's eyes, concealed under the dirt, remained remarkably beautiful. Once all the Uzumaki clan members were freed, Minato's army successfully completed their mission, conquering the country of grass. Following Ryan's plan, they focused on gradually strengthening Konoha by starting with small countries. 3 small nations fell under Konoha's control simultaneously, becoming part of its territory. Meanwhile, the Rock, Sand, and Mist Shinobi, who had been observing Konoha's actions, received the news. Inside the Rock Shinobi office, a loud noise startled Oniki, causing him to jump and yelp in pain. Akatsuki stood there, momentarily stunned, as Oniki calmed himself and threw the information onto the table. Frustrated, Oniki expressed his disbelief in Konoha's blatant disregard for the rules. He had anticipated a ninja war but was surprised to discover that Konoha's targets were small countries surrounding the Fire Kingdom. Cho, temporarily in charge of Sand Shinobi, reluctantly reviewed the information. Despite her reluctance, the weakened Sand Shinobi couldn't afford to engage in conflicts and could only envy Konoha's successes. Cho considered involving Tsunegaku only if Uegaku decided to act. Upon receiving the information, the third Mizukage of Kirigaku also grew angry, particularly with the occupation of the country of the Uzukage, which Mist Shinobi considered their territory. However, Gengetsu advised against immediate military action and suggested waiting to see the reactions of Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Third Mizukage, although impulsive, heeded the advice and calmed down. They needed to assess Uegaku's response before making any decisions. Consequently, the 3 villages decided to wait and observe, leading to an unexpected calm in the ninja world. Within Rain Shinobi Village, the mission was considered a success. Read UPTO 40 chapters ahead on my patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Nobody likes nobles it seems. It's finally a success. Ryan exclaimed with satisfaction, looking at the transformed Hanzo standing before him, now resembling a puppet. Despite it being his first attempt at creating a 6-paths avatar, the craftsmanship was undeniably impressive. Hanzo, now equipped with a pair of Rinnegan eyes, appeared even more formidable than before. The nightmare of Sunnens is back. This guy sparred 3 of them because didn't want to go full-blown war with Konoha. They knew it. Hanzo knew it. Leaving the room after completing the creation of the animal path, Ryan attracted the attention of everyone who caught sight of Hanzo beside him. Curiosity arose when they learned that Ryan had utilized the powers of the Rinnegan to bring Hanzo back into existence as a puppet. Orochimaru, standing nearby, grew particularly interested in the abilities of the Rinnegan, but refrained from asking too many questions. With the Land of Rain situation resolved, there was no longer a need for everyone to remain there, except for a garrison. Following Ryan's orders, the army began their journey back to Konoha. As for the newly created Hanzo's animal path, it was left behind in the Rain Shinobi village, ensuring Ryan maintained control over the Land of Rain with this avatar. Accompanying the return to Konoha was Minato's army from the Land of Grass and the White Fang's army from the Land of Whirlpools. After leaving a small garrison force, they too chose to return. The 3 teams swiftly arrived back in Konoha, while the Uzumaki family, under Ryan's arrangement, paid a visit to the ancestral land of the Senju clan. With the Senju clan nearly extinct, Tsunade agreed that their vacant land should be put to use, and since the Uzumaki clan had distant ties to the Senju, it seemed fitting to allocate it to them. However, what surprised Ryan the most was Minato's actions. Not only had he traveled to the Land of Grass, but he also brought back a wife from the Uzumaki clan. Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the power of the world's revisions, as it seemed his own appearance inadvertently changed the course of events, leading Minato to marry a girl from the Uzumaki clan. Ryan sent his blessings for their union. With the war over, Konoha entered a period of rapid development under Ryan's guidance. All the clans worked together for progress, and the Uchiha clan, in particular, underwent a significant transformation. They gained the love and trust of the people of Konoha and were even considered a source of security when assigned to missions. Shisui and Itaki also flourished under Ryan's mentorship, while Jiraiya shifted his focus from seeking materials to teaching Yahiko and others. Impossible, he didn't stop research even when teaching Naruto. Periodically, he would bring Nagato to Ryan to discuss the development of the Rinnegan. As for Orochimaru, with a substantial number of experimental subjects at his disposal, there was no need for him to attack the people of Konoha. Additionally, Ryan had asked Orochimaru to gather some of the Uchiha individuals who were initially sent away. Intrigued by the Sharingan, Orochimaru delved into intense research. Immortality and scientific breakthroughs were the driving forces of his life. Amidst Konoha's rapid progress, the daimyo of the Land of Earth, Land of Wind, and Land of Water converged a meeting, filled with unease and outrage. What are these ninjas trying to do? The Hokage in Konoha has gone too far. They directly attacked the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. Their grievances stemmed from Konoha's recent actions. Even the daimyos of the destroyed Land of Grass and Land of Rain knelt before the 3 great nations, their voices trembling with anger. This Konoha is disregarding all rules. Will they dare to attack other major countries in a few years? Initially, the daimyos had no intention of getting involved, as ninjas were meant to serve them. However, the last words of the daimyos struck a chord of unease within the 3 great nations. If Konoha could attack smaller countries now, wouldn't they potentially pose a threat to the larger nations in the future? A mere ninja, one of the daimyos scoffed. We must demand an explanation from the Land of Fire for this war. Konoha's Hokage must be replaced. The 3 daimyos agreed to take action. Consequently, they swiftly made their way to the daimyo mansion of the Land of Fire, the most prosperous country in the world. Welcoming their unexpected visit, the Fire Country daimyo greeted them with curiosity. It was unusual for the daimyos to convene unless there was a joint examination, training exercise, or some thrilling event to witness. The presence of the 3 daimyos piqued the Fire Country daimyo's interest. However, their purpose soon became evident as they presented the matters concerning the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. As the events were recounted in detail, the face of the Fire Country daimyo darkened with anger. Interesting. Konoha has replaced the 4th Hokage without notifying me, he exclaimed indignantly. Hearing the Fire Country daimyo's words, the eyes of the other 2 daimyos lit up. In unison, they proclaimed, they are not taking us seriously. This Hokage is disregarding all rules. Konoha must surrender their people and replace the Hokage. I also don't know where they get their confidence. Perhaps this is what people call ignorance is bliss. Agreeing with their demands, the Fire Country daimyo promptly summoned the 12 guardian ninjas. Their mission was clear, bring the 4th Hokage of Konoha to the daimyo mansion for an explanation. Obediently, the 12 guardian ninjas departed the daimyo mansion and set out for Konoha. Witnessing the unfolding plan, the 3 daimyos exchanged knowing smiles. However, in the eyes of the Fire Country daimyo, they resembled foolish pigs. With Konoha's strength weakened, the daimyos planned to have their respective ninja villages attack the Land of Fire upon their return. Soon, the 12 guardian ninjas arrived at the gates of Konoha, ready to carry out their mission. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Stop. Who goes there? Just as the 12 guardian ninjas were about to enter Konoha village, they were halted by a guard ninja at the door. The audacity of these 2 gatekeepers daring to stop them roused the anger of the guardian 12 ninjas. Given their reputation as personal guards of the daimyo, they were not accustomed to such treatment. Even if they were dogs, people still had to recognize their owners, and their status rises with the tides. Now, they were being obstructed by 2 Konoha ninjas. Humph. Blind fools. Can't you see our attire? One of the 12 ninjas sharply retorted, and only then did Iwashi Tatame take notice of the waistcloths worn by these individuals. They were embroidered with the symbol of fire, the insignia of the 12 guardian ninjas assigned to the Fire Country daimyo. However, the current Konoha was not the same as during the time of the 3rd Hokage. Due to Ryan's influence, Konoha's attitude towards the daimyo had undergone a complete reversal. This resulted in a lack of recognition even when faced with the waistcloths that symbolized their identity. At that moment, Shiranui Genma, who was searching for the 2 gatekeepers, arrived at the gate and swiftly grasped the situation. He uttered, "What in the world is happening here?" "I have no idea," replied the guardian 12 ninjas. "What are you daimyo dogs doing here?" Upon hearing Shiranui Genma's words, the faces of the guardian 12 ninjas instantly contorted in shock. "What did you say? Do you even understand what you're saying?" At this point, the guardian 12 ninjas had already retrieved their weapons, fixing an unkind gaze upon Shiranui Genma standing before them. The leading ninja smirked. "Humph. It's just gatekeepers. How insolent. It seems that even the 4th Hokage is no better. Today, I will teach you, on behalf of our daimyo, what respect entails." As the leading ninja spoke, a cruel smile appeared on the faces of the other 11 individuals behind him, their group tightening on their weapons. "Let's attack." The guardian 12 ninjas charged Shiranui Genma together. However, they were oblivious to the strength of Shinobi Konoha posted at the gate. Witnessing the audacity of these 12 attackers, Shiranui and Izuno couldn't help but feel delighted. Although they were not Hokage guards in this timeline, Ryan had taught them the 3 Flying Thunder God technique, just like in the original story, and they had also mastered the Thunderbolt technique to a certain extent. Confronted by the assault from the guardian 12 ninjas, the 3 of them swiftly unleashed the Flying Thunder God Array technique. Whoosh! Engulfed in a golden light, the 3 of them vanished instantly. The Guardian 12, who had been by the daimyo side all year round, had heard of the Flying Thunder God before. They froze in place, growing wary. After waiting for a while, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Damn. Those 3 scoundrels escaped. Damn it, we've been tricked. The Guardian 12 ninjas finally reacted. They had never anticipated that such formidable ninjutsu, only to be used as a means of escape. Just as the Guardian 12 ninjas cursed and prepared to enter Konoha, a figure swiftly dashed past. The approaching presence made the Guardian 12 ninjas alert once again. As they surveyed their surroundings, they discovered countless ninjas standing densely all around them. Before they could speak, they witnessed an unforgettable scene unfold before their eyes. The ninjas before them stared at them individually, their eyes emitting an ominous red glow. Under the gaze of so many Sharingan eyes, the Guardian 12 ninjas felt the air freeze, sending shivers down their spines. Trembling with fear, they soon found several figures standing before them, Shiranui Genma and the Uchiha clan patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku. Are you so impressed by the prowess of the Guardian 12 ninjas? That you brought the entire Uchiha clan to welcome us? I heard you intended to teach Konoha's ninja a lesson. Come, let me witness what kind of lesson you have in store. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke slowly, the Guardian 12 ninjas attempted to maintain their arrogance and dominance. Suppressing their fear and swallowing a gulp of saliva, the leading Guardian ninja forced a smile and spoke. Impossible. How could that be? We were just joking. We came to meet the 4th Hokage as ordered by the daimyo. We have no intentions of breaking any rules. Now facing the renowned Uchiha clan in the ninja world, the mere sight of their Sharingan eyes shattered the Guardian 12 ninjas' arrogance. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan's patriarch was present. Observing the idiots before him, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sneer. Humph. You are nothing but a bunch of trash. The daimyo no longer requires your protection from this day forth. Uchiha Fugaku's words were followed by an attack from the Uchiha clan members against the Guardian 12 ninjas. Even those attacking didn't possess just 1 or 2 Tomo Sharingan eyes, but the full 3 Tomo Sharingan elite members of the Uchiha clan. Faced with such formidable opponents, the Guardian 12 ninjas stood no chance. How could a group of pampered and arrogant ninjas, accustomed to the comforts of the daimyo's mansion and authority, match the skills of the elite Uchiha clan? Soon, all 12 ninjas were swiftly sent to the pure world. After dealing with their adversaries, Uchiha Fugaku and the Shiranui Genma headed towards the daimyo mansion with the elite Uchiha clan members. Initially, Ryan had no intention of paying attention to such insignificant matters, but now that he had been provoked, he couldn't easily let it slide. And when it came to dealing with the daimyo, the Uchiha clan was the most suitable. Accompanying Fugaku, Ryan's 2 apprentices, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Taki, who had become loyal to Ryan under his guidance, joined them on this mission. In Ryan's words, everything was for the future of Konoha. Meanwhile, within the daimyo mansion, the prominent figures eagerly awaited the return of the 12 guardian ninjas dispatched by the Fire Country daimyo. Little did they expect that instead of their return, they would be met with an assembly of formidable opponents. Read UPTO 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. You can hypnotize people with genjutsu. Soon, the elite troops led by Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the Fire daimyo mansion. Under Ryan's influence, Konoha had thoroughly distanced itself from the traditional perception of the daimyo. Witnessing the extravagant scenes in the demi mansion, the Uchiha clan members became even more convinced of their beliefs. Humph. Just as Master Hokage said, a swine like him don't deserve to enjoy such abundant wealth. What a waste. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, voicing his disdain. Uchiha Taka nodded in agreement upon hearing his father's words. The sentiment was unanimous among everyone present. Without hesitation, they swiftly executed their plan, eliminating the daimyo's allies within the mansion and using genjutsu to manipulate the nations. The fire countries and other daimyos were now mere puppets, issuing orders to redirect resources to Konoha secretly, while other daimyos cut military spending in the earth, wind, and water kingdoms. The Uchiha clan took advantage of the situation, accumulating resources in secrecy for the benefit of the land of fire. These operations propelled Konoha's development at an accelerated pace. The village expanded beyond its original boundaries, doubling in size under Ryan's management. Although most areas were still under construction, the rapid progress showcased Konoha's growth. Amid Konoha's swift development, Ryan received an urgent notification, interrupting his thoughts. Curious, he glanced at the emergency help button in his mind. As anticipated, it was a distress call from Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. It's time for Pain's invasion, Ryan thought, pressing the response button promptly. In the first Hokage's world, Senjo Hashirama reveled in his success. Having concluded the war and acquired abundant resources through blackmail, he was in surprisingly high spirits. The continuous development of Konoha under Tobirama's leadership further boosted Hashirama's mood. However, his elation was short-lived when an urgent reminder suddenly sounded in his mind. Hashirama's smile vanished as he read Tsunade's plea for help on the panel. Pain, just as I suspected, the world of my granddaughter is in peril, Hashirama muttered. Without hesitation, he pressed the response button, driven by concern for his granddaughter's world. Meanwhile, in the second Hokage's world, Senjo Tobirama tirelessly pursued his research on the Sharingan. Endowed with the Sharingan and possessing a perfect chakra control level, Tobirama belonged to the Senjo family with their innate sage body. Although not as extraordinary as his brother Hashirama, Tobirama's diligent studies led to the rapid evolution of the Sharingan. 3 Tomo Sharingan now adorned his eyes, indicating the imminent breakthrough toward Mangekyo Sharingan, akin to Uchiha Madara's ocular power. Fascinating power. However, the speed of this evolution seems rather slow. I must continue my research, Tobirama pondered, engrossed in his thoughts. Just as he contemplated the next steps in his study, an urgent prompt disrupted his concentration. The distressing sound instantly drew Tobirama's attention. He read Tsunade's plea for help and realized that his granddaughter's world faced a formidable adversary. The crisis engulfing his granddaughter's world fueled Tobirama's anger. Without hesitation, he pressed the response button, his Sharingan already activated and spinning rapidly. There was a faint hint of a connection between the Sharingan eyes. Yet, anger, despair, and shattered love make Sharingan strong and love, care, and Nakama make sage body stronger. Just a theory. In the 4th Hokage's world, Minato sighed with relief after resolving the issues involving the Sarutobi and Jimura clans. Upon returning from the chat group, he immersed himself in practicing the sage arts. With the successful mastery of this technique, Minato began planning his next moves regarding the 3rd Hokage and Denzo, drawing lessons from Ryan's experiences. Minato quickly gathered concrete evidence against Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo. He contacted Jiraiya through Toads, requesting his swift return to the village, and managed to locate Tsunade, who had fled. After handing over the evidence to Jiraiya and Tsunade, a moment of silence ensued. Ultimately, Minato took charge of the situation, and the two pledged to assist him in resolving the mess. With everything in place, Minato confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo, presenting irrefutable evidence. As expected, the two attempted to escape by blaming each other, but they proved no match for Minato, who had honed his skills in senjutsu. Their failure resulted in Minato reclaiming his position as Hokage, while the Sarutobi and Jimura clans met their demise with the assistance of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Now in complete control of Konoha, Minato felt a sense of helplessness as Jiraiya and Tsunade quietly left the village once again. He couldn't help but lament the disappointment his sensei and his former teammates held toward Konoha. Yet, teammates, we still don't know Orochimaru's complete backstory. Just as Minato began developing Konoha under his leadership, an urgent prompt abruptly sounded in his mind. Observing Tsunade's desperate cry for help, Minato made the inevitable decision to respond and offer his aid. In Tsunade's world, the 5th Hokage summoned creatures and beasts wreaked havoc upon Konoha village under the direction of Pain. The destruction extended beyond the summoning animals, as the 6 paths of Pain mercilessly attacked the village. Pain interrogated the Konoha shinobi, demanding to know the whereabouts of the 9 tails. Resolute in their loyalty to Naruto, the shinobi chose death over revealing the information. Tendo Pain, frustrated by their defiance, swiftly snapped the neck of one of the shinobi. Unperturbed, Pain turned his attention to the Hokage building, where Tsunade stood with a resolute gaze, observing the village's destruction. Grandfathers, Minato, Ryan, I implore you, please come and help. Tsunade pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Sakura infected her. To read 40 chapters ahead, please go to patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 54, Chapter 54 Dynamic Entry. Found it. It's Konoha's Hokage. Soon, Tendo Pain locked onto Tsunade on the roof of the Hokage building. The moment it discovered Tsunade, Tendo Pain flew directly towards the Hokage building in Konoha village. Not good. The enemy is heading towards Hokage-sama. Kakashi's expression changed drastically as he saw the direction Tendo Pain flew in. He immediately signaled Narashikaku and others beside him to rush towards the Hokage building. As the shinobi of the village, any of them could die, but the Hokage must be protected. Just as Pain reached the roof of the Hokage building, several figures followed and directly blocked Tsunade. Master Hokage, please stand back. The people who arrived were Kakashi and others who quickly came to support them. Looking at Kakashi and the others standing in front of them, Tendo Pain stared expressionlessly through the crowd at Tsunade behind them. But even Pain knew that it would be unrealistic to reach Tsunade directly without getting rid of the obstacles in front of him. Humph. Copy Ninja Kakashi, what a troublesome guy. But you're not enough to stop me. Heaven Pain spoke slowly, and suddenly, the animal Pain appeared beside him. I just wonder if Guy was here in canon what would have happened. Facing the crowd of Konoha shinobi, the animal path quickly formed hand seals. Summoning no jutsu. With a puff of smoke, Pain's other path clones appeared on the roof of the Hokage building instantly. Pain, all 6 paths assemble. Damn it. These guys are not something we can deal with. Hokage-sama, you must escape. Facing the 6 pairs of renegades, Kakashi and the others felt helpless in the face of such overwhelming power. But their priority was to protect Tsunade, the Hokage. As long as you hand over the 9 tails, we will leave and not continue the destruction. Now, tell me, where the hell are the 9 tails hiding? Pain asked again, and Tsunade, as the Hokage, defiantly stood up. Humph. As the Hokage, how can I escape? If you want to know the whereabouts of the 9 tails, you are dreaming. Tsunade's answer clearly dissatisfied Pain. He activated his Rinnegan and used the universal pull, attempting to drag Tsunade towards him. However, at this moment, Tsunade's face underwent a sudden change. Mysterious paint marks appeared, and Pain hesitated, realizing that Tsunade possessed some kind of special ability. He didn't dare to drag Tsunade over and risk a fight with such a difficult enemy. Shinra Tensei. Tsunade was about to rush forward, but Pain used his repulsive force to send her flying. Nagato, who controlled Pain, became anxious upon seeing Tsunade's ability to use Senjutsu. Jiraiya Sensei's Senjutsu alone had caused him a lot of trouble, and now Tsunade, who had mastered Senjutsu, proved to be a formidable opponent. Konan, summon the other 5 6 clones now. The situation is a bit unexpected. Nagato commanded, surprised by the turn of events. Konan quickly performed the summoning technique, and with a puff of smoke, the other 5 Pain clones were brought back by Konan summoning. Humph. Insolent fools. Those who want to prevent true peace from coming. Tendo Pain's words resonated with increasing momentum as he flew towards the sky. An atmosphere of uneasiness enveloped everyone. Faced with this situation, Tsunade couldn't help but pray in her heart. Grandpa, second grandpa, group leader, Minato, please come and help me. Just as Pain continued flying into the sky, a sound of breaking space was heard, and a colorful door of space opened instantly on the roof of the Hokage building. The door held all sorts of mysterious light. Kakashi and others became even more nervous upon witnessing this sudden scene. Another enemy is coming. Protect Lord Hokage. Everyone on the rooftop stood in front of Tsunade, ready to defend her. However, Tsunade, filled with joy, pushed everyone away and approached the door of space. Master Tsunade, be careful, the crowd reminded her. Don't worry. Konoha is saved. Tsunade waved her hand indifferently. She stared at the door of space with excitement, as it held the key to their salvation. This bewildering scene dumbfounded Tendo Pain, who had just flown into the sky. He who does not understand pain cannot understand true P. What? He exclaimed, unable to continue his prepared lines. After observing for a while, he realized there was no movement, and just as he was about to continue launching the another Shinra Tensei, a figure suddenly walked out of the colorful space door. Hey, it's here. The first one to arrive was Ryan, the group leader. Tsunade, filled with joy, exclaimed, you finally came. You are so late, my disciple. Apprentice. Kakashi and the others on the rooftop were instantly shocked by Tsunade's words. Even Sakura and Shizune were dumbfounded. When did Tsunade have another student? Don't worry, they're from parallel worlds, Tsunade informed them. Observing Ryan's appearance in the Hokage Imperial robe he wore, no one expected that he would turn out to be the Hokage from a parallel world. It was even more astonishing that Tsunade could invite a Hokage from another world to help. This revelation shattered everyone's worldview, leaving Kakashi and the others in a state of shock. But the most shocking moment was yet to come. Before anyone could react, another figure emerged from the colorful space door, wearing familiar attire. Minato-sensei. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly. Read 40 chapters ahead on my patreon.com/Mariani. Spoilers. Chapter 55, When Hokages Attack Together. Chapter 56, For Background Planner. Chapter 57, Who will be the next Hokage? Chapter 55, The Senjo Duel. 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato had just arrived, surprising everyone on the rooftop. After exchanging greetings with Tsunade, Minato smiled and communicated with Ryan. Ryan was also surprised to learn that Minato had already dealt with the 3rd Hokage and Denzo in his world. The speed at which Minato acted was truly remarkable. There sure are some perks to being the fastest ninja in the world. Kakashi and the others, witnessing the arrival of Namikaze Minato, now fully believed in Tsunade's ability to bring Hokage from other worlds to help. After all, their 4th Hokage Minato is long dead. The situation seemed unbelievable but also outrageous. However, the most shocking moment was yet to come. 2 more figures emerged from the colorful light gate. This time, the shock surpassed anything they had experienced before. The first Hokage, and the 2nd Hokage. Oh, my god. The god of shinobi, the 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage are here. They aren't reanimated again, are they? The rooftop was filled with disbelief and astonishment. The sight of Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama walking out of the light gate left everyone speechless. Tsunade had managed to bring not only the current Hokage but also the previous ones from other worlds. The magnitude of this accomplishment was mind-boggling. Senjo Hashirama and Senjo Tobirama, after examining their surroundings and ensuring nothing was amiss, turned their attention to Pain in the air. The intense aura emanating from the 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage caused the ground to crack, further adding to the shock and awe. Kakashi and the others finally realized that the 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage summoned by Orochimaru were most likely imposters compared to the real ones standing before them now. The stark contrast in power was undeniable. You remember those Enbu ninjas who just watched their Hokage being killed by Orochimaru outside of the 4-Yang formation? Any theories? Tendo Pain, witnessing the sudden arrival of 4 individuals in Hokage robes, including 2 legendary Hokage, became utterly confused. This unexpected turn of events exposed a blind spot in Pain's knowledge as he invaded Konoha. He remained motionless in the air, unable to comprehend the situation. He even wondered that Orochimaru had returned to Konoha but the Hokages weren't reanimated. And they were stronger than Orochimaru himself to be controlled by him. Nagato, recovering from the initial shock, brushed off the surprise. No matter what tricks Konoha employed, he could no longer afford to pay attention to them. His top priority was capturing the 9 tails. In front of God, this petty trick doesn't matter. It's time for you to experience real pain. From now on, the world shall know pain. Tendo Pain declared as he took to the sky in the center of Konoha village. With his final words, his chakra condensed instantly. Meanwhile, Ryan and the others took action to support Tsunade. Since they had come to help, they were determined to settle the matter. After exchanging glances, the 4 of them Ryan, Minato, Hashirama and Tobirama rushed towards Tendo Pain, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Within an instant, they appeared in the 4 directions below Tendo Pain, forming the 4 red yang formation. The formation's red, transparent flame wall rose rapidly, enveloping Tendo Pain before he could unleash his Super Shinra Tensei. The speed was so astonishing that Pain couldn't react. Pain launched his strongest Shinra Tensei, but to his surprise, it didn't break through the 4 red yang formation. The Shinra Tensei didn't even cause a ripple in the formidable defense. It was as if a stone had sunk into the ocean, having no effect. This formation trapped 10 tails in canon so. Nagato, controlling Tendo Pain, stared blankly at the 4 red yang formation. On the rooftop, Kakashi and the others were equally astonished by the Hokage's strength. Is this the power of the Hokage? It's absolutely terrifying. His strongest attack had no impact whatsoever. Oh my god. The shock and disbelief among the onlookers were palpable. The Hokages Ryan, Minato, Hashirama and Tobirama had entered their sage mode, their true power unleashed. At this moment, Nagato was dumbfounded, unable to catch his breath. Realizing that the reanimate Hokage summoned by Orochimaru were no match for the real ones, Nagato's mind was in chaos. However, he quickly regained his composure. And all of them were using sage mode. Ironic isn't it the last person with Rinnegan and God Complex was also defeated with the help of sage mode thousands of years ago and even in future. What a boring trick. No matter how many of you come, it doesn't matter anymore. Nagato's focus now was on capturing the 9 tails. While he and Konan prepared to retreat, he controlled Pain's 6 paths, including his own body. Go. As Nagato and Konan hurriedly evacuated, the 3 Hokage, who had activated their sage techniques, quickly locked onto Nagato's position. Just as they were about to pursue, Ryan said to Minato, Minato, go find Tsunade and bring Naruto here. This time, you're going to meet your son. Let's chase the enemy first, and Naruto is essential for a perfect resolution. I have your special coup now. Activate the Flying Thunder God when the time comes. Though puzzled, Minato promptly agreed, and then the three Hokage swiftly pursued Nagato's direction. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 56, for Obito. Chapter 57, who will be the next Hokage? Chapter 58, no medicine for love hangover. Chapter 56, for Obito. Nagato, they are coming after us. Konan's voice echoed urgently as she retreated behind Nagato. At that moment, Nagato became acutely aware of the figures rapidly approaching them from behind. His heart sank. Hearing Konan's words, a surge of anxiety washed over Nagato. Their pursuers were closing in, threatening to overtake them. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on both of them, and Nagato cursed under his breath. Why are they so fast? Nagato exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. Konan, don't worry about it, just keep withdrawing. I will buy more time for you. Nagato felt a sense of helplessness. At this point, he realized that there were only 2 members of the 6 paths of pain remained intact. And only with all 6, he could stand a chance against their pursuers. If he didn't find a way to slow them down, it would be just a matter of time before both of them were caught. Desperation tightened its grip around Nagato as he glanced back. The Ashura and human paths of the 6 paths remained under his control, but their pursuers relentlessly gained ground. It seemed that no matter how hard they tried to evade, their enemies were always one step behind. As Nagato and Konan continued their escape, a sense of foreboding loomed over them. They knew that the pursuit would not relent until they were captured. The tension in the air was palpable. And then, it happened. With a sharp call, the 3 figures pursuing them closed in, their presence nearly suffocating. Nagato's heart pounded in his chest as he confronted them with the Ashura Path puppet and the human path puppet, his mind racing for a solution. In a desperate attempt to gain control of the situation, Nagato focused his efforts on manipulating 2 6 paths clones. However, before he could even react, Ryan, one of their pursuers, swiftly struck down the clones without breaking a sweat. Nagato's attempts to capture Ryan's movements using the shared perspective of his Rinnegan proved futile. Ryan was too quick, eluding even Nagato's keen eye. Frustration mixed with fear, twisting Nagato's features into an expression of dread. He realized that their opponents possessed a terrifying power, one that surpassed anything he had encountered before. His complexion darkened as he acknowledged the imminent danger they faced. With limited options remaining, Nagato made a swift decision. Konan, we have to keep going, he urged, his voice tinged with a mix of resignation and determination. It was clear that their only chance was to continue the retreat, even if it seemed futile. But Nagato's plan was short-lived. Before he could fully process the situation, the 3 relentless pursuers closed in on them once again, forcing them to come to an abrupt halt. Nagato and Konan stood their ground, bracing themselves for the inevitable confrontation. How can they be so fast? Nagato muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. He glanced at Konan, his eyes filled with concern. Konan, if you get a chance, run. I can't let you be captured as well. Konan shook her head firmly, her gaze unwavering. Yahako's death had shattered her world, and now Nagato was her last remaining hope. There was no way she could abandon him in his time of need. She stood by his side, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Witnessing Konan's unwavering determination, Nagato swallowed the words that had lingered on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, he realized that they were not alone in this fight. The first and second Hokages, the long deceased, were not ones to back down when Konoha was threatened. They would stand firm against any who dared to attack their village. Just as Nagato and Konan prepared to engage their pursuers, a golden light suddenly bloomed before them. It was Minato, arriving after meeting Naruto. The sight of his father appearing out of nowhere left Naruto stunned, momentarily forgetting the crisis at hand. And when he learned that Konoha's predicament had been resolved, his surprise only deepened. Without waiting for Naruto to fully comprehend the situation, Minato swiftly whisked him away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Leave this to Naruto. Minato declared with confidence. First and second Hokage, trust in him. He may just surprise you. As Naruto was here, Ryan quickly intervened, gesturing for the first and second Hokages to hold back. He then directed his attention to Naruto, a yellow-haired young boy who stood before him. The Hokages couldn't fathom the extent of Naruto's abilities, and if they could hear Ryan's thoughts, they would be even more astounded. With a smile and a knowing look, Ryan silently conveyed his message. You haven't witnessed the true power of 7th Hokage yet, he seemed to say. Unbeknownst to the Hokages, Naruto possessed a formidable skill set, one that surpassed their wildest imaginations. With Naruto's top no jutsu, Nagato's path became clearer. He quickly established a connection with Naruto, knowing that their only hope lay in working together. It felt as if everything was falling back into place, mirroring the events of the original timeline. Nagato's gaze hardened as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Gradually, he awakened the full potential of his powers, leading up to the pivotal moment. And in a breath, Nagato sacrificed himself, using the Ryan Tensei technique to revive those who had perished in the village. The sight was truly awe-inspiring, even for those who had never read the original story. The enemy, once threatening and relentless, now stood dumbfounded as Nagato's resurrection jolted their senses. The first Hokage and others, including Minato, watched in astonishment as Nagato's words turned into reality. The villagers came back to life once again as the casualties of Pain's invasion were restored. Tsunade, witnessing this miracle, felt a wave of relief wash over her. They had succeeded, thanks to Nagato's sacrifice. It's truly remarkable, Tsunade whispered to herself, grateful for the resolution of their ordeal. Konan, too, adhered to the path set by the original story, departing with Nagato's lifeless body. And so, Ryan and the others returned to Konoha, bringing an end to their arduous journey. Naruto eagerly recounted his experiences to Minato, his face alight with excitement. Although Minato and Naruto hailed from different worlds, the bond between father and son transcended time and space. As Naruto shared his adventures in this altered world, Minato couldn't help but feel a mix of concern and pride. Thankfully, their shared reality had changed for the better. The third Hokage and Denzo had been dealt with, and Konoha could now bask in the relief and joy of their hard-fought victory. With the resurrected Hokage standing before them, Kakashi and the others stared in awe, their eyes widening with disbelief. The once deceased legends now stood alive, a testament to the power and resilience of Konoha. The admirers in the crowd couldn't contain their excitement, already urging the first Hokage to sign autographs. Tsunade waved her hand, initiating a wave of celebration throughout the entire village. Compared to the desolation that had threatened to consume them, the villagers now rejoiced in the aftermath of the catastrophe. While Konoha reveled in its triumph, the Akatsuki organization faced a different reality. As they listened to Zetsu's report, Obito's face contorted with disbelief, mixed with a tinge of amusement. He couldn't fathom the idea that the Hokages were alive. Come on, now. There's a limit to jokes. Obito exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could the Hokage of Konoha be alive after so many years? Beside him, Black Zetsu shared in Obito's incredulity, his hopes dashed. The revelation of the resurrected Hokages shattered their carefully laid plans, leaving them questioning the purpose of their actions. At that moment, both Obito and Black Zetsu were left pondering the meaning of their existence. Their grand designs to save the world were Black Zetsu's mother's revival seemed trivial in the face of Konoha's unyielding resolve and the indomitable spirit of its leaders. The world had shifted, leaving Obito and Black Zetsu adrift in a sea of uncertainty, forcing them to reevaluate their paths and contemplate the true meaning of life itself. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 57, who will be the next Hokage? Chapter 58, no medicine for love hangover. Chapter 59, all Hokage world ranking. Chapter 57, who will the next Hokage? Soon the day passed, and Ryan and his companions began to return to their respective worlds. Time flies so fast, remarked one of them. But Tsunade, you have to work harder. Your world, Konoha, needs a lot of hard work to develop, Hashirama said before they departed. Before leaving, the first Hokage, Hashirama, couldn't help but say a few more words to Tsunade. Tobirama, standing nearby, added, after the third meeting starts, show us a little change. As for Minato, the Konoha in his world was not even as prosperous as Tsunade's current Konoha. He could only smile awkwardly and wait for the third meeting to see everyone again. With all eyes on Ryan, he cleared his throat and said, ahem, then let's go back. See you at the third Hokage chat meeting. By that time, there will be 2 new Hokages joining, so don't let the newcomers overtake you. Upon hearing Ryan's words, everyone suddenly became tense. It would be more challenging to secure a top 3 position with 5 participants. Adding 2 more would diminish their chances further. The first Hokage and the others couldn't help but exchange glances. As the first group of elderly people to join the chat group, they now felt a sense of urgency. So, everyone, see you at the third Hokage meeting. Ryan declared, and without hesitation, everyone stepped into the colorful light gate, returning to their respective worlds. Each of them immediately focused on developing their domains. Half a year quickly passed. Inside the Hokage office, Ryan had thoroughly mastered the Rinnegan and Sage body. He no longer needed to keep his eyes closed all the time, as he could freely activate and deactivate the Rinnegan. Additionally, his Sage mode had reached synchronization with the world and his body was now autonomously absorbing natural energy from the outside world. Hoke-sama, someone called out, interrupting Ryan's work. He put down what he was doing and looked up to see Minato entering the room with a dusty face. Minato, you've worked hard. It seems the supply collection went well this time, Ryan greeted him. Minato smiled in response and nodded solemnly. Yes, because we have control over the three major countries' daimyo and resources, we have been able to divert their supplies to Konoha. They have been cutting military spending and refusing to allocate funds. All the materials have been arriving on time every month. Minato proceeded to share some news. However, this time, Uchiha Mokoto and Uchiha Yu sent back separate reports. The land of Earth is in unrest, and Oniki has been restless, frequently visiting the Daimyo mansion. The land of Water is facing a similar situation, with the third Mizukage constantly visiting the Daimyo mansion. Moreover, the land of Water is more dangerous as Uchiha ninjas have already identified several ninjas from Kirigakure nearby the Daimyo mansion. It seems Miss Shinobi is preparing to assassinate the Daimyo. Ryan's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. In the past 6 months, the land of Earth, Wind, and Water had faced hardships, and now the land of Water was planning to assassinate the Daimyo. Ryan couldn't help but smile. Kirigakure was well versed in the assassination. Okay, let them know. Make sure to erase the memories of those involved. Also, ask Uchiha Yu to assist Kirigakure. After all, Mist was planning to assassinate the Daimyo. Let you help Mist in eliminating the Water Daimyo and eliminate the word preparation from their plans, Ryan instructed. Half a year had passed, and the third Hokage meeting was soon approaching. Ryan had no interest in continuing to deceive others and had withdrawn after the previous pitfall. Minato, shining with enthusiasm, quickly left to inform the others. Just as Minato departed, the familiar mechanical voice of the chat group resonated in Ryan's mind. The voice asked if he wanted to invite newcomers to the meeting. Ryan naturally hoped for more Hokages in the group, as the function of the world travel required 10 Hokages to activate. With only 5 present, including himself, Ryan clicked invite. The system beeped, and the fifth Hokage Tsunade from the parallel world Road to the Ninja joined the group chat. Ryan's eyes lit up at the familiar voice. He had been wondering how to gather 10 Hokages in the chat group, and now he realized that even the Hokage from movie worlds could be pulled in. This Tsunade was completely different from the one in the main world, a gentle and cute girl wearing glasses. Even her physical appearance was reversed. Ryan's curiosity about the Hokage chat group grew. As the system prompts continued, Ryan received another invitation success notification. The system beeped again, and the sixth Hokage. Cliffhanger no jutsu. To read 40 chapters ahead, join my patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 58, No Medicine for Love Hangover. Ding. Invitation succeeded. From the Tsuyokomi world, the sixth Hokage Uchiha Obito joined the group chat. Ryan was dumbfounded at this moment. The chat group completely baffled him. The fact that Obito's Tsuyokomi world could be brought into the chat group at the end of the Ninja War marked a turning point in the Third Ninja World War. Obito had returned to Konoha alive and, through his efforts, successfully became the Hokage. Initially, Kakashi held the position of Hokage, but in the end, Kakashi believed he was better suited as an assistant and became the sixth Hokage under Uchiha Obito. Ryan hadn't expected that even the Hokage of this world could be pulled into the chat group. The group was empty, but with the addition of Obito and Tsunade, it became more lively. While Ryan was still contemplating certain situations in Obito's world, the chat group emitted a special colorful light that enveloped him, and his consciousness instantly entered the chat group. In the first Hokage's world, after returning from Tsunade's world, Hashirama felt an invisible pressure. To rank in the top 3 in the chat group, he had to work hard to develop Konoha. So, the first thing he did upon returning was to convince Senjo Togurama to speed up his reforms. After half a year, Konoha had transformed significantly. Observing the current Konoha village, Hashirama nodded in satisfaction. Then, he received a notification in his mind. Group leader Ryan is holding a Hokage meeting. Please attend on time. Having already experienced 2 Hokage meetings, Hashirama naturally chose to join with confidence. Second Hokage Togurama, fourth Hokage Minato, and fifth Hokage Tsunade also received the meeting invitation and opted to attend. All 3 had worked hard over the past 6 months to develop and grow their respective versions of Konoha, aiming to climb higher in the world leaderboard. In the road to Ninja World, inside Fire Country's Konoha village, Tsunade's voice filled the air. Oi, Master Tsunade, don't be so lazy. There are still so many files still left to go through. I won't let you sleep until you finish them. Waves of roars echoed throughout Konoha village, although the villagers were no longer surprised by this. Inside the Hokage building, Tsunade, wearing glasses, looked aggrieved as she faced the mountains of documents in front of her. Shizune, observing Tsunade buried in paperwork, remained silent, with a curl of a smile on her lips. Tsunade thought to herself, I've become a Hokage, and I'm still so exhausted. I knew I shouldn't have taken on this role. And on top of that, Shizune keeps bothering me even though I'm the Hokage. At this moment, Tsunade looked somewhat cute and pitiful, evoking a sense of protectiveness. As Tsunade busied herself with the paperwork, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meeting. Please join now. Startled by the unexpected voice, Tsunade raised her head and looked around, finding only Shizune in the room with her. Confused, Tsunade caught Shizune's gaze and quickly lowered her head to continue with the files. Just when Tsunade thought she had misheard, the strange voice sounded in her mind again. Ding. The group owner, Ryan, has initiated a Hokage meeting. Please join immediately. Tsunade finally realized that the voice in her head was not a hallucination, it was real. However, she couldn't help but feel puzzled about the Hokage chat group. Is this the chat group of the previous Hokage? Tsunade asked, and the chat group quickly responded. Ding. Yes, it contains all the Hokage from the different years after Konoha's establishment. Tsunade received the answer she was looking for and understood the nature of the chat group. Since that was the case, she decided to enter and see for herself, finding the task of working with files too tedious. I will participate. I will participate. Tsunade declared. Accompanied by a familiar colorful glow, her consciousness entered the space of the Hokage chat group. In the sixth Hokage Obito's world, Obito complained, really, there are so many files. It's overwhelming. He turned to Kakashi, his assistant, and suggested they go for a walk. Kakashi looked up from the untouched documents on the table and shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything. The 2 quickly left the Hokage building and strolled through the streets of Konoha. Obito admired the bustling streets and flourishing leaves, wearing a satisfied smile. Along the way, they were welcomed by countless children who wanted to take photos with Obito or get his autograph. Obito was content with the attention. Kakashi, it would be nice if Rin were still alive, he expressed his sentiment to his assistant. After taking the last group photo, Obito suddenly looked at Kakashi beside him and realized they had unconsciously arrived at Rin's tomb. They stood there silently, gazing at the engraved name on the tombstone, as if time had frozen. At that moment, a voice echoed in Obito's mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meeting. Please join now. Rin. Obito exclaimed, startled by the sudden voice. He glanced around, realizing that there was no one else present except for himself and Kakashi. The voice seemed to originate from within his head. Obito's gaze fell upon Rin's grave, suspecting a connection. Is it because of you, Rin? After a brief moment of silence, Obito made up his mind. If this voice had appeared at Lin's grave, then it must be related to her. Without hesitation, he chose to participate in the chat group, driven by the desire to uncover the truth. This guy wanted to destroy an entire world for a teenage crush. I don't know if I should call him a simp or an ideal lover. So don't fall in love with a good person but let an evil person love you. Instantly, a colorful light enveloped Obito, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself face to face with 2 Tsunades, one with wide eyes and the other with narrow eyes. 2 Tsunade Samus. Obito exclaimed, further bewildered by the sight of 2 Tsunades in this mysterious space. However, something was amiss with the glasses Tsunade, as if she has this cute innocent aura around her. Meanwhile, when Obito looked to the other side, he froze in place. Sensei. Obito couldn't believe his eyes as he saw Namikaze Minato sitting and conversing with Ryan. The shock of encountering not only Tsunade-sama but also his former teacher, Minato, was overwhelming. Minato, noticing Obito's arrival, smiled and offered his congratulations. Congratulations, Obito. It seems your dream has come true. You have become a Hokage. Upon hearing Minato's heartfelt words, Obito's eyes welled up with tears. As Obito absorbed the moment, the two Tsunades continued to stare at each other, while Hashirama and Tobirama observed them with curiosity. This chat group is truly amazing. Hashirama exclaimed. It even brought in another Tsunade. It's incredible how different they are. Tobirama added, agreeing with Hashirama's statement. The two Tsunades before them, the original one exuding confidence and tolerance, and the newly added one appearing adorable and cute, were quite opposite. As everyone settled in, Ryan reminded them, please take your seats. Now that we are all here, shall we begin? At Ryan's words, Hashirama and Tobirama perked up, and Tsunade from the Road to Ninja World stopped bickering with her counterpart. Ryan initiated the discussion about the world leaderboard, and Tsunade from the Road to Ninja and Obito from the Tsukuyomi world exchanged curious glances. Observing this, Ryan patiently explained once again. And when he mentioned the possibility of obtaining rewards, Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. He couldn't resist asking in the chat group, can I acquire the mystical things or resurrect a person? In response, the light curtain on the conference table flickered, and a line of text appeared. Everything is possible in this chat group. Obito's excitement surged upon reading this answer. It was the happiest news he had received since becoming Hokage. The method to obtain those rewards didn't matter to him, as long as there was a chance to revive Lin. Obito was determined to give it his all. And this revelation also thrilled Hashirama, who saw the opportunity to potentially resurrect Uchiha Madara himself. Urging Ryan eagerly, Hashirama declared, Brat, let's get started. I won't let you take the top spot from me this time. Read 40 chapters ahead on my Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 59, Hokage World Rankings. In the face of the first Hokage's confident speech, Ryan couldn't help but smile. For Ryan, the real threats came from other Hokage worlds, such as Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage, who had not yet entered the chat group. Nevertheless, Ryan had unwavering self-confidence. In future not a single Hokage in the canon could surpass him. Then let's wait and see, he said with a hint of anticipation. As Ryan's voice trailed off, the central light curtain of the round table conference began to change, captivating everyone's attention. Countless words started forming, instantly putting everyone present on edge. Even Tsunade and Uchiha Obito, who were also attending the meeting for the first time, widened their eyes, fearing they might miss any crucial information from the past. The world leaderboard commenced its ranking. Participation ranking. World of 1st Hokage Hashirama. World of 2nd Hokage Tobirama. World of 4th Hokage Ryan. World of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. World of 5th Hokage Tsunade. World of Road to Ninja Tsunade. World of 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito. Please note, the value of the ranking rewards is directly linked to the power of the participating world. If you desire better rewards, strive to enhance the status of your own village. Compared to the previous meeting, 2 more people had been added this time. However, only the top 3 would receive substantial rewards, with the first place reward being particularly extraordinary. All eyes were fixated on the light curtain, eagerly anticipating the words that would appear on the next screen. Over 6 months, the respective worlds fervently developed their Konoha's power, all in the hopes of improving their rankings even slightly. Soon, a line of names gradually materialized on the light curtain, leading to an instant wave of disappointment and dissatisfaction among the attendees. Only Ryan wore a satisfied smile on his face as he saw his world displayed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan World. Damn it. It's Brat, Ryan, again. I worked tirelessly to develop Konoha, but still couldn't surpass him. As Ryan's world claimed the top position once more, the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, sighed helplessly. Despite his dedicated efforts over the past 6 months, he had fallen short. Though somewhat disheartened, curiosity flickered in Hashirama's eyes. He had poured so much effort into Konoha's development, yet it still couldn't measure up. He wondered what Ryan had accomplished in his world. I want to take a good look. Show it quickly. Hashirama exclaimed. Tobirama, the 2nd Hokage, standing beside him, shared the disappointment. Even though he hadn't surpassed Ryan, he couldn't help but wonder about the achievements that had allowed Ryan to maintain his leading position. Both the 1st and 2nd Hokages were filled with curiosity, resembling eager children. Not to mention Tsunade and the others who watched from the sidelines, including the newcomers classes Tsunade and Uchiha Obito. They were taking all of this quite seriously, fully invested in the proceedings. Ryan, noticing their expressions, smiled cheerfully at the crowd. After all, he had managed to maintain his first place position in the world once again, and the best rewards would soon follow. Would you like to display your national power? Upon receiving the inquiry from the chat group, Ryan eagerly nodded and said, show it. With Ryan's permission, the light curtain underwent a series of changes, gradually revealing the picture of Ryan's world. The display of national power was about to commence. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown on the light curtain reached its conclusion, each beat resonated within the hearts of everyone present. With the countdown's end, the national power display officially commenced. The 1st Hokage and others prepared to meticulously record Ryan's every move, intending to implement it in their worlds upon returning. You returned from the chat group and promptly received the chat group rewards. You gained knowledge of the future of the ninja world and began to familiarize yourself with the rewards of the chat group. Soon, you started to practice and master the power of Rinnegan and Sage Body. Wow. The Rinnegan. Sage Body. Just the first 2 lines of words were enough to evoke exclamations from Tsunade and the 6th Hokage, Uchiha Obito, who had recently joined the Ninja Road. Although Obito had inquired about the rewards attainable through the chat group and received a preliminary understanding, witnessing the ability to obtain Rinnegan and Sage Body through the leaderboard left them momentarily stunned. The 1st Hokage and others, having just joined the chat group themselves, were not surprised by this revelation. After all, they had only recently learned of the chat group's formidable rewards. However, for everyone present, it was undeniable. All right, keep reading. Now you know the power of the chat group, the 1st Hokage remarked. It's just a shame that the number 1 spot belongs to Ryan. Upon hearing the 1st Hokage's words, Tsunade from the Ninja Road Uchiha Obito cast deep gazes toward Ryan, the group's leader. Meanwhile, the light curtain continued to display information. Knowing that the next Hokage meeting will commence in 6 months, you comprehend the urgency and gravity of the task at hand. You must increase the speed of Konoha's development. With your dedicated efforts, Konoha's commercial street was established, attracting more merchants to conduct business in the village. The bustling commercial street enticed countless refugees to join Konoha's community. Shortly after, you realized that solely developing Konoha in this manner wouldn't significantly enhance the country's strength. Hence, you set your sights on the land of surrounding small nations. You, on the verge of taking action against these small nations, promptly convened a special meeting at the Hokage building with all the Konoha's ninja families. Read 40 chapters of All Hokage in chat group and 20 chapters of Buggy D Clown on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 60, Lord Tenji who clapped Kagaya. 1st Hokage Hashirama's brows furrowed slightly as he solemnly looked at Ryan, contemplating his actions. Ryan, are you planning to start a war and attack the neighboring small countries? He inquired. Ryan confidently nodded in response, causing the 1st Hokage to feel a sense of unease. In his own world, the 1st Ninja World War erupted shortly after this point in history. Hashirama immediately feigned his own death and took swift action to quell the tensions, albeit through the extortion of supplies. However, Ryan had directly launched a full-scale war against a small country, which the 1st Hokage found unacceptable. In response to the 1st Hokage's disapproval, Ryan gazed seriously at Hashirama and asked, 1st Hokage, do you believe it's wrong for me to start a war? His question caused Hashirama to subconsciously nod, but Ryan's next words plunged him into deep thought. 1st Hokage, you only see me waging war. How many people have died in the ninja wars? How tragic is the existence of these small countries caught in the crossfire between major powers? But what if these small countries become part of Konoha, or even if the entire ninja world is unified? Will there still be war then? Will true peace finally be achieved? Ryan's words resonated not only with the 1st Hokage but also with the 2nd Hokage Tobirama and the others present. They all pondered the implications of what Ryan had said. Indeed, ninja wars had plagued the world repeatedly, resulting in countless casualties. If they were to wage a war to unify these small countries and eventually the entire ninja world, would war still persist? Could the ninja world finally experience true peace? The idea sparked a profound discussion within all the Hokages, including Tobirama. It seemed as though Ryan had opened the door to a new world, and the philosophy he presented aligned surprisingly with that of the former best friend of Hashirama Uchiha Madara. Madara's idea might be correct. 1st Hokage Hashirama thought to himself, finally comprehending the significance. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, the war between big and small countries will continue as long as the current state of the ninja world remains. But if the ninja world is unified, where will war come from? It's clear now. As everyone present came to this realization, Ryan knew that the time was ripe for the next revelation. He dropped another bombshell, declaring, "The ninja world you see now is not as simple as it seems. The future threats we will face do not originate from within the ninja world." These words surprised everyone, and Ryan proceeded to unveil the history of the ninja world, starting from Otsutsuki Kage to the Sage of Six Paths. Thousands of years ago, Kage and his Haki were both sent to cultivate a god tree on the planet Earth and harvest its chakra fruit, with which she was to provide for the main family of her clan from another world. Kage was a low-ranking member of the clan chosen as a sacrifice to the Ten Tails, which would nurture the development of the god tree. Instead, Kage desired the chakra fruit herself, betraying his Haki in the process and leaving him to die. Kage was discovered by the guards of the land of ancestors during her arrival on Earth, who brought her before their Emperor Tenji. Identifying herself as the god tree's guardian, Kage used her abilities to wipe Tenji's memories of the hostile encounter and subsequently settled among his people, becoming recognized as his concubine. Living among humans, she slowly developed an attachment to the planet she meant to destroy. Growing closer to the Emperor Tenji, she eventually became pregnant. When the land of that began to threaten the land of ancestors over a border dispute, Tenji attempted to prevent the outbreak of war by declaring that anyone who attacked the larger nation's representatives was to be executed, an order which she broke when she was threatened by them, resulting in her and her assistant Ano becoming hunted by their land to be executed. Land of that and land of ancestors are really their canonical names. Losing all faith in humanity but still longing for peace, Kage believed that it was necessary for her to attain godlike powers in order to put an end to all of humanity's conflicts. She defied the taboo surrounding the fruit and ate it. In doing so, she awakened the Rain Sharingan and became the sole person on the planet endowed with chakra. Using her newfound power, Kage single-handedly ended the wars and took control of the nations. For her deed of stopping the conflict, she received the blessing of the people and was worshipped as the rabbit goddess. After establishing peace and changing somehow, Kage used the infinite Tsukuyomi on humans to transform them into an army of white sets over the course of many years in fear of her clan returning to take her chakra away. Recognizing the threat Kage posed to the world, Hokage Oromo and Hamura rose against her. They fought a grueling battle. All chakra belongs to me. Once again, all chakra shall become one. Eventually, she turned herself into the demonic ten-tailed beast, only to be sealed away by her sons, but not before she created Black Zetsu, who orchestrated the entire shinobi history to revive her. After managing to defeat her and seal her within the moon using the power of the Six Paths, this act made Hokage Oromo the first Jinchuriki, or human vessel, of the Ten Tails. Following their victory, Hokage Oromo and Hamura took on the responsibility of maintaining balance in the world. Hokage Oromo became known as the Sage of the Six Paths and worked to spread the teachings of ninja, the precursor to modern ninjutsu. He sought to guide humanity towards peace and understanding. Before his death, he divided the ten-tailed beast into 9 parts currently known as 9 Bijis. Hamura, on the other hand, chose to remain on the moon to watch over Kage's seal. He founded the Moon Clan and guarded the sacred relic known as the Tensegan and the Gedo statue. Uchiha Obito, who had recently joined the group, also stood up and confirmed the authenticity of Ryan's words, citing the records on the Uchiha clan seal in his own world. This is not a true Tsukuyomi world but one of the many possible worlds. As everyone listened to Ryan's account, the second Hokage Tobirama couldn't help but solemnly state, "So, in the future, the entire ninja world will be threatened by the members of the Otsutsuki clan? Is that what you're saying?" Ryan affirmed Tobirama's question, causing a sense of impending danger to loom over everyone in the chat group. It became evident that the sword of Damocles was hanging over their heads. At this point, the focus shifted from waging wars against other nations to preparing for the looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan. The realization dawned on everyone that their actions were ultimately for the sake of peace in the ninja world. With an understanding reached, the meeting continued, and the group decided to proceed with the first Hokage, starting with neighboring countries. The meeting concluded, and the light curtain displayed the next phase of events. After the meeting, Konoha officially launched an expedition to annex the land of whirlpools, the land of grass, and the land of rain. You sent 3 armies simultaneously and personally led one to the battlefield in the land of rain. The 3 small countries offered no resistance and fell swiftly, becoming part of the Fire Kingdom's territory. Konoha absorbed the resources of these conquered nations, leading to exponential growth in Konoha's economy, military power, and the well-being of its citizens under your leadership. As the light curtain unfolded, the events, the actions, and developments orchestrated by Ryan astonished the first Hokage and the others. They hadn't anticipated such significant advancements in Konoha's development. The scene on the light curtain concluded, leaving everyone eager to see the national power ratings achieved by Ryan's world. The final comprehensive score of national strength for 4th Hokage Ryan's world is. Kage even wanted to include her sons Hagoromo and Hamura against Otsutsuki in one scene. You are not ready yet. But Hagoromo was found by Great Toad Sage Gamamaru who turned them against Kage. Plus Kage turned the woman liked by Hagoromo and White Zetsu so. Read 40 chapters ahead on my patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Tobirama is being bullied. The display of 4th Hokage Ryan's national strength in the world was impressive, scoring a comprehensive rating of 812 points. A collective gasp resonated among the spectators as Ryan's world was directly awarded 812 points by the chat group. At that moment, they all took a deep breath, realizing the significance of this achievement. It must be noted that the upper limit for the Hokage world was set at 1000 points. Surpassing this threshold meant breaking through the world limit and successfully entering the secondary world stage, where the prize pool would be selected. To my surprise, this was only the 3rd meeting, and Ryan had already developed his world's national power to a staggering 800 points. It seemed highly likely that in the next meeting, Ryan would directly surpass the world's limit. Such progress left both the 1st and 2nd Hokage trailing behind. I never expected such substantial improvement after defeating other small countries. Ryan himself was taken aback. The last time his world scored just over 500 points, and now it had skyrocketed to 812 points. However, what Ryan didn't anticipate was that the secret mission regarding the daimyo was not revealed in the end. Although the reason was unknown, Ryan knew that utilizing the resources brought to Konoha by the daimyo was the primary factor behind his rapid improvement over the past 6 months. Since it wasn't showcased, Ryan decided to keep it to himself. Apart from him, the 1st Hokage would never take any action against the daimyo. With this election for 1st place completed, the light curtain in front of everyone changed once again, reigniting their excitement. Although attaining 1st place seemed out of reach, securing the 2nd place position was still commendable. Amongst the nervous onlookers, 2nd Hokage Tobirama, who had claimed 2nd place in the previous meeting, was particularly anxious. The election results were finally revealed. 2nd place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Upon witnessing the appearance of the 2nd place entry, 2nd Hokage Tobirama was taken aback. Is it the big brother? He never expected that his elder brother's world would surpass his 2nd place position. Glancing at the name on the light curtain, 1st Hokage Hashirama couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. 2nd place? I'm so sorry, Tobirama. You know, in my world, there is a 2nd Tobirama. Hearing the explanation from the 1st Hokage Hashirama, 2nd Hokage Tobirama didn't take it to heart. Although he felt a slight disappointment at being surpassed by his brother, he sincerely congratulated him. After all, his elder brother's world also held its own significance. There was a 2nd Tobirama there while in his own world, there was no elder brother anymore. Congratulations, brother, Tobirama expressed his genuine happiness. Would you like to showcase your national power? Prompted by the instructions on the light curtain, 1st Hokage Hashirama naturally chose to display his world's strength. Soon, the light curtain transformed once again. After the Hokage meeting concluded, you consumed the Senjo beans rewarded by the chat group. The Senjo beans worked their magic, instantly healing your injuries and restoring your strength to its peak. Realizing the importance of the Senjo beans, you sealed the remaining tin with a scroll and kept it close to you. You knew that your death would spark the first ninja war in the ninja world in the same year. The seemingly peaceful ninja world harbored undercurrents. Aware that a major war would break out, you and your brother, Senjo Tobirama, decided to fake your death. As a result of the news of your fake death, other countries instantly initiated a war against the Land of Fire, and the first ninja world war officially commenced. Observing the information displayed on the light curtain, 2nd Hokage Tobirama couldn't help but alter his perception of his elder brother. Previously, he would never have believed that his brother would willingly provoke this ninja world war. He has overwhelming power. There is no need to use underhand tactics at all. When the first ninja world war began, you suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Once again, you showcased the might of the god of ninjas to the entire ninja world, swiftly ending the newly ignited war by killing the Kazekage and Gold and Silverhorn brothers. Within the light curtain, Senju Hashirama was instantaneously teleported to the battlefield by Tobirama, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. With a single hand, you unleashed the power of wood style, overpowering the ninjas from all corners of the world. The first Hokage's current strength was vividly displayed before everyone's eyes. Last time, when the fifth Hokage Tsunade's world sought assistance, the first Hokage didn't have a chance to reveal his true power. However, this time, the light curtain provided a more intuitive presentation. As the content on the screen gradually concluded, disbelief filled the eyes of everyone gazing at the first Hokage. Even Ryan was shocked by the turn of events. Who would have thought that the revered god of the ninja world would resort to extorting supplies? As the crowd's eyes focused on the first Hokage, even he couldn't help but blush at the revelation. But if I am second in the ranking, then I can still receive 2 rewards, he murmured, trying to console himself. This small setback means nothing. The results of the selection were unveiled. Second place, first Hokage Senjo Hashirama World. The display of national power is complete. National strength evaluation, 633 points. In just 6 months, the first Hokage had increased Konoha's national strength in his world by 200 points. If it weren't for Ryan's abilities to increase Konoha's development, he would have surpassed by the first Hokage this time. Second Hokage Tobirama, upon seeing this, sighed helplessly. It was unavoidable since his elder brother's world had its own unique methods of developing Konoha, likely similar to his own. But having an elder brother made a significant difference. Utilizing the resources extorted from other countries for their own development, Konoha in the first Hokage's world would undoubtedly progress faster. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the sixth Hokage, Uchiha Obito, also grasped the full extent of the chat group's functions. They couldn't help but feel anticipation for the rankings of their respective worlds. The announcement continued. Third place, sixth Hokage Uchiha Obito World. What? The crowd, including second Hokage Tobirama, was left dumbfounded. Tobirama had thought that being inferior to his elder brother was acceptable, but now there was no room for third place. He found it harder to accept, and his gaze fell upon Uchiha Obito with deep scrutiny. The first Hokage, too, looked at Uchiha Obito with intrigue. Finally, a member of the Uchiha clan had become Hokage in Konoha. Even Obito himself hadn't expected his world to rank third. It was a bewildering moment for him. Witnessing the scene, Ryan felt a sense of urgency filling his heart. As expected, the future Hokage from various worlds within the chat group would possess formidable national power. For instance, the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's world had 2 6th level combat powers. Regarding Uchiha Obito's world, which ranked third, Ryan wasn't too surprised. The Konoha 12, including Obito himself, Kakashi, Tsunade, and others, had grown up in that world. Even Namikaze Minato was alive, making their collective strength far greater. Do you wish to display your national power? Prompted the light curtain, drawing everyone's attention. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but be taken aback, but under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, especially second Hokage Tobirama, he swallowed and said, "Show." As Obito spoke, the light curtain began to change, showcasing the events in his world. Second Hokage Tobirama stared deeply at Obito, who had become the 6th Hokage, realizing that losing to the evil Uchiha was his biggest concession. In Obito's world, the Third Ninja World War broke out. Namikaze Minato's squad was sent to the Konoha Bridge to disrupt the rock shinobi supply line. With Minato's timely arrival, the team successfully completed the mission, severing the enemy supply line. But during the mission, all 3 were separated. No heroine died to the mist shinobi. The war eventually ended, and Obito, under Kakashi's influence, made a solemn vow to become Hokage and bring complete peace to the ninja world. Namikaze Minato, the 4th Hokage, who was the focus of the screen, couldn't help but feel nostalgic and sad. At least here Obito was alive. As Minato's disciple, Obito held great respect for him. Despite being from the Uchiha clan, Obito was different from the arrogant reputation the Uchiha clan had. Seeing Minato's gentle demeanor, Ryan couldn't help but feel conflicted. Knowing that Obito was responsible for killing him and his wife and leaving Naruto as an orphan, he couldn't reconcile the kind image before him. The light curtain continued to display Obito's achievements. With hard work and Kakashi's recommendation and support, Obito successfully became the 6th Hokage of Konoha. Under his leadership, Konoha experienced rapid development, with Uzumaki Naruto and others becoming strong pillars of the village. The village also maintained good relations with other ninja villages, bringing rare peace to the entire ninja world. As the scenes on the light curtain concluded, everyone snapped back to reality. Witnessing the bustling and thriving Konoha under Uchiha Obito's leadership, they had to admit that the predictions had come true. Even second Hokage Tobirama had to acknowledge that Konoha in Obito's world was indeed stronger than in his own. Third place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito World. The display of national power is complete. Evaluation of national power. Support me on patreon.com/Mariani and you can read 40 chapters ahead. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Tobirama's Fascination. Is the evaluation of 610 points good or bad? Obito asked confusedly. His surprise was evident as he looked around and saw the shocked faces of other members. It seems that the 610-point evaluation is quite a prominent score. He hadn't anticipated that Konoha under him was so strong. As for Tobirama, the 2nd Hokage, he was on the verge of tears. Despite his efforts and dedication to researching the Sharingan after receiving the rewards, Konoha's progress had only been gradual. Observing that the top 3 spots had already been taken, Tobirama resigned himself to his fate. Now, all they could do was wait to see what rewards they would receive. The light curtain soon changed once again, announcing the 4th place position, 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama's world. Regarding the 4th place rank, Tobirama couldn't determine whether he felt happy or unhappy. On one hand, he was glad that he hadn't fallen too far behind. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel disappointed that he didn't make it into the top 3. Do you want to show national power? The question on the light curtain asked, causing Tobirama to feel somewhat embarrassed. In his heart, he wanted to decline the offer. However, before he could voice his decision, his elder brother, 1st Hokage Hashirama, leaned in curiously. What's the matter, Tobirama? Show it, I want to see how you've developed Konoha. Hearing Hashirama's words, Tobirama reluctantly adopted a helpless expression and chose to showcase Konoha's national power. The light curtain began to reveal Tobirama's actions over the past 6 months after returning from the Hokage meeting and receiving the chat group rewards. Upon experiencing the power of the Sharingan, Tobirama's curiosity about the principles behind its evolution was sparked. He embarked on a journey to study his own eyes, beginning with researching the corpses of Uchiha clan members who had fallen in battle. In the 2nd month, Tobirama had some new ideas and enlisted the help of his student Uchiha Kageme's help to jointly study the Sharingan. In the 3rd month, a remarkable chemical reaction occurred between Tobirama's body and the Sharingan, resulting in the rapid evolution of his eyes. From 1 Tomo to 2 Tomo Sharingan. Tobirama became increasingly fascinated by the power of the Sharingan and dedicated his days and nights to its study. By the 5th month, Tobirama's eagerness to reach the level of Uchiha Madara became evident. And in the 6th month, he had a vague sense that his Sharingan was on the verge of another evolution. As the chat group members learned about Tobirama's intensive research efforts, silence fell upon them. Even Hashirama, his elder brother, found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing to see Tobirama devote half a year to the study of the Sharingan without any significant progress. The power of the Sharingan was undoubtedly formidable, but it seemed unlikely that it could consume the 2nd Hokage's attention to such an extent. He envied what he didn't possess. It seems one brother liked matter, another liked his eyes. Unbeknownst to Tobirama, Ryan had a thought in mind, ready to share it with the group. As the 2nd Hokage from the Senjo clan, Tobirama didn't need to study the Sharingan extensively. With his sage body, a natural reaction would occur between his sage body and the Sharingan, eventually leading to the Mangekyo Sharingan and beyond. However, Ryan chose to keep his thoughts to himself, realizing that revealing the truth might cause Tobirama to flee in embarrassment. After all, wasting half a year on research that was unnecessary would have been a missed opportunity for Tobirama to secure a top 3 position. The national power display is complete. 4th place, 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama World, the light curtain announced. As everyone expected, Konoha had only made a 50-point increase over the past 6 months, reflecting their natural development. However, there was potential for Konoha to achieve even higher evaluations, considering the land of fire's abundance of resources and natural advantages. 5th place, Road to Ninja, 5th Hokage Tsunade Senjo's world. It's my world after all. Upon seeing that the display was about her world, Glasses Tsunade was also surprised. The blue veins on the forehead of the 5th Hokage Tsunade in the main world unconsciously twitched. However, as she looked at Glasses Tsunade, she realized that the other person was herself. She didn't know whether to be angry or happy. It was already relief that she had already resolved Pain's crisis and focused on vigorously developing Konoha. But despite her efforts, the ranking hadn't changed much. Show the evaluation. Without waiting for the chat group, Ninja Road Tsunade spoke ahead of time. The 4th Hokage, Haruno Kaizushi, died in battle. You, as princess of Konoha's Senjo clan, was successfully elected as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Under your leadership, Konoha began to develop steadily. However, a masked man who hunts bloodline ninjas has recently appeared in the ninja world, and you sent Jiraiya to investigate. Not long ago, Jiraiya returned with a serious injury and also brought back news. You discovered that a crisis is coming to Konoha. As Ninja Road Tsunade's world unfolded before their eyes, Ryan couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't expect the plot to start so soon. However, now that the chat group was involved, he didn't know if Naruto and Sakura would cross into this world. Thinking about this, Ryan felt quite speechless. This is a movie world Naruto Road to Ninja. It is available on YouTube. Sakura's father is 4th Hokage here. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Road to Ninja World. What was this Harano Kaisashi being the 4th Hokage? But the chat group didn't mention how this guy died. It probably wasn't a good ending. As for why Tsunade of the Ninja Road world could reach 4th place, it was estimated that everything in this world was the opposite of the norm. In this world, the Minato and Kushina were not dead. There was also Namikaze Menma. In terms of overall strength, it must be stronger than Tsunade's world. Itaki is the leader of Akatsuki. Hinata of this world is even better than Canon 1. She treats Sakura as trash too. This world's Naruto whose Menma is being controlled by Tobi. Tobi uses a limited version of infinite Tsukuyomi to extract 9 tails without having to fight the 4th Ninja World War. Sasuke is a womanizer who likes Sakura. Niji is a pervert who keeps at Hinata using Byakugan. Ino is very feminine and sorts out the fight between Shikamaru and Koji. Shino is ignored as always though. Don't worry, if there is a huge crisis, just press the help button in the chat group. All of us Hokage will rush to help. Ryan said, and Tsunade only then discovered the mutual help button. She nodded happily and looked at Ryan with more curiosity in her eyes. She had clearly felt a special emotion in Ryan's eyes towards her. If Ryan knew what Ninja Road Tsunade was thinking, he would definitely give her a thumbs up. That was indeed a special emotion. This Tsunade wore glasses, and spoke with a gentle tone, creating a completely different experience. 5th place Road to Ninja 5th Hokage Tsunade World. The national power display is complete. National strength evaluation, 480 points. The score was higher than the 2nd Hokage Tobirama world from the previous meeting. With the evaluation of the Hokage worlds completed, only the worlds of 5th Hokage Tsunade and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato remained. The two of them looked embarrassed. They had become the bottom 2 for 2 consecutive meetings, so they didn't care much about the rankings anymore. They were already at the bottom, and it didn't matter who fell in 2nd place. Soon, as the light curtain continued to play, the ranking of the two was announced. 6th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade world. Seeing this ranking, the two remained unfazed. It didn't matter who was behind. As expected, the national power display began. After the Hokage meeting is over, you start to learn the Sage Art practice method rewarded by the chat group. When your Sage Art is a little successful, Pain launches an attack on Konoha. In an instant, Konoha was engulfed in the flames of war, and 6 paths of Pain started slaughtering Konoha shinobi mercilessly. Since you are not yet capable of facing Pain, you immediately chose to press the cross-border help button. Hokages from all over the world arrived at the same time, successfully stopping Pain and lifting Konoha's crisis. As the light curtain played, the newly joined Ninja Road Tsunade and 6th Hokage Obito were deeply shocked. They didn't expect the chat group to have such a function. All the Hokages from different worlds could join forces to help each other. It made them determined that in the face of future insurmountable crises, the help function alone would not be enough. With Pain's crisis resolved, Konoha was rebuilt. In the next 6 months, the village began to develop in all aspects and achieve certain results. The overall score of the 5th Hokage Tsunade world appeared on the light curtain. National strength evaluation, 465 points. The score was only 15 points lower than Glasses Tsunade's world, which showed good improvement. It had increased by nearly 100 points compared to the previous meeting. As for the last one, it automatically fell to the 4th Hokage Minato. 7th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato world. Minato felt helpless with his 7th place ranking. It had taken him half a year to stabilize Konoha completely. The screen displayed Minato's experiences in the past 6 months as the national strength began to show. After the second meeting is over, you return to the office and are determined to eliminate the 3rd Hokage and Denzo. With the training method of Sage Mode, you decide to act after thoroughly mastering your unskilled Sage Mode. In the first month, you completely mastered the Sage Art and can activate Sage Mode at any time. In the second month, you successfully collected the criminal evidence of the 3rd Hokage and Denzo and secretly contacted the heads of various families. In the third month, you successfully eradicated the 3rd Hokage and Denzo, wiping out the Sarutobi and Shimura clans in one fell swoop. In the fourth month, you begin to formally and genuinely manage Konoha, and each family offers their loyalty to you. In the fifth month, you successfully controlled Konoha and worked hard to develop it. At the same time, following Ryan's method from another world, you contacted the Uchiha clan, hoping to fully integrate them into Konoha. In the sixth month, you are working hard for it. As Minato's journey unfolded, everyone nodded in agreement. They believed that in the next meeting, Konoha and Minato's world would have made significant improvements. National strength evaluation, 420 points. This division showed a considerable improvement compared to Minato's initial national strength of 333 points when he first joined the chat group. With the appearance of the last one, the evaluation of all 7 Hokage worlds was completed. Everyone felt excited because it was time to announce the rewards. The highest national power evaluation, 812 points. The prize pool level is first level world prize pool. The rewards will be announced shortly. Read 40 chapters ahead on my Patreon.com/Mariani. Please check out Hataki Tatsuya and Naruto and Buggy D Clown. They are quite entertaining. Chapter 64 Pika Pika. Reward settlement completed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan World. Optional rewards, choose 3 out of 5. Reward 1, Pika Pika no Mi without side effects, Secret Treasure of the Sea. Reward 2, Tenseigen. Reward 3, Marine 6 Styles. Reward 4, Aiken of Senzu Beans, which can instantly restore all injuries and physical strength. Reward 5, Perfect Sync Byakugan. Oh, my kami. These rewards are always so good. Ryan couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Instantly, the 6 people behind Ryan were very envious. The rewards were incredibly generous, but unfortunately, they didn't secure the first place. Among the 5 rewards, Tenseigen was another kind of dojutsu, not much different from the Rinnegan. If Rinnegan is the ultimate form of the Sharingan, then Tenseigen is the ultimate form of Byakugan. Rinnegan has a lot of auxiliary techniques and leans more towards creation. On the other, Tenseigen leans more towards destruction. The Tenseigen allows the user to enter a Tenseigen chakra mode, which significantly enhances their physical capabilities and chakra levels. In this mode, the user gains increased speed, strength, and reflexes, making them a formidable opponent in battle. Plus Pika Pika allows the user complete physical immunity. Plus saying, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" is too cool. However, what Ryan didn't expect was that the chat group had actually given 2 abilities from the One Piece world, the Pika Pika no Mi and Marine 6 Styles. Although Ryan knew these abilities originated from the pirate world known as One Piece, others were unaware. "Ryan, what do you think of these rewards?" someone asked. "Why is the first reward a fruit? And such a strange fruit?" another questioned, frowning at the fruit label Pika Pika no Mi on the light curtain. Everyone seemed perplexed by its unattractive appearance, fearing it could be poisonous if consumed. Ryan explained, "Those rewards given this time are from another world. Although this fruit may look unappealing, eating it will grant you a very powerful ability. As for Marine 6 Styles, it is a physical training method from the same world." Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, everyone nodded in understanding. They hadn't expected to directly acquire such abilities. However, second Hokage Tobirama's curiosity was piqued as he observed the Pika Pika no Mi. His eyes held the desire to dissect and study it, characteristic of his inquisitive nature. Soon, Tobirama realized something and turned to Ryan. "If there is such a fruit in the other world, does that mean another world and things like this exist there?" he asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Ryan naturally nodded in response, acknowledging the existence of many devil fruits in the One Piece world. However, he emphasized that there must be some differences between the chat group rewards and the devil fruits. After all, devil fruits in the One Piece world were known to have weaknesses against seawater. Tobirama then asked the most crucial question: when there are 10 people in the chat group and the function of traveling other worlds is activated, can we reach this world? Upon hearing this question, the others became curious as well, turning their eyes to Ryan. Could they all obtain some of these fruits if they could reach the world with treasures like the sparkling fruit? Ryan promptly provided an affirmative answer. Of course. Once the function of traveling to the other worlds is activated, this world might be one of the worlds we can access. Satisfied with the answer, Tobirama sat back and remained silent. He had obtained the response he desired. Ryan then made his own choices. "I choose the Pika Pika no Mi, Tenseigen, and Marine 6 Styles." Looking at the 5 rewards, Ryan excluded the perfect sync Byakugan. Since the reward he chose, there is already the next stage of Byakugan, Tenseigan, surpassing the need for Byakugan. Ryan struggled with deciding between Marine 6 styles and the senzu beans, which could instantly save lives. However, considering the current situation and his already formidable strength, thanks to possessing Rinnegan and Sage Body, he deemed the training methods from One Piece, Marine 6 styles, to be the better option. The world of Hokage didn't prioritize physical strength as much as the world of pirates, where strength was often measured by physically smashing or cutting through entire islands. The world of Hokage emphasized powers like chakra, ninjutsu, and bloodline abilities. Of course, there were exceptions, such as ninjas specializing in taijutsu. Mighty Guy was the most famous among them, known for his impressive final kick Night Guy which almost killed Uchiha Madara. Amused by memories of the internet memes from his previous life, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. As Ryan quickly announced her decision through the light curtain, a message appeared. Choice successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Pika Pika no Mi, Tenseigan, and the Marine 6 Styles training method. Rewards will be issued after the meeting concludes. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Marioni. Please check out Hitachi Tatsuya and Naruto and Buggy D Clown. Chapter 65, Chapter 65 Hashirama's Choice. Looking at the rewards he has received. The reward for first place is always so generous. But Ryan knows that it's important to continue strengthening national power. The chat group could potentially bring in the world of the 7th Hokage in the future, making Ryan's position as number 1 precarious. The Konoha from the Naruto era surpasses the current Konoha in terms of culture, technology, and knowledge, and even possesses 2 six-paths level forces. Furthermore, their enemies are the Otsutsuki from outer space. From a world-building perspective, the Hokage era in Naruto can be considered an advancement to a higher level. The enemies they face are no longer limited to Earth but hail from the unknown. With these thoughts in mind, Ryan felt a sense of urgency. Although he had secured first place twice and received numerous rewards, he understood that the world of the 7th Hokage could compete for the top position as well. Lost in deep thought, Ryan's attention was caught by the intense gaze of the first Hokage, Hashirama, and others fixed on the light curtain. Hashirama, who had secured second place, looked at the light curtain with excitement, eager to see his own rewards refreshed. Soon, the light curtain changed. Second place, first Hokage Senju Hashirama World. Optional rewards, choose 2 out of 3. Reward 1, a perfectly synchronized Sharingan. Reward 2, a perfectly synchronized Byakugan. Reward 3, Marine 6 Styles. Looking at the rewards available for the first Hokage, Hashirama, they were completely different from the previous meeting. All 3 rewards held tremendous abilities. Faced with these choices, Hashirama quickly made his decision without hesitation and chose the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. It was only natural for him, being friends with the Uchiha Madara, to want to experience this high power. As for the remaining 2 options, Byakugan and Marine 6 Styles, Hashirama seemed uncertain. He looked at Tobirama beside him, seeking guidance. Second Hokage Tobirama's attention had shifted to Ryan, the group leader. Ryan, tell me your thoughts on which one Hashirama should choose. Ryan, still lost in his thoughts, was abruptly brought back by the second Hokage's words. He quickly gathered his focus and considered the remaining 2 options. Hashirama didn't require the Marine 6 Styles for his body. It was evident that the choice should be Byakugan. Of course, I choose Byakugan, Ryan confidently stated. What? Is Byakugan strong? The crowd questioned, surprised by Ryan's words. The Hyga clan only dared to say they possessed the strongest dojutsu only after they got support from the Senjo clan and the Sengoku era, neither did they have someone on the level of Hashirama and Madara. Ryan explained, the Hyga clan possesses a bloodline left by the brother of Sage of 6 Paths, just like the Uchiha clan and Senjo clan. Both bloodlines have special traits. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can evolve, then why can't the Byakugan of the Hyga clan can't evolve? You've already seen the evolved form of the Byakugan. The conversation led everyone back to the 5 rewards Ryan had chosen previously. Tenseigan. Tobirama exclaimed. Yes, when the Byakugan evolves, it becomes the Tenseigan. It's just the evolving condition for Byakugan is too harsh, Ryan confirmed. Hashirama also understood what he should do. I choose Sharingan and Byakugan. The Tenseigan grants the user enhanced visual abilities beyond that of the Byakugan. It allows the user to perceive and analyze high-speed movements and detect minute details even from great distances. Additionally, the Tenseigan enhances the user's overall physical capabilities, such as speed, strength, and endurance. One of the notable abilities of the Tenseigan is the ability to control and manipulate chakra orbs called truth-seeking balls. These orbs are composed of all 5 basic elemental chakras, as well as yin and yang chakras, making them highly versatile in combat. The user can shape and mold these orbs to create various defensive and offensive techniques. Anything touched by these orbs will be erased from existence. In summary, the Tenseigan is an advanced form of the Byakugan, achieved when a member of the Hyga clan merges their Byakugan with the chakra of an Otsutsuki clan member's Tenseigan. It grants enhanced visual capabilities, improved physical attributes, and the ability to manipulate truth-seeking balls. Unfortunately, Hashirama had to give up on Marine 6 Styles. It was merely physical training skills that held no advantage compared to the 2 evolving eyes with multiple abilities. Choice successful. Congratulations to Hashirama on obtaining Sharingan and Byakugan. Rewards will be issued after the meeting concludes. Observing Hashirama's acquired abilities, Ryan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Hashirama had essentially obtained low-profile versions of Ryan's abilities, Sharingan as an initial version of Rinnegan and White Eyes as an initial version of Tenseigan. It was amusing to witness. With Hashirama's selection as the second place winner, it was now Uchiha Obito's turn to choose. As the third place winner attending the meeting for the first time, he was nervous yet hopeful, eagerly looking towards the light curtain. Third place, Fantasy World No. 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito World. Optional rewards, choose 1 out of 2. Reward 1. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Marioni. Please check out Hitachi Tatsuya and Naruto and Buggy D Clown. Chapter 66, Chapter 66 Hashirama plus Madara equals. Looking at the rewards offered by the chat group, everyone froze momentarily. These rewards seemed quite different from the top 2 options, didn't they? Ryan turned his attention to Senzu Beans, who had reappeared in third place. He had a faint suspicion about the rules of the chat group. Opening his mouth, he said, last time, the first Hokage was rewarded by Senzu Beans, so it seems that the chat group didn't include Senzu Beans as an option this time for him. That means any reward can potentially appear in the second and third place options, he continued. But once you've obtained a reward, you won't have a chance to receive it again. As Ryan explained, everyone suddenly realized the implications. At that moment, Obito's gaze also fell upon the 2 rewards, Marine 6 Styles and Senzu Beans. Among the 2, he was more inclined towards the Senzu Beans. A can of Senzu Beans could instantly restore a person's vitality with just a single bite. Compared to Marine 6 Styles, Obito found this unique item to be the most exciting. After all, no matter how impressive the fighting techniques were, nothing could replace the value of life. Besides, Obito already possessed the Kamui ability, so physical skills were less crucial to him. With his decision made, Obito confidently declared, I choose Senzu Beans. Choice successful. Congratulations on acquiring a can of Senzu Beans. Rewards will be distributed after the meeting ends. Even Ryan was taken aback when he saw Obito's choice of Senzu Beans over Marine 6 Styles. It was unexpected, but considering Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Ryan understood why he opted for the beans. Obito relied more on his unique eye power rather than physical skills. With Obito securing the third place reward, the rewards for the other participants were promptly displayed. Fourth place, Senjo Tobirama, the second Hokage, is guaranteed a reward. Reward, Marine 6 Styles. Fifth place, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Ninja Road, is guaranteed a reward. Reward, Marine 6 Styles. Sixth place, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage's World, is guaranteed a reward. Reward, Marine 6 Styles. Seventh place, Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, receives a guaranteed bonus. Reward, Marine 6 Styles. Surprisingly, the guaranteed rewards turned out to be a physical training method from another world, known as Marine 6 Styles. Although its specifics were unknown, the fact that it was a first place reward indicated its mystical qualities. Alright, everyone has received their rewards, Ryan announced. Any questions? As the guaranteed rewards for others appeared, Ryan surveyed the crowd and spoke slowly. At this moment, everyone was still captivated by the chat group's wonders. Even the first Hokage and others who had participated in 2 meetings felt the same way. There was no denying the incredible nature of this chat group. Upon hearing Ryan's question, everyone involuntarily exchanged glances and shook their heads. Seeing their response, Ryan refrained from saying more. With the meeting nearing its end, Ryan directed his attention to Tsunade from Road to Ninja. A significant crisis will soon arise in your world, he warned. Don't forget the purpose of the Hokage chat group. Press the help button if needed, and we will come to your aid. Wearing a serious expression, Tsunade nodded. Having numerous otherworldly allies ready to assist her was more than enough to overcome any crisis. With the instructions given, Ryan smiled at the crowd and said, "And with that, this meeting comes to a close. See you at our next gathering. If you ever face an insurmountable crisis, press the mutual help button in due time." Ryan chose to conclude the Hokage meeting. As he made his decision, a vibrant light engulfed everyone within the chat group space. When they opened their eyes again, their consciousness had returned to their respective worlds. In the first Hokage's world, Hashirama opened his eyes. Surveying the familiar surroundings, he knew he had returned. Eagerly anticipating the rewards obtained from the chat group, Hashirama couldn't contain his excitement. He mentally urged the chat group, claim the reward. Thinking about possessing abilities similar to Madara, his former comrade, Hashirama's excitement only grew second by second. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Listening to the familiar sound of the system prompt, Hashirama felt a tingling sensation in his eyes. However, it quickly faded away, replaced by heightened clarity of vision. With Sharingan and Byakugan already in his possession, Hashirama hurriedly approached a mirror. Examining his eyes, he discovered a complete transformation. His left eye now bore the Sharingan, similar to Madara's, while his right eye possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Both eyes seamlessly integrated with Hashirama's being. It's already been stated by Kishimoto that if a Hyuga and Uchiha marry, then one eye will have Sharingan and the other will possess the Byakugan. As Sharingan spun under the influence of Hashirama's sage body, the once solitary Tomo began evolving into a second Tomo. This is Madara's power, Hashirama murmured, sensing the might of Sharingan. His thoughts were filled with memories of his old friend, Madara, now separated by the forces of life and death. If only Madara were still alive. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 67, Chapter 67 The biggest cheat for an Uchiha. In a hidden valley in the world of the first Hokage, Black Setsu's report reached Uchiha Madara, who had faked his death and arrived there. A strange expression appeared on Madara's face, particularly after learning that Hashirama had also faked his death and taken care of all the ninja villages who dared to invade Konoha. The complexity of Madara's expression deepened. Are you sure you're not joking? Madara questioned skeptically. Hashirama did all of this. Facing Madara's suspicions, Black Setsu looked helpless at that moment. Although he had not considered this possibility, he acknowledged that Hashirama had changed during this time. It seemed as if there were two versions of Hashirama. It seems my death really affected Hashirama, Madara pondered thoughtfully. Damn, Hashirama, how dare you copy my style? You are the respected god of shinobi, yet you faked to trick and kill some idiots. I bet this is that scheming Tobirama's fault. Both of them fell into silence, pondering their next course of action. One contemplated whether to return and fight Hashirama again or spy on him, while the other contemplated deceiving Madara into another fight with Hashirama. Failure to do so would likely hinder their own plans. The two were lost in their own thoughts and refrained from expressing them. In the second Hokage's world, after returning from the chat group space, the second Hokage hurriedly left his research base. The thought of wasting a year due to research, resulting in a direct demotion from second to fourth place, urged him to develop Konoha as quickly as possible. The prospect of potential additions of other Hokage worlds in the future made him realize the importance of strengthening the village. Regarding the marine 6 styles rewarded by the system, the second Hokage eagerly accepted it. As he reviewed the training method in his mind, Tobirama's eyes sparkled with excitement. The moonwalk and tempest kick were excellent techniques, though slightly inferior to the sword and body flicker techniques. Nevertheless, with all 6 moves mastered, he believed they would form a comprehensive and artistic style. The second Hokage envisioned using the marine 6 styles to cultivate a group of ninjas and increase Konoha's numbers swiftly. He instructed MU agents to inform Uchiha Kagami and others promptly. Plus with the help of moonwalk, you can fly in the sky momentarily if shinobi of leaf can master this. It will be a huge advantage against the other shinobi villages. After all, there are very few people in the shinobi world who can fly and all of them possesses a Kekai Jinkai. Ordinary shinobi can't compare. In the fourth Hokage Minato's world, after returning from the chat group, Minato received the training method for marine 6 styles. Reading through the technique, he shared a similar thought with the second Hokage. Combining the marine 6 styles with the ninja school would significantly enhance the strength of Konoha's shinobi. The marine 6 style alone was comparable to a B-level ninjutsu, focused on physical prowess. Minato instructed Kakashi to bring Guy to the Hokage building, as he believed Guy was the perfect candidate to learn and practice the marine 6 styles. In the fifth Hokage Tsunade's world, despite initially feeling disappointed about being at the bottom of the list, Tsunade accepted the marine 6 styles reward offered by the system. As she explored the techniques, Tsunade realized they were a perfect fit for her. Eager to master the style, she planned to pass it on to others in the village once she became proficient. In the world of the sixth Hokage Uchiha Obito, he looked at the jar of senzu beans before him with suspicion. Doubts filled his mind about the remarkable properties of these beans that resembled normal beans. However, if everything that had occurred in the chat group was real, Obito couldn't help but believe in the miraculous functions of the senzu beans. To test his theory, he picked one up and ate it. Instantly, an unparalleled vitality spread through Obito's body, leaving him even more astonished. The senzu bean repaired any physical problems, restoring his entire body to its peak condition. Obito felt itchiness on his previously injured face, and his lost left eye was restored to its original state under the influence of the senzu bean. Obito exclaimed in surprise. Under the influence of the senzu bean, Obito suddenly felt something covering his left eye. Realizing there was a cloth over it, he quickly removed it, and as he did, the room came into clear view in an instant. Obito's vision had returned to its original state. Touching his left eye in disbelief, Obito exclaimed, "It's really recovered. Even the eyes can be restored." He was completely stunned by this revelation. As his hand glided across his face, he noticed that his previously injured visage had vanished. The scars were gone. Lost in his thoughts, Obito was interrupted by Kakashi's entrance into the office. Upon seeing Obito, Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Obito, your face and eyes," he exclaimed. In Kakashi's eyes, Obito's facial wounds and eyes had fully healed. Obito's Sharingan was healed. In response to Kakashi's exclamation, Obito turned to the mirror and saw his restored reflection. His injuries had vanished, and even the Sharingan had been restored. Overwhelmed by this miraculous turn of events, Obito quickly relayed everything that had transpired to Kakashi. "So, as long as Konoha continues to grow stronger," Kakashi began, "we can acquire more incredible things, like these senzu beans that heal injuries." Obito had no doubts about the miracles he had witnessed. Recognizing the potential of such advancements, the two comrades joined forces to explore ways to further develop and strengthen Konoha. Secret hacks acquired. To read 40 chapters ahead, please go to patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 68, Power of Youth. As Tsunade carefully contemplated the intricate practice method of the marine 6 styles, a glimmer of joy appeared in her eyes. The recent events had turned out to be true after all. There really was a Hokage chat group. Not only that, but Tsunade also discovered a cross-world help function button in her mind. By simply pressing it, Hokages from other worlds would come to her aid. "That's fantastic!" Tsunade exclaimed with excitement. "What's so great about it?" came Shizun's disapproving voice. "Don't you start slacking off again." Tsunade's momentary happiness was interrupted by Shizun's disapproving gaze. Hastily, she lowered her head and continued to work on the documents in front of her. However, deep inside, she was already planning ways to strengthen Konoha while remaining vigilant for any potential crises. In this world, everything is reversed. So domineering Tsunade and Ino are soft. On the other hand, Hinata is damn savage. She literally told Sakura that if she flirted with Naruto, she will kill her while activating Byakugan. Her Byakugan was scarier than Kagai's ever was. In the main world, Ryan, the group leader, slowly opened his eyes at that moment. The Hokage meeting is over. Items obtained, Tenseigan, Pika Pika no Mi, Marine 6 styles, Ryan thought to himself. The next Hokage meeting will be held in 6 months. Before the next Hokage meeting, the group owner can randomly invite 2 random Konoha Hokages to join the group chat. He read further. Ryan's attention was particularly drawn to the timing of the next meeting. Seeing that it remained unchanged, he felt a sense of relief. With the group growing in size, he had worried that the meetings would become longer and more infrequent. However, since that was not the case this time, it was likely that they would continue to be held every 6 months. It became imperative for Ryan to strengthen Konoha as quickly as possible. Claim rewards. Ryan commanded mentally. As he did so, the chat group's special colorful light curtain reappeared. Soon, a golden fruit materialized before him, the light fruit. Simultaneously, his right eye underwent a transformation, changing from the Rinnegan to the Tenseigan, emitting a deep and faint light. The power of destruction and creation, Ryan murmured, feeling the surge of the Tenseigan's power. Unable to resist its allure, he slowly extended his hand, causing truth-seeking balls to manifest in front of him, encircling his wrist like rosary beads. After getting a glimpse of the Tenseigans abilities, Ryan dissipated the truth-seeking balls. However, due to the limited space in his office, he couldn't fully explore its other techniques at the moment. He decided to try them out later. For now, his focus shifted to the devil fruit in front of him. Never did he expect to obtain a Logia devil fruit without any side effects. Ryan eagerly picked up the sparkling fruit and took a bite. It turned out to be surprisingly delicious, with a taste reminiscent of pineapple. So the reason for the bad taste is the curse. Who made devil fruits? Why are they weak to see? When the multiverse travel function opens, it will be so much fun to explore. With the sparkling fruit consumed, Ryan turned his attention to the Marine 6 styles, the least impactful yet most vital of the 3 rewards. It's a training method that would greatly enhance Konoha's strength. It's time to head to the academy, Ryan said to himself. With that in mind, he set off toward the ninja school. Upon arriving, he overheard a teacher asking the students, "Do you know who the strongest Hokage in Konoha village was?" I know. It's the 4th Hokage," one of the students eagerly responded. That's correct, the teacher affirmed. Among the previous Hokages, the 4th Hokage was the strongest in terms of power in developing Konoha village. Before Ryan entered the school, he noticed the teacher using the Hokage rock as a visual aid, explaining his own accomplishments. Blushing, Ryan realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen's flamboyant style was used to make him look great. As the teacher continued, the students regarded Ryan as their idol, expressing their aspirations to become Hokage. Uncomfortable with the attention, Ryan decided not to linger any longer. Upon returning to his office, he promptly wrote down the cultivation method for the Marine 6 styles. Minato. Ryan called out. Notify Maito to come to my office. Understood, Minato replied, leaving the office using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato vaguely remembered Maito from their encounter before. Guy is Minato's disciple Kakashi's deadly rival, was Do's son. Minato found Do and his son exercising on the street. Guy. Practice is over for today. How are you feeling? Do asked. With a wide grin, Guy vigorously shook his arms, flexing his muscles. No problem. I can even run 10 laps around Konoha. Satisfied with Guy's response, Minato patted his head, relieved. To outsiders, the 2 men wearing tight training clothes may have seemed out of place, but their determination remained unwavering. All right. Continue running 10 laps around Konoha. Maito exclaimed. This is youth. Minato proclaimed. Just as the 2 were about to start running, Minato appeared in front of them using the Flying Thunder God technique. Do, the Master Hokage wants to meet you, Minato greeted. What? Minato-sama, did Hokage-sama say something? Maito asked, surprised by Minato's sudden appearance. Maito felt honored that the Hokage's right-hand man sought him out personally. Overwhelmed with excitement, he hugged Guy tightly. Guy, did you hear that? The Master Hokage has a mission for me. This is youth, they declared, embracing each other and laughing. Seeing the perplexed expression on Minato's face, they soon composed themselves. Maito wiped away his tears and faced Minato with a serious expression. Master Hokage, is there a task you want me to undertake? Please tell me. Even if it costs me my life, I will fulfill it. Ryan smiled and waved at Maito, easing his tension. Do, there's no need to be so formal. I do have a task for you today, but there's no need to risk your life. Don't worry, Guy is waiting for you at home. Relieved, Maito thanked Ryan. Although curious about the nature of the task, he trusted his leader's judgment. With many powerful ninjas in Konoha, it wasn't often that someone like him, a 10,000 years genin, would be given such a responsibility. As Do looked on, Ryan handed him the training method for the Marine 6 styles. Take a look at this first. Read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Tokyo V. As I looked at the document Hokage-sama handed him, I couldn't help but be taken aback. I still wondered if this task was confidential and could only be communicated through a secret scroll. Taking the scroll in my hands, I examined its contents. Upon reading what has written, the content immediately captivated me. Oh, such an exquisite Taijutsu Technique, I exclaimed. And it can be used to fly. My god, after the training is completed, there's such a miraculous effect. As I delved into the cultivation method of the Marine 6 styles and witnessed its remarkable effects, it felt as if a door to a whole new world had opened before me. I grew more and more excited, unable to contain my enthusiasm. Hokage-sama, what kind of Taijutsu is this? I asked in awe. It's simply too strong. The 6 kinds of physical skills correspond to various abilities, making it an all-round physical skill. Ryan, facing my inquiry, touched his nose and replied, this is a physical technique I created called Konoha 6 styles. Konoha 6 styles. I murmured upon hearing the name. So, these 6 physical techniques are known as the Konoha 6 styles. Moreover, this exquisite physical technique was actually created by Hokage-sama. As expected of the strongest Hokage ever. At that moment, as I looked at Ryan in front of me, it felt as though Hokage-sama was glowing all over. By the way, Hokage-sama, what mission do you want to entrust to me? I asked, still trying to figure it out. If there was something exceptional about me, Master Hokage could personally assign the task. Seeing my puzzled expression, Ryan pointed to the Konoha 6 styles in my hand and said, your next task is to master the Konoha 6 styles. I need you to complete the training process as soon as possible. Make a training method so everyone in Konoha Ninja Academy can learn it. Then, the Konoha 6 styles will become a compulsory course at the Ninja Academy. I also want you to train a group of excellent teachers. Ryan looked at me seriously and added, I believe that you will be able to complete this mission. Hearing Ryan's affirmative answer, tears instantly welled up in my eyes. In the village, I was regarded as a freak and bullied by my peers. Forever labeled as the eternal genin, I never seemed to progress. But today, I received affirmation from Lord Hokage himself. My own ninja way is approved by Mr. Hokage. Overwhelmed by emotions, I fell to the ground. I will definitely live up to Hokage-sama's expectations. I swear to complete the task even if it costs me my life. After assigning the task to me, Ryan began contemplating other plans to enhance Konoha. As I received the mission and returned home, I immediately started formulating a training plan for the Konoha 6 styles. My son, my Guy, observed me with curiosity as he saw the seriousness in my demeanor. He couldn't help but wonder about the task assigned to him by Lord Hokage. Guy, let's go. We'll start tonight's training. I exclaimed, not giving Guy a chance to ask. We'll be using a new training method today. Without waiting for Guy's inquiries, I swiftly picked him up, and together, we headed to the Konoha training ground. Father, what kind of training is this? Why are you so eager? Guy asked, his curiosity piqued. With a serious expression, I replied, Guy, it's time to prove your father's resilience. This time, it's the task assigned by Lord Hokage. I must complete this mission flawlessly. The training I'm about to start is based on the Konoha 6 styles created by Hokage-sama. And so, I began the training of the 6 styles, and Guy watched me with amazement. Witnessing my continuous practice and mastery of the Marine 6 styles, Guy couldn't contain his admiration. Amazing, father. Are these Konoha 6 styles? It's actually a physical technique achievable solely through physical strength. As expected of Hokage-sama. Guy exclaimed. Filled with excitement, I invited Guy to practice with me. You must master the Konoha 6 styles as soon as possible. I declared, determined to pass down this miraculous physical skill to my son. It's time to master this technique and show the power youth can destroy any obstacle. Father. Guy. Father. Guy. After that, both father and son looked directly at the sunset with more determination than ever to master the Konoha 6 style. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Without delay, the two embarked on their practice of the Konoha 6 styles. The very next morning, sonic booms resonated across the training ground, catching the attention of some ninjas. Day after day, the resounding sonic booms became a regular occurrence, accompanied by the sharp sound of blades cutting through the air. It wasn't long before people realized that the source of the commotion was none other than Maito and his son, who trained with fervor on the grounds. As word spread about the noisemakers, the training ground gradually became a place where no one paid much attention, dismissing it as just Maito and his son goofing around once again. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed on the training ground in Konoha. Shave. A crisp sonic boom shattered the air, and in an instant, my Guy materialized before Maito. Guy's speed had already surpassed that of the body flicker technique. Fixing his gaze on Do, Guy's right hand transformed into a fist, targeting Do's shoulder without hesitation. Finger pistol. Guy exclaimed, his right hand blurring into an afterimage, the outstretched fingers resembling sharp spear points. However, Do stood motionless, wearing a blank expression on his face, showing no intention of evading the blow. Just as Guy's strike was about to connect, Do's muscles bulged instantly. It was as if all his muscles were compressed at that very moment, and his healthy skin gleamed with a metallic luster. Ding. Guy's blow landed, stabbing Do's body, producing a crisp sound akin to the clash of weapons. It was evident that both participants weren't using any weapons but using their own body as a weapon. Witnessing that the finger pistol couldn't penetrate his father's defense, Guy quickly withdrew. Closing the distance between them, a gleam suddenly sparked in Guy's eyes. He swung his legs violently, executing a tempest kick. As Guy's legs swung, a sharp air blade sliced toward Do with incredible speed. Observing the scene, Do nodded in satisfaction, countering Guy's attack with his own tempest kick, deflecting it with a powerful slash. Nice job, Guy, Do praised. It worked. We made it. At that moment, the two embraced each other, overwhelmed by their accomplishment. Throughout the month, they had only taken short rests, dedicating the majority of their time to mastering the Konoha 6 styles. And now, having finally completed all 6 styles, the two were filled with excitement and jubilation. As they held each other tightly, tears welled up in their eyes. The ultimate genjutsu, the eternal sunset of youth. But their heartfelt moment was abruptly interrupted by a sudden burst of applause on the training ground. It was Ryan, who had just finished his work. Hokage-sama. Ryan called out. It's beautifully done. You really didn't disappoint me. In recent days, Ryan had been focused on developing Konoha and hadn't closely followed Maito and his son's progress. He never expected them to finish training in the Marine 6 styles within a month. Their speed astonished even Ryan, reaffirming their status as the Konoha Blue Beast capable of opening the 8th gate. Both Maito and his son possessed exceptional talent in taijutsu, surpassing their peers. What set them apart was not only their physical prowess but also their unmatched work ethic. Ryan's praise filled them with gratitude and appreciation. To be recognized by Ryan, the Hokage, made every single day of their arduous training feel worthwhile. From tomorrow, the Ninja Academy will be entrusted to you. Ryan declared. Once you complete your training, some instructor there, I will personally hold a promotion ceremony for you. When the time comes, you will be a Genin of Konoha. Do was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to find the words to express his gratitude. All he could manage to say was a heartfelt thank you. The following day, armed with Ryan's warrant, Do arrived at ninja school. Accompanying him were Shiren Lijinma and other students, all assigned to his care by Ryan. As Do assumed his role, he made his expectations clear, issuing a stern warning: if you can't master the Konoha 6 styles, don't bother graduating. What? Do continued his speech and announced, that's right, from today onward if you want to graduate from Ninja Academy you must master the Konoha 6 styles. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Everyone was still puzzled about what the Konoha 6 styles entailed, particularly because Maito was the only one seen practicing it for the last few weeks. Just as curiosity mounted regarding Ryan's decision, Maito demonstrated the Konoha 6 styles to everyone, leaving them utterly astonished. Hey, is this taijutsu? Someone exclaimed. Wow, I didn't see any chakra usage. It's purely a physical might, another remarked. Despite not using chakra, taijutsu is incredible, isn't it? Is this really considered taijutsu? As they watched Do perform the 6 forms, including the body flicker technique like shave, the B-level ninjutsu like Rankyaku, and the mesmerizing moonwalk that seemed capable of flight, disbelief was etched on everyone's faces. To witness such extraordinary physical techniques that relied solely on the body without chakra was unprecedented. Recognizing the stunned expressions, Do welcomed the opportunity and earnestly asked, what do you see now? It's the taijutsu created by Hokage-sama. It's the Konoha 6 styles. Now we know why Master Hokage called us here. Do's words only heightened their surprise. No one had anticipated that Master Hokage had crafted such a formidable physical skill. Recalling what Hokage-sama had mentioned before they arrived, all eyes turned to Maito, burning with eagerness. Can we also learn the Konoha 6 styles? Please teach us. We're determined to study hard. In an instant, the entire ninja school echoed with enthusiastic voices. Everyone stared at Maito with unwavering determination. Anyone who failed to learn such a potent physical art would be considered a fool. Observing the fervor, Maito promptly commenced his teachings, with Guy naturally joining in to assist and guide. Soon, a wave of Konoha 6 styles training swept through the ninja school. Meanwhile, Ryan personally instructed Minato, Sakumo, and others in mastering the Marine 6 styles. A few days later, while Orochimaru was engrossed in his experiments, he chanced upon a glimpse of the Konoha 6 styles and instantly became captivated. After careful observation, Orochimaru visited Ryan's office. It's amazing. Orochimaru exclaimed. To create such an exquisite taijutsu training method, Mr. Ryan has achieved the pinnacle of body control. Ryan, facing Orochimaru's praise, promptly handed over the training method for the Marine 6 styles. Take it, I know you don't have time to attend the ninja school. This is for you. Upon receiving the training method, Orochimaru's face lit up with a familiar smile. In their interaction since being left in Konoha by Ryan, this direct and efficient exchange was their way of communicating. Not only Orochimaru but Tsunade and Jiraiya also sought the training method. After all, this remarkable physical technique was created by Ryan himself, and it was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. As time flew by, 2 months quickly passed. The first group of ninjas trained by Maito successfully made their debut, exhibiting mastery of the Konoha 6 styles. Ryan, visiting the ninja school for the first time, beheld the energetic and determined faces of the newly graduated shinobi. A satisfied smile spread across his face. It seemed that their efforts over the past 3 months had finally yielded results. Do, you've done an excellent job, Ryan commended. This is my duty, Hokage-sama, Maito humbly replied, his emotions stirred by Ryan's praise. Simultaneously, Ryan entrusted this batch of graduated ninjas, most of whom he had personally sent to the ninja school, to Maito. These young ninjas represented the future of Konoha and needed to be nurtured from an early age. By mastering the Marine 6 styles from childhood, the future shinobi of Konoha would possess superior physical prowess compared to other ninja villages. Even the Cloud Shinobi village with its lightning style taijutsu wouldn't stand a chance against the Konoha shinobi. Just when everything seemed to be going well, several Uchiha clan members returned to Konoha to report the completion of their mission. Accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, the clan patriarch, they were swiftly brought to Ryan's office. Master Hokage, the mission has been successfully completed, one of them announced. The daimyo of the land of water has been eliminated. The culprit responsible is undoubtedly a Kirigaku ninja. As Uchiha reported, a glimmer of light sparked in Ryan's eyes. He inquired, you didn't reveal your whereabouts, did you? No, Hokage-sama, they replied in unison. Satisfied with their response, Ryan nodded. Now that the daimyo of the land of water was killed and the culprit was a Kirigaku ninja, he anticipated that the news would cause chaos throughout the ninja world. It reminded him that his appearance had postponed the Third Ninja World War, and now he would be the one to instigate it. With this realization, Ryan promptly sought out Sakumo and dispatched Envy to spread the news about the land of water. It was crucial to disseminate this information quickly throughout the ninja world. Minato, inform the families. Be prepared for battle at any time. Notify the sun and ensure proper storage of war supplies. They should be ready to lead the army to the front lines whenever required. One by one, Ryan's orders were relayed. In the village of Konoha, swift action ensued. The massive village came to life as various departments diligently prepared for the impending war. Tsunade's medical department, Orochimaru's research department, and Jiraiya's spy department joined forces to make necessary arrangements. Although the war had not yet begun, the entire village of Konoha unquestioningly followed Ryan's orders. The execution rate within Konoha was surprisingly high. Meanwhile, in the land of water, disbelief and outrage filled the air. Who the hell? There's no way the daimyo was killed by a Kirigaku ninja. This is absolutely ridiculous. Upon hearing the news of the daimyo's demise, the third Hokage experienced a rare moment of happiness. After all, the daimyo had subjected the entire country of water to 6 months of oppressive rule. However, this joy was short-lived as it was revealed that the murderer hailed from Kirigaku. While the assassination of the daimyo pleased the third Hokage, the involvement of Kirigaku ruined the situation. Such an act of killing the daimyo set an unfavorable precedent for Kirigaku. Just as the third Hokage pondered his next move, news arrived from the ninja world. Uegaku, Tsunegaku, and the Cloud Shinobi village simultaneously issued declarations of war. The audacity of Kirigaku attacking the daimyo was intolerable. The daimyos of the 3 countries jointly condemned the act and called upon their respective ninja villages to send troops to the land of water. Consequently, all 3 nations dispatched their forces. The third Hokage was momentarily flustered. While Kirigaku had been wrongly blamed for the assassination, the simultaneous arrival of troops from 3 powerful countries left him at a loss for explanations. He understood the need to block the initial wave of attacks to maintain any chance of negotiation. Quick. Pass down the order. Gather all supplies. Assemble the army, he commanded urgently. Kirigakure swiftly began mobilizing its forces, mirroring the chaos that consumed the entire ninja world. At this critical moment, the strongest village, Konoha, issued a statement through 4th Hokage Ren. Kirigakure has flagrantly assassinated the daimyo, an act I will never condone. Together with the 3 other nations, we will send troops to Kirigakure. Upon receiving this statement, the 3rd Mizukage, seated helplessly in his chair, was struck by shock. He sat in a daze, struggling to process the information. Initially, the 3rd Mizukage had been somewhat relieved when he received news of the assassination, as he believed that Konoha's involvement had been avoided. But with Ryan's announcement, Kirigakure's fate was sealed. Following Konoha's declaration, the 3rd Ninja War officially commenced, with the 4 great nations converging on the land of water. This sudden outbreak of war left Uchiha Madara, hidden in the hillside cemetery, puzzled. Who is pulling the strings behind the scenes? The current state of the ninja world is becoming increasingly distorted, he murmured. Even Black Zetsu, the bearer of the news, found himself lost in contemplation. It was clear that someone else was manipulating the situation, orchestrating events to disrupt his carefully laid plans. He had intended to initiate the war himself as part of his grand scheme, but now everything had been thrown into disarray. As they both sank into silence, the bustling Konoha village assembled a large army at its entrance. To everyone's surprise, the Hokage had personally provided the leader of the army with a substantial amount of money. To read 40 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 72, Chapter 72. Fugaku, the Kirigakure battlefield is yours, exclaimed Ryan, his voice filled with urgency and determination. Let's go now. Fugaku, standing at the front of the line, nodded solemnly in response to Ryan's call. It had only been yesterday when he received the news that he would be leading this army, and the weight of the responsibility had left him stunned. Despite the alliance between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage, Fugaku couldn't help but wonder if the Hokage still harbored some reservations towards him. However, knowing that his own son, Itachi, was already a disciple of the Hokage reassured him. Fugaku believed that once Itachi grew up, he would inherit the role of patriarch, and then the Uchiha clan would truly be part of Konoha. Ryan's unwavering trust in him, combined with the recent changes in the Uchiha clan, filled Fugaku with fierce loyalty towards his confidant. Without hesitation, the army began their march towards the land of water under Fugaku's leadership. They first made their way to the kingdom of Osakagure, which served as an outpost, and stationed themselves there. This time, Fugaku made sure that the Uchiha clan's presence in the army was even more formidable. To show the sincerity of the Uchiha clan and their commitment to the cause, Fugaku transferred over half of the elite troops from the clan. Their goal was to swiftly break through the kingdom of water and emerge victorious. As the first army set off, Ryan and a group of ninja patriarchs returned to the office. There, they found a war table already prepared. Ryan called everyone's attention and gestured to the table, urging them to take a look. Next, let's examine the marching routes of Tsunegakure, Uegakure, and the Cloud Shinobi village, Ryan declared. Minato, standing nearby, promptly placed flags representing each village on the table, one by one. The plan revealed that Tsunegakure would take a route through the land of craftsmen, arriving at the land of water by sea. On the other hand, Uegakure and the Cloud Shinobi village would lead their armies to the country of Taki first. From there, they would use the Soup country as a springboard to invade the land of water. With the invaluable information provided by their skilled Enbu, Ryan examined the marching routes of each village. He then turned his attention to the gathered crowd and asked for their thoughts and opinions. The eyes of everyone present lit up at Ryan's inquiry, reminiscent of a previous meeting when they invaded the land of rain, grass, and Uzu. The prospect of conquering other small countries excited them. Master Hokage, we can seize the opportunity to capture the smaller countries that each village will borrow, suggested one person. By doing so, we can isolate the villages from their armies. Yes. This way, the territory of the land of fire will expand once again. That's right, Master Hokage. The suggestions poured in from all sides, and Ryan smiled in response. Having already attended 2 check group meetings, Ryan had gained rewards that had elevated his strength to the level of the 6 paths. He knew that the combined forces of other major congresses posed no threat against absolute strength. Your suggestions are excellent, Ryan acknowledged. However, my goal does not lie within these small countries. It lies here. As Ryan spoke, he planted a flag directly onto the land of wind. The expressions on everyone's faces in the office quickly changed. They looked at Ryan in disbelief, voicing their concerns. Master Hokage, the land of wind is one of the 5 great shinobi countries, and Tsunegakure's strength is not far behind our Konoha. Do you truly intend to target the land of wind? Yes, once we conquer the surrounding smaller countries, we can focus on attacking the 5 great shinobi countries. Ryan's eyes, now displaying the power of the Rinnegan and Tenseigan, emitted an aura of invisible oppression that enveloped everyone in the room. No one can stand against us. Ryan declared, his words leaving the office in awe. Realizing the undeniable strength possessed by their Hokage, the people in the office felt their spirits reignited. Send the troops. I, along with the Hyga clan, shall lead the vanguard. Hokage-sama, the Inyazuka clan is also prepared to be at the forefront. Count on us, Hokage-sama. One by one, the patriarchs, who had previously harbored worries, now eagerly volunteered their clans. They feared missing out on the opportunity for recognition and glory. Observing their enthusiasm, Ryan quickly formulated an attack plan. Jiraiya would lead the army to the land of wind, with the Hyga Hayashi brothers acting as scouts to guard against Tsunegakure's potential retaliation. With the plan in motion, another army began to assemble. This time, a group of Taijutsu ninjas skilled in the Konoha 6 styles joined their ranks. As Konoha's army set off, the Tsunegakure army had already stationed themselves in the land of craftsmen due to the strategic geographic position of the land of water. Then, launching an attack from the land of craftsmen to the land of water, Tsunegakure's hero, Pakura, led the army this time. When should we launch the attack? The daimyo are pressuring the village, demanding an immediate assault on Kirigakure. Upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, Pakura involuntarily frowned. The army has just arrived in the land of craftsmen for rest. How could they launch an attack so quickly? What is the opinion of the village leadership? Do they consider the lives of our frontline ninjas expendable? The ninjas in the camp also directed their gazes toward Pakura. Seeing their expectant eyes, Pakura knew he couldn't continue the conversation. Otherwise, it would negatively impact the army's morale. Humph. Send a reply to the village. After the army has rested, I will lead them in an immediate attack on Kirigakure. After receiving Pakura's response, the ninja in charge of communication hastily departed. As Pakura watched the messenger leave, a faint sense of unease stirred within her heart. I wonder if this is for the sake of the village or for the war against Kirigakure. It feels like something bad is about to happen. After pondering for a moment, she shook his head hastily, trying to dismiss all the unsettling thoughts. Phew. Why am I overthinking things? Let's focus on how to deal with Kirigakure first. With this in mind, she quickly summoned the captains of each team for a pre-battle meeting. Not far from the land of water, in the land of soup, the joint forces of Uegakure and Kumigakure were stationed. Due to the elongated and narrow geographical location of the Taki country, the 2 ninja villages were stationed at opposite ends, ensuring they didn't encroach upon each other's territory. Inside the Uegakure camp, the 3rd Hokage, Oniki, personally led the army this time. As the camp was being set up, Oniki inspected the area as he usually did. The entire camp was fortified with earth style and appeared highly stable. Seeing this, Oniki felt relieved. Father, when will we launch the attack? Why the rush? Let those fools from Kumigakure go first. This time, the 3rd Hokage is also present. I believe Kumigakure won't wait too long. Smirking mysteriously at the mention of Kumigakure, Oniki knew the village well. As expected, not long after their conversation, they received news that Kumigakure had launched an attack on Kirigakure. Humph. Summon everyone. A mere Kirigakure won't take long to capture. Upon the 3rd Hokage's order, the Kumigakure shinobi swiftly stormed into the land of water, breaking through Kirigakure's defense line. Once Kumigakure initiated the attack, Oniki also ordered the Uegakure forces to strike. With both the rock and cloud shinobi attacking simultaneously, the pressure on Kirigakure doubled. Damn it. These fools know very well that we Kirigakure weren't responsible for the daimyo's assassination. In this dire situation, the 3rd Mizukage could only continue mobilizing ninjas to the front lines to counter the attack from the 2 villages. The battle among the 3 ninja villages intensified, and at that moment, Pakura, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, led his army to join the battlefield. With the addition of the Tsunegakure shinobi, Kirigakure began to crumble completely. The frontline army was already overwhelmed and had no remaining strength to resist the simultaneous assault from 3 villages. Realizing Kirigakure's imminent defeat, the 3rd Mizukage could no longer afford to hesitate. He directly ordered someone to bring Yagura to the front. These damn intruders. Yagura, it's up to you. Take the 3 tails straight to the battlefield. The sealed squad will follow you. Upon receiving the third Mizuki's order, Yagura wasted no time and swiftly rushed to the front lines with the sealed squad and the sealed three tails. As the battle in Kirigakure escalated, in the land of wind, Konoha's army had already arrived at the gates of Tsunegakure. Even Konoha couldn't escape being involved in the ongoing war with Kirigakure. However, who could have anticipated that at such a critical moment, Konoha would choose to attack Tsunegakure? By the time the sand shinobi guarding the gates noticed the Konoha army, it was already too late. Damn it. Konoha is launching a surprise attack. Go and report to Elders Ebizo and Show. Go to patreon.com/Mariani to read UPTO Chapter 111. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Konoha has engaged in a sneak attack. Quickly inform the Elders Cho and Ebizo. With the third Hokage missing, Elder Cho is now in charge of everything in the village. The news soon spread to the sand shinobi building. What? Hearing about Konoha's attack, Cho and the others, who were still planning how to gather resources on the mist shinobi battlefield, turned pale in shock. All the high-level individuals became more desperate. Can you repeat that? Konoha has attacked the border stronghold of our sand shinobi. Where are the Enbu? Where are the patrol shinobi? What are you all doing? Facing Chiyo's series of questions, the reporting ninja hurriedly lowered his head and begged for mercy, knowing that pursuing blame was futile at this moment. Konoha's army had already arrived at the door. Quick. Summon all the ninjas in the village. Everyone, follow me to the entrance. Rely on terrain defense. In this situation, Cho dared not neglect and quickly issued several orders. Everyone hurried to the entrance of the village. Fortunately, the gate to Tsunegakure was built on a steep mountainside with only one narrow passage. It was challenging for Konoha to attack sand shinobi from the main gate. While rushing towards the gate, Cho suddenly thought of something. With a hesitant expression on her face, she soon made up her mind and called in Enbu. Go, contact the troops led by Pakura as soon as possible. Instruct her to return. We'll surround Konoha from both sides. Perhaps this time we can take a bite out of Konoha. Having received Chiyo's orders, the Enbu didn't dare to neglect and quickly left to deliver the message. The objective was to pass the news to Pakura as soon as possible. Soon, Cho and the others arrived at the gate. Peering into the distance, they saw Konoha's army setting up camp. That damn Konoha. These guys are fully prepared. So the killers of Water Daimyo must also be from Konoha. Just with a quick glance, Cho became furious. It seemed that Konoha had long been ready to attack Sand Shinobi. They had sent an army here shortly after Sand Shinobi had dispatched their troops to attack Mist Shinobi. Humph. Do they want to attack our Sand Shinobi? I want to see how much appetite Konoha has. Following Chiyo's commands, the ninjas of Sand Shinobi started building fortifications. At the same time, Chiyo's orders were quickly transmitted to the Mist Shinobi battlefield using secret techniques. Upon receiving the information, Pakura's face changed drastically. This unexpected attack by Konoha threw their plans into disarray. The other ninjas in the camp were equally shocked to learn about the sneak attack from behind. Without hesitation, they started organizing their supplies to return to the village. However, Pakura realized that if they didn't leave a team behind to defend, Tsunegakure might be vulnerable to another attack from another village upon their return. Leave a team to defend. Large troops gather the supplies that can be taken away, and set off immediately. With Pakura's order, the Sand Shinobi army quickly gathered everything they could and followed her lead in withdrawing from the Mist Shinobi battlefield. What's happening? Why did Sand Shinobi retreat? Great news. We survived. The Mist ninjas on the battlefield breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Sand Shinobi retreat. This eased the tension on all fronts, allowing them to allocate more troops to other battlefields. The third Mizukage also heaved a sigh of relief. Under multi-line combat, Kirigakure's strength had been significantly weakened, but now the situation had improved. At that moment, outside the land of the Demi mansion, aren't the daimyos all guarded by the 12 ninjas? I didn't notice any powerful ninjas in this Dem mansion. Forget it, killing the daimyo would be even better. Let's complete the mission. The third Mizukage had sent assassins to kill the Earth country's daimyo. Kirigakure's situation was already dire, and they couldn't afford to continue this way. So, they were resorting to extreme measures. The shinobi were the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, JZBwa, Fukyuki Sukazan, and Kushimaru Kuriere. The other 4 were sent to the Daimyo mansion in the land of thunder. With the skills of the 7 elite Jonin and the powerful ninja swords, they soon succeeded in their mission, and the news of the daimyo's assassination spread from the land of earth and the land of thunder. It's terrible. The daimyo has been killed. Oh, my kami. Kirigakure has gone mad. How dare they? For a moment, panic spread through the prestigious daimyo mansions of the two countries. The successor of the daimyo swiftly assumed the position. However, the newly appointed daimyos quickly issued an order to withdraw their troops. The reason was simple: they had just taken office and hadn't had the chance to fully enjoy it. They didn't want to risk an early death if Kirigakure's assassins continued their lunatic attacks. What a bunch of lunatics. Father, what should we do now? Kitsuke turned to Oniki, seeking guidance. As the soul of Uegakure, Oniki pondered for a moment before giving the army's order. We don't have to engage with Kirigakure in battle, but withdrawing our troops after preparing so extensively, who will bear the losses? Attention. The army has withdrawn to the country of Taki. An attack from the land of Taki to the land of fire. Although resources were lost, Konoha had defeated the country of grass before. The newly appointed 4th Hokage wanted to give Onoki another chance to shine. Now was the time. The lost materials were recovered from the land of fire. Soon, Uegakure withdrew from the Mist Shinobi battlefield, followed by the evacuation of Cloud Shinobi village. Upon receiving the daimyo's order, the 3rd Hokage also withdrew from the Kirigakure battlefield with his army. The relationship between Cloud Shinobi village and Thunder Country daimyo was harmonious. Though the 3rd Hokage may have been foolish, he wasn't stupid. Seeing the wasted resources in Kirigakure and Konoha's powerful movements, he seized the opportunity to attack Konoha. After the Cloud Shinobi army withdrew from the Mist Shinobi battlefield, the 3rd Hokage personally led the army. The group, which had just made a significant impact on the Mist Shinobi battlefield, now turned their focus towards the land of fire. As Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi all began to shift their focus to attack the land of fire, it pleased the 3rd Mizukage greatly. Several ninja villages had withdrawn from the battlefield, leaving only the Konoha army stationed in the land of the whirlpools. Humph. Let's strike back. Assemble an army. Mist Shinobi will join in. The thought of everyone coming to fight Mist Shinobi infuriated the 3rd Mizukage. With the crisis for Mist Shinobi over, there was no place to vent this anger. Kirigakure now turned its attention towards Konoha. All blood succession families dispatched their family ninjas at the same time, and the 7 ninjas were all called upon by the 3rd Mizukage. Soon, the news reached the Hokage building. Seeing that the 4 major ninja villages had launched an attack on the land of fire, Ryan remained unfazed. Haha, it's just a matter of time before we deal with all of you. Minato, let's move according to the plan. Ryan had anticipated such events when he ordered the attack on Sand Shinobi. A fight against 1 or 4 countries was not an issue for the current Konoha. Most importantly, with Ryan's 6 pass level combat power, it was impossible for the 4 major ninja villages to defeat him together. Having received Ryan's orders, Minato quickly arranged the previous deployment according to the plan. The 2 armies swiftly assembled, with Tsunade and Orochimaru serving as the commanders of the respective forces. They headed towards the battlefields of Uegakure and Cloud Shinobi villages. In a surprising turn of events, the object of siege by the 4 countries changed from Kirigakure to Konoha. The entire ninja world plunged into chaos. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. How is it going? Reporting to Elder Cho, there is still no movement. The army of Konoha seemed to just surround us. It doesn't seem ready to attack. Upon hearing this answer, Cho also quickly came to the gate. Looking solemnly at Konoha's camp, my mind kept thinking, what the hell is Konoha doing? Always pay attention. If there is any movement, report it immediately. Clear. After instructing the ninja in charge of vigilance again, only then did Cho leave the city gate with a worried face. I always feel that Konoha is cooking up a conspiracy or they are waiting for something. At this time, in the Konoha camp, Master Jiraiya, it's been a few days, why haven't we launched an attack yet? Hayashi also sent someone back just now, saying that Pakura's army has withdrawn from the Mist battlefield, and it will not be long before reaching the rear of our army. At that time, we will be attacked by the enemy from both sides. Now that the army has been stopped at the gate of Tsunegakure, the shinobi army leaders also gathered in front of Jiraiya's big tent. No one understands why the army has marched to the gate of Sungakure, but wouldn't attack. In the face of people's doubts, Jiraiya smiled and put a special kunao in front of everyone. Looking at Ryan's special mark on the kunao, everyone was taken aback. Master Jiraiya, is Master Hokage coming to the front too? For the problems of the people, Jiraiya just smiled without saying a word. Immediately, he quickly injected some chakra into the specially made kunao in his hand. Ryan, who was far away in the Hokage building, felt the imprint of the flying thunder god instantly. With the flying thunder god activated, Ryan's figure instantly appeared on the Sand Shinobi battlefield. Looking at Ryan, who suddenly appeared, everyone present was overjoyed. Hokage-sama. Great. It's Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, are we going to attack? Now with Ryan's arrival, the morale of the camp was instantly ignited. Everyone looked at Ryan expectantly. As long as Ryan gives an order, everyone will charge towards Sand Shinobi without hesitation. Facing all the eager eyes, Ryan smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, I will not trade your lives for victory. You just have to follow me to witness the dawn of a new era. As Ryan said this, everyone in the entire camp immediately cheered. Everyone is bound to follow in Ryan's footsteps after everyone understands the price of war in the shinobi world. Nobody wants to die. Not only did the fanatical gaze not decrease at all, but it became even more intense. Even Jiraiya is no exception. Now Ryan is the prophesied son in the Great Toad Sage prophecy in the eyes of Jiraiya. Naturally, he will follow in Ryan's footsteps. Set off. Following Ryan's order, the army immediately followed Ryan and set off towards Sungakure. Sand Shinobi, who had just been instructed by Joe to keep an eye on Konoha's army, saw the movement in the Konoha camp and also hurriedly called Joe, who had just left. Upon hearing that there was movement in the Konoha camp, Joe directly led a group of Tsunagaku executives to the top of the gate. Looking at the Konoha army rushing here, Chiyo's complexion changed drastically. Army on full alert. Konoha is about to attack. Following Chiyo's orders, the whole Tsunagaku went on standby. The Sand Shinobi standing at the front were nervously swallowing, as they knew they had to face the attack of Konoha, the strongest ninja in the ninja world. As Konoha's army kept approaching, Joe also noticed Ryan, who was at the forefront. Konoha's fourth Hokage is here too. Seeing Ryan's figure, Joe was also surprised. Unexpectedly, Konoha's Hokage rushed to the front line. Joe had heard before that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was dismissed from his position, and the new fourth Hokage, Ryan, had great ambitions. Only half a year ago, he captured 3 countries, and now he has set his sights on Sungakure. It seems the scale of his ambition is not small. As Ryan led the army to the gate not far from Sand Shinobi, Joe also directly shouted to Ryan, fourth Hokage. It's been a long time. I am also quite curious. This time, why did you choose to attack our village? Haven't you seen the environment of the Land of Wines? Such a place, compared to your country of fire, is probably nothing more than a worthless and inhabitable piece of land. At this time, Joe really wanted to know what Hokage Ryan was thinking. Why would they attack their country instead of somewhere else? In all wars, nobody attacked them for their land because it is a desert. Ryan looked at Joe with a smile. Elder Joe, don't belittle your land of wind. This place may not look like much, but you don't need to worry about what I'm going to do. Joe, standing on the high platform, couldn't help narrowing her eyes slightly. Seeing the glint in Ryan's eyes, she knew there was something more to it. Without waiting for Chiyo's answer, Ryan, who was standing in the front, suddenly formed a seal with both hands. Tenkei Shinsei. Harnessing the power of Rinnegan and Tenseigan, Ryan directly pulled down the meteorite in space. After starting the jutsu, he slowly lowered his hands and stared playfully at the Sand Shinobis in front of him. At this time, Joe and the others still didn't understand what Ryan had done. They had only seen him make a seal, similar to launching some kind of ninjutsu, but there was no movement around. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Just when everyone was wondering, an exclamation instantly broke the calm. My god. Look at the sky. What is that? A big meteorite. It's coming towards us. With exclamations, all the Sand Shinobis, including Joe, raised their heads and looked up to the sky. They saw a terrifying meteorite burst through the clouds in an instant, and under the friction of the atmosphere, the underside of the meteorite even turned red. How is this possible? What level of ninjutsu is this? At this moment, countless Sand Shinobi fell to their knees in despair. Facing this natural disaster level ninjutsu, everyone suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. Even Joe wanted to give up now. But as the elder of Sand Shinobi, she couldn't give up like this, otherwise, Sand Shinobi would be truly over. Boom. When everyone was desperate, Joe instantly took out the scroll at her waist. With a puff of smoke rising, a puppet dressed in white instantly appeared beside Joe. It was the secret technique that once wiped out a city, the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. These 10 puppets were created by the first puppeteer Monzaemon Chikamatsu and later came into Chiyo's possession, the use of which earned her great fame. The Chikamatsu collection has terrifying prowess in taijutsu, ninjutsu, yukaijutsu, and so on. Furthermore, as they can change their numbers by combining, the number of abilities they can show becomes even greater. Looking at these old puppets around her, Joe sighed helplessly. To stop this meteorite from crashing into Sungakure and wiping it out, she knew that this time, these puppets that she had worked so hard on would be scrapped. Everyone, don't give up. Gather all your strength. Resist this meteorite, she shouted. I saw that after Joe gave the order, she directly controlled the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu to meet the meteorite in the air. The 10 puppet dolls instantly stood under the meteorite, and the terrifying power almost broke Chiyo's chakra line controlling the puppet. Feeling this terrible power, Joe hastily increased the chakra output. At the same time, the 3 puppets in charge of defense were controlled to quickly form an array and launch a defensive rally. Crack. But even so, cracks began to appear on the bodies of the 10 puppets. However, the speed of the meteorite's descent did not slow down at all. Seeing the scene, Joe became even more anxious. Wind style great breakthrough. Wind style weasel side technique. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Just when Joe felt helpless, the Sand Shinobi who reacted also used their own ninjutsu one after another. A series of wind blades instantly cut towards the meteorite in the air, not expecting to be able to completely stop it, but hoping to chop it into pieces to reduce the damage caused after it falls. However, these wind blades were nothing compared to the massive meteorite covering the sky and blocking the sun. They did not cause the slightest damage to the meteorite. Damn, it's useless at all. What should I do now? It's over, it's over. Seeing that everyone's wind style attacks didn't work at all, a strong sense of despair instantly swept over everyone. Even Joe felt a little helpless at the moment. The 10 puppets of Chikamatsu were now almost reaching their limit. Just when everyone was desperate, magnet style golden sand tsunami. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 75, Chapter 75. Magnet style, golden sand tsunami. A low voice echoed as huge amounts of golden sand gushed out from the ground in an instant, halting the meteorite in the sky. This is Raza's sand manipulation ninjutsu, Joe sighed in relief. In today's Tsunagaku, the third Kazekage is missing, and the fourth Kazekage is now a choice between Pakura and Raza. Earlier, Pakura led the army to Kirigaku, which left Raza dissatisfied. He believed that war brought merit, and he wanted to prove himself like the renowned hero, Pakura, in Tsunagaku. However, Raza's reputation still paled in comparison to Pakura's. Nevertheless, with Tsunagaku facing a crisis, Raza stepped up. That's great. It's Raza. We're saved. With Raza's appearance, the golden sand in the sky transformed into large hands attempting to stop the rushing meteorite, leading to ecstatic cheers from the rescued Sand Shinobi. Flying in the air using sand ninjutsu, Raza showed a smile. His purpose was achieved. He had arrived and left a deep impression on the Shinobi of Suna. But Raza knew that his chances of becoming the Kazekage were slim, given Pakura's fame and strength, whom he considered stronger. He needed an opportunity to enhance his standing to the top. However, when the village offered Pakura the chance to go to Kirigaku, Raza decided to wait for the right moment. Now, with the meteorite stopping by himself, Raza was satisfied with his decision. Looking in Ryan's direction, Raza even felt grateful to the fourth Hokage. He believed that he would befriend Ryan when he became the Kazekage. Confused by Raza's elation, Ryan couldn't help but ask why he was so happy. Did you block this one? But what are you going to do about the second one? Ryan's question caused Raza's expression to change instantly as he hastily looked towards the sky. To their surprise, an even bigger meteorite appeared in everyone's field of vision. This can't be real. Can humans really do this? It's over. Tsunagaku is doomed. For a moment, all the Sand Shinobi seemed to lose hope, falling to their knees in despair. The second meteorite's appearance made Joe give up, realizing that Tsunagaku was in grave danger. However, Raza stood up again, his face now filled with madness and excitement. Ha 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 ha. That's it. Only by facing greater danger can I prove my worth. Only then can I sit in the Kazekage seat successfully. He was insane, that's a fact. In Raza's view, the 2 giant meteorites could be resisted. He believed he could save Tsunagaku, becoming a hero greater than Pakura. Magnet style gold dust. As Raza descended from the sky, he poured magnet style chakra into the desert, causing countless pieces of placer gold to gush out, covering the earth. Raza controlled the placer gold to form giant hands made of gold dust, attempting to meet the falling meteorite. The first meteorite, already halted, became a stepping stone, and the second meteorite continued to descend. Realizing that everything he had done could be in vain if the second meteorite collided with the first, Raza looked at the black tea kettle in his arms. His chakra was fading, and he needed help. Shikaku, help me this time. After this, I will set you free. But the being inside the black tea kettle didn't trust him. You humans are really cunning, for you we are just a source of power. I am a tailed beast even if this meteor falls on top of me. I will just regenerate. It taunted Raza about the consequences of the meteorite falling. Unfazed, Raza threatened to seal the tea kettle forever in the desert, claiming he had the power to do so. And even if I don't seal you, do you think Konoha's group of fellows, who even dealt with the Nine Tails, will let you go? Hearing Raza's words, Shikaku and the black tea kettle fell silent for an instant. After a long pause, Shikaku finally spoke. Remember the conditions you promised. Seeing that the Shikaku agreed, Raza felt delighted. He quickly opened the black tea kettle and released Shikaku inside, causing countless grains of sand to condense until a raccoon dog covered in curse patterns appeared on the battlefield. Ha! I am finally out. Shikaku roared, terrorizing everyone in Tsunagaku. No one expected Shikaku to break the seal and emerge at this critical moment. Just when the sand shinobi were losing hope, Shikaku surprisingly controlled countless mountains of sand and washed it to block the meteorite falling from the sky. One tail, is it helping us intercept meteorites? It seems like it. My god, did I see it right? Could it be that Raza subdued the one tails? The sand shinobi were overjoyed and cheered for Raza when they witnessed the Shikaku's assistance in blocking the meteorites. Raza's face lit up with a smile, knowing that his purpose had been achieved. With Shikaku's help, the second meteorite was also blocked, and the two huge meteorites were now connected together by the support of countless hands of sand, presenting a shocking sight. The sand shinobi cheered loudly for Raza as the meteorite was successfully blocked. Amidst the cheers, Raza confidently looked at Ryan. Fourth Hokage. Raza asked, and Cho and the others nervously awaited Ryan's response, regretting their earlier doubts about his abilities. Facing the expectant gazes of the sand shinobi, Ryan smiled mysteriously, pointing to the sky and said, I have to say, you do have some tricks. However, you don't think that the ninjutsu I used can't be used again, do you? Regarding this third one, what are you going to do? As Ryan's voice fell, the whole sky darkened, and the third meteorite suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. The sheer horror of its size made even Raza question his life choices at that moment. Even Shikaku, a tailed beast, appeared minuscule in comparison to the meteorite, leaving Raza utterly astonished. Ryan, however, seemed unusually relaxed. He understood why Madara launched such a powerful ninjutsu. The ninja coalition forces had managed to block one meteorite, but if they blocked two, a third one would follow. Now, Tsunagaku, having successfully blocked the second one with the help of the Shikaku, faced the challenge of the third meteorite. Damn. Raza, you've tricked me. How do I fight against this kind of monster? Shikaku exclaimed, his frustration evident. Read 41 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 76. Facing Shikaku's complaints, Raza was also very desperate at this time. Yes, how to fight this kind of monster, seeing that the third meteorite is about to fall, one-tailed Shikaku can only bite the bullet. Raza, run away this time, and I will definitely not let you go. With the roar of the Shikaku, countless hands of sand surged up from the earth again. Under the control of Shikaku, the sand seemed to have life. Soon, the sand filled the sky, greeting the third meteorite that appeared. Boom. Just when the sand of Shikaku had just come into contact with the meteorite, the terrifying impact instantly shattered the sand hands, making it fall like rain. Damn it. Raza, what are you doing? Hurry up and do it together. Seeing that the sand that the hands made by Shikaku cannot hold back, Raza heard the words and quickly added his own gold sand to it. By making gold dust heavier than sand, Raza and Shikaku worked together to activate the ability again for the third meteorite. But the sand controlled by the two still had no effect on the third meteorite. Its speed was not affected in the slightest. Puff. As meteorites continued to fall, Raza instantly felt the pressure brought on by them and spat out blood. Damn. Shikaku, what the hell are you doing? Use all your strength. Raza roared. You've obviously tried your best, even injured yourself with blood. I am just one tail, not that stinky nine tails. He has large amounts of chakra. There is still a difference between a tailed beast and nine-tailed beast, okay. Shikaku felt aggrieved in his heart at this moment. Regarding this, Shikaku also said with an aggrieved face, I have already tried my best. You can figure it out yourself. Raza was left alone, struggling to provide support. Now that the meteorite can't be stopped completely, as the third meteorite instantly hit the second one, the terrifying impact destroyed Raza's control, causing both meteorites to fall again. Puff. This sudden impact left Raza with no choice but to watch helplessly as three meteorites smashed down towards Tsunagaku. It's over now. Raza can't help it. We're dead. Watching the scene, all of the sand shinobi were in complete despair. Raza, who originally brought the dawn of hope, was now like a big hand that was falling down to completely drag Sungakure into the abyss. Originally, if there was no hope, the sand shinobi might not be so desperate. But now, all of sand shinobi's pupils were dilated, and they looked numbly at a meteorite falling in the sky. Cho, now an elder, also knew that if three meteorites fell, Tsunagaku may cease to exist. For a moment, Cho made up her mind. Fourth Hokage. Please stop. We sand shinobi surrender. Please stop this falling meteor. Please. Accompanied by Chiyo's hysterical cry, the sand shinobi on the battlefield reacted one after another. They looked hopefully at Ryan, who had invaded their land. Now, he seemed to be their savior. Facing Chiyo's compromise, Ryan, who originally had no intention of destroying Tsunagaku, had a satisfied smile on his face. This series of shocks had completely broken Tsunagaku's spirit. They now regarded Ryan as the last straw. For Chiyo's request, Ryan naturally had no reason to refuse. But before doing it, he had one more little thing to do. At this moment, Ryan suddenly stared at one-tailed Shikaku. At this moment, Shikaku also saw Ryan's face clearly. When Shikaku saw Ryan's eyes, the expression on his face changed instantly. The originally arrogant face turned to panic. Damn it. You Sungakure shinobi are blind. Those eyes, how is it possible? When seeing Ryan and Rin-Eden, Shikaku completely panicked. And not just Rin-Eden, but Tenseigen on the other side, it also felt a sense of familiarity. But Shikaku, at this moment, couldn't control so much. In his heart, he almost sent some colorful greetings to Raza and the entire Sungakure. Inexplicably, the enemy Raza provoked had the eyes of Sage of Six Paths, Rin-Eden. Facing Ryan's gaze, Shikaku didn't know what Ryan was thinking. Damn it. Raza, you're a fool. If there is a chance, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, Raza still didn't understand what had happened. Then he found that one tail had spat out a few words to him and ran away without looking back. At this moment, the fat body did not affect the speed of Xiaohe at all. Raza was also dumbfounded by the speed. Am I seeing that right? Shikaku escaped. I saw it too, it did escape. At this moment, not only Raza, even the sand shinobi were confused. As the tail beast of Tsunagaku, one-tail Shikaku had a bad temper. Every time there was a huge commotion, there were many casualties caused by sealing one tail again and again. And now, with just one look from Ryan, Shikaku was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. Only then did the ninjas of Tsunagaku realize how terrifying Ryan's strength was. Just one look could make a tail beast turn around and run away. And how could Ryan let one tail escape like this? Looking at Shikaku running wildly like a ball, Ryan suddenly raised his hand and aimed at Xiaohe, who was fleeing. Planetary devastation. For a moment, with Ryan's Rin-Eden ability activated, Shikaku, who was still fleeing, suddenly floated uncontrollably. At this moment, Shikaku instantly recalled the fear of being dominated by Rin-Eden. The huge body struggled in the air. Damn. Raza, I'm not finished with you. You wait for my return. Accompanied by Shikaku's hysterical curses, the three falling meteorites quickly disintegrated and hit Shikaku. One piece of meteorite instantly adhered to Shikaku's body, and soon more meteorites gathered on its surface. The originally huge body was rapidly engulfed by countless meteorites, and Shikaku's angry, scolding voice became fainter and fainter until it disappeared completely. Instead, a huge sphere floated in the air. At this moment, the entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Everyone stared blankly at the spectacle in front of them. Even Joe was dumbfounded. Before anyone could recover from the shock, Ryan suddenly stretched out his hand again and activated planetary devastation in the air. The massive sphere began to shrink rapidly until it was only the size of a palm. After collecting the sphere, Ryan walked towards Tsunagaku. At this time, the sand shinobi were still in a state of confusion. The three meteorites were massive, and yet Shikaku, such a gigantic tailed beast, was effortlessly controlled by Ryan as if it was nothing. It seemed surreal, and if they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would have thought it was an illusion. Hey, where's the Shikaku? What happened to the One Tails? That's it. Is this the power even stronger than Senjo Hashirama, the god of the ninja world? For a while, all the Sand Shinobi were deeply shocked by Ryan's power and abilities. As they watched Ryan walking towards their position, the ninjas of Tsunegaku did not dare to make any moves. They could only helplessly watch as Ryan approached Cho. Looking at Ryan in front of her, Cho felt a mixture of emotions. On one hand, she was shocked by Ryan's strength and young age. He possessed terrifying power at such a young age and had become a Hokage of Konoha, reaching the pinnacle in both status and strength. On the other hand, Cho felt envious. Such an outstanding individual had never appeared in Tsunegaku before. The one who could potentially surpass the third Kazekage had been defeated by Konoha. Thinking about this, Cho sighed helplessly. Oh, we Sand Shinobi lost. Next, please invite the fourth Hokage to the village to discuss the materials and conditions that we need to compensate. You Konohas are truly outstanding. Time after time, countless geniuses have been born. Listening to Chiyo's envious words, Ryan gazed at Tsunegaku in front of him. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. This time, Konoha doesn't need your compensation. This time, what I need is for your Sand Shinobi to merge into Konoha. The land of fire and the land of wind will become one. As Ryan calmly stated his purpose, Cho, Raza, and the others changed their expressions drastically. No one expected that Ryan's goal was to completely annex the land of wind. At this moment, including Cho, who had announced her surrender, everyone spoke together in an instant. This is absolutely impossible. Read UPTO 41 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Do you want to annex our land of wines? Annex our Sungakure and Sand Shinobi. It's impossible. Cho responded firmly. Even if you are strong, even if you kill all of our Sand Shinobi, we will never agree, she added. Facing Ryan's proposition, Cho and the others chose to refuse without hesitation. For them, it meant losing their homeland, which was essential for their survival. They knew Ryan could easily wipe them out. Looking at their determined eyes, Ryan shifted his gaze towards Tsunegaku. The city, constantly baptized by wind and sand, had its unique architecture and clothing style adapted to the harsh weather conditions. But who would willingly stay in such a place all year if they could live in a better environment? Don't rush to refuse, Elder Cho, Ryan said slowly, trying to persuade them. Because, soon, you will change your tone. Hearing this, Cho and the others scoffed. The idea of agreeing to annexation after depending on their homeland for survival was inconceivable. Even if I wait, so what? Cho retorted, nothing can change our resolve. Fourth Hokage. I advise you not to waste your efforts, she continued. Our Sand Shinobi may be defeated, but they have not yet perished. The terms of annexation, forgive us, Sand Shinobi cannot accept it. Ryan was not upset by their refusal. He calmly observed the unique scenery of Tsunegaku. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Wednesday mention of, chaos ensued. The leading ninja effortlessly dispatched the guards and looked around. How is it? Has everything been resolved? He asked nonchalantly. Seeing the chaos around him, he confirmed that there was no one left except the stubborn daimyo. Okay, according to Master Hokage's request, fully take over the kingdom of wind, the leading ninja ordered. Let him give orders, the others echoed. Following the command, they quickly arrived at the daimyo's location. The daimyo of the land of wind was panicking, begging for his life. Please, don't kill me. I am the daimyo of the land of wind. I can give you whatever you want. Wealth, status, women. You can have whatever you desire, just please don't hurt me. The group of ninjas looked at him with disgust. You can't give us what we want, one of them said coldly. Only Master Hokage can bring true peace to the ninja world, another added. As for you, let's announce it to the public. The kingdom of wind will officially merge into the kingdom of fire today. As the leading ninja proclaimed the order, the face of the daimyo of the land of wind displayed a mix of emotions. He knew that once the announcement was made, his current life would come to an end. Hesitant, he watched as the leading ninja's hand grazed the kunai. Observing the scene, the daimyo resigned himself to his fate. Trembling, he stood up and accompanied two ninjas to the high platform of the daimyo prefecture. The people in the capital raised their heads, eagerly awaiting the appearance of their daimyo. In the past 6 months, under constant pressure from the daimyo, the land of wind had been suffering immensely. The people of the capital anxiously looked towards the daimyo, fearing that he might again issue some outrageous order. Once everyone's attention was on the daimyo, he slowly began to speak. Everyone, it is time to issue the final daimyo order. From now on, the land of wind will be merged into the kingdom of fire. There will only be a more powerful land of fire, and the land of wind will cease to exist. As the name of the land of wind left his lips, everyone in the capital froze in place. Disbelief and confusion filled the air. They exchanged incredulous looks, unable to comprehend the sudden merger with the kingdom of fire. The land of wind was one of the 5 great countries. How could it simply merge into another nation? Before anyone could process the situation, the Konoha shinobi, who had prepared in advance, sprang into action. Hurry up! Quickly take control of the capital of the land of wind. Pass on the daimyo's order. From today onwards, the land of wind belongs to our land of fire, they commanded. Without delay, Konoha shinobi swiftly began to take over the entire country. The people of the land of wind remained in a daze, unaware of what was happening. Confusion engulfed them as they faced the takeover by Konoha shinobi. Caught between resisting and obeying, they were unsure how to react. As a result, Konoha's takeover proceeded smoothly, and they soon gained control of the entire capital. With the capital under their control, the land of wind was officially expelled. The next step was to deliver the message to Tsunegaku. Meanwhile, Ryan continued to stroll through Tsunegaku, admiring the unique village. Cho and the others were perplexed by the delay in negotiations. Just as impatience grew among them, news of the capital's merger with the kingdom of fire reached Tsunegaku. Accept the daimyo's order. The land of wind is merged into the kingdom of fire. Tsunegaku should give up resistance and accept the merger with Konoha as soon as possible. The order, which seemed unbelievable, spread throughout Tsunegaku. The initial reaction of Cho and the others was disbelief. Impossible, they exclaimed. This can't be the daimyo's order. How could such a ridiculous decision be made? Is the daimyo out of his mind? Knowing that Cho and the others wouldn't believe it, the ninja in charge of delivering the order quickly handed over the intelligence gathered from various sources to Cho. As they read the description in the report, they were stunned to learn that the order had indeed been issued by the daimyo of the land of wind himself. For a moment, Cho and the others stared blankly at the information in their hands, unsure of how to react. However, their contemplation was interrupted by the return of Pakura, leading the army back to the village after the war's defeat. There was no conflict as Pakura's army met with Konoha's forces. Pakura rushed to the Kazekage building upon her return. Just as Cho was about to say something, she sighed and remained speechless, passing the order to Pakura. Even the valiant hero Pakura felt powerless at that moment. Despite her strength and heroic status, there was no way to salvage the current situation in Tsunegaku. With the daimyos having surrendered, the point of continuing to resist seemed futile. No war can be fought without money. Ryan slowly approached Cho and the others, prompting a self-deprecating smile from Cho. She stared deeply at Ryan, attempting to discern his true intentions. Cho questioned if his purpose extended beyond the land of wind, and if there was something more he sought to achieve. Ryan did not hide his ambitions. He acknowledged that the ninja world was both vast and compact. Large countries clashed with one another due to conflicting interests, while smaller nations struggled to survive amidst the chaos. The desire for peace was universal, as it meant prosperity and happiness for all. I want to bring about true peace in the ninja world and unify all its lands, Ryan declared. His audacious goal left Cho, Raza, Pakura, and the others deeply shocked. The idea of unifying the entire ninja world was beyond their wildest imagination. However, Ryan's words held a mesmerizing power that evoked the fantasy of a peaceful future, a vision that seemed almost tangible. The room fell silent, and Cho and the others exchanged glances, contemplating the magnitude of Ryan's ambitions. After a long moment of reflection, Cho turned to Ryan solemnly and asked, "Then, Hokage-sama, how will you treat Tsunegaku?" Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Cho found herself persuaded by Ryan's rhetoric. The names of the land of wines had been announced to be merged into the land of fire, making it nonsensical for Tsunegaku to continue as an independent village. Despite this, Cho still couldn't help but ask Ryan about the future of their Sand Shinobi after merging into Konoha. Ryan had already thought about this before setting off for Tsunegaku. He explained his plan, stating, "For those in Tsunegaku who wish to move to Konoha, they are welcome to do so. We will also send ninjas to replace those who want to move and integrate Sand Shinobi into Konoha as soon as possible. Additionally, I will assist in resolving the environmental problems in the Land of Wind. Having discussed the plan, Ryan extended an invitation to Joe and the others to join Konoha personally. He expressed his confidence in Konoha's ability to lead the ninja world to true peace, which left Joe and the others looking at each other, realizing they had no reason to resist the merger. With the Land of Wind already merged into the Land of Fire, there was no need for Tsunagaku to exist separately. Elder Cho, the current head of Sand Shinobi, discussed the matter with Rasa and Pakura. Finally, they all agreed and approached Ryan. They offered their loyalty to him, and as a result, Tsunagaku disappeared from the ninja world, becoming a part of the Wind Department of Konoha. Rasa became the head of the Wind Department, Pakura served as the vice minister, and Cho became the minister's assistant. The three were impressed by Ryan's trust and generosity in handing over another village to them intact. This move only strengthened their admiration for Ryan and his commitment to bringing peace to the ninja world. They believed that with Ryan at the helm, achieving true peace was possible. The merger of the Land of Winds and Tsunagaku proceeded smoothly, with Rasa and others taking the initiative to relocate more than half of the people to Konoha. This act signaled their commitment to the merger. Following Ryan's orders, teaching ninjas entered the Land of Wind, propagating and brainwashing the people to accept the integration into Konoha. The Sand Shinobi teams were also reorganized with Konoha Shinobi integrated into each squad to facilitate a smooth assimilation of Tsunagaku into Konoha. Rasa and the others were supportive of Ryan's approach, as it was necessary to make these changes to integrate the village successfully into Konoha. Not long after the merger of the Land of the Winds and Tsunagaku, the news quickly swept the entire ninja world. Oniki, who was leading an army to invade Konoha, saw the information and instantly ordered the Rock Shinobi army to stop the march. He was in shock as he looked at the information in his hand. Hurry up! Call all high-level ninjas and ministers, he exclaimed, relaying the news to the officers beside him. Oniki returned to the camp with a stunned expression, and the others could tell that something extraordinary had happened. Without delay, they ordered the army to rest and summoned all the high-level officials into Onamu's tent. With the crowd gathered, Oniki handed over the information to everyone. Oh, my god. Is this impossible? Is the daimyo of the Land of Winds out of his mind? Also, Tsunagaku did not offer any resistance and merged directly into Konoha. Didn't Konoha send troops to attack Tsunagaku not long ago? The Uegaku executives present also expressed disbelief at the unbelievable things described in the report. The information seemed too ridiculous to be true. As a daimyo of a country, the Land of Winds leader merging his own country appeared unthinkable. Tsunagaku's choice to merge with Konoha despite the recent attack added to the incredulity. All these factors led everyone to initially think that this might be fake news. To address their doubts, Oniki assured them in a solemn voice, there can be no problem with this information. It comes from the capital of the Land of Earth, and the Daimyo mentioned has verified its authenticity. This news is all true. The revelation left all the senior management in silence, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Oniki then ordered Mbu to bring a map, place it in front of everyone. Oniki pointed to the location of the Wind Country on the map and asked them to observe. Now, look at the map. Do you find anything? He inquired. Initially puzzled, everyone examined the map, but since it was an old version without recent changes marked, they couldn't find any immediate issues. Oniki then sighed and summoned clods of soil, shaping them into fire characters that he placed on the map. The fire characters were added to the Wind Country, the Grass Country, and the Rain Country. The revelation dawned upon everyone. The Land of Wind had merged into the Land of Fire, and this indicated a significant shift in the power dynamics among the nations. At this moment, only the people looking at the map could see the situation. Oh my god. Konoha is so strong now, exclaimed one of the onlookers. The territory of the Land of Fire is already so big, another person remarked in surprise. Our Land of Earth seems to be surrounded, someone else observed with concern. The Uegaku executives panicked instantly as they saw the map. Konoha's merger with Sand Shinobi had expanded its territory to encircle Uegaku. Additionally, several small countries nearby, including the powerful Land of Rain, had also fallen under Konoha's control. The Land of Grass and the Land of Rain shared the same fate. Only a few countries that bordered the Land of Wind, such as the Land of Birds, the Land of Ghosts, and the Land of Snow, remained temporarily unaffected. On the other side, the country of Taki and the country of Tien were the only ones left. The implications were evident, and everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Konoha is playing a big game of chess, one person commented. Do they want to unify the ninja world? Another speculated. Maybe Konoha has this plan, someone added. The exchange of opinions created a solemn atmosphere among the crowd, and even Oniki fell into a rare silence. The Land of Earth was now surrounded by Konoha, and with Tsunagaku seamlessly incorporated, Konoha's power had reached an unprecedented level. This fourth Hokage is so ambitious. Oniki commented, contemplating the situation. Order the army to retreat. We can't continue to invade Konoha, he decided after a moment of reflection. The Uegaku army began to withdraw. Orochimaru, in charge of the Rock Shinobi battlefield, saw an opportunity. He ordered his troops to chase after Uegaku, trying to take advantage of the moment. Uegaku could only focus on retreating while Orochimaru's troops tangled with them. Orochimaru pursued relentlessly, leading to Rock Shinobi abandoned materials on the road. However, Orochimaru was cautious not to provoke Oniki. Once the battlefield was cleaned up, Orochimaru knew that further pursuit would be unwise. Oniki hastily sent Mbu to Cloud Shinobi village and returned to Uegaku with the army. He understood that Uegaku alone was no match for Konoha. Their only retreat route was towards the country of Taki, and their only hope was the Kingdom of Thunder's assistance. Meanwhile, on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield that had also invaded Konoha, the third Hokage received information from the Land of Winds. As he read the contents, even his bold demeanor couldn't hide his shock. The information seemed all too real. What method did this Konoha use? Third Hokage exclaimed. Quick. Inform all high-level executives to come to the meeting, he urgently ordered. Read 41 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 79, Chapter 78.5. Father, what's the situation? Asked the fourth Hokage. Why did you suddenly announce the urgent meeting? Inquired Killer B. Did something big happen? Added the fourth Hokage, puzzled. They were just about to lead the troops to raid the Konoha camp when they were abruptly notified together. The future fourth Hokage and Killer B had to rush back to the camp. The third Hokage casually tossed the information he held to A, who read it and instantly displayed a look of disbelief. All Hokage are named A except Derui. Father, is this fake? The fourth Hokage questioned. How could this happen so suddenly? Wasn't Konoha recently fighting the Sand Shinobi? Hearing the fourth Hokage's words, the third Hokage wanted to deny the information. However, the harsh reality was that the information was indeed true. The Land of Wind had been defeated by Konoha and had merged with it. Surprisingly, Tsunagaku did not resist and also chose to merge. With Tsunagaku absorbed, the present Konoha would be even more challenging to deal with. Observing the third Hokage's silence, the fourth Hokage understood the seriousness of the situation. Killer B, seeing this, didn't know what to say and realized it was best not to speak out of turn. It was better to listen attentively. As everyone fell silent, the third Hokage suddenly turned his gaze towards the earth platform beside him. Blue B and Dode, share your opinion, he commanded. Originally silent on the platform, Dode pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I believe that those in a hurry right now are not our Cloud Shinobi village, but the Rock Shinobi. The current situation is most unfavorable for the Land of Earth. Oniki might be feeling anxious. We should wait and hold off on further attacks on Konoha for the time being. We must wait for Oniki's reaction before making a decision. After analyzing Dode's analysis, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. In times like these, there was no other choice. Konoha's strength had far surpassed that of the Cloud Shinobi. If they were to provoke Konoha at this moment, it would likely result in their defeat. Therefore, they decided to wait and observe the reactions of the rest of the ninja world. However, they didn't have to wait long. The next day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the gates of the Cloud Shinobi village camp. Please inform the third Hokage. It's Uegaku and Bukozu is here seeking you, announced the visitor. Upon hearing news of IWA and Bu's arrival, the third Hokage smiled and looked towards the Blue B and Dode. They were worthy of being his right and left hands. They could easily understand the current situation. Bring him in, the third Hokage ordered. Soon, under the command of the third Hokage, Kozu arrived at the camp and met with the renowned Cloud Shinobi, the strongest of them all, third Hokage. Master Hokage, I believe you have also received information regarding the Land of Wind. This is a letter from my father, Kozu said, presenting Oniki's letter to third Hokage. After going through the contents of the letter, third Hokage handed it to the Dode beside him. The letter mainly contained Oniki's persuasion for third Hokage to ally. Needless to say, third Hokage was aware of the potential consequences as Konoha grew bigger and stronger. He understood the concept of interdependence. After reading the letter, third Hokage nodded earnestly, signaling his agreement. He believed that the alliance proposed in the letter was completely feasible. Observing Thurgage's response, Kozu couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. He had successfully fulfilled the task assigned by Oniki. Now, he longed to return to his normal life as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Thurgage, he swiftly departed and headed back to Uegakur. Haha, Dode, just as you predicted, Thurgage exclaimed. Oniki can no longer stay idle. However, Konoha has transformed significantly. This fourth Hokage is no ordinary person. Hearing Thurgage's exclamation, Dode nodded in agreement. Since Ryan, the fourth Hokage, took office, Konoha's strength has been rapidly evolving. All the prominent clans within the village had been united under Ryan's leadership. The legendary Konoha-san remained in the village, alongside renowned figures like Konoha's wife Fang and the famous Namikaze Minato. Geniuses emerged one after another, and even Uchiha Fugaku had recently surfaced on the battlefield in Kirigakur, unlocking the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Contemplating these developments, even Thurgage couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and envy. Konoha's strength was simply awe-inspiring. Is the land of fire truly that mystical? Why do all these prodigies belong to Konoha? Damn it. Thurgage muttered, his envy causing him to grind his molars. In contrast, the other ninja villages seemed lacking in comparison. Humph. Make the necessary arrangements swiftly. The army should begin an orderly retreat. Once the alliance is established, it will be time to counterattack Konoha, Thurgage commanded. Following Thurgage's orders, the cloud shinobi forces started withdrawing from the battlefield in an organized manner. Unlike Oniki, who panicked and hastily retreated without considering the consequences, the Thurgage exhibited a more seasoned approach. The disciplined evacuation of the army left Tsunade and others with no opportunity to seize any advantages. They could only watch helplessly as the cloud shinobi army gradually retreated from the battlefield. On the other side, in the water country, loud crashing sounds could be heard emanating from the Mizuki's tent. Inside, the Mizukage glared at the group of senior executives before him. In recent days, while other ninja villages had evacuated, Kirigakur was left to deal with the remaining Konoha unit. However, despite their efforts, they were continuously pushed back by Konoha, resulting in the loss of soldiers and high-ranking officials. The casualties were predominantly from the bloodline clans within the village, and each death weighed heavily on the Mizukage's heart. But this time, dozens of lives were lost, a significant number even for the large Mist Shinobi bloodline family. Enraged by the situation, the Mizukage berated the high-ranking officials in front of him and personally led the army to the frontline battlefield, setting their sights on the Konoha camp in the land of whirlpools. Humph. Follow me, the Mizukage commanded. This time, we must capture the Konoha camp. With the Mizukage's order, the Mist Shinobi army charged towards the Konoha camp in the Uzumaki country. Leading the charge, the Mizukage swiftly performed hand seals and unleashed the water-style, water dragon bomb. The advantage of the surrounding sea allowed the water dragon bomb to burst forth from the water, a ferocious entity roaring as it rose from the depths. As the water dragon surged towards the Konoha camp, the Mizukage believed victory was within reach. However, their hopes were dashed when several figures appeared in front of the camp in an instant. Their scarlet Sharingan caught everyone's attention. Damn Uchiha clan, the Mist Shinobi exclaimed. They dare challenge us with their mere fire style. Attack. In recent days, the Mist Shinobi had grown increasingly frustrated when facing the Uchiha clan. Their actions were anticipated, their ninjutsu countered, and even elemental advantages seemed ineffective against the Uchiha's prowess. Water style, which should have had an advantage over fire style, was instead suppressed by Uchiha's fire style. Additionally, the Uchiha's genjutsu had caught the Mist Shinobi off guard, causing them much suffering. However, with the Mizukage personally leading the charge, the morale of Kirigakuru's forces soared. Just as the Mist Shinobi hoped for a breakthrough, a formidable figure appeared before the Mizukage, a proud individual with 3 swirling Tomo Sharingan. I've been waiting for you, Mizukage, proclaimed the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, who was in charge of the Mist Shinobi battlefield. As Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan spun into existence, he wasted no time. Susanoo. Countless chakra began to materialize around Fugaku, gradually forming a towering skeleton on the battlefield. Try this technique, Mizukage. Fugaku taunted. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 80, Chapter 79. What is this? Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mizukage was stunned by the sudden appearance of Susanoo. Having participated in the first 5K summit with the first Mizukage in his youth, the Mizukage had met the legendary Uchiha Madara and had some understanding of the situation in Konoha. The intelligence of Uchiha Madara in the ninja world wasn't too detailed, but it included the existence of his immense Sharingan power and the giant skeletal monsters he could summon. And now, before him stood Uchiha Fugaku enveloped by this very skeleton monster. The Mizukage was taken aback. Who would have thought that he would encounter a monster of this caliber once again? Wasn't the Mangekyo Sharingan supposed to be a legend within the Uchiha clan? How could someone still possess it and appear on the Mist Shinobi battlefield? Filled with frustration, the Mizukage unleashed the water style, water iron cannon technique without hesitation. His hands formed seals swiftly, and like a pistol, he aimed at Uchiha Fugaku and shot a water cannon towards him. However, with a loud bang, the water cannon was effortlessly blocked by Susanoo's defense. It didn't even make a scratch on the skeletal structure. Witnessing the futility of his initial attack, the Mizukage panicked. He immediately resorted to more powerful water style ninjutsu, including the water style, great waterfall technique and the water style, water column. One after another, powerful water-based techniques rained down upon Uchiha Fugaku. The advantage of being above the sea enhanced the potency of the water style ninjutsu to some extent. However, these attacks did not affect Susanoo. No matter how strong the water style ninjutsu was, it was like a mere splash of water against the indomitable Susanoo. How is this possible? Is it truly invincible? The Mizukage was utterly dumbfounded as he witnessed Susanoo standing strong and unharmed before him. It was at this moment that Uchiha Fugaku made his move. After successfully blocking numerous attacks with Susanoo, it was time for his counterattack. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin slowly, and the tall figure of Susanoo followed suit. The originally skeletal structure suddenly condensed muscle fibers, and the giant armor of Susanoo took form. The entire Susanoo exuded an aura of might and power. With Fugaku now in control, Susanoo's arms extended towards its waist. 2 sharp blades emerged, transforming into lightsabers made entirely of chakra. Cut. With swords drawn, Fugaku, through his control of Susanoo, unleashed a slashing attack towards the Mizukage. Boom. The 2 sword chi struck the spot where the Mizukage had been standing moments ago. With a resounding roar, the sea split apart from the force of Fugaku's dual blades. However, Fugaku furrowed his brow, as there was no sign of the Mizukage at the point of impact. Hey. He's like a monster. I'm completely outmatched against this guy. At that moment, the Mizukage had used a secret technique to quickly retreat to a safe distance. Facing Uchiha Fugaku summoned Susanoo, the Mizukage knew that his attacks would not affect Fugaku. Now, their only hope lay in Kirigakuru's secret weapon. Yagura. Unleash the 3 tails. We can only rely on the 3 tails to deal with him. As the Mizukage spoke, Yagura immediately gave the order for the sealing team to take action. Their only hope now was in the power of the 3 tails, known for its ferocious temperament. With the 3 tails unleashed, the Mizukage regained his confidence and quickly stepped back, leaving the battlefield to the newly arrived 3 tails. As the smoke cleared, a massive great turtle with 3 crab-like tails appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the 3 tails, a tailed beast that had been sealed by Kirigakur. The volatile temperament of the 3 tails became evident as it immediately attacked the surrounding Mist Shinobi. Fortunately, they had already retreated to a safe distance with the Mizukage. With no clear target, the scarlet eyes of the 3 tails fell upon Uchiha Fugaku. Damn humans. Die. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the 3 tails lunged forward, and one of its tails descended upon Fugaku. Faced with the charging 3 tails, Fugaku swiftly activated Susanoo, evading the attack in a flash. In an instant, Fugaku materialized above the 3 tails. Now, be obedient. Kirigakuru's decision to unleash the tailed beast in the presence of Mangekyo Sharingan wielder raised questions about their wisdom or intelligence. As Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan instantly used its ocular power on the 3 tails, his hands quickly formed seals to cast an illusion. The 3 tails, initially fixated on Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly lost focus as soon as it encountered Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Its vision blurred, and soon, the one-eyed face of Aisabu transformed into the unique Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. With everything in place, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, having not anticipated that controlling a tailed beast would consume such an immense amount of ocular power. But 3 tails, attack. Upon Fugaku's command, the 3 tails abruptly turned its attention. Facing the astonished Mist Shinobi ninjas who watched from a distance, the 3 tails pointed its tail directly ahead. A myriad of yin and yang chakra began to condense in front of the 3 tails. Witnessing the scene, the third Hokage was filled with shock, his eyes widening in horror as he looked toward the three tails. Hurry. Sealing team, get to work. Quickly. It's a tailed beast bomb. Perform the sealing enchantment as fast as you can. Upon hearing the urgent pleas of the third Hokage, the sealing team sprang into action without delay. They swiftly initiated the process of sealing and casting the enchantment. But before they could complete their preparations, the three tails unleashed a devastating tailed beast bomb directly at the third Hokage. The tailed beast bomb, radiating a terrifying aura, hurtled towards the third Hokage in an instant, leaving destruction in its wake, even evaporating the sea. Facing this sudden and overwhelming attack, the third Hokage knew escape was futile. The range of the tailed beast bomb was too vast, and with the fate of Kirigaku hanging in the balance, he made a quick decision. Water style, water barrier. With swift and precise movements, the third Hokage initiated the sealing technique, determined to stand his ground. A massive wall of seawater emerged, creating a protective barrier against the incoming tailed beast bomb. However, the third Hokage soon realized that his defense was too simplistic. The moment the tailed beast bomb collided with the water barrier, the seemingly impenetrable water curtain was effortlessly pierced by the sheer force of the tailed beast bomb. Before the third Hokage could react, the tailed beast bomb struck him directly. Boom! An immense explosion engulfed the area. The third Hokage vanished in an instant, while Yagura and the others were caught in the blast, suffering severe injuries. Cough, cough. Retreat. Fall back to the village. At that moment Kirigaku abandoned any notion of further engagement. Everyone swiftly retreated. Witnessing this, Fugaku had no choice but to release the three tails into the wild. Without the presence of the sealing team, they had no means of controlling it for the time being. Waste of Mangekyo Sharingan. They had more pressing matters to attend to. Fugaku understood the importance of restraint following the third Hokage's suppression, realizing that certain actions could lead to counterproductive outcomes. With the demise of the third Hokage, Kirigaku recoiled, bringing the mist shinobi battlefield to a halt. News of Kirigaku's defeat quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Uegaku were in the Cloud Shinobi village, who had contemplated an alliance with Kirigaku. Upon hearing this news, Oniki and the third Hokage were left speechless. Their plans for an alliance seemed to have hit a roadblock, and the matter concerning the daimyo remained unresolved. Kirigaku's defeat had significant implications. The ninja world experienced a brief period of peace once again, while Uegaku and the Cloud Shinobi village continued strengthening their forces, remaining vigilant against potential conflicts initiated by Konoha. However, Ryan had little time to spare to attack the Land of Earth or the Land of Thunder. The Land of Wind posed a formidable challenge for Ryan. Numerous pressing issues demanded his attention. Not only did he have to navigate the merger situation, but he also had to confront the harsh conditions in the Land of Wind. Time was of the essence, delaying the resolution would only weaken the nation further. As time slowly passed, nearly half a year had elapsed since the last Hokage meeting. A new round of Hokage gatherings would soon commence. To read 42 chapters in advance go to patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 81, Chapter 80. As another half year passed, Ryan placed the documents in front of him aside and couldn't help but glance out the window. He noticed that Konoha, today, was no longer just the village of shinobi, it had transformed into the capital city of the Land of Fire. The scale of construction surpassed even that of the capital city, and the name Land of Fire had become nothing more than a formality. Everything operated under the orders of Ryan, the Hokage. Konoha had officially become the Fire Country itself. Outside these walls lay the Fire Country, but in reality, Konoha held the true power. Master Hokage, all documents are completed. Please take a look. Just as Ryan's thoughts began to wander, a voice instantly brought him back. Handing over the documents was Pakura, who had been appointed to the Ministry of Wind since Tsunegaku became part of the Wind Department. Now, after nearly half a year of integration, the Ministry of Wind still requires timely reports. Ryan had brought Pakura along for this purpose. As for Raza, a grown man, why would he bring him here? Encho, the elderly woman, was not someone he found pleasing to his eyes. After all, each day was meant for appreciating beautiful things and finding joy. And Pakura, in this regard, fit the bill perfectly, both in appearance and figure. Taking the document in his hand, Ryan briefly skimmed through it and responded. Things were now on the right track, so it wasn't a big deal. Okay, Pakura, keep up the good work. It's time for me to guide my foolish disciples. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Pakura rolled his eyes helplessly. She was quite displeased with how Ryan described Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, considering their incredible talent. Even Pakura was envious when he witnessed their abilities. And yet, in Ryan's words, they were mere foolish apprentices. It was all too pretentious. Soon, Ryan arrived at the training ground, where Uchiha Shisui and the others had been waiting. In addition to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, there was a girl by their side. It was Haigahina, a genius carefully selected by the Haiga clan. Ryan naturally accepted the genius sent by the Haiga clan. It served as a means to solidify his rule and give attention to the Haiga clan. When Haigahina learned that she could be Ryan's disciple, she was overjoyed. From that day on, she followed Ryan everywhere, as his student. For someone as beautiful as her who followed him around all day, Ryan thoroughly enjoyed it. With Ryan's arrival, the training for the three of them officially began. In the world of the first Hokage. Brother, there are too many issues with these small countries. The daimyos report that other major nations constantly pressure them. It won't be long before they can't endure it, Tobirama reported. Listening to Tobirama, the first Hokage, Hashirama, casually waved his hand. Don't worry about the daimyos. The most important thing now is to conquer all the neighboring small countries. We've already brought down the country of grass, the country of rain, and the country of Taki in the past 6 months. It's still far from the plan we made half a year ago. As Hashirama spoke slowly, Tobirama let out a helpless sigh. He opened the map and pointed to the 4 small nations they had already marked out. Brother, with your strength, conquering these small countries should be a piece of cake. However, according to your plan, we need to integrate these small countries into the Land of Fire, making them the true territories of our nation. That's the challenging part. It has taken us half a year to gain control over these 3 countries. If we continue fighting, it will only increase the risk, and the potential gains won't outweigh the losses. Hashirama, too, felt quite helpless in the situation. He thought it would be a straightforward task to conquer these small nations, but there were many unforeseen complications. If not for Tobirama's assistance, they might not have gained full control over these countries even after half a year. Seeing that half a year had passed, Hashirama reluctantly decided to give up. Continuing the fight was unrealistic. Instead, he would focus on developing other aspects of Konoha. I wonder if I can secure the number 1 position this time. In the world of the second Hokage. Half a year had passed since their last meeting. During these months, the second Hokage, Tobirama, led the army to take proactive action. Compared to the first Hokage, Hashirama, Tobirama was known for his decisive nature. Being the second Hokage, he was more mature and comprehensive in his considerations. Enhancing Konoha's national power had become an obsession for him. Since last time, when he failed to secure a top 3 position, he was determined to achieve it this time. Seeing that the Land of Grass was on the verge of complete conquest, Tobirama didn't hesitate to personally lead the final attack. Hurry. Let's seize the Land of Grass as soon as possible. Shoot and eliminate any resistance. 4th Hokage world. In the 4th Hokage world, Minato was in full power and followed Ryan's example by starting to attack the surrounding small countries. However, the results were not as good as he had hoped. In the span of half a year, they had only managed to conquer the country of grass. As Minato looked at the state of Konoha today, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It had taken them just half a year to conquer a small country, and he feared that the other worlds were almost finished with their conquests. Thankfully, his wife had been pregnant for the past 6 months and was about to give birth, causing Minato's focus to gradually shift away from developing Konoha. After all, he was about to become a father for the first time, and the thought overwhelmed him. 5th Hokage Tsunade world. In the 5th Hokage Tsunade world, as half a year had passed, Tsunade grew anxious as the Hokage meeting approached. Konoha had been continuously developing for the past 6 months, but there was one problem that remained unsolved. Denzo was still alive. With Sarutobi Hirzen dead in the previous world and Sarutobi Asuma also gone, Tsunade had momentarily forgotten that Denzo was a threat. Throughout the past 6 months, Tsunade hadn't encountered Denzo, who lived a reclusive life. His arrogance and seniority made Tsunade sick. Additionally, thinking about what he had beneath his bandages, the cells of her grandfather filled Tsunade with a deep sense of resentment. She was determined to present the evidence she had and ensure that Denzo would meet his end this time. She commanded Kakashi to gather all the Jonin, ready for action. Road to Ninja Tsunade's world. During the past 6 months, Tsunade's actions went surprisingly smoothly as she constantly conquered other small countries without facing any significant resistance. As she looked at the territory she had acquired, Tsunade felt a sudden surge of happiness. She believed that her world should now be in the number 1 position. However, just as Tsunade was contemplating how to showcase her skills at the upcoming Hokage meeting, Shizune poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm. Shizune reminded Tsunade of the huge debts she still needed to pay and the paperwork awaiting her in the office. Everything is reversed in this world, so meek Shizune is fierce here. Tsunade's face instantly showed a tinge of sadness, but she believed that everything she did to enhance the power of Konoha was worth it. Parallel Tsukuyomi World, 6th Hokage World. During the past 6 months, Obito had not been idle. He focused not only on strengthening Konoha but also on achieving true peace in the ninja world. Obito immediately launched a war against the surrounding small countries. On the battlefield in the country of grass, the army encountered resistance once again. As Hokage, Obito took matters into his own hands, utilizing the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. He unleashed the devastating fire style, burning everyone on the battlefield with its immense power. Proudly declaring that he had secured the top 3 positions, Obito prepared himself for the upcoming 4th Hokage conference. As the various Hokage worlds prepared for the conference, Ryan, who had been training 3 apprentices, suddenly heard a familiar voice in his mind. Ding, the 4th chat group meeting is about to commence. Ryan's eyes lit up with excitement. Now that half a year had passed, he wondered if he could maintain his number 1 position. But before that, they needed to continue recruiting newcomers as usual. Ryan couldn't help but anticipate whether they would welcome 2 or 3 new members this time, as having 3 members would unlock the function of world travel. With great anticipation, Ryan looked forward to the upcoming meeting. The announcement came that the Hokage meeting was about to start, and Ryan was asked if he wanted to invite newcomers. He eagerly responded, invite. The chat group began automatically screening qualified newcomers, and the invitation to the group was successful. Parallel World, Konoha 1st Hokage Hamadara joins group chat. Read 45 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 82, Chapter 81. Ding. Invitation succeeded. Parallel World, Konoha 1st Hokage Hamadara has joined the group chat. Damn it. Upon hearing the beep in his head, Ryan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He never expected that this time the newcomer in the chat group would be Hamadara. Ryan couldn't even imagine a world where Hamadara became the Hokage. While he was interested in such a world, a strong sense of crisis overwhelmed him. With Hamadara as the Hokage, Konoha's power would be absolutely terrifying. It was highly likely that none of the tailed beasts were ever donated, and with Hashirama and Tobirama in the village, the thought sent shivers down Ryan's spine. This chat group seemed to have pulled in Hamadara to challenge his top position. Before Ryan could even sigh, the chat group started again. Ding. Invitation succeeded. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has joined the group chat. Upon seeing the second newcomer who was invited, Ryan's expression instantly became peculiar. He hadn't anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen being brought in this time. Despite contemplating various Hokage worlds that might be pulled in, Ryan had failed to consider Sarutobi Hiruzen. The result was unexpected, and Ryan could already imagine the situation inside the Hokage meeting after Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. With that scene in mind, Ryan's curiosity piqued, and he quickly chose to enter. As the vibrant light enveloped him, Ryan's consciousness was instantly transported into the chat group. World of the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen, what the hell are you thinking? You should give me Uchiha Sasuke? Only the Unbi root can shape him into a sharp sword loyal to Konoha. As Denso stubbornly clung to Uchiha Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly took a puff from his cigarette holder. Gazing at the crystal ball on the table, he could see the images of the Ninja Academy. Most of the scenes focused on Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. After a while, Denso grew impatient. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of intervening, he angrily exclaimed, Hiruzen, I've already given you the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Sasuke must be given to me for the sake of the root. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head. His deep eyes locked onto Denso in front of him. After tapping his pipe on the table for a while, he spoke in a measured tone, Denso, you should die. Naruto and Sasuke are the future of the village. They are not suitable for the root. I won't hand them over to you. Denso's mounting frustration was evident upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's unwillingness. He erupted, Hiruzen. Over and over again. Every time the person I have my eye on is chosen by you. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and even Kakashi. Now, I want Uchiha Sasuke. Whether you give him to me or not. Facing Denso's relentless pressure, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood his ground. With a resounding slap on the table, he silenced Denso's incessant words. Denso. Remember this. I am the Hokage, he declared. Upon hearing those words, an unknown fire ignited within Denso. Each time he took action, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in his way. And each time Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, I am the Hokage. Only if he hadn't hesitated back then. Denso regretted inwardly, I could say the same thing. The Hokage is me. Not you. Seeing Denso's complexion worsen, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he couldn't push it too far. He eased his tone a little and said, I won't stop anyone else you choose, except for these 2. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's comforting words, Denso simply snorted coldly. He acted as if he were the one choosing from a pile of scraps. Other than the 9 tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha orphans, Denso didn't care for any of the other students. Now he tried to console him, claiming that he would choose others and he would not interfere. As if everyone else would fall into this trap. Snort. You will regret it, Hiruzen. With these parting words, Denso turned and left the office. Hearing the familiar response, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. After being partners for so many years, when Denso said such things, it meant that he had compromised. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew more content with his current position. Being the Hokage was truly extraordinary. He could continue to exert his remaining strength for the sake of Konoha. Lost in his self-reflection, Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly interrupted by a notification sound in his mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner Ryan is holding a Hokage meeting. Please join now. Who? Startled by the sudden prompt, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed instantly. He looked around vigilantly, checking his surroundings for any signs of movement. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but ponder the prompt that appeared in his mind, full of confusion. A Hokage chat group? What does that mean? Can Hokages from different eras chat together? With his mind filled with questions, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself. Ding. The group owner, Ryan, has launched a Hokage meeting. Please join immediately. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, the reminder sounded once again in his mind, constantly urging him. Who are they? And where is this Hokage meeting? Who's Ryan? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around vigilantly, seeking answers, but before anyone could respond, the prompt sounded again. Here, through competition, you will get everything you want. Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, compete? With successive Hokage. The prompt confirmed, yes, your world will be ranked among the previous Hokage worlds, and the top-ranked worlds will receive generous rewards. Upon receiving this answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel excited. He faintly looked forward to the bountiful rewards that awaited him. Since it was a ranking competition with past Hokage worlds, the rewards must be significant. I will join. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he was the greatest Hokage ever. Wouldn't his world be able to secure first place? The thought of the abundant rewards awaiting him made Sarutobi Hiruzen eager to join. The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to join, vibrant lights instantaneously enveloped him. In the parallel world, first Hokage Hamadara world, Konoha had become the most prominent village in the ninja world. First Hokage Hamadara had quelled the ninja wars with thunder, and Konoha was currently experiencing rapid development. Inside the Hokage building, Senjo Hashirama exclaimed excitedly, "Ahaha, Madara! The surrounding small countries have sent requests for asylum to our Konoha, seeking protection from our village and willingly becoming vassals of the Fire Kingdom." He placed the requests from various countries in front of Madara, his face beaming with joy. Giving the requests a quick glance, Madara showed disdain. "Hashirama, it's time to grow up. With your mentality, the ninja world will never achieve true peace. These small countries are seeking protection now, but when Konoha becomes weak, they will be the first to stab us. Hence, we will only accept mergers from these small countries, not vassalage." Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama frowned, concerned that this decision might lead to another war. Surprisingly, Tobirama agreed with Madara's stance. After a thorough discussion, Hashirama and Tobirama left the Hokage building, while Madara remained, deep in thought, contemplating the requests from the small countries on the table. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. The group owner, Ryan, is holding a Hokage meeting. Please join now. Startled by the sudden reminder in his mind, Madara was taken aback. Simultaneously, he cautiously scanned his surroundings. After confirming that everything was normal, Madara's attention returned to the prompt in his mind. Hokage chat group? How intriguing. Can I meet Hokage from other worlds? With a basic understanding of the chat group, Uchiha decided to join, unconcerned about potential illusions or tricks. In his eyes, anyone capable of deceiving him without his knowledge had yet to be born. I will join, he declared. As soon as Uchiha spoke those words, a vivid array of lights enveloped him. As he gazed at the captivating display, Uchiha felt a strong sense of curiosity. Without waiting to conduct any further investigation, a brilliant flash of light appeared before his eyes, transporting him to another space. Just as Uchiha arrived at the meeting space, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a piercing scream echoed. Ah! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Teacher, I know I was wrong. Read 42 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 83, Chapter 82. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Cried out a desperate voice. Teacher, I know I was wrong, pleaded a remorseful individual. Amidst the horrifying screams, a figure was being mercilessly attacked by a group of people. The man writhed on the ground, howling in pain without respite. Observing the tormented man, Uchiha who had just entered the scene, couldn't help but furrow his brow. The man being beaten was wearing the Hokage's imperial robe, a symbol of authority. Yet, the assailants too donned imperial robes. Even Uchiha recognized two brothers among the attackers, Hashirama and Tobirama. Just as Uchiha was trying to make sense of the situation, Ryan's voice suddenly reached his ears. Welcome to the chat group. Facing the bewildered Uchiha, Ryan proceeded to introduce the chat group, explaining that all the Hokages came from different parallel worlds, including Madara's own. Madara swiftly absorbed this information, but his gaze remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was enduring the brutal beating. Then what's going on with that guy? Why did both Hashirama and Tobirama attack him? Madara inquired, his eyes still fixed on the distant Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ryan glanced at the battered Sarutobi Hiruzen and then spoke, this old boy is the third Hokage. Well, he has done some very outrageous things. Before Ryan could finish his explanation, Hashirama, who had been running away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly noticed Madara. His eyes lit up with excitement. Madara. He's the one who will kill your family 70 years in the future. What? Madara's cold expression instantly changed upon hearing Hashirama's words. He immediately believed anything Hashirama said. And not only that, the Senjo clan will also cease to exist. This guy directly crippled Konoha, which was once able to stand against the four great ninja villages single-handedly, Ryan added, further fueling Madara's fury. Uchiha anger had already reached its peak, but Ryan's final revelation caused it to erupt. How could he tolerate this? Konoha, the village he and Hashirama had built together, had been destroyed by this man. Madara couldn't help but suspect that this guy was a spy sent by other villages. Hashirama. Madara. With Uchiha joining the battle, Ryan hurriedly signaled for the others to retreat. The chat group space was not a place for casual fights. Witnessing the imminent clash between Hashirama and Madara, the space expanded exponentially. FK. Run. Hurry up, stop hitting monkey, and get out of the way. Clear the area. Reacting to the powerful roars of the two combatants, Tobirama, who had been pummeling Sarutobi Hiruzen, hastily pulled Minato and Obito aside. Hearing Tobirama's warning, the two of them noticed Hashirama and Madara, poised to unleash their ultimate techniques. The three quickly moved to a safer position. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was no longer under attack. He slowly raised his head. And there, he saw a colossal Susanoo with Uchiha coldly glaring down at him. With a roar, the two unleashed a coordinated attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Susanoo's enormous swords came crashing down, while several thousand hands sent a deluge of punches raining from above. Boom. The entire chat group space trembled as the duo unleashed their devastating blows. As Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed by their assault, Ryan and the others watched the scene with a mixture of sadness and concern. There wasn't even time for him to scream. However, within the chat group, killing each other was not permitted. With their attack concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been battered and beaten, was instantly restored by the chat group. But he appeared disheveled and broken, staring blankly at the aftermath of the attack. Meanwhile, the confident Hokages, the strongest in history, had entered the chat group. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been disregarded until now, felt less than an hour had passed, and he could tell that others didn't particularly like him. Despite being ignored, everyone eventually gathered at the conference table. Hashirama naturally moved to Madara's side and explained everything about the chat group to him. He even activated his Sharingan to demonstrate. Look, Madara, this is the Sharingan I obtained from the chat group. Hashirama said excitedly. Furthermore, I feel like I'll soon be able to have eyes like yours. As Hashirama made this revelation, Madara stared in astonishment at Hashirama, who had awakened the Sharingan. Madara never expected this turn of events. The Sharingan, which normally could only be activated by members of the Uchiha clan, was now being wielded by Hashirama. At the same time, Uchiha was also taken aback by the incredible abilities of the chat group. It sparked a sense of curiosity within him. If this kind of power could be bestowed, then what other even greater powers might exist? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been ignored by others, overheard the exchange between Hashirama and Madara. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly became animated. While everyone was preoccupied and not paying attention to him, he quietly took a seat in the corner. As for the beatings he had received from the previous Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind at all. After all, it was what he deserved, and he saw it as justified. Okay, I understand almost everything, Ryan announced, capturing everyone's attention. So, shall we begin? He continued. Hearing Ryan's words, everyone immediately sat upright. Hashirama and Madara, who had been speechless, looked at Ryan with curiosity. They were surprised to realize that this young man was the group leader. Ryan, do you want to open the world ranking? Ryan asked, addressing the group. Open, came the unanimous response. With Ryan's command, the fourth Hokage meeting officially commenced. Everyone eagerly awaited the unveiling of the world rankings, curious to see what changes had occurred since the last ranking. The world leaderboard started ranking, displaying the participation ranking. First Hokage Hashirama's world. Parallel world. First Hokage Madara's world. Second Hokage Tobirama's world. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's world. Fourth Hokage Ryan's world. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato's world. Fifth Hokage Tsunade's world. Road to Ninja Tsunade's world. Tsukuyomi Hokage Uchiha Obito's world. The group was reminded that the rewards and the ranking significance were directly linked to the world power of each participant. If they wanted better rewards, they needed to improve the strength of their respective worlds. Compared to the previous ranking, 2 more people had joined the chat group, bringing the total to 9. They were getting closer to reaching the requirement of 10 members for the activation of the myriad worlds function. All eyes were now fixed on the light curtain in the middle of the conference table, anxiously waiting for the ranking results. For the past 6 months, the members had been diligently working to enhance the power of their respective worlds. Now was the time to see the fruits of their efforts. Soon, a line of words appeared on the light curtain, and as Ryan read it, a smile spread across his face. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of the first Hokage and others, Ryan apologized. I'm sorry, but it's me again. The announcement revealed that Ryan had once again claimed the top spot. The first Hokage and the others couldn't help but understand. Ryan had won first place twice in a row, and the rewards he received far surpassed everyone else's. Moreover, Ryan's innovative strategies and policies set him apart from the rest. From the beginning, no one had expected to surpass him. It didn't matter if they couldn't overtake him, everyone else was aiming for second place. I didn't expect you to be number 1 again. Hashirama exclaimed a hint of envy in his words. Come on, show us what you've got. Let's see what you do this time, added Tobirama. Listening to Hashirama's and Tobirama's remarks, Ryan responded with a smile. He then chose to display his world's power on the light curtain. The grand showcase of national power was about to begin. As the countdown on the light curtain slowly reached its end, everyone fixed their gaze on the curtain with curiosity. Minato and Obito discreetly took out their notes, ready to record Ryan's methods and follow suit. Uchiha Madara, who had just joined the chat group, was also filled with curiosity. He wanted to see what Konoha, led by Ryan, had developed into. Finally, Ryan's image appeared on the screen, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the chat group's journey. Read 42 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 84, Chapter 83. When the third meeting finished successfully, and upon returning to their respective worlds, everyone claimed the rewards they had earned from the chat. Ryan had integrated the Tensegan and consumed the Logi Glint fruit, elevating his strength to a level beyond the 6 paths. Additionally, Marine 6 styles would be widely taught throughout Konoha and become a mandatory skill in ninja schools. As Ryan's decision was announced, everyone, except for Hashirama and Obito who didn't receive Marine 6 styles, expressed genuine interest. Once they became familiar with the training method of Marine 6 styles, they realized its potential to enhance the village's power. Ryan himself had made the same choice as the others and incorporated Marine 6 styles into Konoha's curriculum, making it a compulsory course for all Konoha shinobi. Madara and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just joined the chat group, looked curiously at the Marine 6 styles displayed in the image. They hadn't expected the chat group to offer such magical taijutsu skills. The chat group revealed that in the first month, Ryan had controlled the daimyos to oppress other ninja villages, and his actions were about to be exposed. In the second month, he killed the daimyo of the Land of Water and framed Kirigakuer, sparking the Third Ninja World War. Uchiha clan led the army on the battlefield. Furthermore, since Ryan had already reached the 6th pass level, he believed it was time to take action against the 5 major powers. Konoha's army began an attack on Tsunegakuer. These operations left everyone present stunned. Witnessing Ryan's decision to control the daimyos of other countries, suppress his own country, and funnel resources to Konoha, they were amazed. Wow, this operation is incredible. Can we really do that? What a bold move. For a moment, everyone looked at Ryan in astonishment. However, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara, being from Konoha, had no objections. On the contrary, they appreciated Ryan's methods and were even considering following suit upon their return. Ryan's direct attack on Tsunegakuer impressed them, even though they hadn't witnessed the subsequent results. Ryan's consistent top-ranking status spoke for itself, and it was evident that the outcome of this war would not be surprising. On the Tsunegakuer battlefield, Ryan personally threatened the entire village and held the daimyo of the Land of Wind hostage, announcing the merger of the Land of Wind into the Land of Fire. Under his thunderous tactics, the entire Land of Wind was disintegrated in an instant and merged into the Land of Fire. In the second month, Konoha ninjas entered the Land of Wind for assimilation under Ryan's arrangement. In the third month, the Rock Shinobi battlefield and the Cloud Shinobi battlefield chose to withdraw their troops upon hearing the news of the Land of Wind's fall. In the fourth month, Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi village announced their alliance. In the fifth month, the Mist Shinobi battlefield erupted, and Uchiha Fugaku's troops successfully repelled the Mist Shinobi army and killed the third Mizukage. In the sixth month, the Third Ninja World War temporarily came to an end, and Ryan began training his 3 disciples to strengthen the bonds between the ninja clans. After witnessing the events unfold, everyone came back to their senses. No one had anticipated the multitude of things that had occurred in Ryan's world over the past 6 months. Most astonishing of all was the outbreak of the Third Ninja War and Ryan's successful merger of the Land of Wind into the Land of Fire. Tsunegakuer's Kage would report directly to Konoha. So much can happen in just half a year. You are truly amazing. Hashirama couldn't help but praise Ryan, and Madara, standing beside him, resonated deeply with Ryan's approach. Particularly after witnessing Ryan's audacious actions against Tsunegakuer and hearing the words about peace spoken by Joe and others, Madara's alignment with Ryan's ideals became even more apparent. You truly have an appetite for power. In my world, no young ninja can compare to you. Just as Ryan thought Grandpa Madara was about to declare himself the strongest, Madara stopped short after that sentence. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, gazed at Ryan with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes, leaving everyone wondering about his thoughts. With Ryan's world experience completed, the light curtain in front of them changed once again. The display revealed the national strength of Ryan's world. The final comprehensive score of national strength, 988 points. The hint provided indicated that Hokage world had evaluation points ranging from 10 to 1000, level 2 world had evaluation points ranging from 1000 to 10,000, and so on. Looking at the final rating of 988 points for Ryan's world, everyone gasped in surprise. However, there was also a sense of disappointment among them. Since the rewards for the leaderboard were based on world ratings, Ryan shook his head regretfully. It's unfortunate that the difference is only 12 points. Otherwise, the leaderboard rewards would have been the secondary world's prize pool. However, everyone assured Ryan that they didn't mind the slight difference. Given the speed at which Ryan was developing his national power, they believed that in the next meeting, his world's rating would surpass the 1000 mark. Missing the mark this time wasn't a concern. After Ryan's first place display, the light curtain in front of them began to change once again. The announcement for the second ranked world was about to begin. Hashirama and the others became excited, their gaze fixated on the changing words on the light curtain. Soon, the words on the curtain revealed the second place world. When everyone saw the name of the second place world on the light curtain, the meeting space fell silent once more. Selection completed. Second place, parallel world, first Hokage Uchiha Madara world. No one had expected that Uchiha Madara's world would secure second place. However, Ryan wasn't surprised at all. He knew that when Uchiha Madara and Hashirama joined forces, they were an unstoppable force in the ninja world. The addition of Tobirama's contributions to the village's development made it even stronger. Ryan recognized the power of their combined efforts. Upon seeing his world ranked second, Uchiha Madara was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated achieving such a high ranking immediately after joining the group. Naturally, he felt satisfied with this result as a proud member of the Uchiha clan. However, there was still a sense of dissatisfaction within him. Being the proud Uchiha clan member he was, Madara felt that he should have secured the top spot. When asked if he wanted to display his national power, Uchiha Madara chose to do so without hesitation. As a proud Uchiha, he believed it was only natural to showcase his power. The display began, revealing Madara's journey. During the Sengoku period, Madara and Hashirama became friends and often spent time together for leisure. As the light curtain displayed their image, it shattered the aloof image typically associated with Madara. He couldn't help but blush, while Hashirama smiled nostalgically, reminiscing about the past. As time passed, Madara and Hashirama became the leaders of their respective clans. They agreed to end the chaotic ninja world and decided to build Konoha together. With Aizuna's assistance and Hashirama's intentional concession, Madara successfully became the Hokage. However, the ninja world remained in turmoil. Determined to bring peace to the ninja world, Madara and Hashirama embarked on a journey together to quell the ongoing wars. Ryan noticed that in this parallel world, Uchiha Aizuna was still alive, which explained how Madara could become a Hokage. In Konoha, both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama existed, and their strength was unquestionable. This realization explained why Madara's world could secure such a high rank upon joining the chat group. In their efforts to quell the wars, Madara and Hashirama decided to use violence to suppress violence. As the Hokage, Hashirama chose to obey Madara's orders. They displayed their powers, including Susanoo and True Thousand Hands on the battlefield, unleashing devastating skills. They quickly quelled the wars and earned the titles of Ashura no Shinobi and Kami no Shinobi in the ninja world. Upon returning to the village, Madara ordered Aizuna and Tobirama to vigorously develop various facilities in Konoha. While developing Konoha, Madara received vassal requests from neighboring small countries. However, he dismissed them, opting to pursue true peace for the ninja world. The last picture displayed Madara, Hashirama, and others deep in discussion, hinting at Madara's plan. Surprisingly, even though Konoha had just been established, Madara was already preparing to wage war on small countries, surpassing his previous actions before joining the chat group. With this realization, everyone understood why Uchiha Madara's world had secured second place. They eagerly awaited the final comprehensive score of his world's national strength, displayed on the light curtain. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 85, Chapter 84 Sharingan Hacks. Parallel world, Uchiha Madara's world power display completed. Comprehensive final national strength score, 735 points. Everyone was taken aback when they saw Uchiha Madara's impressive final score of 735 points. It was quite unexpected for a newcomer to achieve such a high ranking. Despite the surprise, it wasn't particularly shocking since even Ryan's score from the previous meeting had already surpassed it. Nonetheless, it was still an outstanding achievement. As the second place remained unclaimed, the first Hokage and others were preparing themselves. They stared intently at the light curtain in front of them, waiting eagerly for the results. The first and second places were no longer relevant, leaving only the third place up for grabs. After 6 months of hard work, this was the moment they had all been working towards. As the characters on the light curtain continued to change, it didn't take long for the third place winner to be revealed. The selection was completed, and the announcement came through. Selection completed. Third place, second Hokage Senju Tobirama world. Haha. Fantastic. It's me. Tobirama exclaimed with delight. I apologize, big brother, he added, acknowledging the surprise of his victory. After returning from the third meeting, Tobirama had dedicated himself to hard work for the past 6 months. He refused to pause or rest, constantly striving to catch up with his big brother. To his amazement, his efforts paid off, and he managed to surpass Hashirama, who had secured second place in the previous meeting, as well as Obito, who had come in third. Both Hashirama and Obito wore frowns, clearly not expecting Tobirama's remarkable achievement. Would you like to display your national power? Display it. Tobirama eagerly responded. With that, his half-year experience and progress were showcased on the light curtain. Hashirama and Obito watched intently, curious to see what Tobirama had accomplished in such a short time to surpass them. The display revealed that after the third meeting, Tobirama realized that he couldn't afford to waste all his time on research alone. He understood the importance of developing Konoha's national power as quickly as possible. Focusing on the guaranteed reward, the Marine Six Styles, he recognized that the essence of this practice was to cultivate more power. Determined to make a difference, Tobirama decided to teach the technique to Uchiha Kagami and popularize it in ninja schools. With the help of Uchiha Kagami, the display continued. A significant number of elite ninjas have been trained in the Marine Six Styles. Konoha's strength has improved greatly. Everyone froze in disbelief upon witnessing the significant improvement in Konoha's strength. No one had anticipated that the Marine Six Styles would yield such remarkable results. Hashirama and Obito were also left puzzled and frustrated, wondering why they hadn't chosen this technique earlier. But Tobirama's actions didn't end there. The display revealed that during the third meeting, Tobirama had recorded how Ryan dealt with the problems of each clan. Within a month, Tobirama used his resolute methods to integrate the Uchiha and Hyuga clans into Konoha, making them an integral part of the village. Realizing the need to further strengthen the nation's power, Tobirama shifted his focus to the surrounding small countries in the second month. He ordered the army to launch attacks on these nations. By the end of that month, the Kingdom of Grass fell, and Konoha began to take control. To prevent any potential rebellion, Tobirama dispersed the residents of the Kingdom of Grass throughout various locations in Konoha. Simultaneously, a group of Konoha residents settled in the conquered territory. All the ninjas of Grass Village were disbanded and assigned to different ninja teams in Konoha, the display explained. Facing the rebellion in the Kingdom of Grass, you employed iron and blood methods to suppress it forcefully. All rebels were executed, ensuring the land of Grass would not dare to rebel again. Hashirama couldn't help but be taken aback by the merciless tactics displayed by Tobirama. It was a stark contrast to Ryan's approach, and the severity of Tobirama's methods was hard for Hashirama to accept. However, Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, recognized the effectiveness of Tobirama's approach. Hashirama, you need to understand that only by instilling complete fear in these people can we stabilize the territories we have just won. If Tobirama wishes to continue the fight, he must employ these methods, otherwise, he may be delayed for a long time while dealing with the affairs of the country of Grass. This is how the law works. The morally higher ground can judge and sentence you to the afterlife. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Hashirama nodded reluctantly. Seeing this, Tobirama let out a long sigh of relief. Ryan, standing nearby, also observed the interaction between Hashirama and Madara with keen interest. It seems Ashura will always listen to Indra somehow. In the third month, the display continued. You led an army from the country of Grass and successfully conquered the country of Taki. You used the same methods to temporarily stabilize the rule of the country of Hot Springs. In the fourth month, you dispatched troops to the land of Uzumaki and the land of Bear. Bear faced Konoha's army and was captured without any resistance. Uzumaki agreed to the merger when you told them about your plan. In the fifth month, you sent Uchiha Kagami to lead the army to the country of Birds, while you personally led the army to the country of Rain. In the sixth month, after a month of intense battles, the strongest country of the Rain was completely defeated under your leadership. Uchiha Kagami also brought good news from the other side. As the scene slowly faded, everyone snapped back to reality. Nobody had expected Tobirama to be so ruthless, employing brutal methods like tandem paper bombs and reanimation jutsu to conquer the small countries bordering Konoha's lands. Almost all of the neighboring territories had been occupied, with only a few small countries remaining to the north of the Kingdom of Fire. It became clear to everyone why Tobirama had rushed to secure the second position. Such bloody methods were bound to yield results. Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's world national strength is displayed. Comprehensive final national strength score, 717 points. Upon seeing the final scores, Tobirama couldn't help but feel frustrated. If he had been a bit faster, he could have conquered several small countries to the north and secured second place. Regret filled Tobirama's thoughts for a moment. The display moved on to reveal the remaining worlds. Fourth place was announced. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama world. Hashirama, seeing his placement in fourth, displayed a sense of helplessness. After returning to the world, the display continued. You integrated the rewards issued by the chat group and began familiarizing yourself with the powers of Byakugan and Sharingan. The following day, you summoned Senjo Tobirama to discuss the matter of attacking the surrounding small countries. Under your command, Konoha started sending troops to the neighboring small countries. After 6 months, you successfully conquered the land of River, the land of Rain, the land of Grass, and the land of Hot Springs. With Tobirama's assistance, Konoha's army began to recuperate, while Tobirama busied himself with absorbing the territories of the four countries. As Hashirama's world was revealed, everyone realized that, just as they had observed Ryan's actions in the previous meeting, they had followed suit upon returning to their own worlds. Even the first Hokage was no exception. Soon, Hashirama's world score was displayed. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama's world power is displayed. Comprehensive final national strength score, 675 points. Who would have expected such a significant difference? Hashirama mused, his brows furrowing. Clearly, the small countries he had defeated had lost almost as much as those conquered by the second Hokage Tobirama. Yet, there was a difference of nearly 50 points in their scores. Hashirama's gaze eventually settled on the Marine Six Styles, a technique that could increase Konoha's national strength by nearly 50 points, or even more. He could only sigh helplessly, regretting not choosing this technique in the previous meeting. However, he hoped that the rewards from the chat group this time would be even better. Amidst everyone's gaze, the fifth place appeared on the light curtain. Uchiha Obito, the sixth Hokage. Obito decided to display his national strength without hesitation. Before doing so, his eyes lingered on Uchiha Madara. Experiencing the Hokage meeting for the first time and witnessing himself being transported from one place to another, Obito the owner of Kamui couldn't come back in this space again. Obito fully learned the magic of the chat group. Having consumed the senzu beans for the first time, the old wounds on your body and your disfigured face instantly healed, and even your Sharingan was restored. Feeling exhilarated by this miraculous recovery, you began discussing with Kakashi the possibility of sending troops to the surrounding small countries. Before long, Kakashi was convinced by your arguments, and Konoha's army initiated an attack on the neighboring nations. Within the first month, you successfully conquered one of the countries. In the second month, you personally led the charge and captured the Kingdom of Rain. By the third month, after extensively using your Sharingan, you felt a slight depletion in your ocular power and promptly consumed another celestial bean. You soon discovered that the senzu beans not only healed injuries but also optimized the body's condition to its peak state. Recalling the description of the Sharingan you had seen on the family clan stone tablet, you realized that above the Mangekyo, there was an eye that could perceive all without fail, the Sharingan that never lost its sight. Observing the senzu beans in your hand, a daring idea struck you. As Obito stared in astonishment at the sight of himself on the screen, it became evident that he can't hide anything from chat group. Even those present in the room understood what was going through Obito's mind. At that moment, furrowed brows were shared by everyone in attendance. Before anyone could voice their thoughts, a scene unfolded that would forever be etched in their memories. Damn, this kid is a monster. Read 43 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 86, Chapter 85. FK. This kid is merciless, exclaimed someone in shock. It's painful just to look at it. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, the scene on the screen unfolded. Uchiha Obito, without hesitation, stabbed his own eyes with his fingers, causing his two Mangekyo Sharingan to be forcibly removed. Even Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was frozen in shock at that moment. Madara's eyes were filled with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Could Uchiha's younger generation be so audacious? Hashirama was thinking maybe Tobirama is right. Uchiha are too extreme sometimes. After experiencing the effects of the senzu beans, you decided to try it for yourself and removed your own Mangekyo Sharingan. Immediately after consuming a senzu bean, as expected, your extracted Mangekyo Sharingan regenerated once again. Overjoyed at the extra pair of Mangekyo Sharingan in your hand, you absorbed the ocular power from this pair. However, your goal of obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was still within reach. You repeated the process and acquired another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, successfully turning your ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan into an everlasting one. Obito's actions, known as Operation Mad Uchiha, named by Tobirama himself, instantly stunned everyone present. Who would willingly gouge out their eyeballs just to enhance their strength? Moreover, this kid didn't stop at one but dug out his eyes twice. Witnessing the remarkable effects of the fairy beans, Hashirama, who had just obtained the beans for the first time, couldn't help but radiate excitement. I have the sense of beans too. Does that mean my Sharingan can also become an eternal Mangekyo? He pondered. Observing Uchiha Obito with a perplexed expression, first Hokage Uchiha Madara remained silent for a long while before finally saying, I approve. Complimented by Uchiha Madara, Obito scratched his head in embarrassment. Even he wanted to try the same method since he had lost his eyesight before. Fortunately, the effects of the senzu beans were extraordinary, so they can be used, and this is a must-have item for the Uchiha clan. With your newly activated Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you returned to the battlefield once again. The Konoha army was now attacking the Land of Grass. In the 4th month, the Land of Grass was conquered. Following Kakashi's suggestion, the army began recuperating and governing the 3 small countries it had conquered simultaneously. The screen slowly faded away, marking the end of that segment. The next 2 months focused on Obito's efforts to integrate the 3 small countries. Tsukuyomi World, 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito's world power display completed. Comprehensive final national strength score, 670 points. The difference from the previous world, 1st Hokage Hashirama, was merely 5 points. It remained to be seen who would surpass whom in the next meeting. As Obito's world display concluded, the 6th place promptly appeared on the light curtain. 6th place, Road to Ninja, 5th Hokage Tsunade World. As everyone's attention shifted to the cute-faced shinobi Tsunade, the contrast between her appearance and the other irritable demeanor of Dupli Gongur amused everyone. It was clear that the glasses Tsunade was more appealing to the eye. In her angered state, the 5th Hokage Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch, sending her alternate self flying away. After the Hokage meeting, you began utilizing the Marine 6 styles to enhance Konoha's power. Additionally, under the guidance of group leader Ryan, you became aware of an impending crisis and started vigorously developing Konoha's military strength. To strengthen Konoha's power, you also decided to attack the surrounding small countries. In the Road to Ninja World, Tsunade made the same decision as in other worlds. This decision was influenced by witnessing Ryan's previous operations during the Hokage meeting. However, unlike other worlds, the Ninja Road world had certain advantages. To capture the small countries swiftly, you decided to enlist the help of the Akatsuki to wage war against the neighboring nations. With the involvement of the Akatsuki, Konoha's army smoothly conquered one small country after another. Within 6 months, all the surrounding small countries became territories of the Fire Country. However, you were somewhat concerned about the high commission involved. Fortunately, the Senjo family possessed considerable wealth that could be used to offset the commission amount. Tsunade's actions in the Road to Ninja operation left everyone astonished. Can someone else be hired to help? And there's more. For example, Hashirama and others looked at Tsunade, the Ninja Road, with doubt, asking, what kind of organization is this Akatsuki? Can there be an organization that can easily conquer a small country? Regarding this question, Ryan stepped in to explain, the Akatsuki organization is comprised of rebels from various ninja villages after the Third Shinobi War. Each member possesses cage-level strength. This organization will lend their assistance as long as you provide them with money. However, 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, the Akatsuki organization doesn't exist in your worlds yet. As Ryan clarified, everyone came to understand. However, Hashirama and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. If only they had the assistance of such an organization, the development of Konoha would have been much faster. Ryan also chose to withhold certain information. For instance, he knew the true masterminds behind the Akatsuki organization. Obito and Madara were present in the chat group. There was no need for Ryan to disclose this since it wasn't relevant in their respective worlds at the moment. Road to Ninja, 5th Hokage Tsunade World Power Display completed. Comprehensive final national strength score, 600 points. Since the last meeting, the score has skyrocketed by 120 points. Such rapid progress made others cast sidelong glances. Moving on to the next world. 7th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade World. 8th place, Parallel World, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato World. The 2 worlds secured the 7th and 8th places respectively. In Tsunade's world, after returning from the chat group, she also utilized the Marine 6 styles as the foundation of Konoha. She mandated that all ninjas in Konoha learn the techniques, resulting in a significant overall improvement in the village's strength. Similarly, Konoha began launching wars against neighboring small countries. Over the past 6 months, Konoha successfully conquered the country of grass, the country of rivers, and the country of birds. Meanwhile, inside the Hidden Leaf Village, your attention turned to Shimura Denzo. Ultimately, Denzo's roots were eradicated in one fell swoop. However, Namikaze Minato from another world seemed somewhat out of place. Although he initiated the Marine 6 styles as the foundation of Konoha and launched a war against a small country, his progress on the battlefield unexpectedly slowed after 4 months. This was due to Minato's wife being 6 months pregnant, causing his attention to shift back to his family. Consequently, Minato's efforts to develop Konoha became absent-minded, as he devoted more time to his wife. Observing the experiences of these 2 worlds, everyone's attention turned to Namikaze Minato. It was clear that Minato was a genuinely good person, someone as warm as the sun. While some might have reservations about Minato's decisions, they understood that his thoughts were focused on his wife and the imminent birth of Naruto. Soon, the scores for the 2 worlds appeared on the light curtain. 5th Hokage Tsunade World. Comprehensive final national strength score, 580 points. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato World. Comprehensive final national strength score, 550 points. Compared to the last meeting, both worlds showed significant improvement. However, in comparison to the top 3, they still fell a bit short. With the rankings and scores for the 8 worlds now revealed, only one world remained, the world of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon seeing this, everyone's disdainful gazes landed on the unremarkable Sarutobi Hiruzen in the corner. Though he appeared friendly, his actions were anything but pleasing to the eye. Not daring to breathe, Sarutobi Hiruzen shrank into the corner, fearful of drawing attention. 9th place, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen World. Do you want to show national power? As the characters on the light curtain changed, everyone's eyes were fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, they were eager to hear about his accomplishments. They hadn't witnessed them firsthand and now was the perfect opportunity to do so. Come on. Show us. Or else, we'll make you regret it. Faced with threats from Hashirama and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly agreed to display his national power. While he wouldn't die from it, he knew it would be painful. At his age, he preferred to suffer as little as possible. Show us, Hiruzen weakly uttered, sinking into the chair. Avoiding direct eye contact, he anxiously awaited the images of his past to appear on the light curtain. As the images materialized, everyone fixated their gaze on the light curtain. They were eager to witness firsthand how Hiruzen had brought Konoha to its current state. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 87, Chapter 86. In the 17th year of Konoha, during the siege by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, you were offered to become the 3rd Hokage by Senjo Tobirama and were approved by him, thus becoming the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. In the 18th year of Konoha, as the 3rd Hokage, you swiftly promoted Denzo and made him the Hokage assistant, marking the beginning of your reign as Hokage. Following the end of the First Ninja World War, a brief period of peace ensued across all countries. During this time, Denzo and you became fixated on obtaining a wood-style jutsu of the 1st Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. Do you believe that training a ninja with wood style is essential for Konoha's absolute supremacy? The next day, Denzo and you began your secret research on wood style, while simultaneously targeting and apprehending members of the Senjo family who had merged with the Konoha civilian population. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'll kill you. Damn you. Die. As I watched the screen, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Denzo were seen conducting experiments on the Senjo family members. The Hashirama cells proved too overwhelming, causing the Senjo clan members to be instantly overwhelmed and turning into little bonsai plant pots. At that moment, Senjo Tobirama could no longer bear it. With a flick of his finger, he prepared to unleash the forbidden technique. But before he could act, a beautiful figure appeared above Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. You old bastard. Screw you. Boom. A deafening explosion followed. Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen instantaneously. The forceful blow caused a surge of energy, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes bulged out from the impact. His frail body was sent hurtling through the air. And the onslaught was far from over. Hashirama and Tobirama also joined the assault. They moved in to kill, ruthlessly attacking Hiruzen. Those present simply watched coldly, not intervening. Some even contemplated joining in. As the 3 continued their assault, Hiruzen was gradually overwhelmed. Shrill screams resonated throughout the entire scene once again. And thus, the story of Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, hidden from view. After years of research, you discovered that the experiment's progress in mastering the wood-style jutsu was minimal. Witnessing the deaths of numerous Senjo clan members, you began to feel a twinge of remorse and immediately ordered an end to the trials. However, despite your orders to stop, the Senjo population in the village continued to decline. Denzo continued the experiments without interruption from you. And you silently condoning Denzo's actions. Following 10 years of peace in the ninja world, you believed Konoha possessed sufficient strength, so you initiated the second ninja war under the guise of seeking revenge for the second Hokage. In this war, Konoha emerged as the ultimate victor. At this moment, I enjoyed unparalleled support, further fueling your desire to retain power. However, during the Second Ninja War, Hatake Sakamo performed exceptionally and gained a considerable reputation within the village. This sparked a faint sense of unease within you. Rumors even spread throughout the village suggesting that Hatake Sakamo had a high chance of becoming the fourth Hokage. You didn't want to relinquish the position of Hokage so easily, so you entrusted this matter to Denzo. Naturally, Denzo, who harbored aspirations of becoming Hokage himself, couldn't allow another rival to surface. Through a series of tactics, he successfully orchestrated Hatake Sakamo's suicide at home. You old bastard. You forced Kakashi's father to take his own life. He was a hero of Konoha. Obito couldn't bear it either. To think that his good brother's father had been deceived into death like this. He joined in the beatdown on Hiruzen. If Obito could be so cruel to yourself, one could only imagine how you treated your enemies. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, and Obito directly twisted Hiruzen's arm and then his leg using Kamui. Such torture methods, rather than disgusting Hashirama and the others, they found it oddly satisfying. After eliminating Hatake Sakamo, you held the position of Hokage for many years. However, with the outbreak of the Third Ninja War, news of your apprentice Orochimaru's human experiments came to light, and you were not able to evade blame and resigned. Nevertheless, the position of fourth Hokage was handed over to Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato. For Namikaze Minato, a civilian ninja, you understood that you still had the opportunity to retain power. Even after Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, you did not relinquish your authority. As Jiraiya's teacher, you knew that Namikaze Minato could not voice his discontent, so you continued to exist as an overlord. Yet, when the Nine-Tails Rebellion broke out, the fourth Hokage, Minato, went to confront the mysterious masked man. Even after Minato successfully sealed the Nine-Tails away, you remained in the rear and had no intention of assisting. Eventually, the fourth Hokage and his wife died while protecting Naruto from the Nine-Tails claws. After the Nine-Tails Rebellion, you once again resumed the position of Hokage. However, Naruto did not receive the treatment befitting a hero son. Instead, you concealed Naruto's identity, allowing him to become the Nine-Tails demon fox that everyone in Konoha despised. And it just so happened that you would appear in front of Naruto whenever he was in despair, offering him a final glimmer of warmth. Yes. This is truly appalling. I can't tolerate it any longer. Why is there such a monstrous individual in Konoha that was formed by me and Madara back then so no child would go to war? As they witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions unfold, Minato was consumed by anger. Even Tsunade, the spectacled kunoichi, couldn't contain her fury. They simply couldn't bear it any longer. Everyone joined forces to beat down Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long after the Nine-Tails Rebellion, Hyuga Hinata, the princess of the Hyuga clan, was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi. Hyuga Hayashi successfully killed the Cloud Shinobi ninja and rescued Hinata, but faced repercussions from the Cloud Shinobi village. In that situation, you chose to back down. You forced Hyuga Hayashi to explain the Cloud Shinobi, citing the village's inability to afford a war at the moment. Eventually, Hyuga Hisashi bravely stood up, sacrificing himself for his brother and handing over his body to the Cloud Shinobi village. Furthermore, after the Nine-Tails Rebellion, everyone witnessed the Sharingan in the Nine-Tails eyes, which fueled your growing dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan. Under your guidance, Uchiha Itachi ultimately chose the village. In the end, Uchiha Itachi single-handedly slaughtered the Uchiha clan, sparing only Uchiha Sasuke, while Denzo seized most of the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions are fully displayed and the final evaluation of Hiruzen World is presented on the light curtain. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen World. Comprehensive score for national strength, 300 points. The insignificant score of 300 points immediately caught everyone's attention. Even in Minato's world, Konoha scored 410 points. With Hiruzen and Denzo alone, ruthlessly exterminating both the Senju and Uchiha clans and even causing the honorable Hyuga clan to pay the price of the patriarch's younger brother's life, the series of actions was simply outrageous. At this moment, the meeting space had transformed into a battlefield of carnage. The 8 Hokages, including Ryan, began relentlessly attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the group leader, Ryan was determined not to allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to receive any rewards from the chat group. Kick Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the chat group. Suddenly, Ryan announced his decision to remove someone from the chat group. This function had not been used at all, and it was the perfect opportunity to test it out. Upon hearing Ryan's words, everyone who was previously beating Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped. They eagerly looked at Ryan, united in their desire to see the old man expelled from the Hokage chat group. They wouldn't hesitate to see him lose his Hokage status if it meant his departure from the group. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew anxious at this moment. The chat group provided highly beneficial rewards. He couldn't leave at this critical time. Just as everyone's attention shifted to Ryan, a dark shadow struck suddenly. Snap! A crisp and resounding sound echoed through the air as Hiruzen's head was nearly blown off. Uchiha Madara, with an expressionless face, swiftly moved and slapped Hiruzen. His scarlet Sharingan stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen as he uttered, "If you dare to look around, I will kill you in 1 second." Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily lowered his head, refraining from any further movements. Ding! Would you like to kick the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the chat group? Sure. He's also an eyesore if he remains in the chat group. Just kick him out. Everyone unanimously agreed with Ryan's decision. Just as Ryan thought he would kick Sarutobi Hiruzen out, a new notification appeared on the light curtain. Ding! Chat group task released. Each Hokage world holds great importance to the chat group. When a member is expelled, a new Hokage substitute must be found in that member's world. Task issued. In the world of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, find a new Hokage candidate and help them assume the position of Hokage. Task reward. Cross-world chat function enabled. Observing the tasks posted by the chat group, Ryan also let out a sigh of relief. Originally thinking that a Hokage's world would be lost, it turned out that they still needed to find a new leader in this world. Well then, everyone, prepare yourselves to go. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 88, Chapter 87. Hey, Hiruzen is missing. What happened? Where did he go? Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Tobirama glanced around and noticed that Hiruzen was no longer in his previous location. In the conference space, he had vanished. Upon hearing Tobirama's exclamation, everyone else also realized that Hiruzen was gone. At that moment, Ryan narrowed his eyes slightly. Having received the prompt from the chat group, he reassured them, "Don't worry, when someone is kicked out of the chat group, they are sent back to their world in advance. I believe Hiruzen must be strategizing how to deal with us now, or perhaps he's contemplating an escape plan." Upon hearing Ryan's words, Hashirama and the others grew more anxious. They couldn't let this old man slip away. They couldn't kill him in the chat group, so they had to confront him in the world of the Third Hokage. They wanted to bombard and kill him countless times over. What are we waiting for? Let's go. That's right, let's hurry before this old man manages to escape. Inspired by the crowd's urgency, Ryan wasted no time and chose to accept the task. The chat group was instantly enveloped in a colorful glow. Witnessing this, everyone stepped into the world one by one. And at that moment, in the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's world. Hoo. Peaceful monkey noises. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just escaped from the chat group, had a drastic change in expression. As he observed the familiar surroundings of his office, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that what had just happened was not a dream. Realizing that everything he had done was now known by the successive Hokages and possibly even by other parallel worlds, he understood that they would soon arrive in this world. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Let's go. Hurry and summon Denzo for assistance. Quickly. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the envy hidden in the shadows quickly went to invite Denzo. Denzo, upon receiving the news, wasted no time. He immediately made his way to the Hokage building, knowing that if Hiruzen was in such a hurry, something serious must have happened. Koharu and Homura followed closely behind. The three of them soon arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen, what's the matter? Why are you in such a sudden rush? Looking at Hiruzen, who was sitting on the Hokage seat with a furious expression, Denzo and the others couldn't help but feel doubtful. Faced with the three's questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a gloomy expression and slowly said, "We're in grave danger. It's all over. We're doomed." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the three of them looked puzzled. His three statements left them completely confused. They couldn't comprehend what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant at all. Given that the ninja world was currently peaceful and Konoha hadn't encountered any crises, why did he claim that it was all over? Hiruzen, what on earth is happening? What's the matter with you today? Observing this, Denzo walked directly in front of Hiruzen and shook him vigorously. Only then did he regain some clarity. Looking at the three old comrades, Hiruzen no longer hesitated. Hurry. Summon the ninjas from respective shinobi clans. Enemies are approaching Konoha. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Upon hearing this statement, Denzo and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Glancing at Hiruzen, thoroughly assessing him, it was evident that he was not joking. The three of them were also thrown into a state of panic. What kind of enemy are we facing? They dare to come to Konoha and kill our people. Shouldn't our Enbu be able to handle them? In response to the three's inquiries, Hiruzen merely shook his head with a wry smile. Enbu? With all the Hokages present in Konoha, how could the Enbu stand a chance? It wouldn't be surprising if the Enbu ninjas betrayed them on the spot upon encountering the Hokages. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he couldn't divulge too much information about the situation. Don't dwell on it. Go and gather ninjas from all clans. We need to act swiftly. Upon hearing these words, Denzo and the others promptly left the office to gather the ninjas. Hiruzen also urgently instructed Asuma to summon the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. Soon, the ninjas from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were assembled. As for Yutani and Koharu's family, their presence was merely to make up the numbers at that moment. To be on the side of caution, Denzo even rallied all available forces. The army was swiftly assembled, yet doubt still lingered in the hearts of Denzo and his comrades. They turned to Hiruzen once again, imploring, Hiruzen, who is our enemy? Provide us with some information. Hiruzen desired to address their queries, but at that very moment, he witnessed a familiar burst of colorful light illuminating the sky. His expression changed drastically. They're coming. Prepare yourselves. Alert me upon their arrival. With Hiruzen's command, the ninjas stood poised for combat. Their eyes fixated on the vibrant rays of light in the sky. Simultaneously, inside Konoha village, Hiruzen's abrupt directive spurred the assembled army and Jonin into action, including Kakashi and his comrades. What's the situation? It appears we are facing an enemy invasion. That burst of color must be the cause. It's a jutsu similar to fourth Hokage. Ready yourselves. Realizing that adversaries were encroaching upon Konoha, Kakashi and the others were determined not to idly stand by. They swiftly transitioned into a battle-ready state. Under the watchful gaze of all present, several figures emerged gradually from the luminous rays of light. Their identities caused the countenances of everyone in Konoha to dramatically shift. What? The first Hokage. And the second Hokage. Is that the fourth Hokage beside them? And Master Tsunade. The sudden appearance of Ryan and the others in the sky evoked a collective exclamation in Konoha village, leaving everyone momentarily frozen. In that crucial instant, Hiruzen bellowed, they are all imposters using the transformation technique. Attack. Eliminate these intruders. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the Jonin hesitated momentarily. However, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan promptly initiated an assault. Fire style, fire dragon bomb. The sky instantaneously became ablaze with fire style jutsu directed at Ryan and the others soaring above. Simultaneously, Shimura Denzo began to harbor suspicions. He discerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen's uneasy initiation of an attack likely stemmed from the Hokages appearing in the sky, having arrived in Konoha through unknown means. And it was undeniably true. Reflecting upon his actions with Hiruzen, Denzo comprehended why Hiruzen declared this attack. He couldn't afford to be complacent, for his ambition to become Hokage still burned. The Hokages in the sky had to be eradicated. Shimura clan, advance. Wind style, vacuum wave. Wind style, gale storm. With Denzo's orders, the Shimura ninjas unleashed wind style jutsu, further augmenting the already formidable fire style assaults. The entire Konoha sky blazed red under the onslaught of these terrifying fire style techniques. Observing their adversaries launching widespread ninjutsu attacks upon their arrival, Ryan and the others were unfazed. They knew Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't passively await his demise. Confronted with the menacing fire style, the second Hokage Tobirama stepped forward. His hands formed seals, summoning forth a potent water style jutsu. Water style, tsunami wave. A giant circular wall of water materialized beside the second Hokage, transforming into a torrent that neutralized the fire style onslaught from below. The overwhelming fire style was quelled by the second Hokage's mastery of water style, resulting in a gentle rainfall cascading over the entire island. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi and the others couldn't help but feel awestruck. Konoha had been basking in sunny weather recently, yet now, the second Hokage unleashed such a potent water style jutsu while flying in the air. At that moment, Kakashi and the others entertained a developed little bit of suspicion. The sudden appearance of the second Hokage and his companions in the sky appeared to be genuine. Realizing their initial assault proved ineffective, the countenances of Hiruzen and his allies grew increasingly grim. Madara, hovering above, curled his lips into a sneer. It seems everyone has gathered. Very well, let's search once more. All four of them are here. So, shall we begin? As Madara spoke, Ryan and the others nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, several of them descended from the heavens, their intent fixed on eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen and his comrades. To kill indiscriminately would be too lenient. Upon landing, Ryan and others surged forward, directly targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. It marked the first occasion when all 8 Hokages fought as a unified force. Hashirama, let us see if your strength remains strongest. Each time we have fought you have lost to me. As they conversed, the two charged headlong into the ranks of the Sarutobi clan. The true extent of their physical prowess was vividly displayed, leaving their opponents incapacitated. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan proved no match for the two Hokages. Hiruzen, standing at the rear, was consumed by panic. Quick. Move swiftly. Halt them. Launch an aggressive attack. Read 42 chapters in advance on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 89, Chapter 88. They're all fake, he exclaimed. Don't be afraid. Attack them, he urged. As Hiruzen's order echoed through the air, the ninjas of the family could no longer afford to hesitate. They launched successive attacks on Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, faced with these formidable opponents, Madara and Hashirama relied solely on their mastery of taijutsu from the Sengoku period to the present. The ninjas of the clan were completely outmatched. As more and more people surrounded the duo, 3 figures swiftly shot towards him. On the left and right sides, individuals with kunai in their hands aimed for Madara's vital points. Suddenly, hands emerged from the ground, grabbing hold of Madara's feet. Observing the movements of the 3 attackers, Uchiha Madara's face twisted with disdain. His Sharingan scanned continuously, capturing every detail of their movements. While still in mid-sprint, Uchiha Madara instantly leaped into the air, evading the sneak attack from below. He delivered powerful kicks to both sides, resulting in 2 thunderous booms reverberating through the air. The assailants on either side were kicked away and will remain motionless forever. Their kunai floated momentarily in the air. Childish tricks. Uchiha Madara sneered, snatching the airborne kunai and hurling it to the ground. The previously pristine ground was suddenly stained with a pool of blood. Having disposed of the 3 attackers, Uchiha Madara's gaze locked in Hiruzen's direction. He, Konoha clan's elite shinobi, dares play with fire style in front of me. I'll entertain you all. With these words, his hands swiftly formed a triangular seal. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. An overwhelming sea of flames engulfed the clan's forces. Faced with such a powerful fire style jutsu, the ninjas of the clan momentarily froze in shock. What's happening? Is this real? Isn't this a B-rank ninjutsu? This is monstrous. The confidence of the ninjas standing at the front line of the clan wavered. The daunting sea of flames before them was truly terrifying, leaving the front line ninjas frozen in awe. Hiruzen quickly rallied a group of ninjas who still retained their mobility. Quick. Use water style to block it. Fight with all your might. Following his command, a ninja swiftly began the hand seals. Water style water barrier. A series of water curtains instantly shielded them from the flames. Over 20 ninjas activated their water barriers to withstand Madara's fire style. Though they managed to fend off Madara's attack, the 20 or so ninjas were utterly exhausted. Observing the scene, Madara turned his attention to the side and saw Hashirama clapping his hands. Wood style, deep forest emergence. An immense surge of chakra erupted, causing the once flat ground to tremble violently. Trees sprouted from the earth in an instant, and countless branches and vines assaulted the enemy. Suddenly, a large number of clan ninjas were ensnared by the newly formed trees and vines. Wood style. Is it truly the first Hokage? Oh my god. It's really first Hokage-sama's wood style. Witnessing the sudden emergence of the wood style, Kakashi and the others on the sidelines exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, no one doubted Hashirama's identity. The wood style alone was enough evidence to prove that he was indeed the legendary first Hokage. Meanwhile, on the other side, second Hokage Tobirama and fourth Hokage Minato constantly teleport using the Flying Thunder God technique, ruthlessly taking down the ninjas from the Shimura clan. The 2 Tsunade unleashed devastating blows with their unique physical prowess, wreaking havoc everywhere they went. With each strike, several Shimura and ninjas fell. Even Glasses Tsunade-chan joined in the relentless assault, following the lead of the 5th Hokage Tsunade as they continued their unrelenting attacks. What concerned Kakashi the most was the figure responsible for eliminating the elite squad of root ninjas. Obito was not idle either. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui ability, he moved swiftly among the root ninjas, his kunai claiming the lives of countless operatives. In an instant, Hiruzen and the other Konoha F4 family's ninjas were mercilessly slaughtered. The root ninjas met the same fate at the hands of Obito. Only Hiruzen, Koharu Utani, and Homiru Kato remained at the center. Denzo was nowhere to be found. Boom. It's not a good habit to flee so early. With a flash of golden light, a figure was kicked down from a distance. It was Denzo, who had attempted to escape. Ryan, closely monitoring the battle, instantly appeared in front of Denzo, utilizing his glint fruit ability. With light speed, Ryan's kick sent Denzo flying. Speed is power. With a single swift and forceful kick, Denzo's body was on the verge of being snapped in half. The intensity of the blow churned bile in his throat, threatening to escape. Merciless and devastating forces tore through Denzo's internal organs, causing excruciating pain. In a desperate attempt to survive, Denzo resorted to activating the Uchiha clan's secret technique, Izanagi. A surge of nothingness surged through his body, miraculously reversing the reality of his severe injuries and imminent death. As Denzo reappeared beside Hiruzen, his face contorted with pain. The loss of his Sharingan was the price he paid for a single blow. Seeking guidance, Hiruzen asked, "What should we do now?" As he watched Denzo retreat, his gaze filled with no dissatisfaction towards the seemingly nonchalant Denzo. It was as if Denzo hadn't been the one who fled moments ago. Faced with the formidable assembly of Hokage, Hiruzen felt a deep sense of despair. Even contending with a single Tobirama posed a monumental challenge. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged as Denzo's voice suddenly reached Hiruzen's ears. The realization dawned upon him that, after Denzo killed Shisui, he had taken possession of Shisui's eyes. The power of the strongest illusion, the Koda Amatsukami, held the potential to turn the tide in their favor. With a sense of urgency, Hiruzen surveyed the gathered Hokages. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Ryan. Although a recent addition to the chat group, Ryan, as the group leader, held paramount importance and was deemed a key player in their survival. "Control the one who just kicked you back," Hiruzen exclaimed, recognizing the pivotal role Ryan played. Upon hearing Hiruzen's directive, Denzo, still in pain, fixed his gaze upon Ryan. In his mind, he justified his actions as mere vengeance for the loss of his Sharingan. With the power of his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan, he unleashed the Koda Amatsukami to launch the ultimate genjutsu on Ryan. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Hashirama, with his keen eyes, detected Denzo's hidden familiar chakra weight beneath his bandages. The realization dawned upon them that Denzo possessed Mangekyo Sharingan. The revelation drew everyone's attention towards Ryan, as the group leader held greater importance than the rest. Amidst the collective worry, Ryan, wearing a puzzled expression, asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" Their relief was palpable upon realizing they had misunderstood the situation. In a state of dumbfounded disbelief, Denzo questioned why his commands yielded no response despite activating the formidable Koda Amatsukami. The strongest illusion had seemingly failed him. With a sense of disdain, Ryan's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan and Tensegan. A wave of speechlessness washed over him as he realized the extent of Denzo's audacity. Attempting to control the Rinnegan with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion was a futile endeavor. The vast difference in their ocular power and chakra rendered Denzo's efforts in vain. The failure of Denzo's final trump card plunged Hiruzen and the others into complete despair. However, a glimmer of hope emerged when Koharu and Homura exchanged knowing glances. "Shode. Nidame," they declared, asserting their innocence and pointing out that Hiruzen and Denzo acted of their own volition. They attempted to dissuade them but were forced to join their misguided path. To everyone's surprise, they produced evidence of Hiruzen and Denzo's actions. With a scroll in hand, they unveiled a pile of documents, offering irrefutable proof of their loyalty to Konoha and the betrayal committed by Hiruzen and Denzo. The audacity of their actions left the onlookers in stunned disbelief, and Ryan found himself at a loss for words. With the evidence in hand, further investigation became unnecessary. Hiruzen and Denzo could be disregarded. As Ryan's gaze fell upon Kakashi, watching from a distance, he called out, "Kakashi, come here." Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 90, Chapter 89. Upon hearing Ryan's calling his name, Kakashi and the others were taken aback. However, as they observed the wood style of the first Hokage, the techniques of the second Hokage, and the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage, they confirmed in their hearts that these were indeed the previous Hokages of the village. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before approaching Ryan, noticing that Ryan was also wearing the fourth Hokage's royal robe. Kakashi struggled to find the right words, but finally managed to say, "Fourth Hokage. Kakashi, these two old guys are now your responsibility," Ryan commanded. "Bring them in the evidence with you and present it to the entire village." Faced with Ryan's order, Kakashi was torn between executing it and refusing. However, as he glanced at Obito standing nearby, Obito nodded in agreement. Encouraged by this, Kakashi swiftly escorted Utani and Koharu away while collecting the evidence from the ground. With Kakashi gone, the crowd once again gathered around Hiruzen and Denzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze, began to sweat nervously. The thought of being tortured until crossed his mind, prompting him to hastily speak out. "Hokage's an esteemed teacher, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, vouch for myself. While I may not have achieved great accomplishments for Konoha, I have tirelessly worked to develop our village into the greatest ninja force in the world. Please do not dismiss everything I have done because of my past mistakes." As Hiruzen spoke, wiping away tears of remorse, he portrayed himself as someone genuinely dedicated to the well-being of Konoha. Ryan and the others observed quietly, curious to see what other surprising revelations Hiruzen might offer. Realizing that Ryan and the others had no immediate intention to take action, Hiruzen believed it would be beneficial to further display his desperation. He intensified his words, saying, "First Hokage, teacher, and Tsunade, I initially conducted experiments on the members of the Senjo clan, hoping to cultivate powerful ninjas with wood style for the glory of Konoha. I wanted to restore the Senjo clan to its former grandeur, following the legacy of the first Hokage. Although my efforts ultimately failed, I couldn't bring myself to exterminate your family, teacher. I halted the experiments in due time. I genuinely acted in the best interest of Konoha." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's audacious explanation, despite his mistakes, his devotion to Konoha seemed genuine. The veins on the foreheads of the first Hokage Hashirama and the second Hokage Tobirama visibly bulged, revealing their anger. This revelation felt like a betrayal, opening everyone's eyes to the truth. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could continue, Tobirama swiftly performed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water toward him. Water style, water severing wave. The high-pressure water struck Hiruzen's arm, slicing through it effortlessly. Witnessing this, Hashirama wasted no time. He clapped his hands together and summoned a small red torii gate from the sky. Rashomen's ability exerted intense pressure, sealing Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra and rendering him unable to use the body replacement technique to escape. Helpless and pinned to the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled for breath. Tobirama, after taking a deep look at the aging Hiruzen, remained silent. In an instant, he unleashed another high-pressure water column that pierced Hiruzen's head, ending his life. It could be seen as a final act of mercy from the teacher to his disciple. With Hiruzen dealt with, only Denzo remained. Compared to Hiruzen, Denzo displayed more resilience. Without hesitation, he removed the seal on his right hand, revealing Hashirama's cell arm and a Sharingan arm. The sight of Hashirama's face on Denzo's arm ignited Madara's rage. Hashirama was someone dear to Madara, and the idea of him being studied and incorporated into Denzo's body was unacceptable. In an instant, Madara's Sharingan transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. He materialized in front of Denzo, seizing his neck, and fixed his scarlet eyes on Denzo's arm. With a threatening tone, Madara asked, "How do you wish to die?" Caught off guard, Denzo hadn't even had a chance to react yet. Just as Madara caught him like a helpless insect, Denzo found himself facing Madara's furious inquiry. However, Denzo was far from polite in return. In an instant, he unleashed a stream of vacuum blades from his mouth. Snort. In response, Madara threw Denzo into the air, summoning two Susanoo swords, one on the left and the other on the right. With Denzo suspended in the air, Madara aimed the swords at him, ready to strike. Pfft. The speed was so astonishingly fast that Denzo had no chance to resist. With the swift motion of the swords, Denzo was sliced in half. But Madara didn't stop there. He commanded Susanoo to slash at another location. Pfft. The blades flashed, accompanied by a burst of illusion, revealing Denzo's astonished figure. Snort. The abilities of the Uchiha clan are not something a foreigner like you can use. After uttering those words, Madara slashed in another direction again. With one swing of his knife, both swords struck Denzo as he reappeared, having cheated death again. As Shisui's eyes also lost their light, Denzo gazed at the chakra light blade piercing his body. In the end, he took his last breath. Madara's anger still raged, and he set Denzo's upper body ablaze to prevent anyone from meddling further with Hashirama's cells. After completing these actions, Kakashi finally comprehended everything that Obito had explained. On the side, Guy and the others couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Obito, congratulations on becoming a Hokage in your world. Your dream has come true. Kakashi congratulated. In response, Obito smiled and teasingly replied, "You're welcome. In my world, you nag me every day." Laughter filled the air. Haha, let's go. Everything is settled, and it's time for the final decision, Obito declared. With that, he led Kakashi and the other Jonin to join Ryan and the rest. So, everyone, what are your thoughts on the candidates for Hokage in this world? Ryan asked, prompting deep contemplation within the crowd. The main issue was that most of the strong individuals in this world had either been killed or had left the village, leaving a significant void in strength. Ryan's gaze fell upon Kakashi in response. I propose that Kakashi becomes the 5th Hokage in this world. Does anyone have any objections? All eyes turned to Kakashi of this world. Naturally, Obito was the first to agree with Ryan's proposal. Ryan also noted the presence of 2 Tsunades in the chat group, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Additionally, Kakashi's talent was undoubtedly top tier. If not for the successive blows he had suffered the death of his father, Rin Obito, and the 4th Hokage leading him to enter a state of depression, Kakashi's strength would undoubtedly be exceptional, surpassing the majority of others. Very well then. Ryan exclaimed. I agree with Kakashi becoming the 5th Hokage. Please raise your hand if you support this. As Ryan spoke, the 1st Hokage and others couldn't help but exchange glances. They looked at Kakashi, then at the other individuals in Konoha village, realizing that no one was more suitable than Kakashi at present. Everyone raised their hands in agreement, resulting in a unanimous vote. Good. It is decided. Kakashi will be the new Hokage of this world. Ryan announced. Soon, everyone reached a decision. Although Kakashi couldn't refute it, he was thrust directly into the position of Hokage. As for any objections in the village, they were likely silenced and sent to the Death Forest as sustenance. With all the Hokages serving as witnesses, Kakashi officially became the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Furthermore, with Obito's guidance by his side, Kakashi swiftly reignited his fighting spirit. Observing this, Obito smiled with relief. Then, Kakashi, work hard to develop Konoha in this world. Don't let me surpass you, he said, bidding farewell to Kakashi and returning to the chat group with Ryan and the others. Shortly after everyone left, Kakashi heard a prompt sound in his mind. Ding. You have joined the Konoha Hokage chat group. Please continue to participate in the Hokage meeting on behalf of the world. Upon hearing the beep, Kakashi realized that it was the Hokage chat group Obito had mentioned. Without hesitation, Kakashi opted in, and instantly, colorful rays of light enveloped him. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 91, Chapter 90. With Kakashi now present in the chat space, Ryan and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Come, Kakashi. It's your turn, Ryan called out. Curiously, Kakashi took a seat beside Obito, his eyes fixed on the chat group space in front of him. With Kakashi settled in and everyone else present, their attention shifted to the central light curtain on the conference table. This was the most exciting moment, the reward announcement. Amidst heated discussions, a sudden change occurred in the light curtain, capturing everyone's breath. Their eyes widened as they anxiously read the words gradually appearing on the curtain. Reward settlement completed. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan World. Optional rewards, choose 3 out of 5. Reward 1, A Manaminika. A Manaminika is a space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to create a dimensional portal, enabling them to teleport themselves and others to different locations. It provides fast and efficient transportation over long distances. Reward 2, King of Hell. The King of Hell is a summoning technique for Shinigami. It resides in the underworld and can be summoned by the user to judge and interrogate souls. It has the ability to heal injuries and extract information. Reward 3, 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. This technique can be used both offensively and defensively. Combined with the Ikugen, this ability has the potential to wreak havoc on the battlefield and is considered its strongest offensive ability. Not only was it strong enough to cause massive shockwaves upon impact, but it could also destroy 6 paths chakra complete Susanoo easily. The speed of this attack leaves no room for its target to escape. Reward 4, Aiken of Senzu Beans. Instantly restores all injuries and physical strength. Reward 5, a random devil fruit with no side effects. As the rewards were listed on the light curtain, the first 3 choices sparked curiosity and doubt among the group. Only Ryan's eyes gleamed brightly. No one else in the room understood the true horror behind these 3 techniques. Little did they know that these were exactly what Ryan needed the most. Despite already possessing the Logia Glint Fruit Devil Fruit, Ryan was particularly drawn to these 3 rewards. They offered the greatest potential for personal improvement. In the Hokage world, individuals who possessed these techniques were often revered as gods. Ryan didn't hesitate in making his choice. I choose rewards 1, 2, and 3. Choice successful. Congratulations on acquiring A Manaminika, the King of Hell, and 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. Rewards will be issued after the meeting concludes. Ryan had made his decision, and everyone eagerly looked at the introductions of the 3 techniques, gaining a glimpse of their potential power. It was clear that they were not simple techniques. The description of the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack as a move that shook the very atmosphere demonstrated its terrifying might. Everyone looked at Ryan with envy, further fueling their desire to claim the top spot in the future. With the first place reward selection complete, the moment arrived for the second place Uchiha Madara to make his choice. He set aside his aloof attitude and stared intently at the light curtain before him. After witnessing the great rewards Ryan had obtained, Madara also harbored a sense of anticipation. Second place, Parallel World, 1st Hokage Uchiha Madara World. Optional rewards, choose 2 out of 3. Reward 1, Hashirama Sage Physique. Reward 2, Perfect Byakugan Synchronization. Reward 3, Aiken of Senzu Beans. As the rewards appeared, Madara already had the answer in his heart. The first reward Hashirama Sage Body was the ultimate prize. The mere thought of obtaining Hashirama's body ignited an overwhelming excitement within him. A smile formed at the corner of Madara's mouth, barely containing his elation. As for the 2 other rewards, Byakugan and Senzu Beans, Madara felt a pang of envy, especially after witnessing Obito's impressive display. This made the Senzu Beans all the more desirable to him. If I use these beans I and my brother Aizen can get eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I choose Hashirama Sage Physique and the Senzu Beans. Hurry up and give me my rewards. Give them to me now. Madara eagerly exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. However, there was no response yet. On the sidelines, including Ryan, everyone's gaze darted back and forth between Hashirama and Madara. In their minds, a faint image appeared, a picture of Madara and Hashirama standing side by side. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Choice successful. Congratulations on acquiring Hashirama Sage Body and a can of Senzu Beans. Rewards will be issued after the meeting concludes. Is it only available after the meeting? Madara questioned, realizing that the rewards were not immediately accessible. He appeared momentarily lost but quickly regained her composure upon noticing the curious gazes of those around him. Clearing his throat, he redirected their attention. Ahem, let's move on to the 3rd place. Curiosity piqued, everyone turned their attention back to the light curtain, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the 3rd place reward. 3rd place, 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama World. Optional rewards, choose 1 of 2. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. Reward 2, Aiken of Senzu Beans. Tobirama furrowed his brows as he pondered the 2 choices. His eyes lingered on the rewards, uncertain of which to select. Ryan, is there any side effect of devil fruit, and what about the ability? He asked, seeking clarification. Yes, the ability you obtain is entirely based on luck, Ryan replied. Receiving this answer, Tobirama quickly ruled out the devil fruit option. As a scientific researcher and having witnessed Obito's operations, he became increasingly interested in Senzu Beans. Moreover, with his recent acquisition of the Sharingan, Tobirama realized he could potentially use the Senzu Beans to elevate it to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, greatly enhancing his strength. The risk of obtaining an undesirable ability from the devil fruit outweighed its potential benefits. Tobirama made his decision without hesitation. I choose Senzu Beans. Choice successful. Congratulations on acquiring a can of Senzu Beans. Rewards will be issued after the meeting concludes. Tobirama had another plan for the Senzu Beans reward. Upon returning to his own world, he intended to conduct experiments to determine if they could be grown, thus providing a steady supply of Senzu Beans. However, such experiments would have to wait for another time. With Tobirama's selection complete, the guaranteed rewards for the remaining worlds were announced. 4th place, 1st Hokage Senjo Hashirama receives a guaranteed reward. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. 5th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito receives a guaranteed reward. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. 6th place, Road to Ninja Tsunade receives a guaranteed reward. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. 7th place, the 5th Hokage Tsunade World receives a guaranteed reward. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. 8th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato world receives guaranteed rewards. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. 9th place, 5th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi from the original 3rd Hokage world receives a guaranteed reward. Reward, random devil fruit with no side effects. Upon seeing the guaranteed rewards random devil fruits everyone's excitement grew. Can these fruits produce the same strength as your glint fruit Ryan had in the previous meeting? Someone questioned. Theoretically, it is possible, Ryan replied. Hearing this response, the excitement among the group intensified. Kakashi, who had recently joined the chat group, found himself unexpectedly rewarded. The sight of Obito by his side ignited a strong fighting spirit within Kakashi. Obito, just wait, I'll catch up to you. Haha. I'll be waiting, Kakashi. But my goal is to be the group leader. Obito playfully responded. As everyone continued to discuss their rewards, Ryan noticed Uchiha Madara growing increasingly anxious. It was clear that his thoughts were consumed by acquiring Hashirama's body upon his return. Observing the rest of the group engrossed in their own thoughts, Ryan decided it was time to conclude the meeting. If there are no further questions, we will end the meeting here, he announced. Of course, once we return, the chat group's new function will be activated, Ryan continued. The task at hand has been completed, so even outside the meeting time, everyone can communicate with each other directly. Ryan's words sparked excitement among the group. The enabled communication feature was highly anticipated, as it would facilitate rapid progress through interworld collaboration. After a few more exchanges, the chat group fell silent once again. Ryan seized the opportunity to swiftly conclude the meeting. So, everyone, see you at the next meeting. Read next 42 chapters on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 92, Chapter 91. Hey, I am back. The ghost of Uchiha exclaimed, taken aback by your sudden return. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings in front of me, his eyes were filled with anticipation. Recalling the rewards he had received in the chat group, his mind brimmed with excitement. He couldn't wait to claim the rewards from the chat group. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Please pay attention and assimilate. With a delightful sound resonating in his mind, Uchiha Madara witnessed a jar of senzu beans materialize out of thin air before him. It was the same kind of beans that Obito had consumed in the chat group's video. Curiously examining the senzu beans before him and finding nothing extraordinary, Uchiha Madara experienced a tremendous surge of vitality coursing through his body. This power. Feeling the newfound strength, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Was this the immense chakra and life force that Hashirama possessed? Hey, is this Hashirama's special sage body? I wondered aloud. Having undergone the transformative effects of the sage body, Madara's face displayed a delighted expression. At that moment, Madara felt as if he had finally had the chance to defeat Hashirama. Ha 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 ha, this feeling is truly marvelous. What truly brought joy to Madara wasn't just this minor change. Hashirama's sage body granted Madara the illusion of wielding wood style. Moreover, even his Sharingan underwent certain changes. Madara's eyes were not eternal Mangekyo, consequently, Madara's ocular power had also significantly diminished over the years. However, now, Madara discovered that his ocular power has been restored. Moreover, even if he were to constantly utilize the Mangekyo now, the strain on his body would be completely manageable. Then what's next? After experiencing the benefits of the Hashirama sage body, Uchiha Madara's gaze immediately shifted to the senzu beans on the table. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, Madara was no exception. After all, Mangekyo would always be Mangekyo. Now that he knew the method to unlock the eternal Mangekyo, naturally, Madara wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Pfft. Similar to Obito, Uchiha Madara was no exception. The Uchiha clan was ruthless to the core. Without hesitation, Madara ripped his eyes out of their sockets and seized a senzu bean, tossing it into his mouth. The moment the senzu bean was consumed, Madara felt a tremendous surge of vitality flooding into his eyes. In an instant, Madara's eyes were restored to their original state. The eyes that had been gouged out moments ago were now whole again. Ha ha. It truly works. At that moment, Madara was filled with joy. Hastily, he placed the recently removed eyes in front of him, absorbing the ocular power they contained. Meanwhile, in the world of the second Hokage, Tobirama, upon returning to his own world, he too chose to claim his reward. A jar filled with senzu beans promptly materialized on the table before Tobirama, emitting vibrant rays of light. Contemplating about the jar of senzu beans, Tobirama quickly dismissed the envy and found himself alone in his office. Suddenly, a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan manifested in Tobirama's eyes. Ever since the last chat group meeting, he felt as if Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into Mangekyo. Yet, each attempt fell just short. Now, with the senzu bean, he could directly ascend to the eternal Mangekyo. With this realization, Tobirama was consumed by excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and plucked out his own eyeballs. Pfft. In an instant, Tobirama extracted 2 Sharingan from their sockets. Wasting no time, he consumed a senzu bean for the first time. Soon, a fresh pair of Sharingan eyes appeared in their place. Tobirama never anticipated that this method would prove so effective. Moreover, the power of the senzu beans was astonishingly formidable. Following the consumption of the senzu bean, Tobirama even sensed the immediate disappearance of his old wounds. His body was fully restored to its prime. Witnessing this, Tobirama did not hesitate to absorb the ocular power from the 3 Tomo Sharingan he had just removed from his eye sockets. Within Tobirama's eyes, the 3 curved jade patterns began to spin vigorously. In no time, a connection formed among the 3 jade patterns. Mangekyo Sharingan, achieved. Yet, Tobirama did not take a moment to savor the accomplishment. Without hesitation, he once again removed his own eyes. If Obito were to witness this, he would surely commend, you truly are ruthless. Your pain far exceeds mine. Feeding another senzu bean into his mouth, Tobirama's Mangekyo was revived once more. The next step was clear to absorb the ocular power from the eyes, deserving of unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, Uchiha Obito is such a genius. It's impressive to have discovered this method. You are the only second Uchiha to win my approval. In the world of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, who had just returned, felt lonely and downcast. He hadn't even received the rewards from the chat group. This time, I didn't make it to the top 3. Tobirama surpassed me. However, I never expected Madara to become a Hokage in another world. Madara, your idea was right in the end. Now, he encountered Madara again in the chat group. As time went on, Hashirama realized how naive his thoughts had been. If Madara were still alive, Konoha would be even stronger. Thinking of this, Hashirama couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, in the distant mountain cemetery, Uchiha Madara suddenly sneezed, sensing that someone was talking about him. Let's accept it. After a long silence, Hashirama calmed down and claimed the rewards from the system. Soon, a devil fruit appeared in front of Hashirama. But this devil fruit was different from Ryan's glint fruit. It resembled like a golden grapes with wavy stripes. What a peculiar fruit. Is it really edible? Looking at the strange fruit, Hashirama couldn't help but frown. In the end, he decided to eat it. In the Tsukuyomi world of the 6th Hokage, Uchiha Obito. Haha, Kakashi, this time I won't let you win. I'll make you taste what it's like to chase after me. Thinking of Kakashi becoming Hokage in the chat group, Obito burst into laughter. Especially in that world of the 3rd Hokage, where the evaluation was only 300 points, catching up to him would take a long time. After calming down, Obito eagerly claimed his rewards from the chat group. A devil fruit instantly appeared in front of Obito, adorned with patterns resembling fire. Looking at the fruit, Obito didn't care too much. In his view, anything rewarded by the chat group was rare and valuable, just like senzu beans. Without hesitation, Obito picked up the devil fruit and ate it. In the world of the road to ninja. Is this a devil fruit? What a peculiar fruit. Looking at the rewards she had obtained, the meek and lovable soft-spoken Tsunade with glasses, frowned in disgust. The fruit was pink, resembling a peach, but its pattern, resembling the cerebral cortex, made Tsunade feel repulsed. However, considering that this fruit could grant power, Tsunade hesitated for a while but eventually decided to eat it. In the world of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Contemplating the purple fruit shaped like a melon in front of her, Tsunade also frowned. She was uncertain whether she should eat it or not. After a moment of silence, Tsunade suddenly took out a small knife and cut open the fruit. Seeing that the pulp inside looked like a normal fruit, Tsunade confidently ate it. In the world of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Who? This time, I'm not the last one. Kakashi is going to be in the last position for a long time. Thinking of Kakashi's world with only 300 points, Minato couldn't help but laugh. Being at the bottom of the list among the Hokage every time was quite embarrassing. Finally, he had the chance to get rid of that last spot. After obtaining the rewarded fruit, Minato was taken aback. The fruit didn't resemble any other fruit he had seen but looked like a door. Feeling uncertain about the devil fruit, Minato contemplated its significance. However, thinking about gaining an ability without any side effects, he picked up the fruit and ate it. In the original third Hokage world, the fifth Hokage Kakashi was sitting in his new office. After returning from the Hokage chat group, Kakashi remained lost in thought. He never expected such a magical place to exist. At that moment, Kakashi remembered that he still had a chat group reward. In a hurry, he chose to claim it, and a devil fruit appeared before Kakashi. Seeing the lightning-like patterns on the fruit skin, Kakashi felt an intense desire for it. It seemed as if this fruit was meant for him. Without hesitation, Kakashi decided to eat it. Read 42 chapters ahead on Part1.com/Mariani. Chapter 93, Chapter 92. At this point, Ryan had already awakened from the chat room. As he looked at the familiar Hokage office in front of him, he accepted the rewards directly from the chat group. The Hokage meeting had concluded, and he had obtained items such as a Minaka, King of Hell, and 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. With the successful conclusion of the meeting, the cross-world chat function was activated. The Hokage chat group was scheduled for an upgrade, and the next meeting would begin once the upgrade was completed, along with the introduction of new features. Reading the tips in the chat group, Ryan was surprised. He never expected the chat group can be upgraded. Before Ryan could say anything further, the chat group interface in his mind turned gray, and a progress bar appeared, slowly advancing at a sluggish pace. Seeing the slow progress of the bar, Ryan felt helpless. Who knew when the next Hokage meeting would take place? However, his attention was drawn to the new functions that appeared in his mind, particularly the cross-world chat function of the Hokage. Group owner Ryan initiated the conversation in the chat function, saying, "Hey, the new function has been activated. Can you all see this?" Ryan's words were followed by a light curtain of the chat group appearing in front of other members trying to be familiar with their new devil fruit abilities in several other worlds. Hashirama exclaimed, "Oh, what an amazing feature. I can see it, Madara. Can you see me?" Madara responded, "I see that this function is really good. It seems there is also a private chat function. Hashirama, look at the message I sent you." Hashirama expressed surprise. "Hey, you can also chat privately with Madara. What a great feature." Tobirama chimed in, "Suddenly it feels like we are a bit overkill." Tsunade, Glasses Tsunade, Minato, and Obito all agreed, saying ditto. Kakashi replied to Obito, "Okay." As Ryan familiarized himself with the cross-border chat function, the two affectionate old friends were the only ones actively engaging in conversation. This sudden display of too much chatting caused everyone else to fall silent. However, Ryan also chatted with others for a while. The cross-border chat function made communication among the Hokages much easier, eliminating the need to wait for the Hokage meeting every time to communicate with each other. Suddenly, Ryan remembered the upgrade in the Hokage chat group and quickly posted the news. Group owner Ryan announced, "Everyone, the Hokage chat group is undergoing an upgrade, and the next Hokage meeting will not start until the upgrade is complete. During this time, everyone should work hard to improve the national strength of their respective worlds." After Ryan's notification, the once lively chat group fell silent. After a while, Hashirama exclaimed, "Haha, won't this give us more time to catch up to others?" Madara responded confidently, "Humph, Hashirama, try catching up to me." Obito took the opportunity to encourage Hitachi Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, take this opportunity and try to catch up." Kakashi agreed to the challenge, of course. Tsunade declared, "Humph. This time, I won't be the part of the bottom trio." Minato added, "I will work hard too. Let's all strive together." Glasses Tsunade chimed in, "Then count me in." Senjo Tobirama, with a hint of arrogance, said, "Humph. While you're all talking, I'm already taking action." Tobirama's confident statement made the Hokages from around the world feel a sense of urgency. This grumpy-natured individual, Senjo Tobirama, never missed a chance to ridicule everyone when he started acting. One by one, the Hokages quickly disappeared to continue strengthening the power of Konoha in their respective worlds, and Ryan was no exception. His first task was to familiarize himself with the three god tier techniques he had received as rewards, a Minaka. With Ryan's ability activated, a small dark space portal instantly appeared in the air, a special ability that didn't even require a seal. Looking at the portal, Ryan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the three god tier techniques. Additionally, the King of Hell possessed a special ability to interrogate souls, another very useful ability that required Ryan Sharingan to be activated. But now, all three god tier spells rewarded by the chat group could be freely used. Since a Minaka can be used, Ryan walked into it directly, eager to try the other abilities, especially the strongest attack by Kage 80 God's Vacuum Attack. As Ryan unleashed the Minaka, most of the chakra in his body was instantly reduced. The consumption rate was terrifying, and even the current Ryan couldn't bear it. His face couldn't help but change. FK. What the hell is this consumption? If Ryan hadn't obtained the sage body, his chakra would have been completely drained by now. Even so, at this moment, Ryan realized that more than half of the chakra in his body had been depleted. This tremendous consumption made Ryan click his tongue secretly. No wonder the original book described it as a technique that nobody except Otsutsuki Kage could use flexibly. In Naruto, Sasuke used his single Rinnegan to use a Minaka, but the massive consumption of chakra and ocular power caused the Tomos to temporarily disappear. Nevertheless, with the successful launch of a Minaka, Ryan also felt the space around him was motionless, but the entire shifted for him. Just like Kage's, it had 5 spaces: lava, ice, supergravity, desert, and strong acid, as well as a mountainous core dimension that links all these dimensions together. Each space had its corresponding techniques. After exploring the space, Ryan left a Minaka space feeling satisfied. He also experimented with the final 80 God's Vacuum Strike in the Minaka space, but its power fell short because he didn't have enough chakra. Even though Ryan felt he was giving his best, it was not enough to tear apart the atmosphere or alter space. After familiarizing himself with the 3 bonus techniques, Ryan was overall very satisfied. The only drawback was the excessive chakra consumption of these techniques. Everything else was excellent. I still have to continue improving my strength? Ryan exclaimed. Without the sage body, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to activate the Minaka. His strength had not yet reached the highest level, and he was afraid he would have to fight Kage sooner or later. As he thought about Otsutsuki Kage, Ryan couldn't help but look toward the night sky where the moon resided. At that moment, on the moon, the Otsutsuki clan, descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, were divided into 2 factions due to Hamura's will. The family was split between those who advocated destruction, gathering their strength to bring chaos, and those who still advocated peace, unaware of the danger that was approaching. In the ninja world, in the mountain cemetery, the ghost of Uchiha was angry. Although I don't know what you're planning, 4th Hokage, I will not allow you to sabotage my plans any longer. Take action now. The old Uchiha Madara threw the latest information on the table, his expression turning to despair or indifference. A teenager entered the room, guided by White Zetsu. This is the one we carefully selected. Definitely the perfect choice for you. Upon hearing the unequivocal response, Madara's gaze fell on the boy, meeting his eyes filled with hatred. The boy's 3 Tomo Sharingan was activated, and it seemed that the time for Mangekyo was approaching certainty. Uchiha Madara was pleased with this outcome. Good. From now on, you are Uchiha Madara. The boy simply nodded in response, and Madara didn't pay much attention. As long as the boy could fulfill his plan from now on, nothing else mattered. All right. Since someone has been chosen, it's time for us to set off. Let's go to Kirigakure. It's perfect for what we plan to do. With that, Madara, who had previously relied on the Gedo statue to sustain his life, detached himself from its supply. Black Zetsu at his side understood Madara's plan. It was time to set the plan into motion too. Soon, the group of 3 arrived in Kirigakure, possessing absolute abilities that allowed them to go unnoticed. Meanwhile, in the Mizukage building in Kirigakure, Karatachi Yagura had become the 4th Mizukage. However, Yagura was not happy at that moment. Looking at the demands for compensation from Konoha in front of him, he felt his scalp tingle just by glancing at them. How could Kirigakure afford these supplies? Konoha is asking for me to die for Kirigakure. The requested resources were so abundant that Kirigakure, currently defeated, couldn't afford them. Even if they could, it would directly impact the village's survival. Kirigakure was no match for Konoha, not even the Uchiha clan alone at the moment. They couldn't fight, yet they didn't want to give up their supplies. In the midst of Yagura's confusion, the office door was pushed open, and an irritated Yagura looked towards the door, displeased. Who let you in without my order? Get out. Read 42 chapters ahead on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 94, Chapter 93. You don't welcome me, hey. 4th Mizukage. Upon hearing this voice, Yagura realized that it didn't belong to anyone in Kirigakure's top management. Not even an MBU member under him. He hadn't seen anyone coming. Yagura immediately went on high alert. Through his gaze, he saw 3 figures emerging slowly from the shadows outside the door. It was a kid and a weird-looking person and an old man. Enemy attack. How audacious. 3 people dare to invade Kiraikegaku alone. The 3 of you won't leave here alive. At that moment, Yagura had no patience to listen to the nonsense of the intruders. Although he didn't know how the 3 managed to break in, the silence of the MU indicated that something had happened or the 3 possessed exceptional stealth abilities. However, Yagura couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. He swiftly attacked the old man, who stood before him, with the weapon in his hand. According to Yagura's assessment, the old man in front of him was the most prominent threat among the 3. If he could take down the old man, the other 2 would be manageable. The elderly Madara frowned slightly as Yagura launched a sudden attack. Don't waste time talking, just do it. The current ninja world is becoming increasingly unruly. After the old man complained, a pair of Sharingan eyes with 3 tomos appeared instantly. The Uchiha kid fixated his gaze on Yagura. The power of his terrifying pupils froze Yagura in place, leaving him unable to move. Yagura stared at the kid in horror. Damn it. I can't move my body. Who are you? Just one glance and I'm immobilized. And you possess the Sharingan, Yagura asked the old man, fear evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara walked slowly towards the Mizukage seat and sat down. Looking at everything happening in Kirigaku below, he opened his mouth and said, I am Uchiha Madara. Yagura's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing the name. He looked at Madara, who now sat in his seat, with disbelief. Impossible. Uchiha Madara is already dead. You can't be Uchiha Madara. Who the hell are you people? Faced with Yagura's consecutive questions, Madara showed no interest in answering. As the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun slightly in his own eyes, Yagura was immediately trapped in an illusion. Though Yagura couldn't see it anymore, Madara was well versed in using the Sharingan. Seeing Yagura's eyes gradually losing focus and his gaze becoming dull, Madara ceased his technique. Alright, from today onwards, you are the Uchiha Madara. I will never reveal our follow-up plans, the kid promised. That's enough, Uchiha Madara said as he slowly left the office. Though he didn't mention his destination, he knew it, and he didn't try to stop it. Since this could be Madara's final move, he looked at the departing figure for a while. After a long silence in the office, Black Zetsu spoke again. Alright, from today onwards, we will control the 4th Mizukage to carry out our plan. You can give the order to him to cut off all external communication channels for the Mist Shinobi village. Under the control of the duo, Kirigaku was soon isolated from the outside world. Even the shinobi on missions were recalled to the village. There was no news about Kirigaku reaching the ninja world. Kirigaku's actions quickly reached the ears of other ninja villages, leaving them completely puzzled by the situation. Meanwhile, in Uegaku, Tsuchikage-sama, messengers from the Konoha faction are here. Upon hearing the report from the Enbu, Oniki raised his eyebrows. In the previous war, Uegaku had retreated without suffering significant losses. So, what did Konoha want by sending someone now? Full of doubts, Oniki decided to summon them. Soon, a figure accompanied by Enbu arrived at the Tsuchikage's office. Upon seeing the person, Oniki raised his eyebrows again. I didn't expect Konoha to send you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now? In response to Oniki's somewhat threatening words, Minato simply smiled. Through Tsuchikage, Lord Ryan sent me here because I possess the strength to prevent you from taking me into custody. And, are you sure you want to attack me? Once you do, it means you will face Konoha once again. By then, even if Kuma wants to rush to help, it will take too long. As Minato spoke calmly, Oniki fell silent for a moment. He was well aware of the current situation in the land of Earth, surrounded by the Leaf Village. The only route out was through a few small countries connected to Kumagaku. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Oniki couldn't shake off the feeling that Kuma might sever ties with him at any moment. At that point, the rock shinobi would truly be alone. As he pondered this, a smile suddenly appeared on Oniki's face. Ha ha ha, as expected of Konoha's yellow flash. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses, Oniki remarked, expressing his admiration. Tell me the purpose of your visit. Oniki couldn't help but feel envious of Konoha's location. The village consistently produced one genius after another. It was unlike Oniki's own field, which only yielded a potato or 2 after immense effort, while the neighboring field effortlessly grew a variety of rare treasures. Such things were bound to be envied. Upon hearing this, Minato politely placed the prepared list of supplies in front of Oniki. We need Uegaku to provide these supplies. Of course, Konoha will also offer assistance to the rock shinobi, Minato said, gesturing toward the scroll containing the material list. As Oniki looked at the scroll, his expression instantly changed. Lines of frustration covered his face. It was almost as if Konoha had come to blackmail them. The old man wants to know, what kind of assistance can Konoha provide? Oniki asked, his irritation evident. Minato had already anticipated Oniki's reaction when he received this task from Lord Ryan. Facing Oniki's rhetorical question, Minato pondered for a moment and then slowly responded, our assistance, as Konoha, is that we won't attack you in the short term. Minato's words were met with a moment of silence in the office. Oniki and Minato exchanged glances, and the former wore an expression that said, are you joking with me? Minato, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face, showing that he wasn't joking. In an instant, Oniki's anger broke through his defenses. A loud noise resounded as the desk in front of Oniki was destroyed. Fueled by anger, Oniki used the ultralight rock technique to fly directly towards Minato. Good, good, good. Very good. You Konohas really think you're the best in the ninja world? Go back and tell your 4th Hokage. You are underestimating Uegaku too much. Oniki exclaimed, his emotions running high. As Oniki spoke, the MU members outside the office rushed in. Their gaze fixed on Minato, ready to act at Oniki's command. However, Oniki waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Looking at Minato, Oniki said, as an envoy, I will let you leave the palace today. Deliver a message to that brat, Ryan. We'll see each other on the battlefield. Uegaku will never surrender. As you say, Tsuchikage. Minato replied firmly, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and leaving the IWA directly. Long before he left, Minato knew that an agreement wouldn't be reached. Returning to Konoha in an instant using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato immediately went to the Hokage's office. Oniki didn't agree, Minato reported. Thank you for your hard work, Ryan responded. Ryan had already anticipated this outcome. Sending Minato was more of an inoculation, preparing for Oniki's rejection in advance. Uegaku's confidence was solely dependent on an alliance with Kumagaku. Compared to Oniki, the 3rd Hokage and the future 4th Hokage of Kumagaku were the true powerhouses. Negotiations were impossible, they could only resort to force. However, the situation with Uegaku was different. Ryan believed that once they took down Kumagaku, Oniki would eventually agree to the merger, leaving him alone and defenseless. After all, Ryan had no interest in carrying out absurd fantasies of a perfect world. His goal was to bring complete peace to the entire ninja world. Even if Oniki disagreed, they could still proceed. Okay, let's inform them. Prepare for Kumagaku. The army will march to the land of thunder. Ryan declared. Upon Ryan's order, the Konoha army quickly assembled once again. The current Konoha was much stronger than before. Soon, the army was fully gathered. In addition to the ninjas from major families, there were also ninjas sent by the Wind Ministry. The scale of the operation was unusually large. After all, to conquer the entire land of lightning and the subsequent regions, they needed significant numbers. As for the high-end combat power, Ryan personally led the army, accompanied by the Sun, Pakra, White Fang, Raza, Minato, Fugaku, and other elite ninjas under his command. Set off. Ryan commanded. Read 42 chapters in advance in patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 95, Chapter 94. Father, it's bad. Konoha is beginning to gather troops. But it doesn't seem like they're going to attack our land of Earth. As Konoha's army started its march toward the land of snow, Uegaku, which had been on high alert, received the news. Oniki quickly examined the information handed to him by Kitsaki and hurried to the map. As he studied Konoha's marching route on the map, he noticed the land of snow. This isn't good. This time, Konoha is planning to attack Cloud Shinobi Village. Quick. Prepare the army to ready to march. Upon realizing that Konoha's target was Cloud Shinobi Village, Oniki immediately issued orders to gather the army. However, Kitsaki, who was standing by his side, questioned, Father, since Konoha's target isn't us, do we need to go to Cloud Shinobi's rescue? Oniki paused for a moment, considering the current state of the ninja alliance. It seemed to be more of a verbal agreement, lacking substance. In response to Kitsaki's inquiry, Oniki spoke with solemnity. Do you think Cloud Shinobi Village will survive if we don't go to their aid? We and Cloud Shinobi Village are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. We must stand together to resist Konoha's army. After Konoha defeats Cloud Shinobi Village, relying solely on our rock shinobi will not be enough to block Konoha's attack. Kitsuki was stunned by Onaki's explanation. Upon reflection, he remembered their previous failure to break through a large Konoha army. Faced with the full force of Konoha, they would have no chance of resisting. Realizing the urgency, Kitsuki wasted no more time and quickly assembled the army, preparing to send troops to rescue Cloud Shinobi Village. Meanwhile, in the Land of Thunder. Humph. Perfect timing. So, they thought our Cloud Shinobi Village was an easy target. Assemble the army to defend our village. Upon learning that Konoha's target was Cloud Shinobi Village, the third Hokage confidently waved his hand, displaying no fear. The Cloud Shinobi army swiftly gathered. Cloud Shinobi Village possessed military strength comparable to Konoha's. However, under the leadership of Ryan, Konoha's power had grown rapidly, widening the gap between the two villages. Even so, when Cloud Shinobi Village received news of Konoha's approach, they remained unfazed. Their army quickly assembled, ready to fight to the death under the leadership of the third Hokage. On the march to the Land of Thunder, Ryan was preoccupied with the chat group members. These days, Ryan had been intermittently following the conversations in the chat group, where they shared updates on their progress. In the group chat, Senjo Hashirama, haha, I have conquered all the small nations. Only the 4 major nations remain. Uchiha Madara, you're a step behind me, Hashirama. I have already gained control of the Land of Water. Senjo Hashirama, damn it. Madara, how did you move so fast? In the chat group, Hashirama and Madara engaged in their usual banter, making it difficult for others to join the conversation. Ryan quietly observed their interaction. As the group leader, Ryan occasionally contributed updates about his current progress. Ryan, heading to the Land of Thunder. Senjo Tobirama, are you ready to attack Cloud Shinobi? That's fast. Tsunade, oh my god, I haven't even conquered the neighboring small nations yet. Tsunade, with glasses I'm doing fine, I've subdued the small nations, but I can't afford the Akatsuki organization's price to conquer the 4 major nations. Minato, wait, how are you all moving so fast? I haven't even started taking action. Obito, no wonder the group leader is the first, I admire your speed. Hitaki Kakashi, it seems geniuses can't defeat gods. I can't even handle the small nations nearby. I'm weak. Ryan skimmed through the replies in the group, briefly scanning the messages. What caught his attention the most were the updates from Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. One had conquered small nations in the Land of Water, while the other had finished with the small nations and was about to attack the major nations. Ryan realized he needed to accelerate his progress. With that in mind, Ryan activated the Amanaminika and headed to Cloud Shinobi Village. As Ryan left, the army increased its pace, hastening their march. Above Cloud Shinobi Village, a dark portal suddenly appeared. Ryan emerged from the portal, observing the village below. He was surprised to see that all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were prepared for battle. The third Hokage was already unleashing lightning flashes. Humph. Space ninjutsu. No wonder you're so arrogant, 4th Hokage. Looking at Ryan, who suddenly appeared, the third Hokage couldn't help but stare. Despite his fear of space ninjutsu, as the strongest Hokage of all time, he had the lightning style armor and the ability to wield the hell stab. The third Hokage felt no fear. How dare you come alone? I'll kill you first. Then I will attack Konoha. As the third Hokage's voice fell, lightning flickered all over his body. He rushed towards Ryan in the air. Lightning release, hell stab. In an instant, the third Hokage closed the distance, aiming his lightning-charged fingers at Ryan's eyebrows. It seemed like his attack would pierce Ryan's head in the next second. Facing the charging third Hokage, Ryan's eyes instantly revealed the Rinnegan and Tensegan. With both eyes now fully developed, Ryan had complete control over attraction and repulsion. The combined abilities of the two eyes surpassed that of a single ocular technique. As Ryan glanced at the third Hokage before him, he unleashed a powerful repulsion. The third Hokage, who had just rushed in, was propelled like lightning, crashing towards the ground. Boom. A loud noise echoed as the third Hokage struck the ground like a bomb. Countless lightning bolts erupted instantly. Third Hokage-sama. The Cloud Shinobi Village below could see what had transpired. The two opponents had yet to clash, but it ended with the third Hokage being blown away. The future fourth Hokage, along with Killer Bee and others, rushed to the large crater created by the third Hokage. With worried expressions, they peered into the pit. In the anxious gazes of everyone, the figure of the third Hokage, bathed in thunderlight, slowly emerged from the pit. Facing the concerned eyes, the third Hokage shook his head, indicating that he was okay. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, Dode noticed that the hand third Hokage usually used to launch his attacks was now behind his back. A sense of foreboding surged within Dode. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a warning look from the third Hokage. Dode understood and kept his mouth shut. However, his worried eyes remained fixed on the third Hokage. At this moment, the third Hokage stared at Ryan in the air with a serious expression. His left hand, which had been behind his back, had been severely damaged by the sudden repulsion. It hung behind him in an unnatural and twisted posture. Even the third Hokage hadn't anticipated this outcome. The strongest spear and the strongest armor he was proud of had no power to oppose such a force. Just as the third Hokage began contemplating countermeasures, A exclaimed, "How infuriating! B, get ready. Let's go." The fourth Hokage instantly activated his lightning style armor. He called out to Killer Bee, but at that moment, Killer Bee froze in place. But Eight-Tail's anxious warning voice echoed in Killer Bee's mind. "B, don't fight this guy. His eye." Exactly as the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Hearing Eight-Tail's words, Killer Bee hastily grabbed the fourth Hokage, who was about to charge forward. At the same time, the third Hokage also stopped their advance. "Don't get too close. This guy possesses strange abilities." As the third Hokage spoke, the fourth Hokage reluctantly abandoned his plan to charge forward. They looked down at the motionless Cloud Shinobi Village below. Ryan slowly extended his hand. Since acquiring his new abilities, he had been eager to explore ninjutsu. The many ninjutsu that had left a deep impression on Ryan were the focus of his research after obtaining the Rinnegan. And now, with the Rinnegan and Tensegan, he could effectively manipulate Yin release chakra. It was the perfect time to test this new ninjutsu. With his palm open, Yin release chakra began to gather, forming a pitch black Rasengan in Ryan's hands. As chakra continued to be infused, the Rasengan's color deepened, resembling ink, with a halo around it. Gazing at the Rasengan in his hand, Ryan shifted his eyes to the third Hokage and the others below. A souvenir for Cloud Shinobi Village. Read 42 chapters ahead on pntrin.c/m/Mariani. Chapter 96, Chapter 95. A souvenir for Cloud Shinobi Village. As Ryan finished speaking, he executed a swift motion, flipping his palm and releasing the pitch black Rasengan downward. Great Rasen Ring. Ryan's favorite move. He had always wanted to use this jutsu, and even with his genius ninjutsu talent, he couldn't do it without the yin-yang chakra. Fortunately, now he possessed it. Now was the time to test the power of this technique. In the original book, this thing fell down, and its power was even greater than that of Almighty Push. Under everyone's gaze, the black ball with a halo in Ryan's hand descended straight down. What is that? Could it be some kind of ninjutsu? But it's so small, what can it do? Who knows, this fourth Hokage may be out of his mind. Looking at Ryan in the sky, the Cloud Shinobi ninja suddenly burst into laughter, not the slightest bit worried. However, third Hokage and others felt a sense of dread in their hearts. The little ball gave them an overwhelming feeling of crisis. Quick! Stop the thing! Don't let it drop! Hearing the third Hokage roar, the others finally reacted and tried to stop the falling ball, but it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as the ball fell into Cloud Shinobi Village. Not good. Its destruction rate will be even faster than a tailed beast bomb. Eight-Tail's urgent voice sounded in Killer Bee's mind. Even the two tails on the side, Matatabi and her Jinhoku Yujito and she heard Matabi's anxious cry. Both tailed beasts sensed the danger of this technique at that moment. Without hesitation, Killer Bee and the Yujito were quickly controlled by the tailed beast to fully transform into tailed beasts. The huge bodies of two tails and eight tails appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Before people could think too much, the two tailed beasts quickly protected the Cloud Shinobi beside them. Boom. The moment the big spiral wheel hit the ground, a shockwave erupted in all directions, instantly turning the closest Cloud Shinobi building and the people inside to ashes. The fiery waves, accompanied by earth-shattering loud noises and billowing thick smoke, rose into the sky, leaving the once bustling Cloud Shinobi Village completely vanished. As the aftermath of the explosion gradually dissipated, Ryan, in the air, watched the scene below. Suddenly, a familiar melody played in his mind. If only there was a cool BGM. Sigh. Guess you can't have everything good all at once. There was only one word that could describe Ryan's current mood, cool. As the dust settled, Cloud Shinobi Village was reduced to ruins, but two behemoths caught Ryan's attention. Have they transformed into full-tailed beast mode? Ryan asked, quickly descending from the sky. Third Hokage and others, who were hiding under Two Tails and Eight Tails, emerged at this time. Most of the guarded ninjas were stunned by the aftermath of the explosion in the site of their vanished village. Cloud Shinobi Village, gone. Our village is gone. Just. Are you kidding me? In this moment of sadness, it wasn't the time to grieve. As Ryan descended, Third Hokage's lightning style armor activated, and both Fourth Hokage and Killer Bee rushed towards him, one covered in lightning style armor, the other in a tail beast coat. Lightning release, lariat, they shouted, attempting to strike Ryan down. But Ryan quickly activated Rinnegan's ability and sent the two flying back with Shinra Tensei. A was no match for Killer Bee, who had the strength of a tailed beast. His fate was unknown at the moment. No. Third Hokage cried out in misery as he saw A's injuries. Ignoring Eight Tails' warning, Killer Bee transformed into a full-body tailed beast once again, and Gyuki's massive form appeared in front of Ryan. Facing Ryan's Rinnegan, Jaiki also wore a dignified expression that shouldn't be possible on the face of Octopus Bull Hybrid. In his heart, he even communicated with Killer Bee, saying, "Bee, if there's a chance, I'll cover you, and we'll escape." Getting caught by this guy means certain death. However, Gyuki's admonition had no effect on the current Killer Bee. The village was destroyed, A was severely injured, and they didn't know if he was alive or dead. At this moment, Killer Bee couldn't think about much else. Let's attack together. Killer Bee declared. As the command fell, several tentacles of Eight Tails combined and slammed heavily toward Ryan, causing the surrounding air to burst into sonic booms. In an instant, they closed in on Ryan. Boom. The moment they hit, a powerful wave of air radiated from Ryan, but he remained unfazed. Eight Tails looked extremely shocked, realizing that Ryan had effortlessly stopped the attack with just one hand. Even Killer Bee couldn't stay calm anymore. Eight Tails' power was considered the strongest in Cloud Shinobi Village, and even Third Hokage didn't dare to take a full blow from it. Yet, Ryan did it with apparent ease. Well, your strength is impressive, but it ends here. Ryan proclaimed. Instantly, a terrifying suction enveloped Eight Tails. In horror, Eight Tails realized that his chakra was being drained away by Ryan. Oh no. Bee, retreat quickly. Eight Tails panicked as he saw the danger. He didn't mind being absorbed, but he was worried that Killer Bee would die because of it. No. There's no way to escape. Killer Bee panicked as well but saw no way out. Just when Killer Bee was at a loss, Matabe's figure struck Ryan from above. Go to hell. Matabe roared, aiming to deliver a deadly blow to Ryan. But just as Matabe thought it would be victorious, it was unexpectedly hit by something and sent flying. Third Hokage, who had tried to sneak attack Ryan again, was also knocked away. What's going on? Some force is protecting him. Damn it. We can't get close. Third Hokage and the others were completely helpless. They couldn't approach Ryan due to the protective barrier. As for those protecting Ryan, it was the ability of the Rinnegan Limbo. Don't waste your energy. Today, you Cloud Shinobi will become history, Ryan declared coldly. Following his words, Eight Tails was successfully extracted from Killer Bee's body. As Ryan didn't have the Gedo statue, he couldn't directly turn the tail beasts into energy and absorb it like the Otsutsuki family. He had to seal Eight Tails as he had done with one tail. Ryan continued, taking Matabe from the side and sealing it as well. In an instant, the two Jinchuriki lost their lives as the tail beasts were sucked away. Looking at the devastated Cloud Shinobi village, Third Hokage couldn't hold back his tears. Even someone as strong as him completely collapsed at this moment. Ryan remained unresponsive to the scene. In his quest to unify the entire ninja world, the Cloud Shinobi village and its reckless Hokage were just obstacles. He had to give up on them, believing that others would be more cooperative. Seeing the destruction of Cloud Shinobi village, Third Hokage couldn't care anymore. Dode, assemble the people. Retrieve that weapon immediately, he commanded. Hearing this, the Dode beside him changed expressions. Master Hokage, that weapon isn't ready yet. It's unstable. If we use it now, it might not only fail to attack the enemy but explode directly. But Third Hokage didn't care at this moment. With red eyes, he fixed his gaze on the Dode. Immediately, he demanded. Seeing the determination in Third Hokage's eyes, the Dode didn't dare say more and hurriedly pressed a button. As Cloud Shinobi village lay in ruins, the ground slowly opened up, revealing a massive base that slowly brought a cannon-like device upward. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Marioni. Chapter 97, Chapter 96. Master Hokage, the chakra cannon is not finished yet. Using it now, I don't know what will happen. Dode was also in a hurry, looking at the semi-finished chakra cannon. Seeing that the Third Hokage was about to go up and operate, he hastily stopped him. But at this time, the Third Hokage couldn't care about anything else. What semi-finished product? It doesn't matter. Today, either he dies, or I die. Although the current chakra cannon is only a semi-finished product, as long as it can be fired. As long as it has the power of blasting half of the moon, it should be enough to kill him. After saying that, he hopped behind the chakra cannon controls. The chakra cannon was still a work in progress. The charging function wasn't perfect, the storage function wasn't perfect, and even the launch port for energy gathering was still a semi-finished product. But in the view of the Third Hokage, the current Cloud Shinobi village had no hope. Only by killing Ryan in front of him could Cloud Shinobi village have a chance to survive. Start up. As the Third Hokage pressed the activation button of the chakra cannon, the energy stored underground on the original began to condense instantly. But since this chakra cannon was only a half-finished product, there wasn't much energy saved at all. It didn't have enough energy to support the launch. Seeing the chakra cannon not moving, the Third Hokage instantly activated chakra mode. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he inserted his hands directly into the energy absorber of the chakra cannon. The chakra cannon, which had ceased to function, began to frantically absorb the chakra of the Third Hokage, and the charging progress increased. Seeing the scene, the Third Hokage was overjoyed immediately. With all his strength, he directly aimed the muzzle at Ryan's position. Numerous energies began to pool within the chakra cannon. Ha 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 ha. Fourth Hokage. I will bury you with this village. With the wild laughter of the Third Hokage, the chakra cannon was about to be fully charged. Swish. Just as the Third Hokage was about to launch, a golden beam instantly penetrated the Third Hokage's head. At this time, Ryan also slowly lowered his fingers. He looked at the dead Third Hokage quite speechlessly. What are you doing? Do you really think I'm a brainless villain waiting for you to charge your attack? I have read Dragon Ball and seen Phineas and Ferb any attack or machine or bomb or self-destruct with a timer mostly fails to complete its purpose. He knew that the Third Hokage was trying to take him down by sacrificing himself, but Ryan was no fool to fall for such a plan. After dealing with the Third Hokage, the only ones left standing were the Dode and the seriously injured Dode. The most important right-hand man of the Third Hokage and the think tank of Cloud Shinobi village was also a very good assistant, but it was useless to keep him. And Fourth Hokage, still just a brat, was already broken after Killer Bee's death. At this time, Ryan wasn't wasting any words. He directly used Rinnegan's ability to draw out the souls of the two, getting rid of these people. Ryan's eyes then fell on Cloud Shinobi, who was still in a coma. Among them, he was surprised to find Mabi and Samui. In the original book, aside from Naruto and his generation, most of the people in Cloud Shinobi village were born, but only these two people stood out as the best candidates for 6 paths in Ryan's opinion. These two girls will look so good with Rinnegan 6 paths piercing. Hanzo will have some new companions. With a turn of Ryan's wrist, a black staff appeared in his hand. He summoned a lot of small black receivers and they pierced into Mabi's body, and the moment it entered, Ryan felt that he could control everything about Mabi. But remembering the shortcomings of this ability in the original book, Ryan decided to use Tensegan's autonomous puppies ability for more convenient control. Autonomous puppies. Surprisingly, Rinnegan worked well with Tensegan, and soon, Mabi was transformed by Ryan and revived. Hokage-sama. Looking at Mabi, who was now completely alive, a loyal Rinnegan puppet in front of him, Ryan nodded contentedly. He then transformed Samui using the same method. Outside Cloud Shinobi village, countless figures slowly appeared. It was the army of Konoha that arrived right behind Ryan. Several figures quickly gathered around Ryan. What's the situation? What about the fourth Hokage in Cloud Shinobi village? It doesn't make sense. According to the route, Cloud Shinobi village should be here. Strange. As they gazed at the flat land in front of them, Jiraiya's face was full of doubts, and he looked around. Tsunade was beside him, but her eyes fell on Samui and Mabi behind Ryan. Then she looked at Ryan playfully. Facing Tsunade's gaze, Ryan also touched his nose in embarrassment. He then opened his mouth and said, "Okay, since everyone is here, let's take over the entire Kingdom of Thunder." Cloud Shinobi exists in history only. Hearing Ryan's words, Jiraiya and others also saw Third Hokage, Fourth Hokage, and others who had no life in the distance. Combined with the appearance of the scene, the crowd also let out a burst of exclamations. This is Cloud Shinobi village. My god. Is this all done by the Lord Fourth Hokage? So strong. This moment gave everyone a new understanding of Ryan's strength, and they admired Ryan, the fourth Hokage, even more. Without hesitation, they began to execute Ryan's order. The Konoha army, led by the remaining cloud shinobi subdued by Ryan, quickly started to occupy the entire land of thunder. Orochimaru, one of the Sennin, looked at the chakra cannon next to the corpse of the third Hokage. It looks like it should be a semi-finished product. After inspecting it, Orochimaru directly sealed the chakra cannon using a scroll. He planned to bring it back to Konoha and study it carefully. Soon, the entire land of thunder was successfully taken over by Konoha and incorporated into the territory of the land of fire. In the chat group at this time, Uchiha Obito, I'm ready to attack Kirigakuer. What about Kakashi? Kakashi, I can only find a way to call Master Tsunade and Master Jiraiya back. There is no chance to send troops to the outside world for the time being. Uchiha Madara, by begging them right? You are too slow and weak. I'm on my way to the land of wind. Senjo Hashirama, by the way, that brat has conquered the land of wind and sent troops to the land of thunder. The speed is really fast. Senjo Tobirama, brother, we have to speed up our pace now. Ryan is in the land of thunder, otherwise, we really won't be able to catch up with him. Group leader Ryan, taking down the land of thunder was too easy, alas. Senjo Hashirama, oh my god. Did you do it in a single hour? Senjo Tobirama, no, Ryan defeated the land of thunder in less than an hour. Uchiha Madara, is it difficult to defeat Kumigakuer? It's just too difficult to integrate these stubborn idiots into Konoha. Tsunade, what a terrifying speed. We need to speed up. Classes Tsunade, indeed, otherwise, the gap between the group will only get bigger and bigger. For Ryan's message, the people still discussing suddenly examined each other's progress in blank dismay. Originally thinking that Ryan's attack on the land of thunder would last for a few weeks, they were surprised that it took only an hour to conquer it. The land of thunder had become the territory of the land of fire. This speed left everyone in the chat group secretly impressed. And Madara, who was heading to the land of wind, instantly raised a strong fighting spirit. Hurry up. Other worlds dared not make any more moves. One after another, they began to attack other countries. Just after Konoha successfully swallowed the kingdom of thunder, inside Uegakuer, the army had just been assembled. Oniki personally led the army to support Cloud Shinobi village. Mastered Tsuchikage. The latest information from the land of thunder. Hearing this, Oniki couldn't help feeling a bad premonition. After receiving the information, Onoki hastily browsed through it, and after reading it, he froze in place for a moment. Kitsuki and the others beside him couldn't help but look at Onoki. Mastered Tsuchikage, what happened? The army is ready. Let's go. Hearing the words of the people, Onoki weakly waved his hands and looking at the crowd, he helplessly passed the information to them. What else are you going to do? The land of thunder has been captured by Konoha. Now, our land on earth has no way out. Hearing Oniki's words, the faces of the people around them suddenly changed. Hastily looking at the information, after reading it, all the Uegakuer executives present fell silent. Get ready to negotiate with Konoha. Read the next 42 chapters in advance on Patreon.com. Chapter 98, Chapter 97. As time goes by, day by day, 1 month has passed since Ryan defeated the land of thunder. During this month, at Ryan's request, Konoha began fully integrating the land of thunder. Comparing it to the land of fire, the technology of the kingdom of thunder is evidently higher. This difference in technology is not just apparent now but the potential for the near future as well. For instance, during a meteorite crisis in Naruto that appeared above the villages, while other villages relied on ninjutsu to intercept the meteorites, Cloud Shinobi village directly utilized the chakra cannon, effectively destroying the meteorites with a single shot. This demonstrates that their technology surpasses that of other villages and is even ahead of its time. Hence, for the land of thunder, Ryan doesn't need anything else. However, he intends to completely take over the technology of the kingdom of thunder, as this alone can significantly increase Konoha's national power. Additionally, Ryan stationed a few elite Jonin's Konoha shinobi in Kumo to control the Cloud Shinobi who survived the encounter with the Great Spiraling Ring, contributing greatly to the integration of the land of thunder. At this time, Ryan has relieved himself of many responsibilities. All the office work, documents, and decisions are efficiently handled by Pakura and Tsunade, whom Ryan had assigned to assist Minato. As a consequence, Ryan is now completely freed from the tedious work of being Hokage. However, Ryan's moment of respite is interrupted by Pakura's sudden reminder about the land of winds matters. She reminds him that half a month ago, he had planned to improve the environment in the land of winds but has been postponing it due to the ongoing war against Kumo. Now, he decides to go straight to the country of wind to address the issue. Without further delay, he activates the Amena Minika and, with Pakura in his arms, vanishes from the office instantly. As the two leave Tsunade, who is processing documents, can't help but feel envious and angry that this idiot left her to sort files. Meanwhile, Minato stands by with a smirk on his face watching this office drama. Brat, what are you smirking about? Nothing, Tsunade-sama. He has been dating a girl from the Uzumaki family, whom he rescued from the country of grass. When Ryan arrives at the Suna main administrator building with Pakura, they are warmly greeted by Raza and Sho, who have been eagerly waiting for them. Ryan waves off their greeting, as it is his own decision to come. After familiarizing himself with Rinnegan and Tenseigans abilities recently, Ryan is determined to change the environment of the land of winds. After all, it is his own territory. He is also pleased with the hard work Raza and Sho have put in. He started to amass all chakra in his body to use the main technique of the Sage of Six Paths. Hato Romo used this technique to shape the land and create the moon, among other feats. However, his most notable use of this technique was in the creation of the nine-tailed beasts. The creation of all things technique allows the user to shape the very fabric of existence by manipulating the yin and yang aspects of the chakra. Yin represents spiritual energy, and yang represents physical energy. By using these two fundamental forces in harmony, the user can create, shape, and transform matter and life itself. The once barren desert begins to transform into a lush oasis with trees, rivers, flowers, and plants flourishing under Ryan's ability. The entire land of winds undergoes a complete transformation. The desert completely disappeared except near the gold mines. Despite the exhausting effort, Ryan is hailed nothing less than a miracle by the people land of wind. Raza and Sho pledge their loyalty once again in dedication to follow in Ryan's footsteps, grateful for the beautiful and livable state of their once desolate country. Meanwhile, Uegakuer is surrounded by Konoha, leaving the village in silence and appearing lifeless. Oniki, the Tsuchikage, anxiously awaits Konoha's response to their peace talks request but receives no reply. Kitsuki informs him that the surrounding small countries have surrendered or been conquered by Konoha and Mist Shinobi remains isolated due to the sea-enclosed village. Only Uegakuer is left standing, making it a high-risk occupation with high consumption for the ninja in the village. But now, Uegakuer doesn't even have missions anymore. When the land is in peace, there is no need to hire ninjas for protection anymore. Most ninjas in the village are all sitting idle on the mountain, and they are about to run out of food. Big questions were posed in front of Oniki, making him feel like the position of the third Tsuchikage was about to collapse. Seeing that Konoha has not responded for a long time, Oniki also realizes that continuing like this is not sustainable. They don't need Konoha to do something. Uegakuer is already being suffocated. With limited resources and now completely surrounded by Konoha, Oniki has made up his mind. He decides that they should take action and head to Konoha together. Along the way, just to the left of the land of earth, as they step into the former land of grass, Oniki's eyes brighten. The whole land of grass is full of life, a stark contrast to the current desolation of the land of earth. As they get closer to Konoha, the scenery becomes full of happiness. The cities they pass through become increasingly prosperous. When Oniki finally reaches Konoha and sees the magnificent gates and bustling streets, he is completely dumbfounded. The huge scale and beauty of the city exceed his expectations. He can't believe this is the same village he visited when he was young. Even Kitsuki, who has been to Konoha before beside him, is in disbelief. But looking at the Konoha logo on the gate, they confirm that they are indeed in the right place. After registering at the gate and entering Konoha, news of Oniki's visit is immediately reported to Ryan by Enbu. Ryan is surprised that Oniki came to Konoha personally. He had planned to let Rock Shinobi simmer for a while and then try to persuade Oniki to merge Uegakuer with Konoha, just like Tsunegakuer did. But now, Oniki's unexpected visit changes the situation. Ryan instructs Enbu to let Oniki and Kitsuki see Konoha first. He believes that experiencing the prosperity and achievements of the village might help Oniki understand the gap between Uegakuer and Konoha. Enbu is to observe them and then bring the two to meet Ryan. As Oniki and Kitsuki walk on the bustling streets of Konoha, they see the confidence and happiness on the faces of the people, ninjas, civilians, and tourists alike. It becomes evident to Oniki that this prosperity is all thanks to Konoha's efforts. As he observes the former Sand Shinobi puppet master now working with Konoha and exchanging experiences with the members of their family, Oniki envisions the prosperous scene after the unification of the ninja world. It strengthens his resolve. Immediately, Oniki stopped wandering around and went directly to Ryan's office with the lady. Looking at the young Ryan in front of him, Oniki also couldn't help but feel his age. He addressed Ryan with respect, acknowledging everything the fourth Hokage has done, and admiring him despite the age gap. I hope, fourth Hokage, you can talk to me about the future of Uegaku, Oniki humbly requested, expressing his willingness to discuss the merging of Uegaku with Konoha. With that, Oniki directly explained the purpose of his visit, maintaining a humble and respectful attitude throughout the conversation. Ryan, who held great admiration for Oniki, responded without putting on any airs. Then let's talk about it. Ryan agreed, commanding everyone else in the office to leave the room to give them privacy. Kitsuki and Pakura also walked out together, leaving Ryan and Oniki to discuss the matter privately. No one else knows the details of their conversation, but when Oniki finally emerged from the meeting, his face displayed a contented smile. After Oniki and Kitsuki returned to Uegaku, the news of the decision they made together spread throughout the ninja world. From today, the land of earth will be merged into the land of fire. Uegaku will be merged into Konoha unconditionally. Inside Kirigaku, Black Zetsu and Dachi Hamadara are completely dumbfounded. Because till today Madara was just planning to unify the shinobi world, but some young brat did it in front of his eyes. That red-nosed brat is the most stubborn rock I have seen, and he agreed to be part of Konoha. It seems only the land of mist is left behind. Black Zetsu is the most terrified because he knows the origin of Rinnegan and he visited the land of thunder. He even wonders about the identity of Ryan not being human but Otsutsuki just like his mother. Read 42 chapters in advance on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 99, Chapter 98. Damn. How is this possible? How did Konoha manage to do this so quickly, and when did they get so courageous to wage wars left and right? Upon hearing the news, Black Zetsu was completely dumbfounded. He had been assisting Dachi Hamadara in carrying out their plan bit by bit, and now, the entire ninja world, except for their own Kirigaku, has been unified by Konoha. This drove Black Zetsu to the brink of insanity. His plan was to gradually weaken the villages, provoke a ninja war, resurrect Dachi Hamadara, and ultimately resurrect his mother, Kagaya, all in one fell swoop. But now, with the ninja world on the verge of being unified, the prospect of provoking a ninja war seemed futile. How could a nation like Mist possibly fight against the entire ninja world? You all continue to spy about important information here. I have to go back to the cemetery. I hope I can find Madara. At this point, Black Zetsu couldn't care about the original plan anymore. It had deviated too much from what was intended, and he needed to find Madara as soon as possible to discuss the situation. He could only hope that the old man still had some fire left to start a war, or else everything would be doomed. As Black Zetsu headed to the cemetery, Dachi Hamadara was also left in confusion. He had sought revenge on Konoha, but with the ninja world about to be unified, his plan seemed meaningless. Damn. Why and how is this happening? But now, he didn't care much anymore. He could only wait for Black Zetsu to come back and see what the new plan would be. Meanwhile, Konoha had already started the merger plan for the land of Earth. With the full cooperation of Oniki and the Rock Shinobi, the merger went smoothly. Haha, I didn't expect you, an old stubborn guy, to agree to the merger. It's really unexpected, said Tsunade, now that Uegaku had also merged into Konoha. Looking at Oniki, who was enjoying meatballs in front of him, Cho became emotional. Oniki rolled his eyes angrily but continued to enjoy the meatballs. After some time, Cho spoke up, you can lead Sand Shinobi to merge, why can't I? Moreover, the old man also saw something that he hadn't seen before. Perhaps this is true peace. Seeing the prosperity of Konoha, Cho and Oniki became more and more convinced that Ryan was the one who could bring peace to the ninja world. With the successful merger of the land of Earth, everything was arranged, and Ryan was preparing to announce an order to everyone. Early the next morning, everyone rushed to the square of the Konoha building. Sand Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi, now uniformly dressed in Konoha costumes, had become family members after being enemies. As time passed, the square filled up, and everyone waited expectantly. On the roof of the Hokage building, Raza, Cho, Oniki, Minato, Sunen, and many other high-level leaders gathered, waiting for Ryan to come up and announce the new orders. Soon, Ryan appeared on the roof, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Hokage-sama. Ryan-sama, I love you. The cheers resounded through the sky, and Ryan raised his hands to quiet the crowd. Everyone. Today, I am here to announce an order. That is, from now on, this continent will no longer have individual countries like the land of fire, wind, earth, thunder, etc. It now has a new, unified nation. That's right. Konoha. And all of you. You are now members of the Konoha family. Ryan had completely transformed Konoha into a newly unified country. It was no longer just a ninja village in the land of fire, it had become a real country. The crowd cheered again because from that moment on, there were no other countries, everyone was a member of the Konoha family, united as one in a truly unified country. Accompanied by cheers, Ryan smiled and raised his hand again to signal for silence. However, the ninja world has not truly achieved unification. And so, all departments, listen to the orders. Mobilize supplies. Assemble the troops. Tomorrow, the army will set out. We will crusade against the land of water. Let us bring true peace to the ninja world. As Ryan's words resonated in the square, the ninjas present became visibly excited. This was their chance to fight for true peace in the ninja world, a noble and sacred mission that filled them with enthusiasm. For peace. Konoha. Konoha. With cheers that echoed like mountains and tsunamis, Ryan concluded his speech with satisfaction. He looked back and saw Raza, Oniki, and others filled with excitement. Master Hokage, this time we will lead the way for our wind department. No, Hokage-sama. My land of rocks has just merged into Konoha. We should lead this endeavor. Hokage-sama, this final opportunity for unification must be entrusted to our Ministry of Fire. Seeing the eager expressions of those who volunteered to lead, Ryan understood their determination. This battle was the key to bringing true peace to the ninja world, and the significance of this moment would be etched in history. They couldn't afford to give up. Okay, no need to argue. Attack from all sides. We'll take the land of water in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Ryan's orders, everyone's eyes lit up with determination. Understood. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that they must give their utmost now that they were committed. While Konoha prepared for battle, in the mountain cemetery, Black Zetsu arrived with a look of despair. He saw Madara, seemingly lifeless, leaning on the Gedo statue. It was too late to catch up. It's all over now. What should I do? What should I do? Black Zetsu had witnessed Dachi Hamadara's final move, signaling his impending end. But with the huge change in the ninja world, there was no way to proceed. He could only hope Dachi Hamadara was still alive. As he wept inside, Dachi Hamadara's lifeless body slowly opened his eyes. With a calm gaze, he looked towards Black Zetsu. I asked you to continue the plan. Why did you come back so soon? Hearing Madara's words, Black Zetsu raised his head in surprise. It turned out that Dachi Hamadara was not dead yet. Upon realizing this, Black Zetsu quickly showed Madara the information he had gathered about the recent events in the ninja world. Look quickly. Our plan is about to be completely ruined. What should we do now? As Madara looked at the information, his calm demeanor changed. He looked solemnly at Black Zetsu and then at the information in his hand, finding it hard to believe. Are you sure this information is true? Konoha's strength is quite remarkable. At that moment, Madara couldn't sit still anymore. His plans for infinite Tsukiyomi seemed to have fallen apart. The ninja world was rapidly unifying, Nagato with the Rinnegan now under Konoha's protection, and the land of water about to be unified. Capturing the nine-tailed beast seemed like an impossible task with his current body and the young Uchiha. All his plans seemed futile. Forget it, the original plan can't keep up with the changes after all. That's right. Next, I will pass on my will to you. Also, prepare a more perfect body for me after I die. A body that can carry the burden of Rinnegan. If you can't get Nagato to reincarnate me with Rinnegan, use Tobirama's reanimation jutsu. As Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, Black Zetsu listened attentively, taking note of Madara's instructions. Meanwhile, he ordered White Zetsu to rob the graves of powerful deceased shinobi. The plan has changed, we need to make some adjustments. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 100, Chapter 99. Inside Kirigaku, the land of water, within the Mizukage office, a figure suddenly emerged from the ground. He was the fake Uchiha Madara who asked in a hurry, how is it? Is Madara still alive? Has he thought of anyway? Faced with this sudden and fatal barrage of questions, the half-plant and half-black slime who had just arrived was left speechless for a moment. The young boy in front of them was still a bit inexperienced, but with no other suitable candidates available, they had no choice but to use him to pursue their dark plans. This boy wasn't Uchiha Obito, who was originally used as a substitute for Uchiha Madara in Naruto. However, at this moment, he was under the protection of Ryan, he was alive and well. 4 days, he had been following Rin attentively, being a simp. Get ready to pack up and retreat. The land of water is being temporarily abandoned, he received the message. Uchiha Madara immediately showed reluctance. After all, they had finally gained control over a ninja village, and not just any village, but one of the 5 great ninja villages. It was absolutely possible to seek revenge on the Uchiha clan and Konoha for what had happened in the past. Giving up this opportunity seemed unacceptable. Yet, as they looked at the increasingly dangerous Black Zetsu standing before him, Uchiha Madara knew it was wiser to comply. Refusing could lead to his own downfall, falling prey to this dark-bodied unknown being in front of him. The thought was horrifying, sending a chill down his spine. After all, this guy doesn't have Kamui, the one single Mangekyo Sharingan ability that gave Obito courage to scheme against Konoha and Nagato. On the other hand, Amaterasu still hasn't burned a single person to death yet. Thus, he obediently followed Black Zetsu, who had a final command. By the way, before you leave, take this guy with you. Also, go to Kirigakuru's cemetery. Get chakra and body samples of all strong shinobis. This puzzled Uchiha Madara, but he dared not question further and reluctantly controlled Yugura, walking towards the Kirigakuru cemetery. Keeping their movements hidden in the shadows, they made their way without attracting attention. Finally arriving at the cemetery, they saw the tombs of the Bloodline Limit Clan's ninjas and the graves of the second Mizukage and third Mizukage. Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed with interest. Let's do it. Steal all that you can get from these graves. They will be of great use to us. Upon hearing this absolute order, Uchiha Madara hurriedly controlled Yugura to begin digging alongside Black Zetsu. However, as they dug up a few corpses, they found themselves quickly surrounded by a group of figures. I always felt that the fourth Mizukage has been acting strange lately. There's definitely something wrong. Terumime, your instincts were right. The fourth Mizukage is being controlled by Genjutsu. The ones who surrounded them were Kirigakuru's 7 ninja swordsmen, Fukyuki Sukazan, Terumime, and other Mist 7 ninja swordsmen. When Yugura issued the order to close Kirigakuru, Terumime sensed something was amiss. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen were suspicious, unable to understand the meaning behind the Mizukage's strange order. With the entire Kirigakuru under blockade, it seemed cut off from the rest of the ninja world. Terumime, having discovered some clues, decided to approach Fukyuki the holder of the same hata and the Mist Shinobi elders before taking any drastic action against Yugura, but they ended up discovering the truth sooner than they expected. Surrounded by the 7 ninja swordsmen and Terumime, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu found themselves in a tight spot. They realized that fighting against these powerful opponents would be suicidal. Humph. No need to waste time talking with them. Kill them and save the fourth Mizukage. Let's attack together, declared the only swordswoman Aimei Ringo, leaving Black Zetsu with no choice but to run. Unable to control the situation any longer, Black Zetsu sealed the corpses of the second Mizukage and third Mizukage into a scroll, swiftly using his abilities to escape underground. Before disappearing, he commanded Uchiha Madara on the side, hurry up and control Yugura to stop them. If you can't escape, release 3 tails. I'll wait for you at the cemetery. With that, Black Zetsu vanished, leaving Uchiha Madara alone. He almost cursed about the situation, but survival became their top priority. Facing the oncoming 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Madara took control of the fourth Mizukage Yugura, positioning him in front of him. Instantly, a tinge of caution spread among the 7 ninja swordsmen, causing them to halt their actions and encircle Uchiha Madara. Damn it. Who the hell are you? What is your purpose of controlling the fourth Mizukage? Confronted by the inquiries of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Madara sneered beneath the mask, revealing the 2 Sharingans through the mask. It was no surprise that Kirigakuru shinobis, who had just fought against Konoha in the third ninja war, recognized these eyes. Sharingan. Are you from Konoha? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but laugh. The pair of scarlet Sharingans locked onto the position of the watermelon mountain pufferfish. Ha ha, Konoha. Why would I be from Konoha? I was the first person to betray Konoha. Let me tell you all clearly. I am Uchiha Madara. This response left all the 7 ninja swordsmen shocked and rooted in place. The haughty tone, iconic Sharingan, and long, thorny hair matched the impression of Uchiha Madara perfectly. While the 7 ninja swordsmen were still in disbelief, Terumime said suspiciously, as far as I know, Uchiha Madara is as famous as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He is known as the Ashura. If he is still alive, he should be about the same age as the first Mizukage Byakuren. As she spoke, the 7 ninja swordsmen looked Uchiha Madara up and down once more. The person before them appeared too young to be 50 or 60. At that moment, Terumime raised a question that made Uchiha Madara panic. Then, if you are the same Uchiha Madara from that era, how could you be a coward hiding behind a mask like you? Who the hell are you? As Terumime probed, Uchiha Madara realized he couldn't stay any longer. If he didn't leave, he would be caught by the 7 ninja swordsmen, a group of elite Genin level shinobis. With their ninja swords they can use attacks comparable to Cage level. Fully aware that he couldn't take the 3 tails with him, Uchiha Madara reluctantly abandoned the plan. He glanced at the seal in which 3 tails was sealed in Yugura and immediately destroyed it, causing 3 tails chakra to go berserk in Yugura's body. Not good. This guy unleashed 3 tails. Hurry up and notify the sealing squad. Dealing with the 3 tails would not be easy. Fukyuki quickly sent an MU to call for the sealing squad's support. While everyone was occupied with the raging 3 tails, Uchiha Madara seized the opportunity to escape. Seeing this, everyone gave up the pursuit, focusing on subduing the 3 tails. As Uchiha Madara fled, he glanced back at the turbulent Kirigakuru with fear. Seeing that the 3 tails had been contained after dragging all the ninja swordsmen away, Uchiha Madara felt relieved, planning his next move. Soon, the 3 tails rampage was brought under control with the help of the sealing squad. However, the messy graveyard and the missing fourth Mizukage left everyone in silence. What should we do now? Do we chase him? Upon hearing this question, all eyes turned to the source of the voice, the patriarch of the Hasuki clan. It was not surprising, considering the situation. After all, Uchiha Madara had already escaped, and the damage caused by the 3 tails was substantial. Moreover, the fourth Mizukage was missing. At a time like this, why pursue him further? Everyone. We have a major problem. At that moment, Ao received critical information that changed his expression drastically. Konoha has declared war on our land of water. Read 42 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani.